I picked up a system fragment and gained the ability to travel through countless worlds, but I can only stay for 5 seconds each time I travel. What can I do in 5 seconds? I haven't even had time to react. The system brought me to the edge of a huge pool, with a large group of birds inside. Instinctively, I took out my phone and snapped a photo with a click. Snap, and I returned to the rental with a handprint on my face. Where I just went, it should have been a women's bathhouse in Konoha village, because I saw Naruto inside, and the symbol of Konoha. I've been thinking, I still don't know what I can do in 5 seconds. The world I travel to is different every time. But now that I finally have this treasure, giving up is not an option. Either great fortune or hell, let's start traveling. Oh, I only saw a young girl. She bumped right into me, and the spiritual fruit in her hands scattered all over the ground. I was also stunned. This should be a world of cultivation. I looked at the girl who bumped into me. She was picking up the fruit, just as I hesitated whether to snatch some. The time was up, and I instantly disappeared from the spot. When I came back, I gave myself a big slap. I actually hesitated, proving that I still have a conscience. I can't believe I wasted this opportunity. I was so mad that I pounded my chest and stomped my feet. However, at that moment, a red fruit fell from my body. It turned out that the fruit had thorns on the ground, and one of them got stuck on my clothes. I could clearly feel that there was a slight energy fluctuation inside. I picked up the fruit, wiped it on my body, and was about to bite into it, but then I hesitated. How can I eat such a good thing alone? Wonkai, come here, let's split it in half. A big yellow dog came running when it heard the call. It's called Wonkai. I picked him up as a stray dog. It's time for him to be loyal. I split the fruit in half and fed one half to Wonkai. He happily ate the fruit. Then, he kicked his legs and flopped onto the ground. I almost couldn't believe my eyes. This fruit is poisonous. Wonkai, are you okay? I can't be without you. If there's another fruit next time, I won't have a second dog. I shook Wonkai, but he didn't show any sign of waking up. However, his hind legs unconsciously kicked twice, then he scratched his head and continued to lie down. Turns out he was asleep. After waiting for over half an hour, Wonkai woke up. The fur on its body seems smoother, and its eyes are much brighter than before. It looks like it's fine. Wonkai, seeing you're okay, puts my mind at ease. I patted Wonkai's head. Then I took a bite of the remaining fruit, and after eating it, I felt a warm sensation flowing into my body, making me feel much more relaxed. And that was it. Just this little effect. Even though it's a spiritual fruit, it seems to be quite common. Not everyone can afford to eat it, so it should be quite common. Looks like I need to practice my single-handed speed. Next time I time travel, if I come across something like this, I'll just take it. Time is limited, buddy. If we're fated, I'll compensate you next time we meet. There isn't much energy stored in the fragment, so I can probably time travel only once a day, for about 5 seconds each time. Another day passed quickly, and this time I'm prepared. I just need to grab anything good. Time travel. This time, time travel again. I appeared directly at the entrance of a small village. Outside the entrance, there was a stone stele with the word Shirtsuan written on it. I saw a child holding a calabash, with his mouth wide open, looking at me in shock, with a bit of milk on his lips. I also came to my senses, and by then, 2 seconds had already passed. I looked around and it seemed like there was no one else besides this child. Suppressing the guilt in my heart, I looked at the child and said, "Give it to me." I directly snatched the gourd from the child's hand. After all, there's nothing else here. I can't just take the child away. After snatching the gourd, my figure disappeared instantly, leaving the bewildered child behind. Looking at the empty hands, the child's eyes turned red in an instant. Back at home, I also looked at the gourd in my hand. The little brat is quite strong. If he had been prepared, I might not have been able to snatch it from him. I saw a big mark on the gourd. Although it's just a gourd of milk, I can feel the spiritual power inside. It's actually tens of times more powerful than the previous spiritual fruit. I picked up the gourd of milk and drank it in big gulps. Just one sip made me feel full of strength. I'll have to take a sip every day from now on. I reckon it won't be long before I become a superhero. As for that child, all I can say is sorry. I'll make it up to him next time we meet. Today, I took a pot of milk from you. Tomorrow, I'll give you a can of 3 Deer milk powder. I promise it won't let you down. I've been staying at home for several days, but I still have no plans to go out. I'm planning to seclude myself at home. I won't go out until I've snatched something good. Anyway, I'm a freelancer, so no one will care if I take a 2-day break. The next day, passing through a restaurant, several men dressed in robes were drinking and dining together. But just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to the table. I looked around and pulled up a chair, then sat directly at the table and started eating. I casually tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into my mouth, then picked up the wine jug to pour into my bowl, all while continuously saying eat, eat, eat. Don't be polite with me, this meal is on me, I said magnanimously. Then, I just moved the table and disappeared, leaving behind a table of bewildered guests. Inside the rental house, I appeared with a table in my arms. The dishes were not bad, but mostly ordinary. Only the chicken had a bit of spiritual energy, and the wine had a faint trace of it. The rest were just like ordinary dishes. But they should all be natural, the taste is good. Actually, I just wanted to take a few dishes and leave at first. But then I realized that the table didn't seem very heavy, so I just took it along. It just so happened that I hadn't eaten today, so after finishing, I gave the bones and leftovers to Wankai. That's the advantage of the Chinese pastoral dog, it eats everything. Whatever I eat, it eats, and after it finishes, I eat again. If there's really nothing else, it can still keep me company. That's why they say dogs are humans' loyal friends. The next day, time travel. Zombies. Help! I spent 5 seconds escaping. I traveled back in time and found myself in the middle of a street. A little girl was staring at me, holding a string of candied fruit on a stick. I snatched it from her and disappeared in an instant. Hey, where's your candied fruit? I told you not to run around. A slightly older boy ran over and said, just now, a big brother snatched my candied fruit and then disappeared in a flash. Little Nan Nan poked her finger, looking a bit wronged. Inside the rental house, I bit into the candied fruit and realized that it was just an ordinary one, with larger and sweeter fruits. Traveler, Daler drank the medicine. What did I snatch? Looking at the bowl of medicine in my hand. I dare not let Wankai drink this, especially after hearing that loud wolf drinking the medicine. It's definitely poisonous. Traveler, let's raise our cups to invite the moon. Come on. Traveler, is this melon sweet? Give it to me. Traveler, fortunes change in 30 years. Do not look down on the poor. Give it to me. I threw it directly back into the rental house. I originally wanted to steal Xiao Yan's ring. I know whose lines these are, but I forgot. Even Xiao Yan, who is at the 3rd stage of the fighting spirit, is stronger than me. He punched me back directly. It seems that stealing things shouldn't be too easy. I might get beaten if I encounter a tough opponent. After a few days of struggle, I've managed to get quite a lot of stuff, like watermelons, apples, and wine glasses. I even snatched the finger of a guy squatting, but it's all useless stuff. Bring the time travel item here. Before I could grab it, I got slapped hard. Sneaking into the female palace, you've got some nerve, little thief. A female guard immediately lifted me up, but then, I vanished right from her hands, along with the female guard's weapon. Hey, where's my weapon? It's gone. I saved snacks for 3 years to buy that top-quality mysterious item. The female guard almost cried for the lost weapon. I successfully returned and also took the female guard's long knife. I couldn't just take a slap for nothing. I had to bring something back. I was about to reach for the time travel item, but then I suddenly realized there was no one here. And now, I'm on an incredibly huge tree with fruit that looks like babies, but this tree is just too big. Even the closest fruit is 5 to 6 meters away. I'm running out of time, only 5 seconds, so without much thought, I started climbing towards the fruit. I have to pick it within 5 seconds. But then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Bold little thief, how dare you pick the ginseng fruit? 2 identical people flew towards me directly. I was so scared that I shivered, almost fell from the tree. But in just that moment of shivering, time was up. I went straight back to the city, and at that moment, I was less than half a meter away from the ginseng fruit. It's all fate. It hurt so much, just half a meter away. I felt my heart ache, so close, just a little bit more. I could have picked it, so angry that I punched the wall and made a big hole. I was confused too. Do I have the strength of an ox? This isn't a wooden wall, it's a concrete wall. Do I not know my own body? Since when did I become so strong? Wait, could it be the ginseng fruit? Sniffing it can give you 360 years of life. Could it be that just by sniffing it, I become a superhero? It's not entirely impossible. After all, it's the ginseng fruit. Eating one can give you 47,000 years of life. And just smelling it can give you over 360 years. At this point, I looked at my well-defined abs, feeling rejuvenated. I felt like I should be invincible now, at least, I no longer belong to the category of ordinary people. It's time to go out and have some fun. Leaving the house, I plan to go to the gym first, at least to test how strong I am. I'm at least a superhero now. What if I can't control my strength and end up hurting someone? My whole body is filled with power, I feel excited all over. Having gained this power, I need to be cautious. I can't be too flashy, but showing off a little should be fine. For example, going to the gym, performing a one-handed barbell lift for the ladies there. Just watch, I'll definitely captivate thousands of girls. However, at that moment, I did hear cries of distress coming from a nearby alley. I walked over and saw a group of burly men beating up a woman. I immediately rushed over, but to my surprise, the woman turned out to be my ex-girlfriend who had swindled me out of over 200,000. Without hesitation, I delivered a swift kick to her face, knocking out one of her front teeth. She went flying backward, landing over 2 meters away. She had conned me out of over 200,000 and then ran off with another man. If I didn't hit her, I wouldn't be a man. I grabbed the woman and gave her 2 big slaps. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have ended up as a freelancer. Several loud slaps left the woman's face swollen and bruised. Bro, calm down. A few hits are enough, don't escalate it. When they saw me about to hit her, a few burly men quickly intervened. The woman had swindled their boss, which is why he sent them to teach her a lesson. But when they saw me slapping her, they felt the pain themselves. If I kept hitting her, they probably would have given up. Who dares to swindle my money? I have thousands of brothers. I've fought more people than you can imagine. After being pulled apart, I continued to curse and say harsh words. When a few strong men heard it, this is still a tough situation. Speaking of it, what kind of gang is the Tiandi Club? How come I've never heard of it? A gang with thousands of people is quite significant. My brothers also roam around in the underworld. Which area are they from? How come I've never heard of the Tiandi Club? I'm so ignorant. You didn't even bother to ask around which QQ mobile game Android area it is. You don't know your stuff, bro. The Tiandi Club covers various major mobile game areas, with thousands of members. If you're a brother, come and take me on. Do you guys want to join the club? With thousands of members, I thought you were someone, but it turns out you're just an animal. So you're the legendary dog, huh? If you're a brother, come and take me on. In the end, I left cursing, leaving the follow-up to these few guys. Women really only affect the speed of my action. This time I finally realized it. Tomorrow, I'm going to snatch 10. I failed to save the beauty, and instead, it turned into seeking revenge. Maybe I'm just not cut out to be a good person. I quickly went to the gym to show off, but to my disappointment, I didn't see the girl. Instead, a group of muscular guys gave me admiring looks. After all, people with such strength are not often seen, and their bodies are not at all bulky. This scared me. I don't want to get into a battle and end up being deleted. So I almost ran out of the gym while carrying the barbell. It's too scary here. I swear I'll never come back. According to my tests, my strength should be over 10 tons, and my speed is also more than 10 times that of an average person. And this probably isn't even my limit. Regular gyms can't measure my limits. The next morning, I was also prepared. This time, I had a feeling that I would definitely be able to grab something good. I instantly disappeared from the rental house and appeared directly at the foot of a scenic area, with a large Mercedes parked nearby. What can I steal in modern times? And there's no one within 5 meters around. I don't have enough time for this in just a few seconds. However, just at that moment, I suddenly noticed that the door of the Mercedes was open, and the key was hanging inside. I didn't know if I could take this thing away. In just 5 seconds, I said to myself, let's give it a try. I sat in and then both the person and the car disappeared instantly. At this moment, Yifan, who was on a trip to Mount Tai, had just bought a bottle of water and was walking over this way, then he was dumbfounded. Where's my car? I had such a big car. The effort I made to buy a bottle of water was all in vain. At this moment, I appeared directly back in the rental house, and along with me, there was also a large Mercedes. I was also dumbfounded. I really brought it back. But how do I get it out? Although I live on the ground floor, such a big car can't get out. And it's a black car, I can't drive it either. I can only sell it. The car is still good, probably worth around 100,000, but the problem is still there. I have to get the car out first. No other choice, I have to break the wall while there's time. I just grabbed a hammer and smashed the wall in 5 minutes. I hopped in the car and went out. I guess I'm strong now, otherwise, I wouldn't have smashed the wall so quickly. Gotta say, driving feels really good. But this is a Benz from another world, no license plate or driver's license. But it shouldn't be a problem to fool people normally. If you don't look closely, you probably can't tell. Just when I was feeling proud, driving the Benz, a call came in. Who is this? Li Chen, help, your old man is in trouble. There are zombies in Renjia village. A young man's voice came from the phone. I don't have a disobedient son like you. If you're in trouble, call the police. What's the use of calling me? Go wherever it's cool. I'm hanging up. Please, Chen, you're like a brother to me. It's really dangerous here, there are real zombies. Half the village has turned into zombies. If you don't come soon, I'm done for. You should call the police for the zombies. Do you think I can kill them? If it really doesn't work, plant some more. Buy sunflowers, pea shooters, hold on a bit longer. I'm busy here. No, bro, I called the police, but they said I was provoking. The police will be legally responsible if they hit me again. You're kidding. There are no zombies in this world. If there were, I'd live stream myself eating them. Before I could finish speaking, a video call came in from the other side, and as soon as I answered, there was a roar. I saw my good buddy across the street, the scoundrel, shivering on the roof. I'm live streaming eating. Every setback is a setup for a comeback. Bro, before you die, tell me your bank card password. I'll take care of your wife and daughter. Li Chen, can you stop making jokes at a time like this? Hurry and come save me. The guy on the opposite roof is already done for. I don't think I can hide for much longer. If you don't come to save me, I'll come find you after I die. Call the police. I've been in situations like this before. They won't believe me. If you say there are zombies, they'll think you're crazy. Tell them you stumbled upon terrorists trading drugs, about a dozen armed men are after you, and you're hiding in Ren's village. Ask them to send a special forces team over. Make sure to tell them the enemy is heavily armed and to bring powerful weapons. Got it? Damn. Can you really say that? My bro is reliable. I'll call right away. Damn. My phone is about to die. 10 seconds until shutdown. Bro, save me. With that, Li Chen disappeared from Chinsho's sight. Li Chen, isn't this a mess? He went back inside to grab his gear, then drove his Mercedes-Benz at 45 miles per hour towards Ren's village. He didn't call the police because if he were in trouble, he would, but this was his brother. Firstly, the police might not be able to handle zombies, and they might end up in a tough situation. Even if they win, many would likely die, as zombies aren't afraid of bullets and can turn others into zombies by biting. The police would be at a disadvantage without understanding the situation. If it were his own life in danger, he wouldn't care about their losses, as his life is more important. But his brother is different. His strength surpasses that of zombies, and he has a valuable sword that can cut through iron like mud. Dealing with ordinary zombies is like child's play for him. They can't even get close to him. However, he still needs to be cautious, as one bite could be fatal. He didn't want to go, but he had no choice. More police officers would die if he didn't act, so it was better for him to go alone. Although his brother was a bit of a troublemaker, he still needed to be saved. He took all the useful items he had acquired, especially the mysterious great sword, which he believed could easily cut through zombies. 20 minutes later, Li Chen sped into Ren's village and saw a large group of zombies, likely villagers turned into zombies. These zombies were slow and stiff, and while an average person could handle a few, their sheer number posed a challenge. Zombies don't fear injury, but if you get hurt, you're as good as turned. Chinsho had been forced to hide on the roof, and while he hadn't been surrounded yet, escaping would be difficult once he was. Seeing a car approaching, several zombies began to shuffle towards it. Li Chen hesitated with his short sword, then decided to pick up a nearby shovel and easily knock the closest zombie's head off. With his current strength, dealing with these zombies was effortless. Chinsho, your dad's here to save you. Make a sound if you're alive. Squeak. Li Chen heard a squeak from the rooftop in the distance. Well, he asked for a sound, and he got one. Li Chen used 2 shovels to clear a path through the zombies and headed over. There were many zombies around, so he needed to act quickly to avoid being surrounded. Come down, he shouted as he approached the house. Chinsho heard the ladder being extended directly and then carefully climbed down. What time is it? Can't you just jump down instead of climbing the ladder? I'll catch you. Forget it. Can you hold my weight of over 100 pounds? Don't let me fall to death before being bitten by zombies. Chinsho continued to climb down carefully. Although the house was a rural one, it was a 2-story building, so there was still some height. Otherwise, he would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Li Chen saw his speed and realized that if the zombies came, he wouldn't be able to come down. He directly lifted the ladder, carrying Chinsho and the ladder away together. What are you doing? The ladder moved, scaring Chinsho so much that he almost peed himself. Hurry up and come down. If you don't move, the zombies will come. Hearing Li Chen shout, Chinsho also quickly climbed down. Although he didn't know why Li Chen had such great strength, it was not the time to think about that now. Soon, Chinsho landed, and Li Chen directly pulled him and ran towards the car. Get in the car. Li Chen got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and drove out with Chinsho who had just gotten in, leaving the zombies far behind. Li Chen, who usually drove at 45 miles per hour, was now speeding up to 180. To be honest, Li Chen's heart was trembling at driving so fast, but he had to do it to save their lives. The zombies were too slow and were soon left far behind by Li Chen. He gradually slowed down the car and stopped by the side of the road, feeling his heart beating fast. Li Chen was scared to death. There are really zombies in this world. Li Chen quickly got out of the car and lit a cigarette. When encountering something, don't panic, just smoke a cigarette to calm down. Chino also crawled out of the car weakly. This was probably the most thrilling day for him. He had come here to have fun with friends, but out of curiosity, he went to see an old man who was about to be buried. Then he heard a Taoist priest saying something about a dragonfly touching the water but not getting wet. What's the point of covering the cemetery with cement? He didn't really understand, but in the end, the old man came out directly, and the Taoist priest was in trouble. After that, his friend should still be wandering with a group of zombies in the village. It was only because he ran fast and climbed high that he didn't end up like them. Hey, Li Chen, when did you become so strong? Chino looked at Li Chen in confusion. Don't you know who your father is? I used to keep a low profile, just wanting to make friends with you guys as an ordinary person. Forget it. We grew up together. I know you well. I've seen your abs like a 991. If you were really that strong, you wouldn't have been chased by the neighbor's hen for 2 miles. If I'm not mistaken, you should still have a chicken claw mark on your butt. Li Chen, let's not dwell on the past. Why are you bringing up those things? The chicken claw mark is long gone. However, while the two were still chatting, a group of zombies dressed in Qing dynasty clothing jumped over, moving extremely fast, far beyond the walking corpses in Ren's village. It was clear that these were real ancient corpses. How the zombies exhaled white smoke, their fangs exposed, and their jet-black nails gleaming with a cold light. Damn it! How are there more of them? Chino's face turned green at the sight of the zombies, but fortunately there weren't as many here as in the village, only about 7 or 8. However, it was clear that these zombies were stronger. Damn it! Looks like we have to fight hard, Li Chen said, pulling out the shovel he had just put in the car and handing it to Chino, who looked confused. Take this. Remember not to let them get close, Li Chen said calmly. What about you? Me? I'll just go with the flow. With that, Li Chen drew out the mysterious gray treasure knife, its blade cold and shining like autumn water. He then performed a handsome knife move and swiftly chopped off a zombie's head with one strike. The blade remained unstained with blood, and the zombie's tough skin and bones were like tofu in front of this treasure knife. Li Chen, who was inexperienced, didn't know how to praise it, so he could only silently exclaim in his heart. He then left Chino with a mysterious look. Chino, seeing Li Chen easily kill a zombie with one strike, thought these zombies were all like paper tigers. He immediately went up and swung the shovel. Bang! The shovel hit, causing Chino's head to buzz, but the zombie's skin remained unbroken. In return, the zombie swept him away with a backhand. Chino, this is not scientific. How could Chino, with his exceptional talent, not even break the skin with one shovel? However, at that moment, Li Chen displayed great power, cutting those zombies into pieces with a few strikes. Chino was stunned. Was this still his good buddy? They had agreed to be useless together, but now he was secretly showing off his skills. These zombies were actually very powerful, each weighing 400 to 500 kilograms and having tough skin and bones. Even with firearms, an ordinary person might not be able to kill them. But when they encountered Li Chen, not to mention his iron-cutting treasure knife, just his strength of several thousand kilograms could knock out a tooth with one punch. However, at that moment, applause rang out, and a figure in a black hooded cloak slowly walked out. Hee. Wonderful. Indeed, it's a good knife. My century-old jumping zombies with tough skin and bones can't be pierced by bullets, but under your knife, they are like tofu. It's truly a good knife. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of such a useless person like you, a divine weapon covered in dust. Behind the man in black were 2 even larger zombies, wearing golden armor, clearly extraordinary compared to the previous common zombies. In a movie, they would at least be considered mini-bosses. What's the matter? Are you planning to fight or what? We have no grudges against you, so why are you chasing us? Hee. Knowing that I raise and refine zombies, can you still run? The Ren family village has already been wiped out. Do you think I will let you go? So there's no room for negotiation. Let's follow the rules of the martial world and have a one-on-one duel, Chino said, taking a step back, while the opponent's 2 zombies took a step forward. Li Chen glanced at Chino, feeling disappointed in this unreliable guy, embarrassing the beasts. Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Li Chen said, raising the treasure knife. In front of the blade, all beings are equal. It doesn't matter if you're a zombie, with one strike, I'll turn you into a dead body. However, what Li Chen didn't notice was that a yellow paper crane had flown behind him at some point. It turned into a stream of light and crashed directly into Li Chen's hand holding the knife. The long knife fell with a clatter, and the man in black, with a hand gesture, pointed a finger, causing the knife to fly up and land directly in the man in black's hand. Kid, don't you know that villains die from talking too much? If it weren't for fearing the knife in your hand, do you think I would have said so much to you? The man in black robes laughed as he held a long knife, admitting that he wasn't confident. The knife was too sharp, and even though his 2 copper-armored zombies were powerful, he couldn't guarantee they could withstand the blade. If they couldn't, it would be a disaster. The man in black robes was not a prominent figure, involved in heinous acts like killing and controlling zombies. His strength was not great, and he was an outsider in the supernatural circle. The necromancy he practiced was acquired by chance. If his deeds were exposed, he would have no place to bury himself. The necromancy site was his design, originally intended to kill a family, but the unexpected turnout attracted the whole village. Mr. Ren's appearance led to a massacre. The incident must not be revealed, at least not immediately. Given a day, he could flee abroad, beyond reach. Therefore, the 2 people had to die. The man in black robes had confidence in his zombies. If not for the precious knife, he could kill not just 2 people, but even 200. Li Chen? I know villains die from talking too much, but who between us is the real villain? Despite losing the knife, Li Chen remained calm. With his strength, dealing with the 2 zombies was not a problem, let alone killing the man in black robes. Let's see how you can fight me now. Without this knife, you are nothing, gloated the man in black robes. However, Li Chen pulled out a handgun and aimed it at the man in black robes. The man in black robes. A gun? Where did the gun come from? Do you think I'm easily scared? Firearms are prohibited in China. Do you really think a toy gun can intimidate me? Bang! The man in black robes knelt as the bullet hit his leg. Li Chen intended to shoot his head, but the gunshot startled him, causing him to miss. The man in black robes writhed in pain, never dreaming he would be shot with a handgun. Though he was at the bottom of his circle, he was invincible among ordinary people. However, like a martial arts master, a bullet could easily take him down, as they were from different systems. Li Chen picked up the knife and swiftly dispatched the 2 zombies before holding it to the man in black robe's neck. What's your bank card password? Transfer all the money to me, or I'll show you what it means to kill without shedding blood. The man in black robes. Damn! Who have I encountered? Is this the rumored underworld? You won't give it? Then I'll chop off one of your legs, maybe the middle one. Li Chen raised the knife. No. I'll give it. Frantically, he transferred 5 million to Li Chen, his entire fortune. The rest were non-liquid assets he couldn't give directly. Alright, you know your place. With a swift strike, Li Chen chopped him, ensuring no future trouble. In this remote area with few cameras, the deaths in Ren's village would likely go unnoticed, especially with one less person to investigate. When he crosses back, he throws the body into the other world, that's when no one knows. Li Chen said as he tossed the body onto the car. Chino was dumbfounded by this move. You are too skilled at this. Is this not your first time doing this? In fact, Li Chen also felt quite handy, maybe he was born with this talent. However, when Li Chen threw the black-robed man onto the car, a book fell out of the man's body, with the words Dao Miao Ling technique written on it. Oh, a treasure dropped. Li Chen picked it up and flipped through a couple of pages. This should be the manual that this black-robed man studied. He really has something. Li Chen directly threw it to Chino. Print a copy for yourself to study, and return the original to me. Chino was puzzled, his childhood friend of over 20 years, he now seemed unfamiliar. Today's events were quite shocking to him. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Don't talk about today's events to anyone. Oh, Chino quickly got into the car. They couldn't handle the matters in Rinjia village, but since there are Taoists in this world, someone should come to deal with it, they could just expose it later, right? Chino, do you think I believe you? Can't you come up with a better excuse? Always involved in illegal drug trades. Back then you asked me to report to the police using the same excuse, right? Although this excuse is a bit far-fetched, Chino didn't ask much. It was fine whether the car was stolen or bought. Even if caught, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the gun was different, and there was a body in the car now? Sometimes it's better not to know too much. He just needed to know that Li Chen wouldn't harm him. After sending Chino home, Li Chen hurried back. His house's wall was not yet sealed. It wouldn't be good if thieves broke in. Back home, he first dealt with the body, at least wrap it in a sack. And the blood in the car needed to be cleaned up. He had to take the body away early tomorrow, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Although there were no surveillance cameras near Rinjia village, there were too many dead bodies, and he had killed so many zombies, the knife wounds were visible. He couldn't handle that scene, so he could only pray. If the one handling it was a Taoist or something, then probably no one would come looking for him. but if it was the police, they might actually trace it back to him. But he didn't leave any evidence of murder, right? When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally be straight. Even if they investigate the zombies in the village, they couldn't do anything to him, right? So he picked up a door panel and sealed the wall first. Otherwise, he might feel the draft while sleeping. He would call someone to fix it tomorrow. After sealing the wall, Li Chen lay down on the bed, took out his phone. He had taken a few photos of the manual before leaving. He thought he could learn this skill. Asking Chino to print a copy was also a way to give him an opportunity. After all, they had been brothers for so many years. He couldn't give him money, but he could duplicate the manual. He must give his brother some self-defense power. 81227085 Reader Communication Group Crossing. As soon as it was dawn, Li Chen directly crossed with the body. 8 years. A full 8 years. I've been eating fish for 8 years. Do we still have a future? This is 60,000 years ago. Humans haven't even been born yet. How can there be no future? You have knowledge, I have magic. We can farm, build houses, build power plants. Power plants? Upon hearing these 3 words, Yusuoe suddenly realized something and took out the prince. Yes, they could also build power plants. They still have a future. Bring it on! But at this moment, Li Chen suddenly appeared, directly snatching the prince and disappearing in an instant, leaving only a body lying on the ground. It's over. We have no future at all. The two stared blankly at the prince being taken away, frozen in place, their last hope gone. No! Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling, the world vast and boundless. In the blink of an eye, in just 5 seconds, Li Chen ran over and snatched the phone just right. The two had been eating fish for 8 years, but they were too stunned to stop him. Li Chen, who had traveled back, looked at the phone in confusion. Why did he snatch a phone? What's the use of this thing? It's just a Nokia. A brick phone would be more useful. However, at that moment, Li Chen suddenly felt a slight vibration in the system fragments inside him, as if they wanted to devour the phone. Li Chen didn't stop it, but instead released control, and a small black sphere flew out from his body, smashing the Nokia phone, releasing a string of pale yellow digital information. The prince's function had a spacetime attribute, theoretically capable of improving the system fragments to some extent, which is why the system fragments had the urge to devour. This was not consciousness but a survival instinct of the residual system. The mathematical information entered the system fragments, and a voice appeared in Li Chen's mind. Prince system at your service. Prince system? Li Chen was puzzled. What kind of system was this prince system? The prince is the software, the system fragments are the hardware, and the prince system is the product of their combination, possessing all the functions of the prince and the system fragments. However, due to different spacetime, it cannot freely traverse, still limited to traversing various realms for 5 seconds. But now the number of times has increased to twice a day, and the prince has brought a large amount of spacetime power, allowing the owner to undertake a 3-day-long journey. The spacetime power is extremely valuable, and a large amount of it can further strengthen the prince system, so please use it carefully. Wait, if there is spacetime power, why can I still only traverse for 5 seconds? The 5-second traversal is a function of the fragments themselves, consuming spatial free energy rather than spacetime power. Therefore, although both involve traversal, the principles are different. The prince system currently cannot analyze its principles, so to undertake a long journey, spacetime power must be consumed. So, I still have one more chance to traverse today. Yes, traverse. Kororo card hiding dark power. Show me your true power before me. I command you as the master. Bring it on. Seal released. Where's my card? The girl holding a magic wand with a woodpecker head was slightly dazed. Would the Kororo card disappear on its own? Li Chen, who returned in 5 seconds, was holding a Kororo card in his hand. He recognized this thing. And just by hearing the incantation, he knew what it was. This was a good thing. It looked like a win card, not bad. His luck was really turning around. Although his robbery behavior was somewhat unethical, ethics couldn't put food on the table. He could talk about ethics when he became awesome. Now he should be considered awesome, right? The prince brought not only the system but also a multitude of functions, such as flying, invisibility, and function transfer, all of which could make him a superhero. And because of the master-slave relationship with the fragments, the prince would obey commands absolutely, there would be no illegal operations, and energy was not a concern, as the system fragments could automatically absorb free energy. As long as it was not consumed drastically, it could be used continuously. Perhaps he can go for a spin in the other world now, but he still plans to prepare well before doing so. After all, time travel is not a joke, and this is a one-time trip with only 3 days. He doesn't know when he will have the chance to time travel again, so he must make sure to get some good stuff. Prince, Operate the 5 million in my bank account to make it look more legitimate. Yes, Li Chen still hasn't forgotten about that 5 million. After all, if a large sum of money is transferred without proper operation, it's easy to run into problems. But with the prince, it's a piece of cake. He doesn't know when his Batman suit will arrive. After finally being awesome for a bit, he wants to go out and be a hero. He also wants to be a flying man. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound is heard. Oh no! Could it be that my Batman suit has arrived so soon? Li Chen hurriedly ran over to open the door, but the moment he opened it, his legs went weak and he almost knelt down. He saw 2 police officers standing outside, looking at him sternly. Oh no! Could it be that the incident in Renjia village has been exposed? It's not my fault. I didn't release the zombies, even though that cloaked figure killed them. I cleaned up the bodies. You can't possibly have evidence, right? Mr. Li, come with us. Li Chen's vision darkened and he almost passed out. Going with them, this is a big trouble. Will I be able to come back after going there? Should I run? Resisting the police would be a bigger crime. Should I confess? Just say that the people were killed by zombies. It has nothing to do with me. Officers, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I confess and ask for leniency. I refuse to cheat, gamble, or play table tennis. I have no connection to the incident in Renjia village. I was just going to pick up my friend. I didn't do anything. Police. What are you saying? A few days ago, we arrested a female scammer, and based on her confession, she scammed you out of over 200,000. We came here specifically to investigate. But now it seems you have other issues too. Li Chen. So that's what it's about. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't know I would feel guilty. This is a big trouble. Confessing on my own. This is a big trouble. Luckily, I only mentioned Renjia village and there's still hope for redemption. After all, I didn't do this. Just then, Xinshuo's figure ran over from a distance. Brother Zhua, I'm here. The stuff is printed. Oh my god. Brother Zhua, you turned yourself in. Xinshuo saw the 2 police officers standing at the door and exclaimed, oh my god. Li Chen. Can't you speak properly? What do you mean by turning myself in? The 2 police officers immediately looked at Li Chen differently. They even started reaching for their guns. Prince. Erased their memories for 2 minutes. Oh my god. Brother Zhua, you turned yourself in. Just after deleting their memories, Xinshuo shouted, oh my god, you turned yourself in. Just as the legend goes, he's a bad teammate. The eyes of the 2 police officers instantly became suspicious towards Li Chen. Ahem. What nonsense. The 2 officers are here to give me money, and watching adult videos is not illegal. Is that so? So watching adult videos is not illegal, but that's not what I meant. Smack. Li Chen directly slapped the back of his head, telling him to shut up. Ahem. Although watching adult videos is not illegal, spreading such content is prohibited, and that's illegal. Young people should watch less of this stuff. Let this be a lesson. Yes, yes. After a rough journey to the police station, Li Chen was confirmed as a victim. The money owed to him will be returned promptly, and the female scammer will probably spend the rest of her life in prison. She scammed too much money. Actually, Li Chen should perhaps also thank his ex-girlfriend, because in the past he was too honest. If he hadn't been so honest, he wouldn't have been deceived. It was that incident that made him realize that one should prioritize oneself, and that all good deeds should be done with oneself at the center to avoid being taken advantage of. What about a sick mother? What about a pitiful sister? I live like a dog, but you want me to pity those who live worse than dogs? Without enough strength, one has no right to pity, especially since the other party may not be as you see them. If I had 10 million, I believe I would donate 9 million, but if I only have 1,000, I wouldn't donate a penny, because I really have 1,000. Sometimes, living well is the greatest help to society. Some people are not even pitiable by heaven, so why should you pity them? Li Chen learned a lesson with 200,000 in the past. She said her mother was seriously ill and she came out to work. Her sister was at home taking care of their mother alone. She said she had borrowed from everyone and no one was willing to lend her money anymore because she couldn't pay it back. Li Chen even went to her house to see her mother. At that time, he was really naive. He believed her. He didn't even plan to ask for the over 200,000 back. But later he realized that the truly pitiful person was him. Back at home, looking at his shabby rental house, Li Chen felt a bit homesick. Now he doesn't lack money anymore. He doesn't have to live in this small rental house anymore. Maybe he can go home now. That day, he left the rental house, compensated the landlady for a lot of money. After all, he did break the wall. After so many years, I finally look like a human being. Let's go home. I wonder how mom is doing. After packing up, Li Chen drove back home with Wang Kai in his Mercedes that same day. Wealth does not prevent one from returning home, like wearing a brocade robe at night. Now, even I am a millionaire, I can't wait to show off when I go back. Li Chen's family is not far from the county town, but it takes 2 to 3 hours by car. However, it wasn't until he got home that he remembered one thing: this car was stolen. It was also fake. Thank goodness he wasn't caught. If he had been caught, it would have been a disaster. It's better to sell this car early. I should buy my own car in the future. I feel more at ease driving my own car. Bang! One bamboo. Hoo! However, before Li Chen entered the house, he heard the sound of mahjong inside. Standing outside, he saw his mother, who looked even more spirited than when he left. Wait, why does she look even more beautiful and energetic? Did my leaving relieve her of so much pressure? Li Chen felt a bit hurt. This doesn't seem right. Isn't it said in movies and novels that parents age a lot when their children leave home for a few years? What's going on? Not only does she look more energetic, but she seems to have put on makeup. When did my mom learn to put on makeup? Wait a minute. Do we have a neighbor named Wang next door? After all, Dad has been gone for so many years. As he thought about it, Li Chen's face turned pale. Could it be that I have an Uncle Wang now? Oh, Li Chen is back. It's not even New Year's yet. Why are you back? Li Chen. After some communication, Li Chen finally understood why his mother looked more energetic and beautiful. It was because he wasn't at home, so his mother's workload was reduced by half. With nothing to do, she went out for walks, learned makeup from some young girls, played mahjong when free, and lived a very comfortable life. In her 40s, she now looks like she's in her 30s, radiant and rejuvenated. So, I'm just a burden. Oh, suddenly, Li Chen felt a bit nostalgic for his small rental house. He thought that his absence would make his mother miss him a lot, but who knew that now she didn't even have a single white hair, and people even believed that she and he were siblings. Originally, life was better without my mom. T to the power of T. I shouldn't have come back. This is what they call life deceiving you. But even though Li Chen's return increased Mom's workload, you can still see that she is quite happy, especially when she sees that Mercedes. To be honest, home is comfortable. Although Li Chen's family is in the countryside, the decoration is still quite good. After all, even the countryside has developed now. In fact, there isn't much difference from the city, and they even have a bigger courtyard. Their courtyard is quite large, to put it that way. It's big enough to play football, and it's nice to grow flowers and vegetables. And having such a big courtyard will make it more convenient for future big purchases. Besides Mom, there is no one else at home, which is great, and it can prevent Uncle Lao Wang from coming to visit. Nowadays, Mom is much better than before. She looks pretty after putting on makeup, inevitably attracting attention. I'm not against Mom finding someone else, I am against it. I can't accept Uncle Lao Wang. I will protect Dad's hat. Saying this, Li Chen turned over like a salted fish and went straight into the bed. With Mom taking care of him, he can stay in bed all day, comfortable. The next day, Li Chen's delivery arrived. He checked out too quickly and now he has to go back to pick it up, but he doesn't plan to drive there again. He can fly there now. Prince. Function transfer, fly. As soon as he left the house, Li Chen took off from the spot and flew back to where he used to live. The delivery was in the locker, so it was convenient to pick up. After taking it out, he couldn't wait to find a place to change into his Batman suit. Then he soared into the sky, looking cool. Although he couldn't be too high profile, flying sneakily was no problem. He even wanted to uphold justice a bit. After all, it's not good to fly around without showing off a bit. There are so many teenagers in their rebellious phase now, no one should take him seriously. Li Chen started to hover in the sky, ready to bring justice to the wrongdoers. Soon, Li Chen locked onto his target. He saw a man with a knife robbing a woman. Ah! Help! Someone is robbing me! The woman shouted in fear. Don't scream! I'm only after money. If you dare to scream again, I'll stab you to death. The man with the knife threatened fiercely. Help! The woman kept shouting. The man stabbed the woman in the stomach, blood gushing out. She fell to the ground in fear, clutching her stomach as blood flowed out freely. Damn it! I told you not to scream. The man grabbed the woman's bag and was about to run, but at that moment, Li Chen descended from the sky, kicking the man in the face, sending him flying. Then he used a grappling move to disarm him and retrieve the stolen bag. Before leaving, he didn't forget to kick him again. He stabbed someone without hesitation. How ruthless can you be? Luckily, I arrived early. Li Chen ran towards the woman. Prince. Medical function, heal. Master. Target's vital signs are normal, no treatment needed. Li Chen? Normal vital signs? A big wound like that and her vital signs are normal? The woman looked at Li Chen in shock, not even bleeding anymore. Along with her, the passers-by, as well as the cameraman and assistant director hiding in the corner, were also shocked. Help! My arm! My arm can't move! The man with the knife also screamed in pain. Li Chen went up and kicked him twice. You're still screaming! You still have the nerve! Seeing Li Chen kick him again, the woman on the ground was no longer calm. Who is this person? At the slightest provocation, she would resort to violence. She quickly got up and rushed to pull Li Chen, fearing that things would escalate if the fight continued. Don't worry, beauty. I'll help you get it back. Trust me, I'll take you to the hospital right away. No need to thank me too much, just remember my name, I'm Batman. Thank you so much. But the person who needs to go to the hospital right now is not me, it's the male lead. Medical team. Medical team. Quick, quick. Stretcher. Stretcher. Call an ambulance quickly. At this point, even the director was losing his composure, shouting for the medical team to come out. Who did they provoke while filming this movie? And where did this guy come from? He was too ruthless. Li Chen, Seeing the director and cameraman rushing out one after another, Li Chen seemed to understand something, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why make filming so realistic? And can't the cameraman be a bit more open? Who can see if they hide and cover up like this? What if they run into someone who acts heroically? At the same time, Li Chen was also relieved that he was wearing the Batman suit and his face was not visible. This would have been a big joke if his identity was revealed. It's a good thing no one knows it's me. What does Batman's mistake have to do with me, Li Chen? Taking advantage of the distraction of the crowd, Li Chen quickly slipped away. As he said, in broad daylight, who would dare to commit robbery in the street? On the way back, Li Chen quickly changed back into his clothes. It seemed that he couldn't pretend to be Batman and act righteously anymore. Indeed, matters of justice are not suitable for me. Walking home with a gloomy face, a yellow figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Chen. Young man, do I look like a person, or like a god? It turned out to be a cunning yellow weasel asking for a reward. Li Chen, can you speak English? Yellow weasel, don't tell me you're not Asian. Speak English to me. You look, me, like God or people. Stumblingly said the yellow weasel, although it didn't know much, it still understood a few simple sentences. As a well-educated member of the Huang family, how could a few English sentences stump the yellow weasel? Li Chen, you're quite good at this. Yellow weasel, you can speak Chinese too. Li Chen, of course. I'm a true descendant of the Chinese people, how could I not speak Chinese? I just wanted to know if you could speak English. Let's go. With that, Li Chen kicked the yellow weasel directly, sending it flying. Damn. You have no martial ethics. Just wait, I will definitely come back. Saying that, the yellow weasel disappeared through the clouds, and it was unknown if kicking it so high would kill it. Really? You're a yellow weasel, not a big bad wolf. You will definitely come back. Let's talk when you come back. Kicking away the yellow weasel, Li Chen's gloomy mood improved a lot. So, as they say, when someone else is gloomy, you won't be gloomy. When he returned home, his mother had already prepared lunch. His mother's cooking skills were impeccable, at least much better than his 20-year-old instant noodle skills. Li Chen, you just came back and you're always at home. When are you going to find a job? Li Chen? I just came back today. With you at home, I can't gather people to play mahjong, you're in the way, how can you be so useless? You can't cook, you don't do housework, you haven't earned much money, you might as well go out and find a girlfriend, your main account is useless, but at least create a Smurf account for me. Li Chen. Yi Xingyon looked up at the sky. How could such an outstanding woman like my mother give birth to such an unreliable son? Is he really my biological child? Why didn't any of my excellent genes get passed down? Li Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly took out his phone to check his bank card balance. He directly revealed 5 million and slapped it on the table. You are no longer the same as before. Damn! So many zeros, units of 10, 100, 1,000, million, 5 million. Did you rob a bank? Li Chen's mother was so excited that she stood up directly. Rob a bank? Is your son the kind of person who would do that? Isn't he? Oh, Li Chen. Li Chen felt hurt. Is this how you see me in your heart? I'm such a good child. Handsome and elegant, not stealing or robbing. Can you find someone as outstanding as me on the entire planet? This is all the result of my hard work. Every penny is earned honestly. If you don't believe me, go ask Chino. The money processed by the Crown Prince is completely fine. Absolutely no one can trace it. The source is absolutely legitimate. Whether it is truly legitimate is not important. I'll just consider it as your own earnings. Just don't leave any evidence, and from now on, just say that you earned it yourself. Li Chen. So in your eyes, your son is a criminal. Although the source is indeed not very legitimate, this is hard-earned money. After fooling his mother, Li Chen went back to his room. He still had 2 chances to time travel today. He had a feeling that he would definitely be able to get something good today. Time travel. And so the hero defeated the 3 sons of the Demon King, recklessness, pride, and greed. But the Demon King was too powerful, and in the end, the hero. Damn old man, I finally understand why you never finish telling the story. There's no hero in this world who won't be defeated. A girl sat in front of a hospital bed, telling the story her father used to tell her when she was young, tears continuously falling from her eyes. I never needed a hero who wouldn't be defeated. I just hope you can wake up. The girl cried heartbreakingly, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed something before running out. At the same time, Li Chen also returned home, holding an oxygen tube in his hand. Damn! Whose oxygen tube did I pull out? They won't die, right? Terrified, Li Chen quickly threw the oxygen tube away. This was a disaster. It seemed like he needed to be more careful next time. After all, it would be really embarrassing if he accidentally killed someone. Damn old man! Damn old man! Are you okay? Seeing the oxygen tube suddenly disappear, Xiaoman stood up in shock. He had been lying there for 3 years. How could he survive without the oxygen tube? Doctor! Doctor! Xiaoman quickly shouted for a doctor to run out, but at that moment, a big hand grabbed her. Xiaoman! Long time no see. Damn it! This time I must catch something good. What's with this oxygen tube? Time travel, conquer everything, let's go. Saying this, Li Chen disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared in a vast forest. Standing next to him was a cute girl with pink bunny ears, looking at the sudden appearance of Li Chen in shock. Li Chen looked around as soon as he appeared. There wasn't much here. There were trees, but he couldn't peel off the bark. There were hardly any grass on the ground. There was a little girl nearby, but she didn't have anything. Does this mean he came here for nothing? No! A thief never leaves empty-handed. He finally made the trip, so he couldn't just return empty-handed. In the end, Li Chen's gaze fell on the girl with rabbit ears, who was quite pretty. Come here, Li Chen said as he pulled the girl with rabbit ears into a French kiss. After all, he had to take advantage of the situation since he couldn't bring back living people. A deep kiss lasting 2.5 seconds, and Li Chen disappeared in an instant, leaving the girl with rabbit ears looking bewildered. So handsome, the girl with rabbit ears murmured absent-mindedly. Xiaowu, are you okay? How did you end up here? Who was that person just now? So handsome? Nothing, just a pervert, yes, a pervert. Ran that way, Sango, let's chase after him quickly, the girl with rabbit ears said with a slightly red face. Back in the room, Li Chen had returned perfectly, but he hadn't brought anything back from the 2 trips. However, the girl was quite nice, yes. Very moist. Ah, the randomness of time travel is too great. Who knows where I'll end up, working so hard and not getting anything. I'm really having a tough time. As the time travel ended, Li Chen calmed down and took out the Kuro card he had snatched earlier to study it. This card should be the wind card, representing earth, water, fire, and wind. The wind card seemed quite powerful, and it appeared to be a beautiful mature woman. Perhaps he should call her Wind Lady. He had watched the anime, and the Kuro card seemed quite mystical, right? Some Kuro cards were said to be intelligent, such as the light and dark cards, with the intelligence of the light and dark cards being the highest in this series, followed by the earth, water, fire, and wind cards. The Wind Lady could be considered a model worker, as most of the Kuro cards were collected with her help in the early stages. Moreover, the wind card was the gentlest of all the Kuro cards, almost never displaying aggressive behavior. Looking at the Kuro card in his hand, the Wind Lady seemed to nod slightly at Li Chen, as if acknowledging him, showing an extra gentle demeanor. Li Chen gently shook the Kuro card, and a gust of wind blew out, forming a beautiful woman dancing around him, surprisingly easy to control. This must be the wind card. At least Li Chen felt that if it were the fire card, it definitely wouldn't be so obedient. After studying the Kuro card, Li Chen began to study the Taoist manual left by the man in black robes, some yellow paper, cinnabar and such. Li Chen had bought quite a few of them a few days ago. Practicing casually, Li Chen found it surprisingly simple, and he could feel a force being mobilized within him. Looking at the few talismans he had just drawn, he pinched them with 2 fingers, then followed the instructions to channel his energy slightly, and the yellow talisman actually ignited. He had learned it in one go. Li Chen pondered for a moment, thinking that this might have something to do with his constitution. An ordinary person definitely wouldn't learn it so quickly, and he could feel the surge of power within him when drawing the talismans, which was abnormal. According to his understanding, a normal person's body shouldn't have that kind of power. Li Chen believed that it might be due to the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual fruits and beast milk he had consumed. He didn't understand cultivation, but the absorbed spiritual energy didn't disappear directly, but slowly transformed his body. Li Chen also tried some more difficult Taoist techniques, and he could basically perform them all, except for some particularly complex ones. He seemed to have become a genius. Could this be the legendary washing of the marrow and refining of the essence? In fact, he hadn't come into contact with many precious materials from heaven and earth, the most precious being just a breath of air after consuming ginseng fruit. But it had to be said that the ginseng fruit, as a congenital spiritual root, was absolutely amazing, and he also drank the beast milk from the gourd of the sun god every day, which was also effective. Because it was inscribed with the characters sun god, Li Chen named it the sun god gourd. In the end, Taoism is just a side door, using special methods to communicate with spirits and suppress ghosts. Drawing symbols and chanting spells are methods of communicating with spirits. According to Li Chen's speculation, this should be a simplified version of the immortal techniques used by cultivators. Although the methods are more complex and the power is weaker, it allows ordinary people to use them. Ultimately, it is still about communicating with spirits, and Li Chen happens to have spiritual energy within him, indicating he has the potential for cultivation. Meanwhile, zombies roam freely in Rinjia village, which has lost contact with the outside world. An invisible barrier surrounds the entire village, making it appear non-existent to outsiders, preventing anyone from entering or zombies from leaving. A middle-aged woman stands above the village, ready to handle the situation. Most supernatural incidents are dealt with by the locals, but this time it seems they have failed. The woman, with a cold expression, ignites a massive fire in the village using a golden talisman, showing that such mistakes in areas under the jurisdiction of sects should not happen. Without another glance at the village, she leaves on a flying sword, leaving the investigation to the police and focusing on maintaining stability in the area. The door of Li Chen's house is kicked open, revealing a yellow figure outside. "Kid, I've come knocking on your door. You dare kick me, Huang Daxian? Today, I'll show you the consequences of offending me. Charge, my minions." With that, the yellow weasel and its minions rush in. "Wait, slow down, be steady." One weasel is crushed under the wheels. Yi Xingyun steps out of the car, having parked poorly. "Mom, you can't drive like this. How will you pass the driving test? You should practice at home. You haven't taken the test either, have you?" "Me? I find it troublesome and don't want to bother." "Did you just run over something? Oh my, it's a huge weasel." Weasel. The apprentice dies before mastering the skill. Not a single minion left already. What a day. "Kid, you're finished today. Buy a coffin. Wait for death." "I'm really angry now." Li Chen and Yi Xingyun look at the weasel, realizing they didn't see it earlier because it was too short. "Oh my goodness. This weasel is cunning." Li Chen's mother, startled, throws her car keys at the weasel. Smack! Direct hit to the face, the weasel twitches, not giving it any face. As the keys fall, the weasel stands up, feeling unjustly treated, having done nothing wrong. As a yellow weasel, it feels that it also has some culture. Although it steals and deceives, it has never harmed anyone. It has a moral bottom line as a weasel, and it is cultured. It understands the law. If it dares to harm someone, the police will come for sure. Although it has some tricks up its sleeve, it knows it can't stop bullets. As a demon, it is certain that no one will speak up for it. It might even be killed directly. So it has always been cautious. But today is different. They have gone too far. I just want an explanation. Do you answer me or not? Why play games with me in English? That's one thing, but then you kick me, sending me flying tens of meters high. If it weren't for my sturdy body, I might have been done for. Don't I deserve justice? I haven't even said anything yet since I arrived, and you've already killed one of my little brothers and even hit me with a key. Isn't that too much? Today, as a yellow weasel, I will speak my mind. Even if I die today, even if I can't leave this place, I will still bite you. You have gone too far in bullying a weasel. Do you think the name of Yellow Daxian is just a joke? Today, no one can save you, I say it. With that, the yellow weasel leaped into the air, surrounded by a faint yellow aura. Today, it is going to explode. However, at that moment, a flying sword descended from the sky and directly pierced in front of the yellow weasel. A middle-aged beauty floated down slowly and landed next to the yellow weasel, lifting it up. What did you just say? The beauty said lightly. This was her territory, and she was already in a bad mood. After dealing with the affairs of Rinjia village, she had planned to return to the sect. But unexpectedly, she sensed demonic energy on her way back, so she came down directly. As soon as she arrived, she heard the yellow weasel talking tough. Ha ha. I mean, the name of Yellow Daxian is just a joke. Today, whoever comes is just a joke. Ah ha ha. Seeing the beauty, the yellow weasel instantly wilted. It couldn't handle these sect disciples. You dare to harm people in broad daylight. You're unlucky to meet me. Be a good demon in your next life. The beauty said as she dropped the yellow weasel and picked up the sword from the ground. The yellow weasel's face turned green. Am I not a good demon? I don't harm people or take lives. Just looking for an explanation should cost me my life. Is there no justice left? Please spare me. I have never harmed anyone. The kid kicked me last time, and I haven't even settled the score with him yet. I'm really innocent. The yellow weasel knelt on the ground, crying with tears and snot. Let's just let it go, shall we? It seems like it really didn't do anything wrong. Yi Xingyun looked at the yellow weasel little brother she had just crushed, feeling a bit reluctant. After all, she had accidentally killed the little brother first, and then killed it. It didn't seem right. The yellow weasel felt extremely wronged. What did it do wrong? Although it wanted to retaliate, it hadn't even made a move yet, and it had no intention of killing anyone. Is it too ruthless to kill it like this? Yi Xingyun also felt a bit compassionate looking at the pitiful yellow weasel. It could already speak. Killing it like this didn't seem right. Although she didn't understand what was a demon or not, this yellow weasel indeed hadn't harmed her. And she heard that it was very unlucky to have a yellow weasel die in the house. If you want to kill it, take it outside. The yellow weasel looked at Yi Xingyun with grateful eyes, almost with stars in its eyes. Yi Xingyun felt a bit creepy. If it were a little rabbit, it would be fine, but look at what you are, a yellow weasel trying to act cute. Let's just kill it. It's a bit disgusting to look at. Yellow weasel, Sigma the beauty glanced at Yi Xingyun and nodded. She was about to turn around, but suddenly turned back. The beautiful woman stared at Yi Xingyun with wide eyes, then she brought her 2 fingers together to touch her brow, and a golden light flashed in her eyes. To think it's a genius with the innate ice spirit body. A once-in-a-millennium talent. The beautiful woman exclaimed in shock. Are you willing to cultivate with me? I am the palace master Mi Yen of the Great Luo Palace. If you join my sect, I can guarantee that you will soar to great heights in the future. You will have a place in the whole world, maybe not becoming an immortal, but you will definitely stand at the pinnacle of the entire earth. You can freely use the resources of the Great Luo Palace, and even the position of the palace master can be passed on to you in the future. Li Chen scratched his head. Am I really this talented? Right. I am such an outstanding person. It's not strange to be a genius. I drank the milk of a spirit beast and took a bite of ginseng fruit. I have long since cleansed my body and mind. Even if I'm not unparalleled in the world, I am definitely one in a million. You, this woman, have a good eye. You can see my restrained temperament. Since that's the case, then I'll reluctantly. Enough. Get out of my way. Before Li Chen could finish his sentence, Mi Yen slapped him aside. Young lady, do you want to cultivate immortality? I am the palace master of the Great Luo Palace, at the peak of the Golden Core stage. If you follow me, you will never go wrong. With my strength, as long as I speak, no one in the world will dare to touch you. Although you started cultivating late, I can guarantee that you will form your core within 10 years. By then, you will have a lifespan of 1,000 years, and the whole world will be open to you. Li Chen? So it turns out I was just being presumptuous. The one-in-a-million genius is actually my mother? Does that mean I'm not a genius? Foolish woman, as the saying goes, the waves behind drive the waves ahead, each wave stronger than the last. As my mother's son, how could my talent be ordinary? It's just that you have eyes but fail to recognize a treasure. Can I bring my son along? Yi Xingyun asked, looking at the seemingly useless Li Chen. Mi Yen glanced at Li Chen, a flash of light in her eyes, and immediately saw Li Chen's foundation. His spiritual roots were shimmering with 7-colored light, although dazzling, they were too mixed. She had never seen spiritual roots with 7 attributes before. Generally speaking, the more singular and dazzling the spiritual root attributes, the better the talent. Like Yi Xingyun, born with the ice spirit root and possessing the ice spirit body, his spiritual roots were as bright as the moon. And Li Chen? With 7 attributes, although the light was still bright, it paled in comparison to Yi Xingyun. If he had only 2 or 3 attributes, she could reluctantly accept him as a disciple. But with so many attributes in his spiritual roots, not to mention entering the sect, he probably wouldn't even be able to step onto the path of immortality in his lifetime. What was the point of accepting him? To sweep the floors? His talent is too poor to have a chance at immortality. If you care for him, after you have learned enough, You can give him some elixirs to at least ensure his well-being for 100 years, Mian said lightly, showing that she valued people with strong emotional attachments, as only with such people could she expect returns. Let's forget it. He can't even cook. If I leave, he'll only be able to eat instant noodles. I'll have to take care of him even after having children. Yi Xingyun shook her head. No need. I'm fine on my own. You go cultivate immortality. Don't worry about me. I was doing just fine when you were working. If you miss me, come down to see me. If that's not possible, send me your location and I'll find you. Your son may not have any other skills, but he's awesome. At this moment, the weasel took the opportunity to sneak out of the courtyard while everyone was talking, and thoughtfully closed the door behind it. Yi Xingyun. Is there really such a thing as cultivating immortals in this world? Today might be Yi Xingyun's most bizarre day ever, encountering a talking weasel and seeing cultivators. Honestly, she felt like she was dreaming. Hurry up and take her away, as I said. Don't come down until you reach the golden core stage. Call me if you need anything, I will personally deliver it to you. Yi Xingyun. Who is the son and who is the mother between us? I don't need you to take care of me. Although Yi Xingyun wanted to stay, she also knew that this was a great opportunity. She couldn't offer anything to Li Chen by staying. She was just an ordinary housewife. Besides doing laundry and cooking for him, what else could she do? Maybe in a few years, he wouldn't need her anymore. Alright, wait for me for 10 years. I will come back to find you. Remember to find a daughter-in-law for me early. If I come back and don't see my grandson, I will skin you alive. Li Chen. With that, Mi Yan directly grabbed Yi Xingyun's shoulder and leaped into the air. A flying sword flew straight to their feet. The sword energy surrounded them to stabilize their stance. Then Mi Yan nodded at Li Chen and flew away into the distance. Ah, finally gone. Cultivation is so great. Your son still wants to cultivate. But don't worry, your son has great opportunities. In the future, I won't let you down. Maybe next time we meet, you won't be better than me. With that, Li Chen was about to go back inside. Wait. Cultivation. Isn't the cultivation world all about killing and seizing treasures? With Mom's personality, is it really okay for her to go to the cultivation world? Won't she be robbed? No, I have to leave something for Mom just in case. Saying that, Li Chen went inside and took out a backpack, soared into the sky in the direction of Mi Yan. After all, she was his mother, he had to give her something to protect herself. The cultivation world was not like the mundane world, it was full of danger and opportunities. He had to be cautious. He had drawn many talismans before, not very powerful, but still effective against some minor monsters. He could also give his mother the mysterious grey treasure knife, but such a treasure knife might attract greedy eyes. He would think about it later. However, he could bring the handgun, even though there were only 7 bullets left. In close range, even cultivators would have to avoid it. Mi Yan flew with Yi Xingyun on the flying sword, but at that moment, a figure chased up from behind. Wait! I need to give my mom something. Li Chen flew up directly. Mi Yan? Yi Xingyun? Is there something wrong with you or me? How did you fly up here? Are you a cultivator or am I a cultivator? You're confusing me. No. How did you fly up here? Mi Yan asked in confusion. She considered her cultivation level not low. She should be able to tell if Li Chen was a cultivator or not. But could ordinary people fly? Shouldn't Newton have something to say about this? We cultivators even need a flying sword to fly. Yi Xingyun was also confused. Her son could fly? How did I not know about this? Oh my goodness. How did you fly so fast? I almost missed you. Mom, you left in such a hurry. At least take some luggage with you. The cultivation world is so dangerous, you should at least prepare some weapons. Li Chen took out a bunch of talismans and handed them to Yi Xingyun. These talismans might not be impressive to cultivators, but low-level cultivators could still find them useful. At least they could suppress some zombies and ghosts. I have as many of these talismans as you need, you keep them. With me watching over her, no one will dare to touch her in the cultivation world. Mi Yan glanced at the talismans and said, these low-level items could be easily made by any disciple. Alright, then take this knife. The mysterious grey treasure knife can cut iron like mud. Just remember not to show off in front of others, this is a precious item. Li Chen took out a long knife and handed it to Yi Xingyun. Yan Yan looked at the long sword at the peak of the yellow grade under her feet and suddenly felt that her master seemed a bit lacking in prestige. She also had Xian grade treasures, but those were life-saving items. The spiritual energy on Earth was limited, and the golden core stage was already the peak. Xian grade treasures were like divine weapons. Although there were still cultivators on Earth, they were few in number. The spiritual energy was gradually depleting, and most cultivators had gone to other realms. Those who remained were reluctant gatekeepers of the tradition. If she could cultivate a successor, she should also leave. The Xian grade sword is not suitable for her. Give it to her when her cultivation is complete. Otherwise, someone might covet it. Humph. Woman. Just now you said you could protect my mother. Now you're backing down? With that, Li Chen took out a handgun and placed it in Yi Xingyun's hand. The sword is hard to handle, but this should be no problem. If anyone dares to bully you, just shoot them. There are 7 bullets inside. Use them sparingly, get closer before shooting, be sneaky, aim for the head. Yi Xingyun. Yen. What the hell, what are you doing? You have all these things? Honestly, she was not good with this stuff. After all, bullets were quite powerful. If she got hit, she would probably be injured. Below the foundation building stage, a hit to a vital spot meant certain death. Even at the foundation building stage, a hit would result in serious injury, provided it hit. However, none of the cultivators had paid attention to this stuff. A sneak attack might actually succeed. Oh, and this. The previous items were just toys for small characters. You need to keep some big moves. Saying that, Li Chen took out a card and handed it to Yi Xingyun. Please take care of my mother, Wind Auntie. A clear breeze surrounded Yi Xingyun and circled him twice. The power of the wind card could be great or small. It should be no problem to protect his mother in danger. He had the ability to turn invisible and transform into information for escape, so he didn't need to worry. But his mother couldn't do that, so he had to equip her with life-saving items. With just one mother, there couldn't be any problems. Li Chen pinched his fingers, and the number 8 appeared. He threaded it with a line and hung it around his mother's neck. This was a digital clone created by the Crown Prince, just a phone number, but it had some combat power. It couldn't fight in danger, but it could run with his mother. Finally, Li Chen handed a small bottle of beast milk to his mother. This stuff was full of spiritual energy and beneficial to him. If his mother wanted to cultivate, this stuff would be even more useful. But she had to drink it quickly, as even though it was spiritual beast milk, the shelf life was uncertain. It might go bad one day. To be honest, he hadn't planned to let his mother know about these abilities so soon. But his mother unexpectedly went to cultivate, catching him off guard. He didn't have many things to begin with, and if he didn't arm his mother, what if something happened? In movies and novels, family members were always the weak point of the protagonist, so he would rather have fewer means himself and first arm his mother. He usually didn't cause trouble in the secular world, so he wasn't in danger, but his mother was different. Li Chen also handed Yi Xingyun a mobile phone. If there's danger, call me immediately, and I'll be there right away. He could transmit information through the Crown Prince, so as long as he received a call, he could go over immediately. Crown Prince, monitor this phone. If my mother is in danger, notify me immediately. Yi Xingyun took a pile of things handed to her by Li Chen with a bewildered expression. She was grateful that she was not old yet, otherwise she might not have been able to accept such a thing today. Can yellow weasels talk? Are there really cultivators in the world? And her useless son turned out not to be useless? Kid, who are you exactly? You can't be a cultivator. With your aptitude, I doubt you can even enter the threshold of cultivation, let alone fly in the sky like this. I can't even do prolonged aerial flight. How are you doing this? Mi Yan asked with some confusion. She knew about other systems, such as Western magic and martial arts abilities in China, but she couldn't figure out what kind Li Chen belonged to. Just consider me as someone with special abilities. Take care of my old lady. If she loses a single hair, I'll go crazy. When I go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. With that, Li Chen turned into a stream of information and flew away. Mi Yan was stunned to see a yellow light fly away. Although rainbow transformation cultivators could achieve this, it usually required the Yuanying stage, which was impossible at the Golden Core stage. And there were no cultivators at the Yuanying stage on Earth. After what Li Chen did, Mi Yan had to take her little disciple more seriously. With exceptional talent and such a powerful son, she regretted not recruiting Li Chen into the Great Luo Palace. In a way, his methods were not inferior to hers. Back at home, Li Chen sighed softly. In the end, he was the only one left in the house. Grabbing a case of beer and a pack of peanuts, Li Chen sat at the doorstep and started drinking alone. Li Chen, sigh. Yellow Weasel, sigh. Li Chen, enjoy life while you can. Yellow Weasel, don't waste the golden goblet under the moonlight. Li Chen, cheers. Yellow Weasel, cheers. They clinked glasses, but then Li Chen realized something. When did you come over? And you even stole my peanuts. Seeing the Yellow Weasel drinking beer and eating peanuts beside him, Li Chen jumped up. This damn Yellow Weasel was too cunning. No, it was already cunning. But stealing my peanuts was too much. Why are you making a fuss? It's just a few peanuts. You even kicked me last time. So good, the yellow weasel said, taking another sip of beer. Kid, I could overlook the kick you gave me last time, but this time one of my little brothers died. You have to give me an explanation. The yellow weasel said with narrowed eyes while drinking beer. What do you want? I want 10 fat chickens. No, 20. Look at your lack of ambition. I thought you were going to ask for a huge sum. Just a few chickens. You're still just a cunning yellow weasel, no ambition. I'll give you 100. Eat as many as you want. Deal. The yellow weasel stood up, picked up the peanuts and beer, and left. Li Chen? No, you can leave. Why are you taking my peanuts and beer? Are they yours? Stop right there. But as soon as Li Chen spoke, the yellow weasel's leg shot out like it had taken a stimulant, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. A yellow weasel is a yellow weasel. Can't change its habit of stealing chickens and dogs. With no more beer to drink, Li Chen had to go back inside. He needed to prepare because he still had a 3-day time travel experience card. He had bought a lot of equipment in the past few days, and it was time to use them when the time came. Early the next morning, Li Chen first ordered 100 chickens for the yellow weasel before preparing for time travel. This time, he didn't plan to time travel inside the house, as it was too small. It wouldn't be good if he brought back a car next time. Fortunately, the Li Chen family still has a pretty large yard, with a front yard and a backyard. The backyard is probably around 50 to 60 square meters, while the front yard is even larger, at least 200 to 300 square meters. Including the house, the Li Chen family occupies quite a large area, so if it were to be demolished, they would probably be settled for the rest of their lives. Time travel. Ha ha ha. Finally, I have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shinran, grant my wish. King Pilaf finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and was about to make a wish to rule the world, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Li Chen watched as the 7 Dragon Balls slowly emitted light, and then Shinran appeared. In an instant, he understood which world this was. I want an item containing a large amount of temporal power. Bang! A box appeared directly in front of Li Chen, and he immediately picked up the box and disappeared. The wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shinran instantly transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls and flew off to various parts of the world. King Pilaf, no! I finally summoned Shinran and now he's gone. Wah! I was so close. Just a little more. King Pilaf watched as Shinran disappeared and fell to his knees, crying bitterly. Shinran only grants the wish of the first person who speaks it, and he hesitated at that moment. At the same time, Li Chen also returned home, and as soon as he arrived, he eagerly opened the box. Inside the box were a watch, a ring, 4 capsules, and a stone. Li Chen didn't recognize most of the items in the box. The capsules seemed to be Bolna's universal capsules, the watch, ring, and stone were unfamiliar to him, but he could analyze them directly with the prince. After analysis, the watch is a time travel watch with the ability to travel through time and space, containing a cubic space, a future version of the time machine. The time-space ring, each time history is changed, a ring appears. The ring can only be used to travel to the future in the Dragon Ball world. The universal capsules contain a time machine inside, allowing time travel. The time stone is one of the main building materials for the spirit time house and can control the flow of time. The prince's analysis was quite powerful, but although these items contain temporal power, they could only function as intended in the Dragon Ball world. In Li Chen's world, their powers were greatly diminished, and time travel was impossible. Their only use was to be consumed by the prince. Prince, consume them! With that, a yellow beam of information pierced through several items, shattering the stone and ring, while the watch and capsules suffered varying degrees of damage, losing their time and space powers. Prince is upgrading, upgrade successful. Opening storage space of 100 cubic units, gaining a large amount of temporal power, able to travel through the 9 realms, can travel separately, shortest 1 day, longest 9 days. This was quite a harvest, as he had wished for temporal power from Shinran. In fact, given enough time, he could have wished for even better things, but 5 seconds was too short, and he didn't have time to think. Otherwise, he would have asked for an Aladdin's lamp. In reality, even simple wishes required consideration, as Shinran's abilities were limited. It couldn't grant wishes beyond its capabilities, such as creating a godly Super Saiyan horse. If Li Chen had truly wished for an Aladdin's lamp, Shinran might not have been able to fulfill it, and after wasting 5 seconds, he would have gotten nothing. The things that the Divine Dragon granted wishes for were mostly damaged, but that watch seemed like it could still be used. The stones embedded on it seemed to be the source of temporal power, but the watch's function was not just time travel. Although it no longer had temporal power, it still had some other functions. It's just that Li Chen had to research them himself. As for the universal capsule, it was completely unusable. Its main function was space, and without space, it would be directly damaged. Although it may not be visible from the outside, it was directly broken inside. Li Chen put away the watch and threw away the other things. The harvest this time was indeed not small. The storage space was what he lacked the most, and now he was considering using the time travel experience card. After all, he could only carry so much with his hands. It was fine to time travel for 5 seconds, but it would be a loss if he couldn't bring back anything after a long time travel. So, this storage space came in handy. To be honest, Li Chen had already summarized many tricks after time traveling so many times. First, be fast, and second, react quickly. When encountering something, don't hesitate. You must maximize your benefits in the shortest time, like this time. Time travel. Li Chen disappeared again and reappeared on a small hill. There was nothing on the hill except for a monk dressed in a robe and a lotus hat. The monk's attire looked familiar, a bit like Tang Sang, but it could also be Fa Hai, so he had to be cautious. May I ask for your Dharma name, Master? Amit Ba. This humble monk's Dharma name is Sanzang, who came from the great Tang of the Eastern Land, heading to the Western Heaven to pay respects to the Buddha and seek scriptures. Oh, don't bite, donor. Before Tang Sang could finish speaking, Li Chen directly took a bite. Fresh Tang Sang meat. This was his reaction. He didn't even hesitate, he ate first and gained first. Just as he took a bite, the time was up, but it was not a loss. A bite of Tang Sang meat was not a loss. If he had hesitated, how much money could he have made by snatching the robe and prayer beads? Damn it! How long has this Tang Sang gone without a bath? I wonder if it can really grant immortality. After a slight taste, Li Chen felt that the energy contained in Tang Sang meat was still considerable. However, he was sure that it couldn't achieve immortality. It was far inferior to the ginseng fruit, but it did have a certain improvement on his physique. At least he felt that his body had become much stronger. It was time to prepare for time travel. He had 3 days last time, and this time he had 9 days, making a total of 12 days. And now he could time travel separately. Although the shortest time was only 1 day, if he was careful, there shouldn't be any danger. 1 day was enough. If the world wasn't too dangerous, he could stay longer. Li Chen started a big shopping spree. Food and water were essential, as well as some wilderness survival tools. After all, who knew where he would time travel to, so he had to be prepared. Both serious and non-serious mental nourishment were necessary. Li Chen finished most of his shopping in the morning. At the same time, 100 chickens from the yellow weasel were also delivered. He closed the yard gate and opened the cage. A group of little yellow chickens ran out, chirping non-stop. Because he bought so many, the seller also sent 2 little yellow ducks. You have to admit they looked quite cute. In the afternoon, the yellow weasel came over, but it was lost in thought when it saw the yard full of little chicks. Do you have any misunderstanding about fat chickens? How can I eat these plump little chicks? Yellow weasel, straight-faced Li Chen, what are you looking at? Count and see if it's enough. 100 chickens. And 2 ducks were also sent, each one plump and cute. Carrot, yellow weasel, I want fat and juicy, not just plump and cute. How can I eat them when they're so small? Li Chen, don't be greedy. You can raise it. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch into chickens, generation after generation. Won't you have countless chickens to eat by then? Yellow weasel, you can come up with this idea, seriously letting a yellow weasel raise chickens? Li Chen, what's wrong with that? Wolves need to learn to be self-reliant. My yard is big, you can raise them here, but you have to keep it clean. And I might be going out for a few days soon, so I'll need you to look after the house. By the way, the bed sheets and covers need to be washed, the windows haven't been cleaned for days, and remember to bring in the corn on the roof if it rains. I'm leaving soon, I'll leave you a cell phone, order takeout if you're hungry. I'm counting on you to take care of the house. Just treat it like your own. Yellow weasel, you just want me to look after your house. Do I really have to wash your bed sheets and covers? Is that what a yellow weasel should be doing? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? I'm a yellow weasel, and you're really treating me like a human. Oh, and you have to feed Wonkai dog food, 3 meals a day, not missing a single one. By the way, do you have a name? I can't keep calling you by your species. Just call me Huang Mei. I heard there's a famous yellow weasel with that name. Okay. I'm leaving. I'm counting on you to take care of the house. Oh, remember to wash my socks too, okay? With that, Li Chen left directly. Huang Mei. I haven't agreed yet. Who asked me to do the housework? It's really tough for a yellow weasel to do this kind of work. With that, it opened the cell phone. Fortunately, that guy had some conscience and left it with a lot of money. Although it couldn't show itself, ordering takeout and delivery was still possible. Maybe it could even hire a housekeeping service. Forget it. There probably isn't a housekeeping service, so having takeout delivered to a small village is already good enough. With that, it ordered a fried chicken for itself. As a cultured yellow weasel, it was quite adept at human technology. Meanwhile, Li Chen was also ready to travel through time and space. Everything was already stored in the storage space, even the luxury car was packed up. At least it was a means of transportation, and he could have a place to sleep at night. Time travel. A wave of spatial fluctuations emanated, and a colorful spatial door appeared in front of Li Chen. It seemed that using the power of time and space to travel required opening a spatial door. Crossing the spatial door, Li Chen arrived in a wilderness, where there was truly nothing. Except for the ground and grass, there were hardly any trees in sight. Where the heck was this place? Li Chen flew forward for a long time but still didn't see any signs of human presence. This place was too vast, seemingly endless. In the end, he had to reluctantly land and take out the luxury car to drive forward. After all, it was more comfortable inside the car than outside. He didn't know which world this was. It was so vast that he flew for so long without seeing a single soul. Could this be some ancient desolate world? If there really wasn't a single person around, time was precious. If there was no one after another hour, he would have to leave. Time was precious and shouldn't be wasted. It wasn't easy to carry all this grass and leaves back. However, at that moment, a rabbit suddenly rushed out and collided with the front of the car. The front of the car was instantly dented, but the rabbit seemed to be fine. The rabbit had white fur, but a tuft of red hair on its head, and scales covering its limbs. It was clearly not an ordinary rabbit. Oh, waiting for a rabbit by the stump. This seems to be a monster rabbit. It's not in vain to come here. I wonder if this rabbit is edible. It seems that catching a few rabbits when there are no people around is also a good idea. The little rabbit was not strong and was easily pinned down by Li Chen. He wondered how its meat would taste. Taizi, check if this rabbit is poisonous and if it's edible. Looking at this plump rabbit, Li Chen instantly thought of spicy rabbit head. Testing complete. The rabbit is non-toxic, edible, highly nutritious, and contains special energy that can improve physical health to a certain extent. The results of the prince's test came out instantly, and Li Chen was delighted to hear that it was edible. Not only could this creature be eaten, but it was also highly nutritious. He had to catch more of them. So Li Chen went into hunting mode, driving around in a frenzy. You wouldn't believe how many animals he encountered: wild chickens, ducks, leopards, wild dogs, all of them monsters that provided great nourishment. This was a way to get rich. At least his trip wasn't in vain. To attract more animals, Li Chen honked the car horn and even played music. A loud sound would surely attract some powerful carnivorous animals, and everyone knows that the stronger the animal, the more nourishing it is. With his current strength, he could easily handle ordinary monsters. At least he hadn't encountered any extremely powerful monsters yet. And if he encountered danger, the prince would sound the alarm. Li Chen rolled down the car window and put on sunglasses. He planned to sing a song on this deserted plain. Everyone has a dream of music. However, some people said that his singing voice could attract wolves, so he hadn't performed in public for a long time. Since there was no one around, it was even better to attract wolves. Listen to my enchanting voice. Give me a white cloud, a pure imagination, give me a breeze to spread the fragrance of flowers, give me an encounter in the green pasture, give me a mighty man for one night. Li Chen began to sing loudly. I want to melt in your broad chest, the vast grassland is your bed. Yi Fan. I want to climb into your bed in the middle of the night, tonight is destined to be exceptionally long. Sure, how? Hen run. Give me a white cloud, a pure imagination, give me a breeze to spread the fragrance of flowers, give me an encounter in the green pasture. Damn it! Where did all these people come from? Li Chen was about to continue singing when he suddenly noticed that there were many people in the car. Damn it! Who are you guys? How did you end up in my car? At this moment, a man next to Li Chen hugged him. Brother! Nice car! Do you remember me? My name is Yi Fan. I also have a car exactly like yours, even the license plate is the same, but it got stolen. What a coincidence! Li Chen. This was really too damn coincidental. So this was the world of the Covering the Sky trilogy. But even so, it was impossible for them to find me so quickly. Ha ha, just a coincidence. Li Chen quickly took out a gourd and drank some milk to calm himself down. Your gourd looks very similar to mine. Both are engraved with the word How, but mine was stolen when I was a child. Another man in the back seat spoke up. Li Chen, may I ask who you are? Sure, how? Li Chen. This was bad. This shouldn't be happening. I just arrived, and even if they were looking for me, it wouldn't be possible to find me so quickly. Ha ha, just kidding, brother. The word engraved on my gourd is not How, But Ritian, it was a gift from my friend Zhao Ritian. Do you remember me? At that moment, a woman in the back seat wearing a mask also spoke up. Who are you? Isn't that obvious? You're wearing a mask, how can anyone recognize you? You once stole a string of candied haws from me. Li Chen. How many candied haws have I stolen? Who remembers that? You can call me Henrin. Li Chen. You are ruthless, I might be dead in a while. This is bad, why are they three together? It shouldn't be like this. Could it be because of me? No way. I didn't steal anything important. Forget it, you ruthless woman who has lived for who knows how many years. How dare you bully children for a string of candied haws, have you no shame? And sure how, it's just a gourd milk. I'll compensate you, whether it's Mengyo, Ili, or Talunsu, you can choose, and Yifan, even though you are the Emperor Yitian, do you need to drive a luxury car? Losing the Grand Emperor's car and still having the nerve to look for it, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to face it. Soon, the three people's gazes all focused on Li Chen. Sure how, is Talunsu good to drink? Yifan, who says the Emperor can't drive a luxury car? Ruthless woman, that string of candied haws was bought by my brother. Li Chen, did I just slip up? How did they all find out? Yifan, ahem. I once learned a kind of mind-reading technique, but it's too basic and can only read the thoughts of some low-level cultivators. I always thought it was useless, but I didn't expect to use it today. Sure how, I'm the same, at our level, we basically know all kinds of spells, mind reading is not high-end, but it's because you're too low-end. Ruthless woman, you just called me an old woman. Li Chen. Prince. Erase their memories from the past 2 minutes. Deletion failed. The target's strength is too strong, the prince cannot delete temporarily. Sure how, oh. You wanted to erase our memories just now, didn't you? Yifan, the young man is very brave. Ruthless woman, you owe me. Li Chen. What should I do? It seems like I've caused a big mess, and it seems like my identity as a time traveler has been exposed. Will they capture me and study me? After successful research, will they invade my world in reverse? Yifan, don't worry, read fewer novels, we are all prominent figures, what can they really do to you? Li Chen, but who isn't a prominent figure? Monsters are the ones without heads or faces. Omega, Yifan. You're not wrong in saying that. Sure how, don't worry. You're not the first time traveler. There are quite a few time travelers here, we're used to it. But you're the first one daring to steal from us. Ruthless woman, I've killed a few. Li Chen. So, how do you plan to deal with me in the end? Whether to kill or torture, just say it. Li Chen admitted that he miscalculated, he really didn't expect the person he stole from to come looking for him. They are all figures at the level of emperors, why aren't they showing any sportsmanship and bullying a young man in his 20s? Ha ha, big shots. This is actually a misunderstanding. This actually. Okay, I can't make up any more excuses, just kill me. After struggling for a while, Li Chen still couldn't come up with a good reason, so he chose to lie down flat. Yifan. Ruthless woman, then let's kill him. Sure how. Please spare us, big shots. Winky face. I have an 80-year-old mother above me, and young ones waiting to be fed below me. If you kill me, how will my whole family survive? Sure how. If I'm not mistaken, you're only in your 20s this year. Your old mother gave birth to you at 60? Where did you get an 80-year-old mother? Li Chen. 80 pounds. This kid is cheeky. God, he has an 80-pound mother, then who is the one waiting to be fed, your family dog? Actually, when Shirhao and the others came over, they didn't intend to do anything to Li Chen. After all, even though Li Chen took their things, so many years have passed, and such a trivial matter is not worth seeking revenge. Coming here is more about reminiscing. At their stage in life, they really don't lack anything, but the past is something they can never retrieve. Shirhao's gourd is his most precious memory in life, but with the passage of time, he is no longer the little boy he used to be, and the things from the past have been lost with time. So if possible, he wants to get back this gourd. The Mercedes-Benz belonging to Yifan is also a symbol of his lost youth. That year, he ran under the setting sun. That year, when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin, he left the earth, and when he looked back, everything had changed. Perhaps this is just a drop in the ocean of his life, but it is an unforgettable part of his life. Now, he is invincible in the world, but he still hasn't been able to find the car he lost back then and the person worth being carried by that car. This is also his memory. Hunrin, did you eat that candied hawthorn? If you did, can you give me the stick? Li Chen. Everything else is fine, but I really can't give you that candied hawthorn. I can't even pull it out. Who keeps the stick anyway? This is really a mess. Give me back the gourd. I'll trade it with you for this gourd. Shirhao took out a purple gold gourd and said to Li Chen, This is the Swallowing Heaven gourd, capable of swallowing rivers and seas. I've filled it with 30,000 pounds of spiritual spring water for you. Consider it compensation for giving me the gourd. I want this car too. I'll give you a flying saucer in exchange. I bought it on a technology planet before. It doesn't have weapons installed, but its performance is still pretty good. Yi Fan also threw out a bracelet and said. Finally, Li Chen looked expectantly at Hungren, as if to say, look, they all gave something, can't you do the same? Hungren, you can choose your own way to die. Li Chen, why did I eat that candied hawthorn in the first place? Oh, I have an idea. Prince, activate the memory search function and download the footage from that time. He remembers that Hungren's brother seemed to have appeared for a few seconds back then. Hopefully, those few seconds can save his life. Saying this, Li Chen directly took out a phone and imported the video, then handed it to Hungren. Hungren the Great Emperor stared blankly at the video for a long time without saying a word. Cough cough. This phone needs to be charged. If you want a higher-end device, ask Yi Fan. This is the only phone I have. Thank you. Hungren the Great Emperor said and disappeared in the car, leaving a dragon-shaped fruit on the seat. Oh, how generous. This is a good thing. Kid, wait until you're almost dead before eating it. It will ensure you live into your next life. Yi Fan said, looking at the fruit and then at Li Chen. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to delete my browsing history, and there's also some G-rated study material in there. I hope she doesn't see it. Yi Fan, you're really in trouble this time. It's okay. It's just a bit of a dark past. Nobody's perfect. Sure Hao patted Li Chen on the shoulder. Nobody's perfect, but someone will be doomed. Suddenly, Li Chen felt that it was not suitable to stay here any longer. It had been almost half a day, and if he could hold on for a little longer, he could go back. He would never come back to the world of the Covering the Sky trilogy. Alright, we're leaving too. Until we meet again. Wait, can one of you give me a cultivation technique book? Even the most basic one will do. I'm not picky. Upon hearing that the two were leaving, Li Chen suddenly remembered that he didn't have a cultivation technique yet. These two guys are really stingy. Look at what others have given, and then look at you guys. Even as emperors, are you still lacking that little something? So stingy. A gourd and a flying saucer, are you really proud of these? Even the toys you give your son are worth more. Is your most precious memory only worth this much? Sure how. Yi Fan. Good kid. So straightforward. Although you don't say it out loud, you sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Maybe you shouldn't be called Li Chen, you should be called Li Seeking Death. That's more fitting for your identity. As for cultivation techniques, we won't teach you. Your talent is not outstanding. Even after cleansing your marrow, it's still difficult to achieve much. You will always be following others' paths, but only by walking your own path will you reach the end of the road. If you want cultivation techniques, create them yourself. Your talent may not be good, but talent is not everything. I can see that you have many different energies within you. If one day you truly master these energies, then your path will be clear. Yi Fan patted Li Chen on the shoulder and said, then disappeared in an instant, followed by Li Chen's car disappearing as well, leaving Li Chen and Sure Hao outside. Good luck. I hope next time we meet, you'll be qualified to drink with us. With that, Sure Hao took Li Chen's gourd and took a sip. Ah, same old recipe, same familiar taste, damn. Did you not brush your teeth? Why does this gourd have a bad smell? Finally, the Emperor Sure Hao left grumbling. Li Chen should have transferred the beast milk to another bottle. This is so unfair. You wanted the gourd, why did you take my beast milk? Next time I see your childhood self, I'll snatch it back. After the three big shots left, Li Chen lost interest in wandering around. The Heaven Covering trilogy can wait, time is running out. Li Chen directly entered hunting mode, killing any beasts he encountered along the way. Fortunately, his storage space was large enough, otherwise he might not have been able to bring back so many things. In the end, Li Chen returned home with a bloody scent all over him. Although he didn't encounter many people this time, it was still quite a fruitful trip. Although Sure Yi and Li Chen were stingy, what they gave was indeed enough for him. The dragon-shaped fruit given by the Emperor was guessed by Li Chen to be an elixir of immortality, a life-saving item. However, with his current strength, he probably didn't need it yet. Maybe if he took it now, the medicine might overwhelm him. He decided to save it for a day when he really needed it, but he doubted that day would ever come. He, Li Chen, would be immortal. The gourd and spiritual spring given by Sure Hao should be the most practical. They should last him a long time. As for the flying saucer given by Yi Fan, he didn't know when he would have the intention to break out of Earth. For now, he had no such plans. Why leave Earth when he was living so well here? What if he encountered aliens? It would be troublesome. Dealing with lower level ones would be fine, but if he encountered powerful ones, the whole earth could be in danger. He had already thought about the consequences. He might become a traitor to the entire earth at that time. That's probably how it would be. Commander! Don't shoot! It's me, Commander. The alien asked me to pass on a message to you. As long as you surrender your weapons, there will be great benefits. Shut up! You traitor, how did I not see through you before? Today, on behalf of the people and the government, I will execute you. Ha! Where's my gun? Oh no! I don't need a gun. Second Lieutenant, blast him to pieces. Boom! At that time, Li Chen would be completely obliterated, leaving a lasting stench. So, until he had enough strength, he would never leave Earth. It wouldn't benefit Earth in any way, but at least he wouldn't bring disaster to it. He decided to cultivate well and become a useful person to society and the Earth. Damn it! He doesn't even have a cultivation method now. Just a small Taoist manual can't cultivate anything at all. Still asking me to create my own manual. Can't you open your eyes and see if I'm capable of that? But now there's no other way. The two bastards, Ko Tiandi, are really tough, and he dares not ask the ruthless person there. Next time they meet, they might just kill him. He has to find the manual himself. I time traveled for a day. Did I waste 2 chances to time travel for 5 seconds each? But I should be able to time travel today. When Li Chen returned, he didn't go straight home, but planned to try his luck first. There are still wolves watching at home. No rush. He even thought he could spend a few more days outside before going back. It's not easy to have money, so what's wrong with going out to play? Buy some high-end clothes for yourself, go on a trip. After all, he's already a millionaire, he should live a more refined life. Let's not worry about anything else, let's time travel and grab that thing. I'm so used to grabbing, I feel uncomfortable if I don't grab something in a day. Let me time travel. With that, Li Chen instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared on a mountaintop. An elderly nun was seen blowing cold wind on the mountaintop. Not sure why she had to stand there and blow cold wind. Maybe that's her style. But the old nun is not important. What's important is the long sword she's holding, with the words Etienne engraved on it, which is the focus of Li Chen's sight. This old nun is probably Master Miju. She's not someone to mess with, a childhood nightmare. This time I met her, I can still run away. Hand it over to me. Li Chen reached for the Etienne sword directly, but when he pulled hard, he couldn't pull it over. Oh no! This old nun is a bit tricky, but I can't deal with you now. Who are you? How dare you try to snatch the Etienne sword? Master Miju was shocked. The Etienne sword is her lifeblood. She holds it every day and never lets go. If she hadn't reacted quickly just now, she might have really been robbed, and the person trying to snatch it was very strong. With her decades of skill, she could barely hold onto the Etienne sword. You bold brat! Let go of the Etienne sword now! Hatue, seeing Master Miju turn around, Li Chen spat a mouthful of phlegm directly on her face. Master Miju screamed instantly, and the Etienne sword in her hand was taken away by Li Chen in an instant. To be honest, this move is effective, usually foolproof. Even if you are Master Miju, or Zhang Sanfeng, if he spits like this, he would let go. This move is not very harmful, but the insult is huge. Even Master Miju couldn't bear this powerful mental attack. Not only did she lose the Etienne sword, but her face would probably need to be scrubbed off for the next few days. Why didn't you let go? After grabbing the Etienne sword, Li Chen disappeared instantly. The Etienne sword is a good thing. Not only is the sword a treasure, but it also contains the 9 manual and the 18 dragon subduing palms. To be honest, this is more useful than the dragon slaying knife. The dragon slaying knife is just a treasure knife. What use is the Wumu's book inside? He's not going to battle on the battlefield, and ancient military books are useless in modern times, so the Etienne sword is better. With these 2 major martial arts manuals directly in hand, if cultivating immortality doesn't work, he'll start with martial arts first, and then he'll have dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts. Time travel. After taking the Etienne sword, Li Chen time traveled again. Kid, how about you give me the bead in your hand, and I'll trade it with this sword. Li Xiaoyao was holding a wooden sword and looking at himself from 10 years ago. He had traveled back from 10 years in the future and was surprised to find that the water spirit bead he had been searching for was actually in his past self's hands. Really? Are you willing to exchange this sword for this bead? Of course. This hero never deceives people. Hand it over then. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure dashed past and snatched the wooden sword from his hand in an instant, disappearing at an incredible speed, leaving no trace in less than 5 seconds. Li Xiaoyao. Now that you don't have a sword, do you still want to exchange? Li Xiaoyao looked at the long sword behind him and thought, no. This one won't do. If he exchanged this one, what would he use for swordsmanship? But then he suddenly remembered his childhood memories, how he had lost the spirit bead back then. Hand it over. Li Xiaoyao directly snatched the water spirit bead and ran away, recalling how he had been robbed like this in the past. His wooden sword was taken, so he could only snatch it back like this, forgiving himself on his own behalf. The past Li Xiaoyao looked puzzled as he watched the other Li Xiaoyao running away, wondering if they were accomplices. Li Chen looked at the wooden sword in his hand and fell into contemplation. Why was it just a wooden sword? What could a wooden sword do? He didn't even know which world he had traveled to. If he knew, he would have snatched the water spirit bead, but he didn't know. And the wooden sword was so conspicuous, with only 5 seconds left, of course, he would snatch whatever was conspicuous. Master, detected a large amount of temporal energy in the wooden sword, should I absorb it? Li Chen was stunned to learn that the wooden sword contained temporal energy. Prince, can you check the origin of this wooden sword? Yes. After analysis, the wooden sword should be from the world of swordsman Xianjin. It was used by Li Xiaoyao to exchange for the water spirit bead with his past self. Through analysis, this wooden sword may be a sword of rules, as it has no beginning or end, no creator, and no destroyer. It only existed in the past 10 years, belonging to a weapon of rules, containing the immortal and indestructible characteristics. Li Chen finally understood that this was a sword of bugs. How should I put it? This should be a loophole left by the author of Swordsman Xianjin. Because this wooden sword was given by the future Li Xiaoyao to the past Li Xiaoyao, the wooden sword had always been in Li Xiaoyao's hands. And this wooden sword could only exist in the past. The future Li Xiaoyao did not have the wooden sword. After growing up, the past Li Xiaoyao gave the wooden sword to his past self again. So where did this wooden sword come from? It seemed to appear out of thin air, always in Li Xiaoyao's hands. Perhaps it had been circulating in the spacetime for so long that it contained a huge amount of temporal energy. However, Li Chen decided not to absorb the wooden sword directly. This bug sword, immortal and indestructible, could be considered the most powerful weapon. No matter what divine weapon it encountered, it would not leave a trace. It would be a waste to let the prince absorb it directly. Keeping it as a weapon for self-defense was the right way. After all, it could be absorbed at any time, and if it was not needed one day, it could be absorbed then. Let's go home first. Let's get the secrets from the heaven-reliant sword first. It will be so enjoyable. The dragon subduing palm, the 9-in white bone claw, who would dare to show off against me then? By that time, I can make a copy of the 9-in white bone claw for Chino, but forget about the dragon subduing palm. Chino can't handle such a cool thing. After everything is done, I have to take a picture and send it to my mom. Although I cultivate immortality, practicing martial arts is still beneficial in the end. Li Chen has already figured out how to divide things. He is not like the protagonists in novels who hide all the good stuff. Things like natural treasures that cannot be divided are not mentioned. But why not let family members practice martial arts and secret techniques? Do you have to wait until something happens to remember your family members? In Li Chen's family, there is only his mother, and the few relatives are not that close. The best brother is Chino, although he is unreliable, but after all, they grew up together. He knows him inside out and will never betray him. Even if he does, it's not a problem, as the prince can directly erase his memory. Back home, seeing the yellow weasel feeding the chicks with a winnowing basket, Li Chen somehow felt like laughing. Isn't it a rare sight for a weasel to raise chickens? Huang Mei, you finally came back. What's wrong with that silly dog of yours, chasing after me all the time? I suspect it might have rabies. Saying this, Li Chen saw Wang Kai already tied up like a zongzi. No way. You're a weasel. It would be strange if it didn't chase you. Can't you transform into a human? Transform my ass. It's already impressive that I can talk after so many years of practice. Transforming? I'm Huang Daxian. Do you really think of me as a deity? Alright. You continue feeding the chickens. I'm going to rest. Remember to untie Wang Kai. Huang Mei. Enough about chickens. Let's be civilized. Li Chen. How come a weasel like you is so articulate? Is this something you should know? I wonder how Chino is doing lately. Prince, check on Chino's situation. Saying this, a pale yellow screen appeared in front of Li Chen, showing Chino in a yellow Taoist robe performing a ritual. Ahem. I am Mao Shan Shou, the 49th generation descendant of Mao Shan. Leave today's matters to me, and rest assured. I started learning at 3 and catching ghosts at 7. There's no ghost I can't handle, Chino said confidently to a pretty girl. He set up the ritual altar in a living room filled with talismans and Buddha statues, indicating that the homeowner was extremely afraid of ghosts. Master, are you really capable? This ghost is really fierce, the girl said with a hint of fear. Don't worry, Ma Shan, known as the top Taoist in the world, you might fear evil people, but with me around, you don't have to fear evil spirits. Chino then rang a bell and lit a yellow talisman on a candle. He wanted to make itself ignite in his hand, but he hadn't mastered that technique yet. He was specially invited today to catch ghosts, and he had been studying the Taoist secret book for days. Once, he drew a talisman, and guess what? It actually scared away a little ghost. The talisman directly revealed the ghost's form. Although it was only once, he felt like a master. So he took on this ghost-catching job, thinking he could practice on these little ghosts. Chino started chanting while shaking a bell and then threw a handful of yellow paper. Dust to dust, earth to earth, evil spirits, do not walk in the mortal realm. Please leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. He then scattered a handful of glutinous rice. Bang! The rice instantly exploded into powder, showing that the ghost was not giving him face. Oh my! I've said good words, done good deeds. If you don't repent, be prepared for my wrath. Chino picked up a peachwood sword and pasted a row of talismans on it. Despite his trembling legs, he still looked quite imposing. The Taoist methods were studied by him, but whether they were effective or not was still to be tested for the first time. However, he was fully prepared, with the urine of a child and the blood of a black dog ready. His Taoist methods might have issues, but these two items should be reliable. Therefore, he should still have the power to protect himself. Moreover, after watching Taoist methods for so long, he still had some knowledge of dealing with ghosts. Maybe not skilled, but at least he felt it was enough. Chino may not have learned much about Taoist methods, but he remembered some common knowledge. He had prepared a lot of things that didn't require technical skills, such as using black dog blood to ward off evil spirits and child urine to drive away ghosts. These items didn't require chanting or specific rituals, you could just use them directly. Chino waved the peachwood sword a few times, seeing no effect. He took out the child urine. He had it stored in a bottle of 6 godflower dew, which had the advantage of being able to spray mist or shoot water arrows. Although not powerful on its own, when filled with child urine, it could burn off a layer of skin upon contact with a ghost. Chino adjusted the 6 godflower dew bottle to spray mist mode and sprayed it into the air, filling the room with a strong urine smell. As he sprayed in one direction, a sound like water hitting a hot pan was heard, followed by a scream. Hee, how about that? My invented ghost-catching flower dew is powerful, right? Chino chuckled. Master, aren't you called Ma Shan? What kind of ghost is this beast? Ahem. Kids shouldn't inquire about adult matters. Take one and spray with me. Chino handed the girl a bottle of child urine flower dew. Although the urine smell was strong, it was effective. However, the power of child urine was limited. It could only cause a certain level of harm and couldn't even force the ghost to reveal itself. At this point, Chino took out his trump card, the black dog blood. He pulled out a water gun filled with black dog blood, set it to continuous shooting mode, and carefully prepared this lethal weapon. He had seen in movies that black dog blood was usually poured from a basin, and if the first attempt missed, it was usually game over. But he was different. He loaded it into a gun, allowing for long-range attacks and continuous firing. If the ghost appeared, he could pressurize and shoot a high-pressure stream of black dog blood to send it packing. He wasn't afraid of missing. If the first shot failed, he could fire a second one. Even if the gun was knocked out of his hand, he could pick it up and continue using it. Using a basin was too old-fashioned. Bang! Chino fired a series of shots, leaving blood spots on the wall. Finally, one shot hit the ghost, and he switched the water gun to high-pressure mode, sending a stream of blood that knocked the ghost flying. Ha, you're asking for death. A chilling voice rang out, and the lights in the room dimmed, a cold wind swirling inside. Bang! The ceiling light exploded, plunging the room into darkness. Although it was daytime, the room had poor lighting, and without the lights, it was dim. Chino immediately took out a bunch of glow sticks from his bag and threw them around the room. Ghosts could affect electric lights, but they couldn't touch glow sticks. He had thoroughly researched this. Bang! However, at that moment, Chino was thrown out, crashing into the wall. The water gun in his hand fell to the ground, and the girl was also thrown out by an invisible force. In an instant, both of them were almost knocked out. Child urine and black dog blood were useless at this critical moment. Disgusting bug, if it weren't for me being unable to break free, do you think you could have survived until now? Since you seek death, then I will grant your wish. Originally, I only wanted her life, but now you have truly angered me. An invisible force directly grabbed Chino by the neck, lifting him up, causing the surrounding Buddha statues to instantly explode. Chino's eyes rolled back in an instant. Despite his efforts, he barely managed to harm this ghost. In that moment, Chino realized that this was no ordinary ghost, but an extremely fierce evil spirit. However, he couldn't understand why, if this ghost was so powerful, the girl hadn't died yet. It should have been easy for the ghost to kill her. Die. Just then, the girl who had been thrown away earlier rushed forward, spraying holy water in all directions, but this time it was ineffective, not even touching the ghost. Soon, the girl was lifted by the neck just like Chino, and a sense of suffocation enveloped them both. However, at that moment, a scream was heard, and the invisible force binding them disappeared instantly, causing both of them to almost simultaneously fall to the ground. A yellow talisman appeared in the air, emitting smoke, then quickly catching fire. Although Chino didn't know what had happened, he knew it was time to run. He grabbed the girl's hand and rushed into the bedroom, finding the door blocked by the ghost, unable to escape for the time being. He checked if the window could be opened, but to his disappointment, it was covered with a security net, making it impossible to get out. Just his luck. As Chino looked outside, he saw a phantom figure rushing towards the bedroom. It's over. It's over. My reputation as Chino ruined here. However, the phantom figure was bounced back, unable to enter, as if something was blocking it at the door. Chino looked at the talisman on the door, wondering if it was effective. Even if it was, it shouldn't have been able to stop the ghost. Then he noticed a bagua mirror on the door, not his own item. Could it be that this was what blocked the ghost? Was this why the girl had survived until now? It seemed so, but given the ferocity of the ghost, the bagua mirror wouldn't hold for long. Just then, Chino remembered his good friend Li Chen, who was skilled at fighting zombies and should be able to handle a few ghosts as well. He quickly dialed Li Chen's number. Li Chen. Li Chen almost couldn't believe Chino was calling him for help. This guy never thinks of me unless he's in trouble. But at least he remembered to call me for this mess. Truly my brother. Bro, help me. I'm in trouble again. This time I encountered a ghost. Do you have any solutions? No. Just wait to die. Bro, you're my real brother. Please, even if you can't help, find 2 masters to come over. Saving a life is more important than anything else. You can't just watch me die here. Fine. Let me know when you're about to die. I'll close my eyes. Just come over. I'll give you my 10 gigabyte study materials. Alright, I'm on my way. Whether it's study materials or not, it doesn't matter. The main thing is, he's my brother, and I can't just watch him die like that. Li Chen received a call from Chino and immediately used a body information transmission to go over, but he did not appear in front of Chino. Instead he arrived outside the house. Slowly walking into the living room, Li Chen saw various statues of gods being worshipped. Although many were broken on the ground, there were still many hanging on the walls and placed on tables. It must be said that this girl believes in quite a variety of gods. Let's not mention the Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and others. There was even Guan Yu, Zhongkue, and even Jesus is God, and finally the Amitabha Buddha. Are you serious? Li Chen even saw 2 Ultraman statues in the corner, and in front of Doraemon, there were 2 incense sticks inserted. Are these things also used for catching ghosts? Li Chen lit a talisman with one hand, tapped each shoulder, and instantly saw the ghost in the living room attacking the bedroom. This was a fierce ghost with a green face and fangs. To be honest, Li Chen didn't know why it looked like that. What kind of death would make it look like this? Uglier than a zombie. However, at this moment, Li Chen also discovered that there was not just one ghost in the house, but 2. The evil ghost kept attacking the bedroom, while an old ghost firmly held onto the doorframe, blocking the entrance. The old ghost's figure was illusory, as if it could disperse at any moment, but he did not take a step back, completely determined to block the evil ghost even at the risk of dispersing. The old ghost was clearly no match for the evil ghost, but the evil ghost did not directly confront him because it was not worth it. People know not to fight with the dying, let alone ghosts. Although the old ghost was not a concern, who knew if he would make a final struggle before dying? The evil ghost's current task was to wear down the old ghost bit by bit. It would be unwise to fight desperately with a dying ghost. He, old man. You've been blocking me for so many days. Let's see how you block me today? I don't want to fight you. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? The old ghost was already delirious at this point, his figure almost invisible due to its illusory nature, but even so, he did not let the evil ghost pass. At this moment, Li Chen also saw in a corner of the living room the dusty memorial tablet of the old ghost. Praying to gods and Buddhas, but it's not the gods and Buddhas who are fighting for you. The Buddha statues are shining, but the memorial tablet is covered in dust. You are willing to offer incense to even a Doraemon, can't you pay respects to your own ancestors? Li Chen took 2 steps forward, lit a yellow talisman, then rubbed his hands together, a gloomy aura spreading over them. He then punched out, sending the evil ghost flying. Li Chen used a spell, then bit his fingertip and drew a strange symbol in his hand. He raised his hand and sucked the evil ghost towards him, grabbing its neck. He had studied many secret techniques from that manual in recent days. Whether it was due to his constitution or innate talent, he could understand the contents almost instantly. His memory had also improved, and he could memorize various incantations after just one read. Although they were intricate, he found them interesting. "All right, come out. I've dealt with it," Li Chen shouted into the bedroom. Although this ghost was fierce, it was not a match for Li Chen. Not to mention anything else, Li Chen's 300 years of life, his vigorous young energy, just being in contact with Li Chen had already made the ghost sizzle, and he had survived after being punched by Li Chen, which was already impressive. Li Chen then looked at the old ghost blocking the bedroom door. His figure had begun to blur. If it were an ordinary ghost, it would have dispersed long ago at this level of blurriness, but he persisted solely on willpower until now. The old ghost looked up at Li Chen, showing a slight smile, whispered a thank you, and slowly dissipated. Li Chen knew that this was not returning to the underworld, but truly dispersing the soul, without even the chance to reincarnate. Without enough pressure to support him to continue, the breath he had been holding on to until now also dissipated, and his soul could no longer hold on. At this time, Chino ran out with the girl. "Damn! You came so fast. Are you following me all the way?" Chino looked at Li Chen in shock. He just hung up the phone, and Li Chen had already solved it? He had every reason to believe that he was being followed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I flew over along the network cable to save you. You don't recognize a good person, do you?" 10 GSs agreed, not a single one less. Li Chen said as he exerted a little force on his hand, directly dispersing the evil spirit's soul. For him now, evil spirits of this level could hardly threaten him. He could easily crush such evil spirits. "You're lucky this time. If I had come a little later, you would probably be done for. Acting tough when you're in trouble, not having learned your lesson properly and still trying to catch ghosts. You've got some nerve." Li Chen slowly walked to the side of the memorial portrait and quietly picked it up, gently wiping off the dust with his sleeve. "Who is this old man to you?" Li Chen asked the girl next to Chino. "That's my grandfather, who passed away just 2 months ago. In the future, pay your respects more often. Although he may not see it, if it weren't for him sacrificing himself to protect you two just now, you would probably be in trouble by now. Throw away these idols. Which god would fight for you? It's your own family who truly protects you. Instead of offering incense to gods, you'd better clean up this memorial portrait properly." Li Chen placed the memorial portrait on the table and bowed slightly. Although he didn't know this old man, he deserved his respect. "Are you saying that it was my grandfather who blocked the fierce ghost at the door just now?" the girl asked with wide eyes. "Otherwise, do you think Ultraman would guard the door for you?" The girl immediately knelt down in front of the memorial portrait, knocked her head twice, and tears kept flowing. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." The girl looked at the memorial portrait, only now realizing her ridiculous actions these days. Every time she encountered a ghost, it was a close call, and she always thought a god was protecting her. That's why she bought many idols. But now she understood that it wasn't a god protecting her, but her deceased grandfather. "Mister, is my grandfather still here?" the girl asked with a choked voice. "He's gone. This time, he's completely gone, dispersing his soul, without even the chance to reincarnate. He exchanged his life for yours. If it weren't for him, perhaps you wouldn't have survived until today when I came to save you." "Grandpa." The girl couldn't help but cry again. The girl cried very sadly, perhaps her grandfather was really good to her. Looking at the idols all over the floor, Li Chen seemed to feel the sorrow of this era. Everyone believes in gods who have never appeared, but the ancestors who have passed away are always forgotten. Who knows why the gods should help you? Just because of your insignificant faith? Don't be ridiculous. With billions of people on Earth, even the gods can't keep up. The girl was not wrong, but it was incredibly sad. At least the old man never received the incense she was supposed to offer. But perhaps he didn't regret it, because what he wanted was different from the gods. The gods want faith, but he only wanted your safety. Graves on the hills in the north and south, Qingming festival sweeps all around. Paper ashes fly as white butterflies, tears stained into red azaleas. The fox sleeps on the grave at sunset, children laugh by the lamp at night. In life, one must get drunk on wine, not a drop will reach the underworld. Pay respects to the ancestors. Once you all forget them, they truly die. Life is short but also long, death may not be death, but if everyone forgets, then that person is truly dead. Li Chen glanced at Chino, then transformed into a yellow data stream and flew away while they were distracted. Every person in this world leaves a mark, even after they are gone, their mark remains. When the memory of that mark disappears, that is when the person truly vanishes. After flying away, Li Chen didn't rush home but went to pay respects to his father. Perhaps his father's blessings led him to where he is today. Maybe one day he will encounter his father's spirit. Back home, the weasel was watering the chicks, seemingly adapting to its new life. Maybe starting a chicken farm wouldn't be a bad idea, it might just be a laid-back weasel. Li Chen had to get back to work. He needed to retrieve the 2 secret manuals from the Heaven Sword. Although he didn't have cultivation manuals now, he could use martial arts to break through and achieve greatness. He planned to let things take their course with cultivation manuals. He had analyzed his situation with the prince, his physical qualities were improving daily, and the body was the foundation of everything. His talent wasn't exceptional, rushing into cultivation might not lead to success and could even be detrimental. The earth's spiritual energy was thin, and his spiritual roots were mixed. Cultivation required a lot of time, so he decided to lay a solid foundation first and maybe create his own technique in the future. The prince had analyzed that once his foundation reached a certain level, absorbing spiritual energy would propel him to great heights. Absorbing spiritual energy was like storing water, and he was digging a big hole now. The bigger the hole, the more water it could hold in the end. The Heaven Sword was extremely tough, ordinary swords couldn't break it. Luckily, Li Chen had a mysterious grade treasure sword. Although the Heaven Sword was tough, it was still inferior to this mysterious grade treasure sword. Based on Li Chen's analysis, this sword should also be close to the mysterious grade. Bang! Li Chen carefully cut the Heaven Sword in half and retrieved 2 secret manuals from inside, the Nining Manual and the Dragon Subduing Poem. Li Chen couldn't wait to open the manuals, but after reading for a while, he encountered a serious problem. He couldn't understand a thing. He recognized the characters, but when combined, he couldn't make sense of them. Meridians, acupoints, what were these things? His 9 years of compulsory education didn't cover this. Fortunately, he had the prince, who could solve any problem. He directly used the prince's network to search and transferred the information into his brain, comparing it bit by bit. After a day and night, he finally grasped the basics of the 2 manuals, thanks to his good foundation and the nourishment he had received. With his current strength, he had accumulated decades worth of inner energy, he just needed to learn how to use it. Internal strength. Strength comes from within. This is a power that belongs entirely to oneself, unlike cultivators who absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once a cultivator lacks spiritual energy, they are halfway to failure. Of course, warriors also have their drawbacks, as their strength comes from within and not from external sources. Therefore, they can only rely on their own cultivation or use treasures to enhance their physical qualities to increase their internal strength. This also leads to the incredibly slow progress of warrior cultivation, as cultivators have a continuous supply of spiritual energy, while warriors need to carefully refine their internal strength themselves. Physical qualities cannot always be enhanced by treasures. Just like Li Chen now, his physical strength has reached a bottleneck, and it is very difficult to further enhance it through treasures. After a night of cultivation, he learned the first move of the Dragon Subduing Poem, the Overbearing Dragon, Repentant Dragon, and also practiced 2 moves of the 9-in White Bone Claw. However, he felt that the 9-in White Bone Claw he practiced seemed a bit like Lord Wei's Dragon Claw hand. It looked a bit obscene, so he decided that he would never use this move when encountering men in the future. After a sleepless night, he was full of energy. It was another good day, the perfect time for time travel. After washing his face and refreshing himself, Li Chen was ready to time travel. Today, let me show you what a real man in 5 seconds looks like. Time travel. Shaolin Kung Fu was great, really great. Shaolin Kung Fu was awesome, really awesome. I have the Iron Head skill, invincible Iron Head skill. Li Chen. Wow. This singing is really soul-stirring. Smack. Iron Head skill, right. Bang. Diamond leg, right. Bang. Iron Head skill, right. I don't have the Iron Head skill, he does. Bang. Li Chen, Iron Head skill, right. I don't have the Iron Head skill, he does. After 5 seconds, Li Chen didn't have anything to show off, so he also knocked on a bottle. After all, he had the Iron Head skill. Invincible Iron Head skill. He couldn't just come for nothing, he had to make some gesture, and since he knocked on the others, he felt obliged to do the same. But before leaving, he also took a guitar with him. Holding the guitar, Li Chen strummed it a few times. Shaolin Kung Fu was great, really great. Shaolin Kung Fu is awesome. Really awesome. Ahem. It seems I really don't have that artistic talent. After singing a few lines, Li Chen couldn't stand it anymore, it was too embarrassing. And he didn't know how to play the guitar either. Sigh. It seemed like another useless item he had grabbed. Li Chen always found himself in worlds with famous scenes whenever he time traveled. Just by taking a glance, he could tell what kind of world it was. Of course, there were also some worlds he didn't know, like the world with the mysterious great treasure knife, where a female guard possessed such a powerful blade. That world must be extraordinary. Time travel. I only remember her surname is Hao, married a village chief named Zhao Debao. Surname Hao, married a village chief named Zhao. My wife. My wife. Zhao Debao was about to console him, but upon hearing that name, he was instantly stunned. I'm still here giving a lecture, how did I get into this mess? My heart. It's freezing cold. Zhao Debao instantly collapsed and snatched a hand warmer. Li Chen. Are there worlds like this too? Forget it. Whatever world it is, give it to me. Saying that, Li Chen directly snatched the hand warmer. After all, he couldn't return empty-handed. He couldn't just snatch the postpartum care of the mother pig. Whether it's cold or not, he had already taken it. He didn't understand love at all. Li Chen returned, holding a hand warmer. With zero income from 2 time travels, his heart was also feeling cold. In the following days, Li Chen began to seclude himself for cultivation. He needed to practice the dragon subduing palm and the 9-in manual diligently. He sent a copy of each secret manual to his mother and Chino via email, hoping they could succeed in their cultivation. Li Chen then started his seclusion, spending all his time on cultivation except for eating, sleeping, and crossing over. Ha ha, I have been practicing hard for 30 years for this day. It's not easy to kill me with the iron leg water float. In the martial world, one cannot avoid getting hurt. Such minor injuries are nothing. Isn't there a doctor named Wat here? Just let him stitch me up. How could I look at such things? I read the spring and autumn annals. Ha ha, only 17 palms? If you can master the 18th palm, you can definitely defeat me. But you won't have the chance. A man needs good kidneys, so he should drink kidney treasure. After drinking it, you can run faster than Lu Xiang, grow taller than Yao Ming. Kidney treasure tastes great. Father, I am not a monster. Why do you draw your sword against me as soon as we meet? After a month, Li Chen finally achieved great success in his martial arts. Although he couldn't fully unleash the power of the dragon subduing palm and the 9-in white bone claw, reaching 80 to 90% effectiveness was completely achievable. At the same time, Li Chen also obtained a pile of junk during this month of crossing over. What did he manage to grab? Pornographic books, worn-out shoes, kidney treasure, and some firearms were among the few decent items he acquired. Although he didn't find any treasures during this month of crossing over, he did manage to get quite a few firearms. From handguns to machine guns, Gatling guns, cannons, and tanks, he used his storage space to transport half of an arsenal from the other side. While firearms were not as cost-effective as his own abilities, they were undeniably practical. As the saying goes, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. At this stage, these firearms gave Li Chen a lot of confidence. After a month of seclusion, it was time for him to go out. He planned to repair the Heaven-Reliant sword first, as it was a valuable sword that would be a shame to leave broken. Fixing it and giving it to his mother would be a good idea. Li Chen began searching for a swordsmith and chose the most famous one to fly over to. Perhaps he could even craft a few more weapons. No, brother, this sword won't melt. What material is this? It doesn't deform even at temperatures of several thousand degrees, and its hardness is extremely high. Our current equipment simply cannot forge it. The swordsmith tapped the Heaven-Reliant sword and explained that it exceeded the category of ordinary metals. Ordinary flames would find it difficult to melt, and using alternative methods would only lower the sword's quality. Therefore, the equipment here was incapable of forging it. It was unknown how this sword in the Heaven-Reliant world was forged. In ancient times, the temperature of flames could not possibly exceed modern ones. The swordsmith shook his head in regret. As a swordsmith, he was very passionate about such divine weapons. Being able to handle such weapons was his lifelong pursuit, but his abilities were limited. He could only forge ordinary weapons and was incapable of repairing weapons of this caliber, let alone this one. Alas, what a pity! Such a good sword is broken. I don't have the ability to repair it, but I do know of a master swordsmith who might be able to fix it. However, he hasn't been forging swords for many years. Master swordsmith? Yes. I don't know him either, but I heard that he only forges divine swords, or rather, any sword he forges is definitely a divine sword. Of course, this is just a legend. I personally think it may be exaggerated, but his sword forging skills are absolutely unquestionable. Maybe you can go find him and see for yourself. Finally, Li Chen asked for the address of this master swordsmith, and it turned out to be in a villa on an island in the middle of a lake. Through the Crown Prince's investigation, it was found that it was considered one of the most luxurious villas in the country. This was quite different from what he had imagined a master to be like. Shouldn't masters be living in seclusion in the mountains, living in a simple thatched hut? Why is this master living in a villa? And the most luxurious one at that? Could it be one of those fake masters you find online? With a skeptical attitude, Li Chen arrived at the entrance of the villa on the island in the lake. After explaining the reason to the female security guard at the gate, she informed someone, and soon a beautiful female housekeeper came to escort him inside. Yes, something is not right. The villa is full of women. Even the security guards are women, and they are all incredibly beautiful. He just wanted to ask, is this master for real? Soon, Li Chen was led to a courtyard, where a middle-aged man with sunglasses was lying on a lounge chair drinking juice, with two young women massaging his shoulders and another massaging his legs behind him. Li Chen, so you want to repair a sword? What kind of sword is it? Show it to me. The middle-aged man said casually, and even had one of the beauties next to him feed him a grape. Li Chen, why does this master seem so unreliable? Can he really forge swords? With that, Li Chen took out the broken heaven-defying sword. At the moment Li Chen took out the heaven-defying sword, the middle-aged man reacted and almost instantly appeared in front of Li Chen. Good sword. Who the hell damaged it? This kind of mysterious iron material, I haven't seen it in a long time. But the swordsmithing skills seem a bit rough. If it's properly refined, it could be upgraded another level. The middle-aged man gently stroked the sword as if he were caressing his own child, and Li Chen even felt the heaven-defying sword tremble slightly. Although the middle-aged man was dressed in luxury, he seemed to have a special obsession with swords. Li Chen could feel that his eyes changed when he saw the sword. Young man, are you selling this sword or not? I'll offer 5 million. The middle-aged man said as he caressed the heaven-defying sword. Not for sale. 10 million. Not for sale. 50 million. Are you kidding me? I said it's not for sale. Do you even know how to repair swords? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment. Fine. If you won't sell it, you won't sell it. It's just a pity for this sword. How did it end up in your hands? Li Chen? Why can't it be in my hands? You don't know how to use a sword. Li Chen. I don't know how to use a sword, but I know how to use a keyboard. 3 million keystrokes in the sky, see me bowing down, one keystroke can defeat 30,000 naval forces. Can you do that? A good sword falling into the hands of someone who doesn't know how to use it is the biggest tragedy for this sword. Well, let's make a deal. 5 million. I'll repair this sword. 5 million. Why don't you just steal it? Try stealing 5 million for me, I earn money fair and square. The material of this sword itself is not easy to repair. In this mundane world, you won't find a second person who can repair this sword. Call me daddy. But, how come the cut on the sword looks like it was made by a sharp cutting tool? Whoever cut this sword must have extraordinary skills. By the way, why is there a hollow space in the middle of the sword? Who the hell forged this sword, turning a sword that should be at least a mysterious grade treasure into a yellow grade one? Li Chen. This guy seems to have some real skills after all. Hey, what are you looking at me for? I'm not that jerk. I know. You can't even forge a sword, you're not even as good as that jerk, otherwise you wouldn't have come looking for me. Li Chen. Your words are a bit hurtful. I have no money. No money? What are you fixing a sword for then? Master. I think, as a person, we can't just focus on money. I can see that you truly love swords. You don't want this precious sword to just gather dust, right? Don't give me that. The sword is not mine. If you give me the sword, I would give up everything to fix it, but it's not yours. How can I make you willing to fix it? How about I trade with you for a copy of the martial arts manual Dragon Subduing 18 Palms? Dragon Subduing 18 Palms? Are you kidding me? Even if that manual exists, I wouldn't be interested. Oh, you don't trust me, do you? Today I'll show you my Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. With that, Li Chen took a step back and struck out with a palm, instantly a golden dragon soared into the sky. Damn! You actually know how to use the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Of course, impressed? As long as you fix this sword for me, I'll teach you how. I won't fix it. Do you believe me? I'll let you experience 17 strikes of my Dragon Subduing 18 Palms first. The middle-aged man reclined on the lounge chair, waved his hand to dismiss the serving maids. Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you defeat me, I'll fix the sword for you for free, and maybe even teach you a thing or two. Pa, even if I defeat you, you'll still have to fix it. Besides, do I need you to teach me if I win? I'm only using half of my strength. If you can make me move, I'll consider it my loss. The middle-aged man said lightly. Damn, you old man are quite arrogant. Li Chen considered himself not a top expert, but he was definitely not weak. Even if that woman named Mi Yen came, he wouldn't necessarily lose. Could it be that this swordsmith master was even stronger than Mi Yen? But better safe than sorry. Today he would show you what treacherous human hearts are like. With that, Li Chen took out a Gatling gun and aimed it at the man. Man? Are you kidding me? Are you challenging me to a fight with this thing? Brother, have you thought this through? You might die if I shoot. Man. Humph. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Li Chen. This is not good. This old man seems to have some skills. If I shoot, I might not be able to move him. With that, Li Chen threw a gas grenade to test the waters, then suppressed with the Gatling gun. But when the smoke cleared, the middle-aged man remained unmoved, just a bit black in the face. Damn! This guy is really cunning. The Gatling gun is one thing, but throwing a gas grenade, he could withstand bullets, but gas, he wasn't prepared for it in advance, almost choked to death. Luckily he endured it, otherwise he would have lost face. Sigh. Alright, you're amazing. I lose. I won't fix the sword. With that, Li Chen turned and left. Wait. At that moment, the middle-aged man called out to Li Chen. Damn it. You want to run after fighting? It's not that easy. If it was just in normal sparring, I wouldn't bother with you, but you actually threw gas. If I don't hit you back today, I'll be upset for days. You've hit me so many times, let me hit you once. Don't worry, if you can block this one, forget about fixing the sword, I'll take you as my disciple. Senior, don't joke. I admit defeat. I won't fix it. Li Chen realized he had encountered a tough opponent. This was definitely a hidden expert, but unfortunately, he didn't seize the opportunity. The first impression didn't leave a good impression. However, before Li Chen could react, the man made a move, slightly raised a finger, and then gently waved it forward. Instantly a huge sword energy slashed down vertically, heading straight for Li Chen. The speed of the sword energy was not fast. After all, he didn't intend to kill. Even if Li Chen couldn't block it, he could still dodge it. The sword energy surged, tearing a deep bottomless rift in the ground, but at this moment, Li Chen was stunned. Is this it? Can he block this? Li Chen immediately took out a wooden sword and held it in front of him. The immortal wood sword could definitely block this attack. He was afraid that the opponent wouldn't give him a chance to block, but since the sword energy itself was not fast, he could completely block it. Bang! The sword energy pushed Li Chen back dozens of meters, leaving a long trench on the ground. Although he was pushed by a great force, Li Chen managed to block it. What kind of sword is this? The middle-aged man stood up looking puzzled. Master above, please accept this disciple's bow, Li Chen said as he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to him. A man should be able to bend and stretch, and this is obviously a master, so he had to make the first move. It wouldn't be good if the master changed his mind. After all, Li Chen knew who he was, and it was normal for the other party to look down on him. Li Chen didn't have any other skills, but he was good at climbing up the ladder. Give him a little sunshine and he would shine. He didn't have any other advantages, just a thick skin. What's the deal with this wooden sword? The middle-aged man asked looking puzzled. Master, this wooden sword has a great origin. Do you remember when Pangu created the world? Stop it. If you don't want to say, forget it. I'll repair the sword for you. Come back in 2 days to pick it up. You better get lost now. Oh, master, didn't you say you would teach me a couple of moves? Get lost. I'm not taking any disciples. I already kowtowed to you. If you don't accept me, you have to kowtow back to me. Fine. I'll teach you one move. The middle-aged man took Li Chen's sword and made a slash towards the sky. A mighty sword intense soared into the sky, shattering countless clouds. Alright, when you can cultivate the sword intent, you will be my disciple. Now get lost. The middle-aged man turned and walked back into the house. It was truly a frustrating day for him. Master, what's your name? Dogu Chiobai. You're just being perfunctory. At least come up with a name I haven't heard before. In the end, Li Chen left the Heart Lake Island. He felt that he might not have a destined relationship with this master. Just that one move. What could he possibly learn from it? He still didn't understand what sword intent was, but this master's temper was quite good. Even after all that, he didn't get angry. Li Chen wanted to see how powerful he really was. However, this old man had some skills. Although this time he didn't leave a good impression, if there was something good next time, he could bring it to him. This relationship might come in handy someday. Just after Li Chen left, a sword-wielding girl appeared in front of Dogu Chiobai. Senior, did you really teach him just now? Do you think he can comprehend the sword intent? Humph, at least he's better than you. That kid is unruly, but his physical fitness is terrifying, and his character is very suitable for learning the sword. If he can understand that move, it's not impossible for him to comprehend the sword intent, but it's impossible for him to understand it in a short time. Senior, I have an innate sword body, born with sword intent. My whole life is dedicated to the sword. Can't you really accept me as your disciple? Accept you as a disciple? Genjio, unless you throw away your broken sword one day, you will never be able to be my disciple. Love the sword but don't be obsessed with it. Otherwise, no matter how much insight you have into the sword, your achievements will be limited. The girl holding the sword fell into contemplation. She couldn't let go of the sword, it was her whole life. Without the sword, her life would lose all meaning. The elders of her sect said she was a once-in-a-century sword genius, but only in front of the senior, her talent was not worth mentioning. Back home, Li Chen began to contemplate. He repeatedly had the prince play the video of that sword, analyzing it from various angles. He knew his own abilities, so he might as well let the prince help him analyze more. If he could learn even a little, it would be worth it. Prince, activate the time travel function. With that, a portal opened in front of Li Chen, and he planned to go to another world to practice swordsmanship. In the real world, he couldn't freely display his skills, but in another world, it was different, and he could even bring back some treasures. When three walk together, one of them must be my teacher. I must examine myself 3 times. Am I loyal in my dealings with others? Am I trustworthy in my friendships? Have I passed on what I have learned? An old man was sitting behind a table, lecturing his disciples below. At that moment, Li Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Li Chen looked around before shifting his gaze to the old man. Give it to me. Li Chen directly snatched the book from the old man's hands. After waiting for a while, he realized he was still in the same place. Damn it! He was used to it. He forgot that this time he couldn't time travel in 5 seconds. The old man and his 3,000 disciples were all staring straight at Li Chen. Li Chen! Damn it! He had snatched it. What could an old man do to him? Old man, who are you? You look pretty cool. The old man squinted slightly, then slowly stood up. The old man was 8 feet tall, muscular, with a large axe hanging from his waist inscribed with the word virtue. He looked friendly and approachable, not like a serious old man. He. I am Confucius, also known as Zhongni. May I ask what brings you here, young friend? Confucius slowly pulled out the axe and placed it on Li Chen's neck. Li Chen, rest assured, I have always used virtue rather than the axe. As long as you can explain clearly, I am always reasonable. Li Chen started to sweat a little on his forehead. Was this Confucius? Wasn't he a Confucian? If you didn't say you were Confucius, I would have thought you were Li Kuei. But it's okay. Although Confucius was the founder of Confucianism, he was just an ordinary person. Even if he was a bit tough, what could he do to me? However, at that moment, Confucius suddenly shook, and an immense golden light radiated from him. A huge and incomparable saintly figure slowly appeared behind Confucius. Rest assured, we Confucians value benevolence and righteousness the most and will never bully others. With that, his 3,000 disciples stepped forward, each pulling out 2 axes. The axe on the left was inscribed with benevolence, and the one on the right was inscribed with righteousness. Under the sky, with feet on the ground, on the left is benevolence, on the right is righteousness. Li Chen. Oh no! This turned out to be a world of cultivators. Could this Confucius be the saint of Confucianism? Ah ha ha ha, that old. Cough. Sage Confucius, my admiration for you is like the overflowing yellow river, continuous and unstoppable. Today, after hearing your words, I couldn't help but snatch your book. Please forgive me. At the end of the Confucian and Taoist paths, who stands at the peak? Seeing Confucius, the path becomes clear. In the heavens, there are 3 million Confucian scholars, and meeting you may make them all bow their heads. Li Chen quickly flattered when he realized he couldn't win. Confucius, well said. Go on. Li Chen, do you still have any shame, old man? Ha ha ha. At the peak of Confucianism, dominating the world, with you Confucius, there is heaven. If Confucius was not born, it would be like a long night for eternity. Holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there is no one like you in this world. A Confucian classic hidden in the belly, your fate is in your hands, not in the heavens. Confucius came before heaven, the great Luo golden immortal passes on the smoke. Confucius is the most handsome. By the end, Li Chen himself was speechless. He thought Confucianists were supposed to be more approachable. Ha ha, young man, you're quite good. I like your sincerity. Saying this, Confucius put away his axe, then patted Li Chen's shoulder vigorously. Confucius patted Li Chen's shoulder, almost patting him into the ground. This old man was cunning, with muscles all over his body claiming to be a scholar. This is the legendary ability to write and control the world with martial arts. Can you believe this devil muscle old man over 2 meters tall? Did he grow up on steroids? At his age, shouldn't he be hunched over by now? Young man, can you tell me how you got here? Don't worry. I am a scholar and won't easily harm others. Don't be fooled by this sharp axe, it's just a ceremonial tool, as is this sword in this wolf's tooth club, all ceremonial tools, just decorations. Confucius said calmly as he put away the axe. Li Chen, you old scoundrel, I don't believe you. I can understand a ceremonial tool with a sword, but a wolf's tooth club as a ceremonial tool? That's more like a weapon. Li Chen felt like this old man was threatening him. Satisfactory answers were considered ceremonial, while unsatisfactory answers were seen as weapons. The question now was, how could he deceive this muscle old man who had a combat power report? Just flattering him wouldn't work. Despite his appearance, he was a scholar and probably sharp-minded. Well, can I say I'm a time traveler? Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Forget about time travelers making a name for themselves in another world. There were plenty of big shots who could read minds. If they couldn't, that was fine, but if they could, you'd be in trouble. Moreover, so what if he was a time traveler? How many big shots cared about time travelers? Could they even invade the low-level universe of Earth? Even if they could, it would take them a couple of days to figure it out, while he could leave in a day. Although Confucius didn't seem like a good person, he was indeed a good person, at least nominally. You're a smart kid. Don't lie in front of a sage. If you tell a lie, you'll be buried here today. Li Chen, are you a sage or a villain? Why so ruthless? Kid, you'll follow me for the next few days as punishment for disrespecting me. Li Chen? Is that it? This is considered punishment? Don't be too happy, kid. Next, I'm going to visit the 100 schools. I will use virtue to persuade them to follow Confucianism and Taoism. Li Chen, so you're going to challenge them at their doorstep. No wonder you brought 3,000 followers and 3 extremely sharp ceremonial tools with you. You're not a Confucian, you should call yourself the Axe Gang. With just one gang, Li Chen felt like they were biting off more than they could chew. You're picking a fight with 100 schools. This isn't a proper historical society. In this world where combat power is reported, even if you're a muscle old man, how many people can you fight? But looking at the 3,000 followers around him, Li Chen understood that getting on the boat was easy, but getting off would be difficult. And Confucius probably wouldn't be so easily fooled. Besides, he was just a soldier. Who would care about him? The old man would handle the big matters, and the disciples would handle the small ones. In short, he didn't need to worry about it. Let's go. Let's first visit the farmers. As the master said, I and my 3,000 disciples are at the farmers. Speaking, Li Chen felt an inexplicable force, directly carrying him across countless spaces, and instantly appeared on the farmland. The farmers emphasized the cultivation and sharing of food with the wise, so when Li Chen appeared, he saw a group of farmers digging and planting as if sowing seeds. When the farmers saw Confucius coming, they immediately ran away, leaving behind their hoes and picks. Li Chen didn't know who Confucius was, but could they not know? Legend has it that no one who opposed Confucius had a good ending. Even a great practitioner once commented on Confucius, saying that he could negotiate with the Jade Emperor above and the King of Hell below. You can't argue with his reasoning, which means you agree. If you agree with our Confucianism, why not join us? Are you looking down on me, Confucius? But they are farmers. They are a bunch of Confucian scholars who know nothing about farming. All they want is to feed all the people in the world. Are they wrong? In the end, Confucius and the leader of the farmers had a friendly exchange. Confucius walked out of the farm in high spirits. What they discussed remains unknown, but from then on, the leader of the farmers started using a wheelchair when going out. Later, Confucius used his virtues to deal with several families, most of whom were no match for him. Even his followers had no chance to intervene. Li Chen was secretly relieved, thinking, great, it seems that this old man Confucius still has some skills. Now I just have to serve him tea and water every day, which is completely trivial punishment for me. Until they arrived at the military camp. The military camp is different from the farm. The farmers only know how to farm, but the brothers in the military camp are truly experts in military strategy. When Confucius arrived, they had already set up their battle formation. The Confucianists respect culture, while the military values martial arts. Although the two sides do not declare war on each other, they will not show any favor. In normal history, the Confucianists were no match for the military in battles, but here, it might be different. After all, the Confucianists have the invincible Confucius. The military set up their battle formation, and the Confucianists had to show their strength as well. The 3,000 followers immediately took out their axes of benevolence and righteousness, creating a sense of unity. My disciples, 1 against 10. Confucius spoke golden words that turned into a clear aura surrounding the 3,000 followers, even reaching Li Chen. He felt a significant increase in his combat power. At that moment, the leader among the 3,000 followers stepped forward. Killing in the world, fierce and terrifying. One step, one kill, heart stops but hands don't. A fierce killing intent enveloped him. Next was the second in command among the 3,000 followers. Proud bones, murderous sleeves, sharp 3 feet, invincible in all directions, commanding the 5 fingers, silence in the 6 realms, playing the 7 strings, crying in the 8 wilderness. An unparalleled power surged through him, with an imposing aura reaching the sky. One by one, the 3,000 followers recited poems, emitting colorful lights and exuding majestic and astonishing power. However, at that moment, they all looked at Li Chen, as if saying, "We've all recited our poems, it's your turn, why aren't you reciting? What's wrong, little brother, not giving face?" Li Chen: "I would love to play along, but I have nothing in my head. If you ask me to carry a hoe under the scorching sun, I can do it, but I can't handle this high-end stuff. But there's no way out, everyone is watching. I can't lose face. Let's do this. Sharpen my sword, fight to the sky, shed my blood, and move forward." It seemed like the heavens took pity on him, giving him a tiny bit of clear aura. He probably only got this because of the red-haired monster's face, as his own face was worth nothing. Li Chen actually misses some very cool poems, but unfortunately he is not educated. The stuff he learned in Chinese class is basically gone, even though he still remembers a few poems, they are not suitable. He reads a lot of novels, so he can casually quote a few lines of second-hand poetry, but the poetry in novels is just that, and although it's not bad, it definitely can't compare to those famous poems that have been passed down through the ages. Although he is not a Confucian, with the halo of a sage, he can still receive some gifts, but his own cultural level is low, so it's impossible for him to excel. Kill them! A group of henchmen wielding double axes charged forward, and Li Chen also pulled out his mysterious grey treasure sword and charged up, but he was getting slower and slower, barely taking a few steps before falling behind, shouting the loudest but moving the slowest. "Do you really expect me to risk my life for your Confucian matters? I was just a strong man captured, do you still expect me to work for you? If it weren't for that old man Kong slipping away early." With one slash, Li Chen took down a soldier from the enemy camp, realizing that his armor seemed quite good. He smeared some blood on his face sneakily, then lay down on the ground, crawling towards any corpse he saw, feeling around the bodies and collecting whatever he found, regardless of what it was. Then a strange scene unfolded on the battlefield, with most of the bodies lying on the ground being unarmed civilians, some even stripped naked, as it was inevitable that some wealthy people wore expensive clothes. Could Li Chen pass up such good fortune? However, just then, Li Chen touched a body, but as soon as he did, the body moved and rolled away, staring at him with wide eyes. "Li Chen, why is there someone playing dead here too?" Without a word, Li Chen gave him a look, indicating for him to continue playing dead while he searched elsewhere. The soldier who was playing dead also understood instantly and promptly collapsed again. This was Li Chen's happiest moment, as this was the cultivation world, full of treasures everywhere. The military families were not insignificant either, although they were just disciples and soldiers, they still carried some treasures, albeit of lower quality. However, at that moment, a golden-armored warrior from the military family spotted him and accused him of lacking martial ethics for playing dead and looting corpses. The warrior charged at him and swung his sword down towards Li Chen. Damn it! Seeing the sword coming down, Li Chen rolled lazily to dodge it. Boom! The sword energy created a huge trench in the ground. "You audacious thief! How dare you play dead and loot corpses? You are no better than an animal. Hand over everything you have, or I won't be polite." The golden-armored warrior shouted angrily, but with thousands of people engaged in battle, no one paid attention to them. Li Chen realized something was wrong. "You're eyeing my treasures, aren't you? You don't want to stoop to playing dead and looting corpses like me, so you're trying to rob me, aren't you? You're not following martial ethics either. But this matter shouldn't be made public. If everyone finds out he's looting corpses, both sides might come after him. After all, he doesn't discriminate between military and Confucian corpses, he loots them all. Since people are dead, it's a waste to leave things lying around, so he might as well make good use of them. Brother, how about this? I'll split the loot with you, and we'll call it even. After all, life is not easy for me either. We don't have any major grudges. Let's leave a way out for each other and meet again in the future. Li Chen said softly to the warrior. Nonsense. I, Lin, am not that kind of person. With that, the warrior grabbed Li Chen by the collar and clenched his fist slightly. I want it all. Li Chen, you are too greedy. You should at least leave me some. Taking someone's money is like killing their parents. You are forcing me to fight with you. No negotiation. You are forcing me to take action. Humph. Ill-gotten gains must be handed over. Nonsense. You are greedy, and you still talk about ill-gotten gains. You are shameless, asking for death. With that, the big man directly swung a knife towards Li Chen. In his view, someone who only dares to sneak around and loot corpses on the battlefield can't be that capable. I just wanted a little treasure from you. I didn't ask for your life, which was already giving you face. What qualifications do you, a small role, have to negotiate with me? I am the first vanguard general of the military. Do you really think I am easy to talk to? Today, I will let you know why flowers are so red. Oh, are you trying to provoke me? Do you really think I can't beat you? Li Chen also took out a mysterious great sword and charged towards the big man, engaging in a direct confrontation. Although Li Chen's own combat level was not that great, he had the prince's bonus. The prince's combat power was linked to the game level. Although Li Chen didn't know the exact principle behind it, his gaming level was top-notch. So with this bonus, as long as the power gap wasn't too big, Li Chen could hold his own in combat. Bang! The two of them started fighting fiercely. It was Li Chen's first time engaging in a direct fight, so he was particularly serious. After all, always being sneaky doesn't improve combat power. He needed to fight people and learn that sword technique. He wanted to use a sword, but he only had a wooden sword at the moment. The wooden sword was blunt, although sturdy, its killing power was lacking. He hadn't reached the level where he could kill without a sharp edge, so he had to use a knife, incorporating sword techniques with it. The big man on the opposite side was also shocked. How could this kid be so strong? Although I'm not the top young talent in the military, I'm close. What's going on with you? With such strength, why were you pretending to be weak and looting corpses? If you had this strength, you should have shown it earlier. Even if it's just 20%, it's not impossible. As the battle with the big man continued, Li Chen's swordsmanship became more and more smooth and natural. After all, he had never been in a fight before. This time, he encountered a worthy opponent, which allowed him to hone his skills. Li Chen had never learned swordsmanship, but practice makes perfect. Fighting involves blocking and attacking, and these skills are self-taught in battle. Just like a soldier who hasn't learned swordsmanship but has been killing on the battlefield for years, his swordsmanship won't be lacking. By practicing with this big man, Li Chen was also simulating that sword technique. His swordsmanship was constantly approaching that technique, but he just couldn't grasp it. However, even so, his swordsmanship improved significantly. Confucius and the leader of the military were fighting, and their disciples were also fighting the military's men. Currently, the military had the upper hand, as they had more people. Although Confucius's 3,000 followers were not exactly 3,000 strong, they were still outnumbered by the military. Moreover, the military's formation gave them a significant advantage in this group battle. Although the disciples were struggling, Confucius was fierce. The leader of the military was clearly being pressured by Confucius. If it weren't for a few people forming a small formation, he would have been knocked out by Confucius long ago. Li Chen and the big man were also fighting fiercely. Among these disciples, both of them were considered top-notch in terms of strength. So even in a one-on-one fight, no one dared to intervene, as the power of these two could easily kill or injure others with just a touch. Li Chen tried to incorporate the moves of the dragon subduing 18 palms and the 9 white bone claws into his swordsmanship. After all, he had never learned swordsmanship, so he can only use the moves from these two martial arts techniques. Although it was impossible for them to be exactly the same, the essence of these moves was to defeat the enemy. Just by imitating them a bit, he could unleash some power. Ha! Take my dragon subduing 18 slashes. Regretful dragon. A golden dragon was directly split by Li Chen's sword, heading straight for the man in golden armor. What the heck? The man in armor saw the golden dragon flying towards him and exclaimed, "What the heck?" The man instantly wielded his large sword, and countless sword energies filled the air, cutting towards the golden dragon. The sword swept through the clouds, the wind rose and the clouds surged, and the golden dragon was instantly chopped into pieces. Li Chen saw the golden dragon shattered but did not get angry. After all, it was his first time using a sword instead of his palms. If he had summoned 18 dragons, he might have already knelt down. However, as the fight went on, Li Chen lost interest. Although the man in armor was slightly better in swordsmanship, he was much inferior in other aspects. If he were a bit more serious, the man probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing that his swordsmanship was almost honed, Li Chen felt he could withdraw. Continuing the fight would attract unwanted attention and lead to being surrounded. With that, Li Chen and the man in armor clashed head-on with their swords, causing Li Chen to spew blood wildly and fly backwards, falling to the ground motionless. Man in armor? Are you pretending to be dead again? However, the man in armor was not stupid. He knew whether he could defeat his opponent, and now that the opponent had retreated, he had to save face. But then he thought, what's the value of face anyway? If the opponent, who was so strong, didn't care about face, why should he? With that in mind, the man in armor clutched his chest and spewed blood, falling beside a pile of corpses. Both of them took advantage of the distraction of the fighting crowd to search the bodies on the ground. Sometimes Li Chen couldn't help but admire them. They were really fighting. Their brains were all messed up. What was worth fighting so desperately for? Anyway, he wouldn't fight desperately. Seizing opportunities in chaos was the real deal. After searching for a while, he realized that not everyone was as brave as they seemed. At least, he found several bodies that were still moving when he touched them. There were still people who were afraid of death. At that moment, it seemed that there was a sudden development on Confucius's side. An old man beside the leader of the military faction was chopped down by Confucius and fell not far from Li Chen. This old man seemed extraordinary, and he must have had some treasures on him. Li Chen quickly sneaked over to search, but then he noticed that the man in golden armor was also approaching. "This is our military faction's elder. I'll take care of his body. You go away." The man in golden armor spoke first. "Nonsense. This is the spoils of war taken by our Confucian leader. It has nothing to do with you. Our elders were all killed, and you dare to search the bodies here. Are you really from the military faction? Are you a traitor?" The man in golden armor. "Aren't you just like me?" Ignoring the man in armor, Li Chen reached for the iron fan held by the elder. However, to his surprise, he couldn't grab it as the old man didn't let go. The military elder stared at Li Chen with his big eyes. "Li Chen, rest in peace." Li Chen closed the elder's eyes, but as soon as he did, the elder opened them again. "Li Chen, what the heck? He's not dead. Why won't he let go?" However, it seemed that the elder wouldn't live much longer. Li Chen directly broke his fingers one by one in front of him and took the impressive iron fan. However, at this moment, the man in golden armor moved. Instead of grabbing the iron fan, he directly snatched a small bag from the old man's waist and then turned and ran. The man had made up his mind that after this job, he would no longer stay in the military, as it was clear to discerning eyes that the military couldn't compete with the Confucian scholars. He might as well make a big profit now and roam the world in the future. Damn it! That's a storage bag. Li Chen suddenly remembered. He had only grabbed a fan, but the other person had taken the whole storage bag. This old man was no ordinary person. He definitely had a lot of valuable items on him. "How dare you steal my stuff? I see you don't want to live." With that, Li Chen raised his knife and charged forward. Some scattered items were one thing, but it was clear that this old man held valuable items in his storage bag. "I spent so long searching through corpses, and now you want to take half of it. It's so unfair that you just grab and run." "Old man, taste my blade." "Damn it! You already took a fan. What more do you want? This is our military elder. You didn't leave me anything. I spit on you. You took the storage bag, and you still have the nerve to blame me. Hand it over, or I'll chop you up. I spit on you. Who's afraid of who? Today, I'm telling you, you won't take a single hair from the items in this storage bag. I said it." With that, the man in golden armor also drew his sword and charged forward. A tiger won't show its might unless it's provoked. Who do you think I am, a sick cat? Everyone has some hidden cards when they're out and about. You really think I can't beat you? While the belongings of military and Confucian disciples were valuable, they weren't worth risking his life for. But this elder was different. If he could grab this storage bag, he would have enough for his next life. What could he offer? Even if he couldn't win, he had to run away. "Today, this storage bag is mine, and no one can take it." The two clashed directly, with a flurry of strikes. However, they didn't notice that the old man on the ground, who still had a breath left, was staring at them with wide eyes, as if to say they had gone too far. "I'm not dead yet. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Li Chen and the man in golden armor completely ignored the old man still breathing on the ground. Both of them were getting desperate. "This is ridiculous. I've always been the one robbing others. No one has dared to steal from me." Li Chen swung his long knife, unleashing 18 golden dragons in a fit of excitement. He even managed to incorporate the dragon subduing 18 palms into his swordsmanship. Integrating palm techniques into sword techniques naturally increased their power to some extent. However, the level of the moves was reduced by 1 grade, as palm techniques were different from sword techniques. Although they had similarities, they were ultimately different. The 18 golden dragons scattered and caused a violent explosion, sending most of the Confucian and military disciples below flying. "Damn it! You think you're so awesome. Look at my fish-scale golden armor." The golden-armored man's golden armor suddenly emitted golden light, and the 18 golden dragons couldn't get close. The man then took out a long halberd, a treasured weapon he had kept for many years, made from the bones of a dragon, exceptionally fierce, capable of blocking gods and slaughtering demons. Han Hai Rising Sky Halberd. With that, the man thrust the halberd towards Li Chen. The halberd seemed like a tsunami rising from the ground, unstoppable, transforming into a huge halberd light that struck down directly, creating a massive crack in the ground. Li Chen quickly dodged, cursing inwardly, realizing that the old man had indeed kept a trick up his sleeve. "Damn it! You will also play with a halberd. Watch me take your dog's life." As Li Chen spoke, he raised his knife and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Even in terms of momentum, their banter was more stimulating than that of Confucius and his followers. The two were so powerful that they left the onlookers dumbfounded. "Can you two fight a bit further away? You guys keep going back and forth, but here it's chaos." Without realizing it, the soldiers from the two sides separated, making way for the two combatants. The soldiers from both sides watched as the two, one from the military and the other barely from the scholarly side, fought intensely. Both sides were afraid of being accidentally injured, so they shouted for them to stop. The scholars even buffed Li Chen and verbally attacked the other side. While the scholars didn't claim to be invincible in physical combat, they were unmatched in verbal sparring. The balance of victory gradually shifted towards Li Chen's side. However, the golden armored warrior's armor was too tough, and Li Chen couldn't break through it. If Li Chen took a hit, he might be done for. "Damn it! I'll cure you of your bad habits. Today, I'll show you what equality for all beings means." With that, Li Chen pulled out a Gatling gun and aimed it at the golden armored warrior. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a round of fire, the warrior couldn't hold on any longer. There's a limit to toughness. At least he couldn't withstand the Gatling gun now. If it were just 1 or 2 bullets, it would be manageable, but he couldn't withstand the 3,600 rounds per minute lead uranium bullets. Armor also requires energy to operate. Hand over your stuff. Otherwise, not even Jesus can save you today, I'm telling you. Li Chen was full of vigor as he held the Gatling gun, but at that moment, he noticed a group of people below staring at him with suspicion, including soldiers and scholars. "Li Chen, I've overplayed my hand. You've gone too far." The elder on the ground, almost out of breath, was so angry that his beard was standing on end. He was almost dead. Couldn't they wait for him to die before looting his body? Why did they have to let him see the scene? "I'll fight you to the end," the old man declared, intending to die with them, but just then, Confucius appeared before him and pushed him back with a kick, leaving him cold. A young man can be taught. You have the demeanor of my youth," Confucius said as he pulled Li Chen away. "We don't fight like that. We are scholars, we should be refined and cultured. Most importantly, you stole the limelight. Where does that leave me?" After the scuffle, Confucius realized that although the soldiers were not individually strong, their formation was too powerful for him to break through quickly. So, he decided to switch to another group first. "Alright, let's call a temporary truce. Go apologize to them. How can you be so violent at such a young age?" Confucius scolded Li Chen. "Li Chen, you old man, how dare you scold me? And we're only halfway through the fight, and you're talking about a truce?" However, under the authority of Confucius, Li Chen reluctantly approached the golden armored warrior. "I'm sorry. Come and get it." Li Chen took advantage of the warrior's distraction and snatched the halberd from his hand. He had never suffered such a big loss before. "Today, if you don't shed some blood, you won't be allowed to leave." After grabbing the halberd, Li Chen transformed into a stream of information and flew behind Confucius, leaving the golden armored warrior stunned. "Pathetic! You can only snatch a halberd. If you're going to steal, steal something better." Let's talk about the halberd, not about fighting. Let's be civilized." Confucius is powerful, but unable to defeat the military in a short time, so he should retreat. Otherwise, half of his 3,000 followers would be lost. Of course, if he were to fight hard, Confucius could definitely defeat the opponent, but he also needs to consider his own losses. "You all wait for me. I will come back. By then, I will personally impart the teachings of Confucianism to you." With that, Confucius left with Li Chen and his 3,000 followers. "It seems that I can't be so reckless in the future. After all, I am getting old. We Confucians are not good at fighting. Next time, let's discuss philosophy. Let's suppress the opponent in thoughts," Confucius said, stroking his beard with a hint of emotion. Li Chen replied, "You are speaking sense. Confucians are indeed not good at fighting. It's better for scholars like you to talk." The next 2 days, Confucius indeed became more restrained, focusing on philosophical discussions. Confucians had good eloquence, and ordinary people could hardly argue with him. Although it was not as quick as physical subjugation, cultural influence also played a significant role, until he arrived at the Mahist school. The master said, "Is it not a pleasure, having learned something, to try it out? Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? The benevolent person loves benevolence. Those who are righteous should be at the forefront. Universal love and non-aggression. I love all people, just as all people love me. When poor, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should help others. Benevolence is the ultimate truth in the world." Ha ha, is your benevolence like 2 axes labeled with benevolence? I am showing respect. learning literature to have a good conversation with you, learning martial arts to have a good conversation with me. Ha ha, nonsense. In the end, it's still about using force to subdue others. A mere scholar using force to oppress others is truly a disgrace to culture. Humph. Stubborn and unyielding, confusing people's minds with deceitful words. Take this axe from me. With that, Confucius swung his axe down. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon pass swiftly. Li Chen, dressed in Confucian robes, returned home. In that world where Confucianism was supreme, Li Chen stayed for 5 days. During these 5 days, Confucius almost won over all the scholars with his virtue. Although it was unclear what kind of world it was, in that world where Confucianism was supreme, Confucius was at the peak, and all scholars had to yield to him. In the end, Li Chen humbly joined Confucius as one of his 3,000 followers. Although he had lived a carefree and free life, Confucius was truly extraordinary. Damn it! The strongest in the whole world, bowing down to Confucius as a teacher, he could walk sideways. Moreover, Confucius had many treasures, and even his ink treasures could suppress others. In that world, Confucius helped him unlock his literary potential, allowing him to use literary energy. Although it was basically useless to him, what if one day he composed a poem? It's a pity. Only stayed for 5 days. Old man Confucius is stingy. I just took a few things from him. Was it necessary? During these 5 days, Li Chen wasted no time. He swindled and stole, taking any quick money-making opportunities he could find. He almost cleaned out Confucius's 3,000 followers. He even extorted many things from various scholars, but when there was nothing left to extort, he targeted Confucius himself, so he returned early. However, despite his explosive temper, Confucius was still a good person. I stole the 4 treasures of the study that he had nurtured with righteousness for decades, and he only wanted to kill me. He didn't even think of torturing me. Later, Li Chen touched the knife in his hand, and 4 words were added to the blade: no taboos. This was what he asked Confucius for when he became his disciple. This time, the gains were indeed substantial, all because he followed a big shot as soon as he entered. The most precious thing should be the 4 treasures of Kong Laoda's study. He should learn calligraphy well in the future, cultivate his literary spirit, and then he can unleash the power of these things. As for other miscellaneous items, there are countless weapons, artifacts, elixirs, spiritual fruits, storage bags, and storage rings. The best weapon should be the fan, and the large halberd is also good. The rest are just small soldiers' items, but even so, it is definitely enough. The weapons are mostly yellow and mysterious grade. The fan and the large halberd are even ground-level weapons. If it weren't for his precious sword being upgraded due to Kong Laoda's calligraphy, he might have considered using a halberd or fan. The world is really unpredictable, things change so quickly. What a wave of fat. Today there are 2 more chances to time travel. Perfect. Let's try our luck. Time travel. You villain, dare to fight me for a few rounds? Afraid of you? If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be a hero. The Crown Prince Moon directly fought with his cousin Little Toad Dragon. The two fought fiercely at the bottom of the river, with the Crown Prince even summoning his long spear, while the Toad Dragon wielded his 3-edged mace, causing chaos in the water. Li Chen, gurgle gurgle help. Gurgle gurgle. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly appeared, but the 2 who were fighting didn't even notice him, thinking he was just an extra. However, Li Chen was surprised to find himself underwater. He didn't expect to be teleported there directly. He thought he should have been better prepared. What if he teleports into lava next time? Splash. 5 seconds passed. Li Chen landed, spitting out 2 small fish from his mouth. At least he didn't return empty-handed. The fish were a bit small, but he could raise them. I still need to learn how to swim. The water here is too dangerous. No, why would I learn to swim? Even the awesome swimming champion can't handle being in the water. I need to learn how to avoid water, that way I can be completely safe. He put the small fish in a cup, changed his clothes, and thought he still had one more chance. Let's go again. Time travel. Wukong. How many times do I have to tell you, don't throw things around? The moonlight box is a treasure. If you throw it away, it will pollute the environment. What if it hits a child? Even if it doesn't hit a child, hitting plants and flowers is still wrong. Tang Seng held the moonlight box and nagged at Sun Wukong, who just grabbed the moonlight box. What are you doing? Let go. You want it, right? Wukong, if you want it, just say it. If you don't say it, how would I know you want it? Although you are looking at me sincerely, you still need to tell me what you want. Do you really want it? Then take it. Do you really want it? Li Chen. Take it, damn it. Li Chen kicked Tang Seng to the ground, snatched the moonlight box, and then looked at the golden cudgel in Sun Wukong's hand. Give it to me. Give. I'll take it. What are you doing? Sun Wukong looked at Li Chen, who was trying to grab his golden cudgel, with a puzzled expression. Li Chen. It's quite heavy. Give it to me. Unable to snatch the golden cudgel, Li Chen had a clever idea. In the last second, he plucked a handful of monkey hair from Sun Wukong's head and disappeared instantly. Sun Wukong. Tang Sun Wukong. Only you can accompany me to the west to get the scriptures smack. Sun Wukong slapped Tang Seng away. Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva was very confused. She seemed to have witnessed loneliness. Li Chen returned, holding a moonlight treasure box and a tuft of monkey hair. The moonlight treasure box speaks for itself, but what use could the monkey hair have? He needed to study it. Prince. Absorbed the moonlight treasure box. Absorption complete. Gained the power of time and space for 24 days, with a total of 30 days remaining. Also gained the ability to extend time by 5 seconds using the power of time and space, extending 1 minute each day. Oh my! A new function. Extend 1 minute? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Can't I use that extra minute to time travel again in the same day? Fragments are just fragments. The function is not good. I don't know if I can find other system fragments, which means I devoured the prince's system. Otherwise, it's just a fragment and I don't know what it is. There was nothing to research about the system fragments for now. Li Chen was carefully observing the tuft of monkey hair, which he had risked his life to pull from the head of the great sage equal to heaven. Could this not be a bit mystical? If not, then he must not have discovered it yet. After repeated research by Li Chen, he still couldn't find anything special about Sun Wukong's monkey hair. Maybe this monkey wasn't very serious. Wait, it seems like I traveled to practice that sword move, but what the heck did I do? I deceived, cheated, and even researched a set of dragon descending sword technique, but it seems like I probably didn't practice the sword move. Forget it. I'll research it next time I have time. I wonder how Mom is doing lately. I've collected so many magical treasures and elixirs, I should send her some. Li Chen said as he dialed his mom's number. Just a sheep. The intelligence of a sheep is unimaginable as high as the sky. The mood is just as carefree chasing the sun every day. Hello, Li Chen, why did you suddenly call me? I'm fine here. You don't need to worry about me. I've already reached the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. When I reach the 5th level, I can go down the mountain for training, and then I'll come find you. His mom's voice came from the phone. Mom, are you available? I've got a batch of treasures this time. If you're free, I'll bring them to you now. Yi Xingyun? Why did he use got 4 treasures? Is that proper? And how are you going to bring them to me? Even though I'm still on Earth, I seem to be on an island in an unknown place. I'm available, but how are you coming over? I don't even know where I am. Human body information transmission, Li Chen said, and he appeared directly in Yi Xingyun's room. The room had a pink color scheme, with bunny stickers everywhere, a Simmons bed with a Pikachu plush toy on it, and Yi Xingyun was lying on the bed with a face mask on, talking on the phone. Clatter! Seeing Li Chen suddenly appear, Yi Xingyun's phone fell in shock. What principle was this? It's not very cultivator-like. Instant teleportation? To be honest, Li Chen was also quite puzzled. Was this the so-called Great Luo Palace? Was their sect this extravagant? Sleeping on Simmons beds? And do cultivators need Pikachu plush toys and face masks? In Li Chen's mind, cultivators were still a group of disciples in ancient costumes practicing swordsmanship in an open field. According to his understanding, cultivators should live in small bamboo houses, diligently cultivate, and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This place was more luxurious than his. There was even a computer in the bedroom. And his mom, at her age, still like this? Were the bunny stickers serious? Mom, you're already in your 40s. Yi Xingyun ripped off the face mask and widened his eyes. How did you come here? Li Chen also widened his eyes. Damn, why do you look so young? Seeing his beautiful mother, Li Chen's eyes almost popped out. She looked at least 20 years younger. He had only seen his mother like this when he was a child, and she didn't seem this beautiful back then. At least her skin wasn't this smooth. Is this really my mother? How come she looks younger than me? It turns out his mother was really young when she was young. Isn't that obvious? I've been cultivating, so of course I would revert back to my youthful appearance. Do you expect me to maintain a middle-aged look for the rest of my life? My master has given me many elixirs and miraculous medicines. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to maintain this appearance for the rest of my life. Yi Xingyun touched her enchanting face and said. She was already beautiful, but after cultivating, she became even more stunning. It's just that natural beauty is so capricious. Oh right, this is for you. Inside are some treasures and elixirs that I obtained. I have too many and can't use them all, so I'll give you some. With your current strength, you should be able to use most of them. Li Chen said as he took out a ring and handed it to Yi Xingyun. Li Chen had also acquired many storage rings in bags, and he planned to give one to Qinshu later, but not now, as he was afraid he might run away. Yi Xingyun looked at the storage ring in slight shock. When did her son become so successful? Could it be that he was possessed? Do you remember the last time you wet the bed as a child? Li Chen, why do you keep bringing that up? It's all in the past, even an 8-year-old wets the bed sometimes. So what if I wet the bed? So what if I wet the bed? I wet my own bed, am I proud of it? Yi Xingyun, this is definitely my own child. Yi Xingyun opened the storage ring and glanced inside, suddenly shivering. What the heck is all this? Some treasures and elixirs are one thing, but are those crates of hand grenades for real? And there are Gatling guns, AK-47s, pistols, rifles, mortars, and even 2 of Li Yunlong's Italian cannons. Did he just rob an arsenal? Inside were also a large pile of monster corpses that Li Chen had painstakingly collected. He had tasted them, and the meat was quite good, providing a strengthening effect. It would definitely benefit cultivators. He had also poured several barrels of spiritual spring water for her. Even if it was just a pile, Li Chen intended to turn her into an immortal. At that moment, Yi Xingyun suddenly realized that the roles in their home seemed to have reversed. She used to take care of her son, but now it seemed to be the other way around. Yi Xingyun lived in a small villa with complete facilities, including a small gym. Outside, there was a small medicinal garden where she personally planted spiritual herbs. Although they were cultivating, they couldn't completely detach from modern society. They even had internet access, and despite being a bit secluded, it was quite nice there. This was the dull life of a cultivator. It was a small island, but it could easily accommodate thousands of people. Currently, the Great Luo Palace only had about 2,000 people, so each person could have their own villa. However, only true disciples were eligible to live in one. Ordinary disciples were lucky to have a small bungalow, while outer disciples had to live in apartments. Few people visited Yi Xingyun's place, as cultivators valued solitude. There were also formations outside the villa, so no one could enter without her permission. When Li Chen came to his mother's place, he felt at home. He lay on the sofa like Guyu, waiting for his mother to make spicy rabbit head. Yes, the rabbit that collided with the Mercedes in the world of Covering the Sky. As a monster, Li Chen feels that its taste must be very good. The world of cultivators is really amazing. With a villa and internet, isn't this the life he has always longed for? It makes him feel like joining the immortal sect. In the villa, Li Chen and his mother are eating spicy rabbit heads. Not to mention that the rabbit head is really delicious, and his mother's cooking skills are top-notch. Li Chen would have wasted it if he had made it himself. Ding dong! Ding dong! However, at this moment, a doorbell rang. Who is it? Is someone coming to freeload at noon? Li Chen mumbled while gnawing on the spicy rabbit head. Junior sister. Junior sister. Senior brother caught 2 snow dragon fish. I heard that junior sister loves to eat fish the most, so senior brother specially brought them over for you to taste. Hurry up and open the door. A handsome man outside the door shouted loudly. Li Chen, you better hide for now. Generally, outsiders are not allowed to enter the residence of the Dalo Palace. If you are found, there will definitely be misunderstandings. Yi Xingyun said to Li Chen. Oh, Li Chen reluctantly walked into the bedroom. That pretty boy looks like he has bad intentions, probably coveting his mother's beauty. Just wait for me. I won't let you regret coming to this world today. I won't even call myself Li Chen. Junior sister, why did you take so long to open the door? Senior brother brought 2 snow dragon fish for you. These are unique spirit fish from the Tian Shan snow pool. Not only can they beautify and nourish the skin, but they can also enhance cultivation. It's the best supplement for a junior cultivator like junior sister who has just started cultivating. The man, familiar as always, walked in with 2 snow-white spirit fish. Yi Xingyun, Xiao senior brother, did you come here just to deliver fish? Xiao senior brother, named Xiao Chushang, is the eldest grandson of the second elder of the Dalo Palace. He is currently at the foundation building stage of cultivation, considered one of the top talents in the entire Dalo Palace, and with the protection of the second elder, no one dares to provoke him among the disciples. Wow! It smells so good. Junior sister, are you having a meal? It just so happens that I have 2 spirit fish here. I'll go stew them now, and we can eat together later. Xiao senior brother, it's not necessary. I'm almost done eating. No need to stew more fish. Watching this overly familiar senior brother, Yi Xingyun felt speechless. It's like he's treating this place as his own home. You really don't see yourself as an outsider. I see. Then, I'll leave now. Remember to eat the snow dragon fish, junior sister. With that, he walked towards the door, showing some reluctance. Yi Xingyan watched him leave and sat back at the dining table. "Oh right, junior sister. I heard that the rare fragrant orchid of the Manhwa Palace has bloomed recently. Do you want it? I have a friend there. If you want, I can bring one for you." However, just as Xiao's senior brother had stepped out of the door, he turned back. "Yi Xingyun. No need, Xiao's senior brother, thank you. Alright then." He was about to turn and leave again, but as soon as he turned back. "Junior sister. I remember you don't have a magic robe yet, right? I got a blue sea immortal skirt a few days ago. I'll bring it to you in a few days." "Yi Xingyun, are you going to leave or not?" After speaking, Xiao's senior brother stood there like a wooden stake, as if thinking of a topic. At least he should stay a little longer. How about eating together? Seeing his indecisive behavior of wanting to leave but not leaving, Yi Xingyun couldn't help but be polite for a moment. However, what she didn't expect was that she was polite for a moment, and he became impolite. "Oh, I'm really sorry." With that, he sat down opposite Yi Xingyun. "Yi Xingyun, there are people in this world with such thick skin. Oh, junior sister, did you want to invite me for a meal a long time ago? The chopsticks are ready." "Since that's the case, I won't be polite then." He picked up Li Chen's bowl and added another bowl of rice for himself, then started eating heartily. "Oh my goodness. Junior sister, what dish did you make? It's so delicious. It seems like a demonic beast. Where did you find this, junior sister? This is really good stuff." Xiao Chusheng dug into the food, enjoying every bite. However, at that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. "That's my bowl." A cold voice came from behind Xiao Chusheng. He heard the voice, his body stiffened slightly, turned around stiffly, and saw Mian's face with a hint of hostility. Although he was the grandson of the second elder, he still had to respect the palace master. He could only act arrogantly among the younger generation, unable to do so with the elders. And now he was planning to pursue junior sister. But he was caught by the palace master of the Dallo Palace, who was also junior sister's master, after taking her seat and eating her food. Isn't he in trouble? Palace master. Xiao Chusheng trembled in fear, his hair standing on end. This Mi Yan was actually transformed by Li Chen. The Crown Prince's virtual world function could almost transform into anyone, and as a foundation building stage cultivator, Xiao Chusheng couldn't possibly tell. "What? Haven't eaten yet? Come to me for a meal? Have you finished today's cultivation practice? You seem idle. Looks like I need to personally teach you a lesson. Come, follow me." Li Chen took Xiao Chusheng out of the villa. At the same time, he also sent a message to his bewildered mother. "Mom, I'll be out for a while, you go ahead and eat. I need to discipline this Xiao Chusheng properly. What a ridiculous name he has, Xiao Chusheng, this little beast. Is he related to Qin Shou? Lead the way. Go to your training place, always neglecting your duties. You seem too idle. I'm not going anywhere today, I'll be watching you, make sure to cultivate well. So young and already lacking in effort." Li Chen scolded Xiao Chusheng as they walked, treating him like a grandson. Arriving at the training ground, Li Chen began to instruct Xiao Chusheng to start practicing swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was vigorous and impressive, much better than Li Chen's, but would Li Chen praise him? "Stop!" Li Chen shouted, walking over with a ruler in hand. Looking at Xiao Chusheng holding the sword, the ruler struck his hand, and the sword fell to the ground. "You're practicing swordsmanship but can't even hold the sword steady. What's the point of practicing? Tie 2 bricks to the sword and hold it up for 3 hours. Li Chen said sternly. Honestly, he didn't know how to practice swordsmanship, but playing around was fine. If you can't hold the sword steady, what's the point? He even said your stance is unstable. Have you never seen a pig run? Isn't that how it's shown on TV? Keep your hands steady, root your feet. If you stumble when I push you, that's an unstable stance." With that, Li Chen kicked him in the waist. "Stance. Stabilize your stance, toughen your muscles and bones externally, cultivate your breath internally. Cultivating breath isn't just about breathing. If you can't even stand steadily, how will you fight others?" Li Chen tapped his head with the ruler while speaking. Li Chen found a chair and sat across from Xiao Chusheng, watching him hold the sword up, occasionally giving him instructions. At that moment, 2 disciples walked over, each holding an ice cream stick, tossing the wrappers aside. "You too. Come here, who told you to litter? The sect is our home, we should all take care of it. Is this how you treat your home? Pick it up. Also, each of you do 2,000 push-ups," Li Chen said sternly, tapping the ruler. The 2 disciples were stunned, almost dropping their ice cream sticks. 2,000 push-ups, isn't that deadly? Look at yourselves, running around and littering every day. Do you still have the demeanor of cultivators? How did your master teach you? The three of you will clean the entire training ground later, and I will personally inspect it, Li Chen said sternly. Xiao Chusheng replied, Master, this is not my responsibility. Li Chen retorted, the sect is like my home, and it is up to everyone to take care of it. Don't you have any sense of unity? You are always thinking about yourselves. Remember, the sect is a collective, you should share blessings and face difficulties together. At that moment, 3 more disciples approached. The 3 of you, come here. I will inspect your training progress. You have truly disappointed me. As the saying goes, external training strengthens the body, while internal training cultivates one's spirit. You should practice under the sun in the morning and by the moonlight at night. 1 day of not practicing is like 10 days wasted. Look at yourselves now, all weak like shrimps. You are the worst batch I have ever trained. Go! Bring a table over here, make some tea. I will supervise you here today. Several female disciples also approached, and one of them accidentally dropped a piece of packaging paper while eating candy. Before Li Chen could speak, Xiao Chusheng intervened. The sect is like my home, and it is up to everyone to take care of it. How can you litter, Li Junior sister? Come here. 2,000 push-ups for each of you, not one less. Xiao Chusheng shouted angrily. Li Chen tapped a ruler. Stop shouting. Do you think the sect is your home? You scared her, do you know that? 2,000 push-ups for each of you, start now. Li Chen slammed the table. Xiao Chusheng muttered, so, is the sect really my home? Li Chen stood up, walked over to Li Junior's sister, picked up the packaging paper from the ground, and threw it in the trash. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Just be more careful next time. Go, pour me a cup of tea. I will personally guide you in your training, Li Chen said softly. Xiao Chusheng was puzzled. Soon, several female disciples joined the sword practice, receiving hands-on guidance from Li Chen. Although Li Chen's swordsmanship was not great, he knew how to flirt. Cough. Yes, that's it. When you strike, puff out your chest to show your morale, lean forward, stick your butt out. Yes, that's it. Be a bit charming, that's how you can confuse your opponent. Xiao Chusheng was confused. Whether the opponent is confused or not, he didn't know, but he was a bit confused now. Li Chen took a sip of tea, rubbed his shoulder, and then gave a signal to 2 female disciples. The 2 disciples immediately came over and started massaging his shoulders. Stop staring, continue training. You are training for your own good. Girls will marry in the future, but with your current weak state, who would want you? Train hard, as long as you don't die, keep pushing yourselves. Li Chen tapped the ruler. Xiao Chusheng, haven't you eaten? Why are you so slow in doing push-ups? Hurry up! Li Chen was getting into it, realizing he had a talent for acting, as no one recognized him despite the long performance. Soon, the training ground was filled with people practicing swordsmanship and doing push-ups, sweating profusely and occasionally being disciplined by Li Chen with the ruler. Li Chen thoroughly enjoyed playing the role of a teacher, sipping tea with a serious expression. Just then, a girl in ancient-style dress bounced over. Looking at the sweaty senior and junior disciples, she was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Aren't they supposed to meditate during cultivation? Since when did sword practice become so active? You, that little girl over there, come here. What are you looking at? It's you. You've been daydreaming. Didn't you see everyone else practicing? What are you doing? Come here. Li Chen took a sip of tea and said with a straight face. The girl saw Li Chen and ran over excitedly. Mom, why did you call me? Puff. Li Chen sprayed tea out directly. This is Mi Yan's daughter. Cough cough. It's okay. It's okay. Li Chen waved his hand repeatedly. Only then did he know that Mi Yan actually had a daughter. She's already this big. At least a C cup. Cough. She should be 17 or 18 years old. At the same time, Mi Yan also arrived outside Yi Xingyun's villa. It had been a while since she last came. She wanted to see how her disciple was doing in his recent practice. After all, being a master, some proper guidance was necessary. However, before she could open the door, Yi Xingyun pulled her in directly. Oh my! You really scared me. How could you look like a master? If you are found out, it will be over. Quickly change back. It won't be good if you are discovered. Yi Xingyun looked nervous and closed the door directly. Mi Yan. After closing the door, Yi Xingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked angrily at Mi Yan and grabbed her ear. I told you to behave. Do you know where this is? Running around pretending to be a master. If you are found out, not even I can save you. You even scolded Xiao Shixiang. Today I will scold you first. Yi Xingyun kicked Mi Yan's butt a couple of times. Mi Yan. Xiao Xingyun, don't you think you should explain to me what happened? Have you become so bold? You dare to kick me. Mi Yan directly used spiritual power to transform into a chain and securely locked Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun, ex-winky face. Master. Master. Sigma, LLL, oh no. Why did the master come at this time? I must have revealed everything. I even pulled her ear and kicked her, but it's over. I'm doomed. Omega, through hardships to the stars, cultivating immortality is not just about meditating. Look at all of you, you really disappoint me. Li Chen sat on a chair enjoying the massage from his female disciple, while also hugging his big daughter and tidying her hair. However, at this moment, Mi Yen followed Yi Xingyun over. Her face was terrifyingly dark, especially when she saw him holding her daughter. The group of disciples who were training also looked slightly stunned when they saw another Mi Yen coming over. What's going on? Why are there two palace lords? What are you all doing? Training is for your own good. What will you do if you lose focus during training? Waiting for enemies to come and teach you. Each of you do an extra 200 push-ups, Li Chen said sternly. Yi Xingyun, who rushed over, couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment when she saw this scene. This was not her son. She couldn't have given birth to such a thing. Li Chen saw them still looking confused at him. Feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind. He turned around and saw Mi Yan's face as dark as coal. How dare you, evil creature! Daring to show off petty skills, and even pretending to be me, you clearly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Disciples, capture her. Li Chen slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Mi Yen with a roar. Mi Yen! Yi Xingyun! Mi Yen, had enough fun? I think you are the one who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know where this is? This is the Great Luo Palace, my territory. Mi Yen took a step forward, and the aura of the golden core stage on her body soared directly towards Li Chen. Let go of my daughter. Veins bulged slightly on Mi Yan's forehead. Mimicking my appearance is one thing, but teaching my disciple and flirting with my daughter? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Li Chen subconsciously released his grip upon being shouted at. Mi Yan's daughter, Mi Zai, looked confused. Am I the real one? If I were fake, would I go to such lengths to train your disciple? Li Chen said confidently. Mi Yan retorted, you call that training? Having female disciples give you a massage? Mi Yan was on the verge of exploding. I am the palace master of the Great Luo Palace. What's wrong with having them massage me? I'll kill you. Mi Yan charged at Li Chen. Freeze. Li Chen calmly sipped his tea, immobilizing Mi Yan in place. With his high cultivation level, dealing with him might be difficult, but the golden core stage was no match. Just the prince alone could freeze her. See? I'm the real one. Do you dare impersonate me with just a few tricks? Li Chen persisted. Nonsense. I'm the real one, and Zai can prove it. Although Mi Yen was immobilized, she could still speak. Zai, do I need to mention your bedwetting incidents as a child? Li Chen teased. No need. Zai quickly intervened and stood behind Li Chen. Who hasn't had embarrassing childhood incidents like bedwetting? Just saying, as long as you have some vague memories, it matches up. Mi Yen was furious. To the end, have I become the fake one? Do I not even know if I'm real or fake? Zai, do you remember the flying sword I gave you on your 17th birthday? I think there was something like that. Zai, do you recall the cake with 7 roses I ordered for your 7th birthday? I also gave you a stuffed toy. I think there was something like that too. Mi Yen thought to herself, there was no such thing. How many birthday cakes have there been without roses? Who counts 7 roses? I have no idea how many stuffed toys I bought for you. This is a cognitive bias. Many years have passed, and who remembers such things? It's like asking someone if they remember the exact date they tripped and fell. They may have a vague memory, but since they can't recall the date, it must be that day. Yi Xingyun thought, if I didn't know beforehand, I would have believed it. What are you trying to do? You must understand this is the Great Luo Palace. I may be the palace master, but that doesn't mean there's no one above me. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Mi Yen calmed down. This was still the Great Luo Palace, with formations and several elders. Even if he transformed into his appearance, he couldn't control the entire palace. Snap! Li Chen snapped his fingers, and all the disciples instantly fell asleep. He erased their memories of him during this period, except for Xiao Chusheng. Li Chen left him with memories of his own training as a lesson. Alright, I've erased all memories of me during this time from them, Li Chen said as he transformed back to his original self. Beside him, Mi Zai widened her eyes in shock. She was not in the category of memory deletion. After all, someone had to be shocked. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no sense of accomplishment at all? Li Chen also released Mi Yen from her confinement. He wouldn't stay here forever, just playing around is enough. Don't say I'm bullying you. Look at your disciples. What kind of people are they, idle all day long? I'm just helping you manage them. And if anyone dares to harass my mom again, I will erase their memory back to the womb. Li Chen patted Mi Yan's shoulder and whispered in her ear. Mi Yan's body trembled slightly, so that's how it was. She glanced at Xiao Chusheng. He had come to find Yixingyun more than once, but he hadn't done anything out of line, so she didn't bother. But now it seemed she had to take care of it. He may not have done anything wrong, but that doesn't mean he never will, and waiting until he does would be too late. Yixingyun is not Li Chen's sister or brother. If your own mother is harassed, can you tolerate it? A second-generation kid who is nothing wants to be his father, really thinks he's invincible. Just a little lesson, let him exercise more, is already giving face to Mi Yan. After all, with his strength, even if the elder of the Dali Palace comes, he has to speak politely. Li Chen didn't stay long in the Dali Palace, he left soon. The reason he came here was not just to play, but to warn Mi Yan. His mother is not someone anyone can mess with, he is her backing, let them see his strength, at least have some idea in their hearts. Back home, Li Chen saw 2 small fish in a cup, quite lively. Wait a minute. Fish? I remember you can't bring living things when time traveling. How did they get here? Prince, what's going on? Anything that enters the mouth is considered food, as long as it's in your body, it's not within the system's calculation range. The prince's voice sounded slowly. What's eaten doesn't count as a living thing, so what I spit out can only be considered vomit? Even if it's still alive, as long as it enters my mouth, the system has already determined it is dead? Li Chen seemed to have discovered a loophole in the system, which means that in the future, if he wants to bring a living thing back, he just needs to stuff it into his mouth. Although it's not very practical, it's still feasible. But he can only bring back some small fish or shrimp. These 2 small fish are from the journey to the West World, also considered spirit fish. Li Chen had the weasel dig a large hole in the backyard and filled it with water, then threw them in to raise them. To be honest, the weasel was almost becoming his nanny, taking care of most of the chores at home. To be honest, it's really hard for the weasel. If Li Chen hadn't given it a demon chicken's corpse, would the mighty yellow deity have dug a hole for him? To be honest, the weasel is quite talented, managing the house in an orderly manner. It even built a fence for the over 100 chicks, but even so, a few chicks were taken away by the weasel. This is really annoying. It's just a weasel. The chickens it raised were actually taken away by other weasels. It's becoming more cunning, but it can't watch over these chicks all the time. Those ordinary weasels are not very intelligent. They see chickens and want to steal. It can't control them. It doesn't have the aura to make the weasels submit. And now the weasel has an even more difficult task, which is to feed the fish. The chickens haven't been taken care of yet. Now there are 2 more fish. If Li Chen hadn't given it some good stuff again, it would have wanted to leave. This exploitation of labor is too harsh. Whose house is this anyway? You rest every day, and I end up doing all the work. But Li Chen didn't treat the yellow weasel badly. Many of the bodies of his monsters and spirit beasts were eaten by the yellow weasel. He even gave it a small sword artifact. During this time, the yellow weasel has gained weight and its fur has become shinier. It was because of this that the yellow weasel willingly stayed, but it was inevitable to feel frustrated. After all, it was the only one in the family doing the work. It doesn't even make the dog work, but it still has to feed the dog. They are all animals. Why is there such a big difference? On this day, Li Chen was playing games at home, and the yellow weasel, unusually, took a day off and went out. It went to a small shop at the west end of the village, took out 10 yuan and slapped it directly on the counter. Old lady, give me a pack of cigarettes. A trembling old lady behind the counter touched around and then took the money, handing it a pack of cigarettes. They were old customers, and she knew what brand it wanted. This old lady was not a strange person, but a blind person who had been blind for many years, childless, and only guarding this small shop that was about to close. Perhaps because she had been blind for many years, although she couldn't see, she knew every detail here, the village, and this small shop. Even without eyes, she could walk around here. There was not much in the shop. People could directly pay and take what they wanted. The villagers all knew about the blind old lady who stubbornly kept this small shop open despite her poor eyesight. If you ask the elderly in the village, they might tell you that this was the old lady's lifelong wish. Her son had always wanted to open a small shop, but it never happened. Later, her son died, her husband passed away, and she herself managed to keep this small shop running. No one knew how much hardship was involved, but everyone knew how difficult it was for a blind person to run a small shop. At first, people in the village would take care of her business, but over time, fewer and fewer people came, leaving only a few elderly people who occasionally came to buy things. Smoke less. Smoking is bad for your health, the old lady said to the yellow weasel. She couldn't see the yellow weasel, so she always treated it as a person. Since there were not many customers in her shop, this yellow weasel was considered a regular customer. The yellow weasel leaned against the door and lit a cigarette for itself. It had known this old lady for some time. Every time it had money, it would come here to spend it. After all, this was the only shop that treated it like a person. It often took care of this blind old lady, not for any other reason, but because she was the only one who accepted its offerings. Old lady, do I look like a person or a god? He. I can't see, but with such politeness, you must be a god. The old lady may have been joking, but that moment laid the foundation for the yellow weasel's path of cultivation. Since you think I'm a god, then I will be your god. The yellow weasel took out 2 small wooden carvings of yellow weasels and threw them at the door. These were the wooden carvings it had recently made with exquisite craftsmanship. The yellow weasel guarded the door, blocking all evil spirits. The yellow weasel had asked for offerings many times, but most people would curse it away. The only successful time was with this blind old lady. Who said a god had to benefit everyone? Can't I just be her god alone? It could see that this blind old lady might not have much time left, but couldn't living make her more comfortable? After chatting with the old lady for a while, the yellow weasel was ready to leave. After all, what could a yellow weasel talk about with an old lady? It was already good enough to come over and buy something when free, but it still had to avoid people. After all, humans and wolves were different, and it couldn't help much. She wouldn't accept money directly, even though the old lady was blind. Her heart was not blind. She wouldn't touch anything that didn't belong to her. By the way, old lady, do you believe in God? Crossing, Li Fei. You can't beat me. Then let's wait and see. Heavenly Silver Dragon. Bring it on. 2 teenagers were engaged in the most important competition of their lives, but their yo-yos were stolen. Ah, my yo-yo. Li Chen returned home and looked at the 2 yo-yos in his hand, feeling a bit distracted. How could it be yo-yos? 2 big men looked fierce, and I thought you were holding some kind of magical weapon. Turns out you guys are just playing with yo-yos. What's the use of this damn yo-yo? A toy can only be played with. What else can it be used for? Only kids play with yo-yos. A fire burning in the heart, burning away the confusion in the heart. The fiery energy is power forged through 1,000 trials, must be pondered upon. A fire burning in the heart, breaking through obstacles without fear. Li Chen, wow. Look at my heavenly silver dragon. Phoenix danced 9 heavens. I'll fight. Oh no. Oh my god. In no time, Li Chen was entangled by the yo-yo around his neck. Ah, he was indeed getting old. Now he couldn't even summon the heavenly silver dragon. Yo-yos were really meant for kids to play with. I'm already an adult. This kind of low-level stuff is not suitable for me. Trash yo-yo, don't want it. Saying that, Li Chen directly threw it into the cabinet. What a trash yo-yo, can't even summon the heavenly silver dragon. Crossing, go! Whirlwind charge tornado dragon. Bring it on, Li Chen. Looking at the remote-controlled car in his hand, Li Chen couldn't help but ponder. Did he get up in the wrong way today? What the hell is this thing? Yo-yos are one thing, now even remote-controlled cars are out. Is it easy for me to work so hard? Just grab such a thing. Is it worth $100 together? Li Chen raised the remote-controlled car to throw it on the ground, but after some thought, he decided against it. After all, this car looked pretty cool. I'll leave it for my son to play with in the future. Ahem. I don't believe it. I can't get anything good today. 5 seconds is really unreliable. I need a longer time. Let's try a day first. Let me cross. A spatial door appeared in front of Li Chen. He took a step forward, instantly changing position, and appeared directly in front of a temple. The plaque on the temple read 4 characters, Lanrua Temple. Okay. It's 3 characters. Seeing these 3 characters, Li Chen knew where he was. It's from the game, The Legend of Sword and Fairy. He was familiar with this place. And this time, it wasn't a 5-second time travel. He thought he might learn a thing or two from Yan Qixia. Although Yan Qixia might not be as powerful as him, she had many more tricks up her sleeve. He kept using the same moves back and forth, while Yan Qixia could control a sword. How cool! If he met her, he would just apprentice himself to her. He would have to bring back some stuff. However, at that moment, he saw many shabbily dressed young ladies coming out of Lanrua Temple, each one beautiful and with a particularly domineering figure. But the moment they appeared, Li Chen knew for sure that they were all under the control of the old lady, all damn female ghosts. But, what's the big deal? I like female ghosts. After playing, I don't have to take responsibility, just absorb some yang energy. What's wrong with me lacking a bit of yang energy? Furthermore, besides providing female ghosts with yang energy, what else can it do? Just consider it as payment for services. Young master, it's so late. Why are you still wandering outside? I heard it's very unsafe here at night. Why not come in and stay for the night? This servant can offer you her room, one of the pretty female ghosts coquettishly said to Li Chen. Although the female ghosts were very beautiful, Li Chen was a person of great willpower and wisdom. Could he be seduced by such temptations? Possible? possible? As the saying goes, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, so when there's emptiness, there must be form. And so Li Chen followed them inside. What's the matter with female ghosts? It's a mutual agreement, who cares, and he was also a person with great courage and talent. Not to mention a mere female ghost, even if a tree demon granny came, what could she do to him? He. Ladies, I'm here. Just a few female ghosts. Come on, show me all your tricks. I'm in good shape tonight, with enough yang energy. However, before Li Chen could enjoy himself for long, a loud noise came from outside. Prajna Paramitha. Prajna Paramitha. The universe is boundless, borrowing the law of heaven and earth. A bearded man rushed in. Daring evildoer. How dare you harm people in this world? Today I, as a Taoist priest, will act on behalf of the heavens. Yan Xixia drew a talisman in his hand and sent the two female ghosts flying out. Hey, kid, hurry up and follow me. Don't you see where you are? How dare you enter such a place? Yan Xixia grabbed Li Chen and tried to leave. Li Chen, you came at the worst time. I haven't even started yet. At least wait for me to finish before coming over. How can you, a bearded man, ruin my good time? Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Before he could finish speaking, Li Chen was grabbed by Yan Xixia and taken away. It must be said that this bearded man was quite kind-hearted, but I don't need your help. 2 minutes later, Yan Xixia was tied up like a zongzi and thrown under a tree. Hero Yan, just wait here for a while. I've checked, there's no danger here, wait for me to come back and untie you. With that, Li Chen pasted a talisman around the area and left again. Tonight, I, Li Chen, will have a life and death encounter with 100 ghosts, let's see who dares to stop me. With that, Li Chen flew back to Lanruo Temple. Am I afraid of ghosts? No. I'm afraid of ugliness. They're all ghosts, who's afraid of who? A single old perverted ghost like me has been single for over 20 years, why would I be afraid of a female ghost? Maybe they should be afraid of me instead. Who are you exactly? Several female ghosts saw Li Chen flying back and asked nervously, why do you care who I am? Anyway, it's just for one night, we'll part ways afterwards, you just want to absorb yang energy, so go ahead and absorb it. Li Chen said flatly. Oh right. Which one of you can cause sleep paralysis? Come and try it on me, one by one or all together. The female ghosts. Senior, we are legitimate ghosts. Although we absorb yang energy, we are forced to do so, we sell our skills, not our bodies. It's okay. If I don't pay, then it doesn't count as selling. Legitimate ghosts? Are you kidding me? Are there legitimate ghosts that seduce men? Besides, what does it matter if you're legitimate or not? It's none of my business, I'm not legitimate and that's fine. Although the female ghosts at Lanruo Temple seduce men to absorb yang energy, most of them are also forced to do so, and it's limited to hugging and cuddling. If anything more were to happen, it would be better to kill them. They may not be considered good women, but they're not at the level of being used by anyone. Even the granny wouldn't demand that of them. Are you really not interested in trying me out? The female ghosts all shook their heads. Li Chen looked confused. He had heard that the female ghosts in Lanruo Temple were very good at seducing men, so why did he come here? He regretted coming here and being embraced by the female ghost who wanted to absorb his yang energy. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have brought the bearded man along. He wanted to learn something from him, but now he regretted it. Li Chen angrily smashed a table and demanded to be served by the female ghosts. The female ghosts were scared of him. Li Chen's presence was overpowering, and they knew they couldn't compete with him. Despite not being able to touch him, the female ghosts were skilled at serving him. Li Chen, although not a gentleman, had his principles. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a bearded man with a sword, ready to attack. Li Chen was surprised by the quick intrusion. The bearded man accused Li Chen of consorting with demons and attacked him. After a brief struggle, Li Chen pinned the man down and jokingly asked if he could become his student. The bearded man reluctantly agreed, and Li Chen learned some sword techniques from him. The bearded man also shared a manual on swordsmanship and a Buddhist scripture he obtained at the temple. Actually, there are quite a few miscellaneous things in the Yan Xixia Club. Each system has its own, like the Palm Thunder, soul projection, even some knowledge of Qi Duanjia. However, Li Chen doesn't really need these. Why would he project his soul out? What if he can't come back? Then he's done for. He mainly wants to learn swordsmanship. Flying with a sword is so cool. Taking someone's head from 1,000 miles away, although it's a low version, it's still usable. You should know that to use swordsmanship in cultivation, at least the foundation building stage is required to control the flying sword, but Yan Xixia, he doesn't cultivate at all, he simply created a low version of swordsmanship by mixing some other things with Dao techniques. Before Li Chen started cultivating immortality, this was definitely a good thing. Li Chen's current cultivation system includes Dao techniques, martial arts, and even Confucianism. He can fully improve these things, then slowly integrate them, and finally see if he can create his own path. To some extent, Yan Xixia should already be considered the peak of Dao techniques. Even Uncle Nine's performance in movies and TV shows is not as good as Yan Xixia's. Maybe Uncle Nine's senior brother, Shi Jian, can have a few moves with Yan Xixia. However, Yan Xixia's learning is too diverse, his Dao methods are not pure enough, but it can be seen that his various methods are already showing a trend of integration. At least he can use to some extent the methods of Buddhism and Taoism, such as the wave like honey and the infinite universe, suppressing many demons and monsters. Li Chen actually finds these things relatively easy to learn, at least the basics are not difficult for him. After all, his physical qualities are much stronger compared to ordinary people, and the body can be said to be the foundation of any cultivation system. With a strong physical quality, martial arts can be easily mastered. With a strong physical quality, the power of Dao techniques is also great, and with a strong physical quality, the body can withstand more spiritual energy. Even in cultivation, he has to walk much less than others. So the body is the capital of revolution. However, just as Li Chen was studying the manuals, suddenly a strong wind blew in the Lanrua temple. A laughter that sounded like a man and a woman echoed throughout the temple. Not good. Grandma is back. A group of ragged female ghost sisters immediately began to panic. Yan Xixia stood up suddenly, his fingers kept moving as if he was still using divination. Not good. Tonight is a Yin day, this tree demon's power will increase greatly, this is his territory, let's go. Yan Xixia drew out his Xianyuan divine sword. Li Chen glanced at his sword, it seems like a good sword. Yan Xixia's Xianyuan divine sword can be considered a very good magic weapon, but Li Chen has no intention of snatching it now. After all, they still have to deal with Grandma. They'll snatch it when they leave. Grandma is not someone who talks nonsense. She directly sent a vine towards Li Chen and Yan Xixia. The vine was surrounded by Yin energy and endless evil aura. Even Li Chen felt that this tree demon was a bit tricky. Grandma the tree demon is a 1,000-year-old locust tree spirit. A 1,000-year-old peach wood can shake ghosts, and a 1,000-year-old locust wood can gather Yin energy. Grandma the tree demon is a 1,000-year-old locust tree spirit. One can imagine how heavy the Yin energy on her is. Locust wood is inherently Yin wood, capable of communicating between the Yin and Yang realms. Grandma the tree demon is a bridge between the human world and the underworld, highly valued by the Black Mountain demon. Even if she is killed, she will be resurrected by the Black Mountain demon. She can be said to be extremely troublesome. Infinite universe, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Yan Xixia directly released a palm thunder. With his power, he was not weak against Grandma. Without someone like Ning Kaichen to hold him back, he may not be able to kill Grandma alone, but he can definitely protect himself. Take my move, Soaring Dragon regrets. Li Chen also released a golden dragon. Although the dragon subduing palm is a martial art, its strong and yang energy is also effective against ghosts and monsters. 1,000-year locust tree. Good stuff. I want the heart of this locust tree. Master, let's take her on. Li Chen looked at Grandma with shining eyes. A 1,000-year locust tree is a good thing. Locust wood is a treasure for sealing souls and nurturing ghosts, not to mention a 1,000-year locust tree. This is something comparable to a 1,000-year peachwood sword. One yin and one yang, this is pure yin wood, a treasure. Don't call me master. If you call me that again, I'll get angry. Yan Xixia felt a sharp pain in his liver when he heard the word master. You almost put a knife to my neck to make me your master. I might as well be your uncle. Fine. Big beard. Let's go. When we kill him, we split the spoils. You get 2, I get 8. I don't give a damn about splitting the spoils. The sword belongs to Wuji. Yan Xixia couldn't stand Li Chen's erratic personality, so he went straight out to fight Grandma. Although Grandma was a tree demon, she had amazing skills with her tongue. Relying solely on Yan Xixia, it was difficult to suppress Grandma. So Li Chen stopped talking and drew his treasure sword to attack. The sword was inscribed with the words "No taboos." The blade carried righteousness, breaking all demonic forces. Grandma's tree vines didn't even have the qualifications to block Li Chen. But Grandma wasn't easy to kill. After all, she was a tree demon. Even if her whole body was chopped off, she might not necessarily die. As long as her roots were intact, she wouldn't die so easily. Li Chen swung his sword, cutting Grandma into 2 sections. But even so, Grandma was only seriously injured. Seeing the strength of Li Chen and Yan Xixia, Grandma didn't want to resist and tried to escape underground. Damn it! You came here, and now you want to run. Li Chen wrote in the air with his finger, using the power of Confucianism, something he hadn't used before. Although he wasn't proficient, he was taught by Confucius himself, so he should know a thing or two. Instantly, 4 large characters appeared in the void. Point to the ground and turn it into steel. Boom! Grandma crashed into the ground with a loud noise. But this time, she couldn't escape into the ground anymore. The ground now seemed as hard as steel to her, and she couldn't burrow into it. Still want to run. Even if Jesus came today, he couldn't save you. I said it. Although Li Chen's Confucian in Taoist cultivation was still rudimentary, he could use some simple Confucian techniques by leveraging the words of Confucius inscribed on the sword. Remember, no taboos means there are no restrictions. As long as the energy in the words wasn't completely depleted, Li Chen could use some basic Confucian abilities. However, he could only speak words for now, and because it wasn't his own ability, it would consume the power of the words. Once the power was gone, the words would be useless. So Li Chen had to use them sparingly. Today, let me show you the most powerful sword technique I've painstakingly researched. Li Chen raised his treasure sword, a surge of energy rose from his body, and he infused his internal energy into the blade. The long sword hummed, and the fallen leaves on the ground began to rotate around Li Chen slowly without any wind. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting from them. Heavenly feathered dragon slaying dance. Li Chen's long sword danced, and 18 golden dragons emerged, emitting continuous dragon chants that surrounded Li Chen and eventually transformed into a huge and incomparable super tornado, a real dragon tornado. This move was a trick that Li Chen had contemplated all night. Although its power hadn't increased much, its style had significantly improved, and the technique was magnificent and impressive. As for its power, if Laozi could really create such a powerful sword technique, would there be a need to modify it with the dragon subduing palms? Since he couldn't create it, he might as well make the moves more magnificent. At least it looks cool. And it's not like there's no increase in power at all. This kind of tornado is quite fierce when it swirls up. Although the power increase is not significant, it is definitely there. Li Chen danced with his sword and directly swept towards the tree demon grandma. Instantly branches flew everywhere. The grandma tree demon couldn't resist at all. After all, it was made of wood, and it wasn't good at direct combat. It was more skilled in sneak attacks. But now, Li Chen's move of the crazy sword tornado directly turned her into a wooden sculpture. If it weren't for her 1,000 years of cultivation, she might have been done for by now. Still not dead. Take this. Li Chen increased his strength, and in just a few minutes, the tree demon grandma was shaved into a wooden stake, not even a leaf left. But even so, the grandma was still stubbornly alive. The whole tree was almost shaved into a stick, but she just wouldn't die. It can only be said that the life of a tree demon is tenacious. Not even dying like this. Finally, Yan Qixia couldn't bear to watch anymore. What you're doing is too inhumane. This is basically torture. With that, he used a move called Limitless Universe to blast the grandma out of the ground, then used another move called Sword Returns to Nothingness to crush all of the grandma's roots. This way, the grandma was completely dead. After all, the lifeblood of a tree demon is its roots. Even if you cut down the whole tree, it might not necessarily die, you're just torturing it. Is that it? Li Chen looked puzzled as he watched the tree demon grandma pass away on the spot. The tree demon grandma quickly packed a lunchbox, leaving Li Chen with a pile of locust tree branches. Li Chen dug out the heartwood of the locust tree, and gave the rest of the trash to Yan Qixia. After all, they had a master-disciple relationship, so consider it a gift to the master. Yan Qixia. A locust tree heartwood over 2 meters long. You didn't leave me any at all. All that was left was a tree stump and branches, which couldn't be said to be of no use at all. But at least there was this little bit left. After all, it was 1,000-year-old locust wood. These woods should be enough to make a few small magical tools. It'll have to do. What else can I do? The following time was much calmer. Li Chen practiced swordsmanship all night. After all, the simplified version was quite easy for him to practice. At least that's what he thought. The grandma was dead, but there was no movement from the Black Mountain old demon. Li Chen estimated that he might be resurrecting the grandma. After all, with the Black Mountain old demon around, the grandma wouldn't die so easily. Later, when dealing with Baiyun Zen Master, he would probably have to die again, and that's when little Yan Qixia would come to deal with him. The world of A Chinese Ghost Story didn't have many good things, at least in terms of the plot. There were only a few things, most of which were in the hands of Yan Qixia, the rest were monsters. Although this world might be vast, Li Chen didn't have the leisure to explore. Learning swordsmanship and the Diamond Sutra was probably enough. Let Yan Qixia keep the Xian Yuan sword. After all, he still had to deal with the ferrying compassionately in the future. One day passed quickly, and Li Chen didn't inform Yan Qixia. He just returned to the city. Li Chen wouldn't stay in one world for too long. A day was about enough. He had taken what he needed to take, and no matter how much he tried, he couldn't get what he couldn't, so it was better to save time and go see other worlds. Back. Li Chen lay on the bed, feeling like a dead dog who had lost his dream. There are two places in life that are hard to leave. One is the bathhouse and the other is the bed. When you take a bath, you just want to keep bathing, and when you sleep, you just want to keep sleeping. Once you're sealed under the covers, you're done for. If you have nothing to do for the day, you probably won't come out all day. Li Chen wasn't sleepy, but who could resist a bed that was already open for you? However, it's not time to sleep now. He still needs to study the martial arts and sword techniques carefully. After practicing for so long, he still hasn't mastered anything. His knife skills have some achievements, but as for swordsmanship, can we count swordsmanship as well? And he still hasn't even started on the Confucian supernatural powers. Maybe he can try writing a few poems. As for reading to enhance his knowledge, that's impossible. He can read colorful books, but when it's all words, he can't handle it. Li Chen thinks he has some talent for poetry. At least he can create a lot of poems and verses. Maybe he can even go to another world to copy documents. If he creates poems that don't exist in that world, he should get some rewards. Although that Confucian world is strict, there must be a generous world somewhere. What's wrong with copying? If you have the ability, you can copy too. Besides, how can the affairs of scholars be considered copying? Ding-ling at this moment, Li Chen's phone rang, and when he opened it, it was Chino. Brother Zhua. I need your help urgently in the martial world. Li Chen? Are you in trouble again? Your frequency of getting into trouble is quite high. No, it's just that. I recently got a girlfriend. Chino said somewhat embarrassedly. So what? I'm a bit tight on money. Li Chen. So you got a girlfriend and now you have to come to me, a single guy, to borrow money. Are you deliberately torturing single guys? Wait a minute. Girlfriend? Something's not right. With Chino's conditions, who would be blind enough to like him? Chino, are you dating a blind person? Even if she's blind, you can't harm her. Chino, am I that unbearable? What's wrong with me? I, Chino, am also a handsome man. Say that again in front of the mirror. Actually, she's the girl who saw a ghost last time, the one who believes in Ultraman. I thought, how bad can a girl who believes in light be? I tried to get along with her, and then I found out that we unexpectedly get along well. Chino explained slowly. Oh, I remember now. She even put incense on Doraemon. Although she doesn't seem very smart, she's indeed quite pretty. How did you manage to charm her? By the way, what's her name? After thinking for a while, Li Chen remembered the girl. Her name is Iguan, 23 years old. She likes anime just like me. She is a very lovely girl. Li Chen. Wait a minute. What's her name? Iguan? Chino, listen to me, you two might not be suitable. One named Iguan and the other named Chino. How can that be a match? Are they going to give birth to a monster? This is not finding a girlfriend, this is creating trouble. Chino? Why wouldn't we be suitable? I've consulted a master. I'm a pig, she's a tiger. I'm wood, she's earth. She's 23, I'm 25. Even if we're not a perfect match, we're definitely meant to be together. Why wouldn't we be suitable? Chino, have you considered the names? Why don't you change your name? You can refer to my name, or you can call yourself Li Shou. Then you two will match. Chino. Damn Li Shou, it's the first time I've heard of changing a name to change a surname. It's impossible to change my name. I'm Chino. My name was given by my grandfather. It can never be changed in my lifetime. Iguan Chino is Iguan Chino. If our names can be combined, doesn't that mean we're destined? Alright, stop showing affection. I've transferred 20,000 to you. Consider it a gift for my daughter-in-law. Treat her well. Li Chen felt tired. Even Chino has a girlfriend now, but he still doesn't. It's a disaster. Okay. Thanks, Dad. Saying that, Chino hung up the phone. Wang Kai, come here. After being fed some not very tasty dog food by Chino, Li Chen's mood was not very good, so he called Wang Kai over. Angered, Li Chen rubbed Wang Kai's head, venting his frustration on him, almost rubbing his head bald. But Wang Kai has grown a lot recently, with a shinier coat and a more robust body, maybe because he's been eating better lately. I wonder if Wang Kai might become a spirit. It would be great if he could turn into a dog girl. Well, maybe I'm just daydreaming. A few days later, Li Chen's luck was very bad these days, basically not getting anything, so time travel in 5 seconds is still not reliable. After all, the time is too short, it's better to travel for a longer period. He planned to use his accumulated time power to travel one day each time, so he could ensure traveling to more worlds. Of course, if there are good worlds, staying a few more days is also possible. Saying that, Li Chen directly opened a portal of time and space, to get some good stuff to comfort my wounded soul. Stepping out, Li Chen appeared directly on a busy street, with people coming and going, tall buildings everywhere. It seems like a modern society. However, Li Chen noticed the differences in this world. Many people here have unique pets, all kinds of strange pets, definitely not like normal animals. Could this be the world of Pokemon? Doesn't seem like it, although I can't say I know every one of them, but at least I know a few of the common ones, but there's not a single one here. Prince, connect to the network here, help me find out what kind of world this is. Modern society also has its advantages, at least there is the internet, the prince can find out anything online. Based on the information analyzed on the root network, this should be a world mainly focused on taming beasts. People in this world generally awaken their beast taming talent at the age of 16. Those who do not awaken will become ordinary people. Of course, wealthy people can also awaken through awakening potions, but awakening potions are extremely expensive and currently not widely available. After awakening, they will randomly receive an initial beast, and with training, they can capture and tame wild monsters in the wilderness to become their beasts. The beast level is generally 9 levels, starting from level 1, each level can bind one beast, up to 9 at level 9. Beasts can awaken different skills through the cultivation of the beast tamer. The growth period of the bound beast will be greatly reduced, forming combat power in a very short time. As the level increases, the strength of the beast will also increase significantly. In theory, it can become infinitely stronger, but so far no one has been able to break through level 9. In addition to the beasts, the beast tamer will also have a beast taming talent, similar to superpowers, used to assist in beast battles. The beast taming talent can also be developed later, but the difficulty is extremely high. Although this world is mainly focused on taming beasts, money still rules supreme. The prince suggests the owner to earn money to buy awakening potions. Li Chen rubbed his chin, so this is a world of taming beasts. And you can awaken later, not to mention, I need to get some of those awakening potions. As for making money? It's impossible to make money. How many days can I stay here in total? When will I have time to make money? Prince, where can I find awakening potions? 300 meters to the east, turn left. There is a large pharmacy, they sell awakening potions, 1 million for a basic potion, 5 million for an advanced potion, and 10 million for a top potion. There are currently only 2 bottles of the top potion in the store. Of course, the potions have to be the best. Who knows if the lower ones will have any side effects? As for buying them, that's impossible. What am I here for? The first bandit in the heavens and all realms, robbing immortals above and ghosts below, with silk stockings on, no one is loved. Just rob it. No. Robbing won't work. It's too conspicuous, wearing silk stockings will easily get you killed by someone. After all, there are beast tamers here. What if someone summons something like a blue eyes white dragon? I don't know if I can handle it. So it's better to steal. Well, saying steal sounds a bit harsh, I should consider it borrowing, but I have no intention of returning it. With that, Li Chen immediately started to act, invisibly flying towards the pharmacy. With the help of the prince, Li Chen found those 2 top-grade potions really easily. Although they were well hidden, it was impossible to deceive me. And Li Chen couldn't just take potions, he couldn't let go of other things either. After all, it's not easy to come here. Although he felt some guilt in his conscience for taking things from others, it's not the time to argue with his conscience now. He can convince his conscience after he returns. Although the pharmacy mainly sells potions, they also sell other things, such as meditation methods, beast cultivation herbs, and some armor equipment. Although Li Chen looted all the potions and meditation methods, as for herbs and armor, they were just trash to Li Chen. He has plenty of those things. He has looted several cultivation worlds, and although there may not be many high-level herbs, he has too many of these low-level items. In the end, Li Chen couldn't stand the nagging of his conscience, so he left them a considerable amount of spirit fruits as compensation. He didn't have time to waste. Leaving them something was already giving them face. With that, while no one was around, Li Chen immediately flew away invisibly. He had to try to awaken his beast-taming talent. Finding a secluded grove, Li Chen took out a bottle of top-grade awakening potion and drank it. Once he got it, he had to drink it quickly, or he would surely have many dreams in the long night. After drinking the potion, Li Chen soon felt a slightly spacious area in his mind. At the same time, he also awakened a beast-taming talent, fusion. He could fuse with beasts, turning into a beastman. His physical qualities would be greatly enhanced, and he could also use the abilities of the beasts. This was a very practical ability. After awakening, Li Chen had to start summoning his first initial beast tamer. The initial beast tamer is obtained through summoning, while others have to be captured by oneself. The initial beast tamer can be considered a beginner's benefit. After all, if you don't even have an initial beast tamer, how can you go out to catch beasts in the wild? Ordinary people can't beat those monsters. Without the help of beasts, it's just seeking death. Li Chen studied the meditation method and found the specific details of summoning beasts. Following the instructions, Li Chen bit his finger, drew a peculiar symbol in the void, and then used his newly awakened beast-taming power to communicate. Soon, Li Chen felt an invisible response accepting his summon. "Come out, my beast tamer," Li Chen shouted to the sky. With that, a huge magic circle 2 meters in diameter appeared above Li Chen's head, and it was time for his beast tamer to make an entrance. Snap! A small hamster fell from the magic circle, directly sticking to Li Chen's face, instantly smudging his excited face black. The magic circle above his head disappeared. If he guessed correctly, this little hamster should be his initial beast tamer. Li Chen. Li Chen and the little hamster stared at each other. He could clearly feel the special bond between them. This was a unique contractual power. Once bound, the beast tamer could never betray the master for life. Unless the master released the binding, if the beast tamer violated the master's command, there was only one outcome: death. The power of the contract is very unfair, because this is a human contract, meant to serve humans. Its purpose is to restrain the beast. But the beast also has thoughts. You can command it, but you cannot abuse it, otherwise it can completely slack off. Once you die it will be free. Li Chen looked at the little hamster. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He thought he might not be able to summon anything advanced, but this little hamster is too low level. However, although it looks like just a hamster, it is still a beast that can grow, as long as it is well nurtured. Maybe one day it will become the emperor of the warehouse. After careful sensing, this hamster, although small, still has a few skills. The first skill is burrowing. As a rodent, burrowing can be said to be its innate talent. Then it also has a playing dead skill, and finally a taunting skill. Just these 3 skills. How should I put it? It's not that they are completely useless, but they are definitely of little use. Damn it! Awakening the burrowing skill I can understand, but why would you also have a taunting skill? Taunt first, then burrow to escape, and if caught, play dead. How is this a skill? This is like a 3-piece suicide set. How about bringing along an attacking skill? Li Chen looked at the hamster with disdain. Even their family's Wan Kai is stronger than it. Oh well, let's just raise it as it is. What else can we do? From now on, you are hamster number 1. Show me your skills. Let me see how these few trash skills of yours are. Start with burrowing, Li Chen said to hamster number 1. Upon hearing the command, hamster number 1 leaped into the air, did a backflip, and dove into the ground. In the blink of an eye, it burrowed underground, then quickly emerged hundreds of meters away. Its burrowing skill was quite impressive. Next is playing dead. Saying that, hamster number 1 looked at Li Chen, then let out a scream, fell to the ground, instantly stopped breathing and heartbeat. It really looked convincing. Lastly, taunt. Hamster number 1 looked at Li Chen again, then extended its 2 little paws and raised 2 middle fingers towards Li Chen. Damn it! Li Chen saw the raised middle fingers and got angry. This is your taunt. I can taunt better than you. Saying that, he kicked hamster number 1 away. Smack! Hamster number 1 hit a tree. Its little feet twitched and slowly slid down from the tree. After kicking hamster number 1 away, Li Chen felt much better. This round of taunting hamster number 1 could be considered a success. Even someone as strong-willed as him fell for it. He walked to the tree and picked up hamster number 1. Not bad. Quite resilient. It took a kick from him and nothing happened. Although hamster number 1 may not have much combat power, it should be able to lure monsters, and it can burrow, useful for gathering intelligence. After all, it is a beast, not an ordinary hamster, and it is quite cute, right? Just treat it as a pet. Anyway, after his beast tamer level reaches level 2, he can contract another beast, then he can choose a more handsome one. He took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage space and handed them to the little hamster, as compensation for the kick earlier. The little hamster's eyes lit up when it saw the sunflower seeds. It took them and stuffed them all into its mouth, puffing up its cheeks. Eat up! I'm not competing with you. From now on, you are my number 1 pet. I'll call you Sunflower. His time was still ample, and he felt he could explore the secret realms of this world, train this little hamster, and elevate his beast tamer level. Once he reached level 2, he could sign another beast. This world had a variety of beasts, and almost everyone carried a beast detection device. However, Li Chen didn't need one, as the prince's detection function could cover almost all beasts. The prince had downloaded all the beast information in this world, so he could display specific information about all beasts in front of Li Chen. Following the prince's guidance, Li Chen arrived at the largest and most dangerous secret realm in this world, the Dragon's Lair. It was home to a large number of dragon-type beasts, powerful and formidable. Even Li Chen couldn't walk around freely inside, but with the prince's assistance, he had enough to protect himself. Since self-preservation was not an issue, he naturally chose this largest secret realm. He had made up his mind, the second beast he would contract would be a dragon beast. Whether he could defeat it didn't matter, it had to be impressive. He also planned to see if he could steal a few dragon eggs. He might not be able to bring live ones back, but eggs should be fine. If they didn't hatch, it wouldn't count. After all, a pregnant woman wasn't considered two people. As long as they didn't hatch, they weren't considered complete life forms. At least the eggs could fit into the storage space. Time was running out, and Li Chen didn't care about the rules of this world. After all, he was only passing through, so he could just take whatever he needed. At most, he would leave something behind in exchange. Whether he was willing or not was not my concern. I was in a hurry and didn't have time to dilly-dally. As long as he didn't blatantly rob anyone, he still had a moral bottom line. Li Chen didn't attract too much attention. He had been traveling incognito all the way. In this technological world, with the prince, he could understand almost everything, so there was no need to interact with the people here. It was better to go treasure hunting directly in the secret realm than to waste time. I heard that facing life and death situations can bring out the potential of beasts. Maybe I can let Melon Seed try it out. Perhaps it will awaken a new skill when excited. With his protection, Melon Seed shouldn't die, and the prince had healing abilities, so protecting its life should be enough. Wait, perhaps I can transfer the prince's functions to Melon Seed, making it super powerful. With gradual honing, maybe it will awaken some new abilities. Saying this, Li Chen entered the dragon's lair and temporarily transferred the prince's functions to Melon Seed. It was no longer an ordinary hamster, it was now the emperor of the hamsters, suppressing all enemies in the world. At the peak of hamsters, dominating the world, with me, Melon Seed, there is heaven. The so-called dragon's lair secret realm was actually like a small world, but it housed a large number of dragon-type beasts, hence its name. The scenery inside the dragon's lair was nice, as it was a secret realm environment with almost no human structures. However, there were still a few beast hunters around. Although dragon-type beasts were powerful, once a contract was signed, they became extremely powerful beasts. So, while it was dangerous, there were still many people coming and going. In fact, the best way to cultivate beasts was to start from the egg because beasts raised this way were the most loyal. Even if their master died in battle, these beasts raised from a young age would not abandon their master. They would do everything in their power to avenge their master. However, adult beasts were different. They were originally captured, and despite the contract, once the contract was gone, whether they would turn on their master was still unknown. Beasts had thoughts. If you treated them well, they would willingly serve you. Young pets were easier to cultivate loyalty in, while adult beasts had higher combat effectiveness. It can be said that each has its own advantages, but most people still prefer adult spirit beasts, because the combat power of young pets cannot be significantly improved in a short period of time. However, adult spirit beasts are different. They already have relatively strong combat power, and with the constraints of the contract, they are basically not likely to betray. So why bother raising a young pet that takes a long time to develop combat power? In the Dragonbone Forest, Li Chen and Guazi were facing a half-meter-tall dragon blood man-eating flower. This is a plant-type spirit beast with a trace of dragon bloodline, capable of spitting poisonous thorns and tearing directly. This kind of small monster certainly doesn't need Li Chen to deal with. This is what he gave to Hamster No. 1 to practice with. As his number 1 pet, it should have some self-defense power. Hamster No. 1. Use burrow. With that, Guazi dove straight into the ground, and the earth in front of it was like water. It entered the ground like a fish entering water, incredibly fast and agile. Hamster No. 1. Taunt. Guazi, Hamster No. 1, raised 2 middle fingers at the man-eating flower, and was met with a barrage of poisonous thorns. Hamster No. 1 was extremely agile, dodging underground directly, then circling around behind the man-eating flower, holding a fine needle weapon given to it by Li Chen, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the man-eating flower. Bang! The man-eating flower turned its head and swallowed Hamster No. 1 in one bite, without even chewing. At the same time, Li Chen also took action, cutting down the flower with one stroke, rescuing Hamster No. 1 from the mouth of the man-eating flower. With such precise operation, the record was 0 wins and 5 losses. Dodging so many poisonous thorns, and you end up being swallowed in one bite, at least you could struggle a bit. Carrying Hamster No. 1, Li Chen went to find the next target, while also collecting some seeds of the man-eating flower. How cool would it be to plant these at home? Later, Hamster No. 1 challenged Dragon Powder Butterfly, Dragon Armor Worm, Dragon Blood Rabbit, and other small spirit beasts, all ending in failure for Hamster No. 1. Hamster No. 1 was quick to react, able to evade most attacks after burrowing underground, but its attack power was too weak. Even these small spirit beasts were much stronger than it. If it didn't have the talent for burrowing, Li Chen would almost think it was just an ordinary hamster. After wandering around for half a day, Li Chen did collect many seeds of exotic plants. He didn't capture any animals, and even if he did, he couldn't take them with him. Hamster No. One could be stored in the summoning space, but not other animals. So he focused on finding beast eggs, but in such a large forest, it was too difficult for him to find the well-hidden beast eggs guarded by spirit beasts. After intense training in battles, Hamster No. 1 finally learned a new skill. That is the earth spike. It was already able to burrow underground, quite compatible with the earth element, and after many battles with spirit beasts, it knew its attack power was insufficient. So in the end, it finally learned to utilize the earth, forming the earth attribute skill, Earth Spike. However, although Hamster No. 1 now had an offensive skill, its attack power was still weak. In terms of the power of the Earth Spike, it was barely a nuisance to Li Chen. But this was not a problem at all. Hamster No. 1 was too small after all, and the power of the Earth Spike was simply not significant. Perhaps with more practice, the power would increase, but for now, it could only deal with some cockroaches and rats. Hamster No. 1 learned Earth Spike, and Li Chen felt particularly pleased, so he took Hamster No. 1 to a stream to see if he could teach it how to swim. At the same time, he also caught a lot of fish from the stream. With some time left, he planned to grill a few fish to taste. The creatures here all have dragon bloodlines. The dragon carp is a good thing. According to the information from the root prints, the dragon carp can slightly improve physical fitness, and its meat is delicate and delicious, good for beauty and skincare. It can also be used for ornamental fish farming, with good potential for evolution. Although it cannot evolve into a violent dragon carp, it can evolve into a dragonfish. He can pack a few to take home, and see if there are any fish eggs. If there are fish eggs, maybe he can bring home a few to raise. The hamster also showed some swimming talent, but not very high. It swam for 5 minutes and then floated up, even learning the skill of spitting water. However, the hamster was very stubborn. After spitting out water, it jumped back into the water, then sank to the bottom. After drinking enough, it floated up to spit for a while, then sank again. In this way, the hamster learned to swim, but did not acquire any skills. Due to its skill of playing dead, it can hold its breath for a long time underwater. After learning to swim, it can stay underwater for at least an hour without drinking water. Now it can be considered a real water rat? Li Chen also grilled a few fish, but did not find any fish eggs. However, he caught a few small fish fry and planned to put them in a small bottle to take back. Maybe raising a few small fish fry would be good. If they can transform into dragons, that would be awesome. The beasts here can all evolve. The more they evolve, the more awesome they become. I wonder if the hamster can evolve. He gave a grilled fish to the hamster. This little thing eats anything and is tough, making it the best pet choice? Even if it can't fight, it can still be raised. There are many good things in the dragon's den. Li Chen collected some plants and treasures, planning to take them back to raise. Their large courtyard cannot just raise chickens. They should at least plant some flowers and plants. Maybe they will need to set up a gathering spirit array in the future. At the same time, Li Chen also obtained a dragon egg. He didn't know what kind of dragon it was, but as long as it's a dragon, it should be good. The time was almost up, so Li Chen put the hamster back into the space and returned directly. The most precious thing in the world of beasts is the beasts themselves, but Li Chen couldn't bring back too large a living creature. The only way to bring them back was to eat them or carry them in his mouth. When he returned, the first thing Li Chen did was release the dragon carp fry from his mouth. He had smuggled them over with great difficulty, and after some thought, he decided not to put them directly into the fish pond but to raise them in a fish tank first. These 2 fish were too small, and he was afraid they would be eaten by the 2 fish in the journey to the West World if he put them in the fish pond. He also released the hamster, a little guy with almost zero combat power, who would be responsible for being cute in the future. He planted a few blood-eating flowers near the fish pond and scattered some seeds in the backyard. These were some special plants from another world, to be taken care of by the weasel in the future. At the same time, Li Chen also sent a tube of awakening potion to his mother, letting her also raise some beasts. However, it seemed that this world was different from the world of beasts, as you couldn't summon initial beasts here and had to find beast contracts yourself. His mother awakened a talent for enhancing combat power, which was quite ordinary. Li Chen directly gave the dragon egg to his mother. Although it was a dragon egg, Li Chen didn't have the time or patience to hatch it. He would let his mother handle it. After so many crossings, Li Chen also planned to take a break these 2 days. If Chino could go catch ghosts, he couldn't go out and have some fun. Although his current strength is already not low, he has never had any contact with the people in that circle. He feels it is necessary to get in touch with that circle now, to see what kind of extraordinary people are in this world. Li Chen also inquired with the Mayan palace master of the Daluo palace about the specific situation. There is a stronghold in each city within the circle, and their stronghold is located on a large green mountain in the southern suburbs. He plans to go take a look. At the very least, he wants to broaden his horizons. However, this time he plans to bring Chino along, as he has not seen much of the world. In case there is something he doesn't understand, he can ask Chino, who may be thick-skinned, but Chino is even more so. It would be embarrassing for him to face it alone. Moreover, Chino is considered half a member of the circle, so it's good for him to see the world. Maybe he will awaken to something unexpected. After resting for a day, Li Chen brought Chino over. Brother Zhua, are there really cultivators in this world? What do you think of my talent? Chino asked Li Chen earnestly. Don't insult the term talent. I've been teaching you the Nine scripture for so long, and you haven't even mastered a move. How dare you talk to me about talent? Actually, I have been practicing. I practice every day with my girlfriend. My claw technique has improved a lot. She has gained a whole circle. Li Chen? By the way, Brother Zhua, why are you taking a taxi with me now? What happened to your car? Sold it. I'll buy a better one after I get my driver's license. Oh, Brother Zhua, have you heard about the Batman incident? It's been all over the internet recently. They say a film crew was shooting, and a Batman swooped down from the sky and kicked down the male lead. Then there was a beating, but strangely, no one saw how Batman arrived. It's like he appeared out of thin air, and there's no trace of him anywhere. Some are even offering a reward of 20,000 to catch him, just to learn that flying kick move. Li Chen, how long has it been since that happened? Why is it still a hot topic? Who has so much free time? Offering a reward for me. Aren't they afraid of Batman's justice from above? To be honest, I am currently investigating clues about Batman. I have already gathered some clues. When I catch him, I might become famous too. Chino said dreamily. If you want to become famous, I can make you famous right now. Li Chen stared at Chino firmly. Danger must be eliminated at the source. Forget it. Actually, fame doesn't matter. Chino's insignificant survival instinct saved him this time. However, at that moment, the voice of the Crown Prince echoed in Li Chen's mind. Alert! Alert! Danger is approaching! Alert! Alert! Danger is approaching! Li Chen was suddenly shocked. Danger! Without thinking too much, Li Chen grabbed Chino and transmitted them as a bundle of information. Just as they left, a huge blade beam struck the taxi they had just been in, and the driver was killed on the spot. On the rooftop of a building, Li Chen's face turned serious. Someone wanted to kill him. Who could it be? He couldn't remember offending anyone. Could it be Mayan? Impossible. Even if she had the ability, she had no reason to kill him. But who could it be? Li Chen thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out who he had offended. Even if he had offended someone, it wouldn't warrant an attempt on his life. The person who attacked was clearly a master, and if it weren't for the Crown Prince's warning, he might have already been dead. Crown Prince, can you find out who just attacked? Almost instantly, the Crown Prince pulled up a video of a figure standing in the clouds, dressed in black robes. After striking with that blade, the figure disappeared almost instantly. When the other party disappeared, the prince discovered a slight fluctuation of temporal power. Based on the analysis, it is highly likely that the other party is not from this world. The probability of being the owner of the system is 30%, the probability of having system fragments like the master is 69%, and the rest is 1%. Without much thought, Li Chen confirmed that the other party was the owner of the system fragment. After all, even if the owner of the system had no reason to attack him. So the only possibility the other party had was fragments. He wanted to form a complete system. But what Li Chen didn't understand was how he found himself. He was not from this time and space, but he was tracked here through system fragments. Can system fragments lock him across time and space? He felt it was impossible. There are countless realms in the universe. Even a complete system cannot cross all worlds. How could a system fragment easily find him? He was sure that it was not 100% luck, but there was definitely an 80% luck factor. However, the fact that the other party dared to come and kill him must mean that he was very confident in his own strength. At least Li Chen would not easily take action if he encountered other system owners. After all, each system owner is a child of destiny. Who knows what kind of abilities they have? Maybe they would end up in a bad situation. Li Chen had already locked him in with the prince. As long as he dared to appear, Li Chen could run to him in minutes. But he still needed to improve his strength. Only by being a thief for 1,000 days. How could there be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves? If he could suppress the ancient times, who would dare to come and find him? Damn! Brother Zhua! What just happened? Chino looked confused. As an ordinary person who had just encountered supernatural events, these things were quite stimulating to him. It's okay. Let's keep going. This time, I'll fly you over, bro. Li Chen said, taking Chino directly towards the stronghold of that circle, which should be a place similar to a cultivation market, where anyone with connections could enter. Li Chen and Chino flew quickly and soon arrived at the big green mountain, which was hollow, with a small illusion array hidden near an old tree serving as the entrance. Because they had done their homework before coming, the two quickly entered. Come and take a look. Special offer on low-grade magical weapons. Ginseng, Lingji, and Polygonum multiflorum are cheap. Complete Western magic. Want to learn magic? Buy a book. The market was bustling with noise, selling all kinds of things, looking quite lively. Damn! It's quite lively here. Chino looked shocked. It was his first time in such a high-end place. But he didn't expect such a high-end place to be so low-end. He went to a stall selling a complete book of magic and looked at it. The stall displayed Western items such as magic books, magic orbs, and magic wands, but he didn't know if they were real or fake. Boss, how much for this orb? Chino picked up a magic crystal ball and asked. 500 spirit stones. Hearing the price, Chino looked confused. What are spirit stones? He had never even seen them before. Can I pay with RMB? RMB? If you really want it, you can have it for 5 million. Damn! So expensive. This is still expensive? Generally, we don't accept RMB, but money is still useful after all, otherwise, even if you give me 10 million, I won't sell it to you. What about this book? This shouldn't be expensive, right? This one. For damn. As a poor person, Chino felt like he had been seriously hit. He couldn't say he was penniless, he could only say he was heavily in debt. He didn't even have 1 dam, let alone 4 dam. This was simply something he couldn't touch. Li Chen also took a look at this magic book. He hadn't studied Western magic before, but he had quite a few spirit stones. After all, many of the people he robbed were cultivators, with all kinds of elemental stones. Spirit stones. Magic stones. He had a bit of everything. Maybe not a lot, but he had tens of thousands. Can you make this magic book a bit cheaper? Of course. If you really want it, you can have it for 1,800. The boss was a straightforward person and easy to talk to. Alright, where did you get this magic book from? Is Western magic very powerful? I got this book from killing a foreign old man back then. It's in English, and it's quite valuable, but I can't understand it. It gives me a headache just looking at it. Li Chen handed over the spirit stones, picked up the magic book, flipped through it, and then he was at a loss too. He couldn't understand it either. English was fine, he could easily translate something like Taizi's script, but even after translating, he still couldn't understand it. What were the 4 elements of magic? Dimensional function analysis, 6-dimensional magic equations, magic elemental periodic table. Was this really magic? It was as complex as advanced mathematics. Perhaps the boss didn't deceive him, but if he couldn't understand it, he couldn't understand it. To him, it was just a combination of math, physics, and chemistry problems. Could he even comprehend this? They say people can do anything when pushed to the limit, except for math problems. If you can't solve a math problem, you just can't. Brother Jua, let me take a look. Let me take a look. I think I have a natural talent for magic. No, you don't. With that, Li Chen handed the book to Chino. Then he saw Chino looking puzzled as he held the book and tried to understand it. As someone who slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education, Chino probably couldn't even understand a punctuation mark, but he was still studying hard. Did you understand it? No. Then why bother studying it? I don't want others to know I can't understand it. The magic book recorded many spells, but Li Chen felt he probably didn't have the ability to learn them. In terms of value, it was worth it, but the awkward part was that it wasn't practical. I'll print a few copies for Mom to study. I remember she went to college back in the day. After browsing around without buying anything, Li Chen gave Chino a chi cultivation technique to practice first. Later, Li Chen set up a stall and sold some items. He needed to accumulate some spirit stones too. The two of them stayed there for almost a whole morning, but they always felt out of place. Although they were not ordinary people, they still couldn't quite fit in with the people in this circle. Perhaps they just didn't belong here. After spending the morning, Li Chen gave Chino a set of techniques and a basic magic weapon, a long sword, and earned tens of thousands of spirit stones by selling items. Finally, Li Chen sent Chino back home. He needed to focus on his cultivation. Practice makes perfect, and he hadn't really dedicated himself to practicing the various systems of martial arts, Confucianism, beast control, and now magic. Although it's said that being greedy for too many things leads to failure, having many skills doesn't burden oneself. Whether it will lead to failure is a matter for the future. If you haven't even tried, how do you know if you'll fail? The saying goes, being greedy for too many things leads to failure, meaning that learning too many things makes it difficult to achieve great success. But can you achieve great success by focusing on just one thing? Just like a soldier, marksmanship is crucial, but can you only practice marksmanship? Even if your marksmanship is superb, what's the use if you get taken down before you can draw your gun? There are different types of firearms, such as rifles, handguns, and sniper rifles. How can you only practice one? The so-called greediness without thoroughness means you need time to thoroughly chew, but we are not studying literature. Who will give you almost thorough chewing? If a cultivator cannot achieve comprehensive mastery, sooner or later he will be killed by others. So Li Chen never believed in the saying greediness without thoroughness. He only knew that having too many skills would not burden him. If he mastered one thing more, he would have one less weakness. He could specialize in one thing, but he could not be ignorant of other things. I may not use it, but I must not be ignorant of it. The integration of all rivers and the complementing of each other's strengths and weaknesses is the path he wants to take. Just as Li Chen returned home, he saw a yellow weasel standing at the door, with a 17 or 18-year-old girl stroking its head. Its whiskers twitched, looking not very happy. The girl carried a broad-bladed sword on her back, clearly not an ordinary person. Seeing Li Chen approaching, the girl ran up to him. "Senior, hello. My name is Li Shuefei, a candidate from the Pioneers Department of the 9th Bureau of Huaxia. I am here to register your identity." The girl bowed directly in front of Li Chen and said, "Register? Register what?" Li Chen asked, looking puzzled. "Well, senior, special individuals appearing in the public need to be officially registered. This way, you will have an identity with the authorities. If an ordinary person annoys you, you can contact the authorities directly to avoid causing casualties. Regardless of the other party's background, the authorities will handle it. It will not cause you trouble. This is actually a special identity card. With it, you can access some special places. Of course, we also hope that you can abide by the law, try not to conflict with ordinary people, and if you commit crimes recklessly, we will issue a wanted notice for you on the Special Talent Network. But rest assured, senior, we only protect ordinary people, and the grudges within the circle are to be resolved by yourselves." The girl spoke very politely. There are many extraordinary powers in the world. If not controlled, the whole world may fall into chaos. Therefore, this kind of registration is necessary. At least, it should not happen that someone abuses their abilities to commit crimes without consequences. This identity card is also a form of record. If Li Chen wants to go to some official special areas, this identity card is indispensable. The number of secret realms controlled by the authorities can be imagined. In short, if you do not break the law, you will not lose out. Alright then, let's get one. Come in and talk. Does it need one too? Li Chen led the girl towards the courtyard, pointing at the yellow weasel. This. Senior Huang's strength is still lacking. With Senior Huang's current strength, it cannot cause too much disturbance to society, so whether to get one or not doesn't matter. But if it needs one, I can arrange a temporary one for it. Li Shuefei said very politely. You don't need to be so polite. I'm not a senior. Just call me Li Chen. Li Chen felt a bit awkward being called senior. Leading the girl into the courtyard, she was also amazed by what she saw. There were many flowers and plants in the courtyard, all of which Li Chen had obtained before. Even the man-eating flowers had grown, and they could now eat mice. There was a small pond behind the house, with some fish raised by Li Chen. Although mainly spiritual fish, Li Chen also threw in many goldfish and koi, as having only 2 small fish in such a large pond was a bit monotonous. A big yellow dog was playing in the yard, followed by a small hamster holding a spinning top, which was Li Chen's childhood toy. It was not known where it had been found. The hamster ran up to Li Chen and handed him the spinning top. So cute! Omega, the little girl Li Shuefei couldn't help but be captivated when she saw the cute little hamster. Although the combat power of the hamster was not great, its appearance was enough to outshine Wang Kai. After all, how cute can a dog be, especially when it's not a puppy anymore? Squeak! Guazi held up the spinning top and squeaked at Li Chen. Are you saying you want the attack ring on top? Hamster no. Was Li Chen's spirit beast, so even though he couldn't understand its words, he could still grasp the general idea. Squeak! Guazi nodded vigorously. Li Chen looked at Hamster no. In confusion, not knowing what it wanted the item for, but he still took it off for him, because it was so cute. If Wang Kai dared to bring it to him, he would kick it away, always messing around and grabbing my stuff every day. Wang Kai? So will love disappear? Handing the attack ring to Guazi, Li Chen gestured for it to go play. However, at that moment, a white light emanated from Hamster no, causing the attack ring to melt and transform, eventually appearing on its back as a circular flying wheel, tied with a white strap, as if it was meant to be like that. Then Li Chen discovered that hamster no had actually evolved, but it was still a hamster, now with a new skill called hamster flying wheel, which looked pretty good. Senior, is this your pet? So amazing. Omega, to be able to raise a hamster so well, I also want to have one. Li Shuefei looked at Guazi with envy. Guazi saw Li Shuefei looking at it, so it raised two middle fingers at her, then swiftly dived into the ground like a carp entering water. Li Shuefei, who taught it that? Not cute at all. Li Chen, such an embarrassing thing, at least show some restraint in front of others. Alright, let's not mind it. Let's talk about business. I'm actually quite interested in your pioneer department. Can you tell me more about it? Li Chen led Li Shuefei into the house and poured her a cup of spirit tea. Senior, I'm not actually a member of the department, but if you want to know, I can share some public information with you. The so-called pioneers are pathfinders. There was no road in the world, but as more people walked, it became a path. And we are the ones who paved the way. This department has many names, pioneers, night watchers, and so on, but I prefer another name for it. Light bearers. To move forward in the dark night, there always needs to be someone to light the way. When light appears, it will reveal many dirty things. The first person to light the way may die, but at the moment when light appears, the world is no longer in darkness. I am 17 years old this year, and my biggest dream is to become a light bearer, even though it is extremely dangerous, with someone dying every moment. But the world always needs someone to carry the burden forward. I don't need fame and fortune, this is my belief. It is also something I have been taught since birth by my teachers. Some people think we are trained by the country to be death warriors, but we are not loyal to the country. We are loyal to our beliefs. To light up the dark night, human progress always requires some pioneers. The determination on the little girl's face was evident. Li Shuefei was an orphan adopted by the pioneer department, or rather, everyone in the pioneer department was an orphan, and they only trained orphans. Each person had a chance to choose at the age of 18, to become a light bearer or an ordinary person. Light bearers are all dead men, paving the way with their lives, so their average lifespan is generally not long. Most newcomers do not survive more than 2 years, but those who do are definitely the best of the best, and they are not afraid of death. Listening to Li Shuefei's narration, Li Chen immediately gave up the idea of joining this department. At first, he thought it was a group like the Dragon Team, the Night Watchman or something, but it turned out to be a group of reckless people. Although Li Chen was also reckless, he did it while ensuring he wouldn't die, but they were just seeking death. Honestly, Li Chen felt that they could only train their successors themselves. Who would dare to join without being brainwashed from a young age? This girl was obviously indoctrinated with beliefs from a young age, but it must be said that they were truly great in a way that Li Chen couldn't relate to. After filling out a few forms, Li Chen bid farewell to this very polite girl. Before leaving, she even touched the head of the yellow weasel. It's unclear why she took a liking to this yellow weasel. The weasel twitched its whiskers. To be honest, it didn't like being petted like a dog, but it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with the authorities. Moreover, this girl was very polite. Addressing it as Senior Yellow made it feel quite comfortable. Watching the girl leave, Li Chen couldn't believe that there was such a special department within the authorities. It seemed that he needed to be more restrained in his actions in the future. The yard was well maintained by the yellow weasel, not only with flowers and plants, but it also grew a variety of fruits and vegetables. To be honest, diligent wolves like this were rare. If it weren't yellow, you could almost believe it was gray wolf. After feeding the fish, Li Chen began his training for the day. He first meditated on the power of controlling beasts, then practiced martial arts, knife skills, swordsmanship, and finally practiced swordsmanship and the Diamond Sutra. These were given to him by Yen Shixia, and he hadn't practiced much yet. Lastly, he studied Confucianism and Taoism. Confucianism was the simplest but also the most difficult. In simple terms, Confucianism meant reading more books, but reading was also difficult. Li Chen, a fish that slipped through the net of 9 years of compulsory education, found it challenging to read. He was completely clueless about the 6 arts of a Confucian gentleman. However, he could write and draw, so he could take it slow. Literary talent mainly depended on inspiration. Even a coarse person like Zhu Yuanzhang managed to come up with the phrase "kill a million soldiers in Jiangnan, the sword at the waist still bloody." Although he lacked literary talent, he had Konzi's ink treasures. Moreover, he had the 4 treasures of the study that Konzi had nurtured for decades. These were all valuable items. The pen Konzi used could weigh 1,000 caddies even if he wrote a single word with it. One word could kill a person. But he needed to practice well, or else his writing would look like a spider's crawl, and he would probably be the first one killed by the sage's pen. Konzi's 4 treasures of the study were extremely precious. So, Li Chen first practiced with ordinary brushes and inkstones. When he could write like characters, he would use those high-end equipment. Without further ado, Li Chen picked up the brush and started painting. He personally felt that he had some talent for painting. After all, he couldn't write characters, but who couldn't draw? As Li Chen wielded the brush here, even the yellow weasel couldn't help but take a few more glances. But after a quick look, it froze. What? What are you painting? The yellow weasel looked puzzled at Li Chen's masterpiece. Can't you tell? I'm painting the mythical beast, the three-legged golden crow. How does it look? Does it resemble it? Li Chen said proudly as he lifted the brush. Golden crow? Forgive my poor eyesight, but why does it look a bit like a soft-shelled turtle to me? The yellow weasel looked puzzled. To be honest, it had seen poorly drawn paintings before, but this was the first time it had seen something this bad. Even if it resembled a soft-shelled turtle, it didn't dare say it was one. After all, there were probably very few soft-shelled turtles that looked like this. Li Chen, what kind of eyesight do you have? Can't you see this obvious three-legged golden crow? 3 legs, golden, turtle, isn't this obvious enough? Yellow weasel? The three-legged golden crow is a golden turtle with 3 legs? Who told you that? Isn't it? Nonsense. Of course not. The golden crow is a damn crow. A crow? Isn't a crow black? A golden crow shouldn't be called a golden crow? What kind of creature is a golden crow? I still think a turtle is more suitable for the name golden crow. After all, a 3-legged turtle can still crawl, but how can a 3-legged crow run? Yellow weasel. Forget it. As long as you're happy. It was already powerless to comment on this painting. Perhaps as a monster, it couldn't understand human thoughts. Li Chen then began to splash ink with a brush. Young people should be full of vitality, so he drew a picture of Doraemon. After that, he studied magic. But unfortunately, he still didn't understand much. Let's continue to travel. After all, a new storm has appeared. How can I stop now? Travel. Bang! A gunshot, and a man in front of Li Chen slowly fell down. Then he heard someone behind him say a classic line. Trampling on life recklessly, what kind of justice is this? Then Li Chen saw him take out a divine light stick. Oh my god. Seeing him take out this thing, Li Chen was stunned, because he once believed in light too. Not to mention, Gatan's death definitely had something to do with him. So, I should have a share of this divine light stick. Give it to me. Li Chen grabbed the divine light stick. Ah, my divine light stick. Dagu wanted to snatch it back, but Li Chen was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, the Tan Star person had already grown huge. Facing this giant monster tens of meters high, Dagu was dumbfounded. The divine light stick was stolen. How could he fight now? Bang! A huge foot stomped down, the earth shook, and Dagu was shaken off the high platform. Without the divine light stick, he was just an ordinary person. This is so screwed. The Tan Star person looked arrogantly at him, laughed heartily, and then a yellow destructive beam shot directly towards Maya. Maya! Dagu was shocked to see the beam, and he immediately rushed towards Maya. Countless light particles emanated from Dagu's body. The reason why Ultraman protects the Earth is not because he is Ultraman, but because he is Dagu. The divine light stick is just a prop for him to transform into Ultraman, but it is not the source of his power after transforming into Ultraman. As Dagu, he is the true core of Ultraman. Because of him, Ultraman is Ultraman. A dazzling light flashed, and a red-purple giant slowly appeared in front of Maya. Back at home, Li Chen studied the divine light stick for a while, but unfortunately, he was not Dagu, and he couldn't make anything out of it. The only use of the divine light stick for him was the abundant power of light and a small amount of space-time power inside. Li Chen couldn't use the power of light. He was not Dagu, unless he could gain Ultraman's approval. The light inside was useless to him. As for space-time power, Li Chen was a bit confused. In theory, Ultraman should not have the power to control time. Li Chen speculated that it might not have been demonstrated. After all, in the Ultraman world, there are various time travels and universes. Although Ultraman has not shown the power of time, there have been many instances of Ultraman in various time and space, so it should be understandable that there is some space-time power in the divine light stick. Alas! I don't know if I took Dagu's divine light stick. Can he still transform? As the protagonist, he shouldn't die so easily. Forget it. Travel. In front of a magnificent and majestic hall, an old man sat cross-legged at the entrance with 6 cushions in front of him. Li Chen? Where is this? This old man looks quite stylish. However, there was nothing valuable here, and the old man didn't carry anything on him except for his clothes, which indicated there was nothing worth stealing. So Li Chen looked at the cushions on the ground, and it seemed like this was the only thing he could take. Saying that, Li Chen pounced directly towards the cushion, planning to grab it and run. However, he miscalculated. The old man just glanced at him slightly, and Li Chen froze in place, unable to move a finger. It's over. He encountered a big shot. But it's okay. I have 5 seconds. If he doesn't kill me instantly, I can leave. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm leaving. Oops. I'm leaving. Oh no. Why am I not leaving? 5 seconds have definitely passed. Since the young friend has come, it must be fate. Stay a little longer. The old man said calmly, neither happy nor sad. Li Chen. Prince. What's going on? Li Chen silently asked the prince in his heart. This spacetime has been temporarily frozen. The prince cannot take the master back. After the spacetime freeze ends, the master will automatically be rejected back to the original world. Please be patient. Upon hearing the prince's words, Li Chen's heart instantly turned half cold. Spacetime freeze, this is a big mess. Wasn't it agreed that no one could stop time travel? This old man must be a big shot. The old man released Li Chen from his restraint and conjured a tea tray out of thin air, floating in front of Li Chen with a steaming cup of tea on it. The old man's temper is quite good. Li Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He liked big shots with good temperaments like this. Prince, can you check who this old man is? Name, Hongjun, age, strength, occupation, other? Puff. Seeing the information provided by the prince, Li Chen sprayed the tea he was drinking. Who is this? Ancestor Hongjun? Seeing Li Chen spray the tea, the old man didn't seem to mind at all, showing no joy or sorrow as if devoid of emotions. The system is powerful, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. Some big shots from different dimensions, even the system dare not provoke easily, just like the controller of the Pango Great World, you can't beat them even if you have the system. The system can traverse the heavens in myriad worlds, but who said these big shots couldn't do the same? They just can't pinpoint like the system can. They usually only search for some worlds around their own. After all, the heavens and myriad worlds are endless and no one can explore them all. The system just has an additional function of locating worlds. Of course, Hongjun has not reached the level of competing with the system. After all, the system is one of the top existences in the heavens and myriad worlds, and Hongjun does not have the qualification to compete with them. But Li Chen doesn't have the system. He only has a fragment. A 1 billionth fragment. Unable to leave, Li Chen could only stand silently next to Hongjun. He wasn't asked to sit, so he didn't dare to sit. Those 6 cushions were obviously not meant for him, so where was his place here? Soon, more people arrived, first the 3 pure ones, followed by Nuwa and Fushi, then Hongyun. Kuanpum also arrived. The last to arrive was Jain Juanti. Li Chen also roughly understood that they were probably going to discuss something. This old man Hongjun must be giving me an opportunity. He must be well aware of my background, but since I appeared here, it means I have a connection with him. Taoism and Buddhism emphasize this the most. If I listen, I might become an immortal on the spot. However, at this moment, a tea tray appeared in Li Chen's hands. Li Chen? Since the young friend is here by fate, why don't you serve tea to these fellow Taoists? A cup of tea is enough to bless you for a lifetime. Pour the tea and then leave. It's not in vain for you to come to this wild place. Hongjun glanced at him and said, so you didn't plan on letting me listen. I just listened to a few sentences. If you don't want me to listen, that's fine, but I still have to pour tea for them. But now is not the time to confront him. After all, he can't run away, and being reckless has its limits. I'll come back to confront you when I'm in top form. Quietly pouring a cup of tea for the big shots, Li Chen naturally took the teapot and put it away, as if it was his own thing. He thought Hongjun shouldn't bother chasing after him for a teapot. Indeed, Hongjun didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen disappeared on the spot. Back home, Li Chen's legs went weak and he almost knelt down. This incident made him realize a truth. One should not be too arrogant. It's better to be low-key, otherwise you might run into trouble at any time. Ding! Detected a large amount of temporal energy. Do you want to collect it? Li Chen? Temporal energy? Where did the temporal energy come from? Collect! Without much thought, Li Chen chose to collect it first. Prince, what's the deal with this temporal energy? The 5-second time travel is because the system's energy is only enough to sustain 5 seconds. So, to freeze the time, Hongjun needs to exert a large amount of temporal energy to resist the system's consumption. Although a lot of temporal energy is still lost, the system still absorbed a part of it. Probably about 10,000 years worth. Due to the incomplete system, the 5-second time travel cannot be changed at the moment, but you can use temporal energy to extend this time, with a ratio of 1 day to 1 minute. Currently, the use of temporal energy is only for time travel and time extension. If necessary, please improve the system to unlock more functions. The prince briefly explained to Li Chen. This time, it was really a big upgrade. Hongjun was really generous, directly providing 10,000 years worth of temporal energy. This means that in the future, time travel will be more casual. At least he can stay a little longer during time travel, and when it's time to grab something, he can choose carefully. Not like now, grabbing whatever he sees. Li Chen felt very comfortable. It's always good to know a few big shots. Taking out the teapot, Li Chen poured himself a cup first. The tea of the sage shouldn't be too bad. If he really brewed a pot of bilyuokun, that would be more prestigious. After taking a sip, Li Chen immediately felt a powerful force surging into his body, almost bursting him, but this force was extremely gentle, continuously strengthening and repairing his body. It's just that this energy is too strong. Moreover, after drinking this cup of tea, Li Chen's mind seemed much clearer, as if he had taken a stimulant. Various miscellaneous things he had learned before suddenly became clear, and even the image of the sword light he had seen before appeared in his mind. A cup of tea actually made him comprehend a bit of the true meaning of that sword light. But that's not the important part. The important thing is that after drinking this cup of tea, he actually felt that he had some direction in creating martial arts. This is simply enlightenment tea. And it should be the top-notch enlightenment tea. At the moment he drank the tea, Li Chen felt that his computational ability might even surpass that of the prince. Taking out a wooden sword, Li Chen went to the courtyard, carefully pondering the sword light in his mind. Following the traces in his mind, he slashed out a sword, and instantly a brilliant sword aura shot straight to the sky. Although it didn't have the imposing manner of his cheap master, it still had some charm. With this skill, he no longer needed to play with knives. Swords are much cooler. Only barbarians play with knives. Watch me as I slash through the sky, traversing the 19 continents. Opening the spacetime gate, Li Chen once again went to the alien world. Naturally, with his increased strength, he had to show off. A person must show off while young. Hopefully, he could go to a more powerful world. Only then would he be worthy of his noble status. However, as soon as he crossed over, he heard the sound of the iron cage closing. Yes, he had crossed into an iron cage, locked up with a group of ragged people. Obviously, this was not a good place. Lord Demon Emperor, the blood feast is ready. They are all geniuses that appear once in 100 years. None of them are below the nascent divinity realm. A demon with horns on his head spoke to a fierce-looking middle-aged demon. He. Even if the human race has high talent, what can they do? I just like to see their insignificant dignity being crushed. I heard that the geniuses of the human race are all tough, bone-headed individuals. Today, I want to see for myself. The demon emperor casually grabbed a woman, and an immense demonic aura pressed down on her. Kneel, kowtow to me a few times, then accompany me for a night, and I will spare you. What do you think? The demon emperor stared at the woman, the boundless demonic aura forcing her to kneel. No, it's impossible. If you have the guts, just kill me. Thud. The head fell, the woman's blood sprayed into the air, and the demon emperor lightly sucked it all into his belly. The fallen woman turned into a dried corpse, with only a beautiful head lying on the ground, eyes wide open. String it up for me. I want to hang it on my scepter. The demon emperor kicked the woman's head. He. What a wonderful feeling. Stubborn and foolish, your pride that you are so proud of is the thing I love to trample the most. The demon emperor then pulled out another person. Kneel. It's impossible. That person was tough, so he left without suffering. Seeing this scene, Li Chen's heart sank. How did he end up in such a ghostly place? The iron cage was inscribed with a formation. Li Chen tried, but even as a prince, he couldn't be transported out. He could sense that everyone here seemed to be slightly stronger than him, and these were just the people in the cage. This was not good at all. A lamb to be slaughtered. It would take him at least a day to return, but in that time, who knows how many times the demon emperor could kill him. What should he do? Fortunately, the cage was quite large, holding hundreds of people inside. It shouldn't be his turn so soon, and he was also fortunate that there was a formation among the people in the cage. Otherwise, he would have been discovered as soon as he crossed over. However, at that moment, the demon emperor's gaze looked over. That sneaky-looking kid, come out. Li Chen looked around, but everyone here seemed upright. How come he didn't see anyone with sneaky eyes? Who was so unlucky to be singled out by him at a glance? What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. The demon emperor pointed at Li Chen and directly sucked him out of thin air. Li Chen? Me? How could it be me? I am upright. How can I have sneaky eyes? Even if we are demons, we should have a conscience. Li Chen looked at the demon emperor with an awkward yet polite smile. So, I am the unlucky one. Omega, kneel. Thud. Li Chen promptly knelt down. Demon emperor? Kowtow. Thud thud thud. Li Chen delivered a 16-hit combo. Demon emperor. Can't you have a little backbone? At least show some dignity. You're making it hard for me to kill you. Li Chen asked, what is dignity? When you're almost out of life, what dignity do you need? If you act dignified, you might lose your head. So, should I be brave or cowardly? In any case, knocking one will not lose a piece of meat. Lord Mo, do you still need me to accompany you to sleep for a night? Mo Huang. Sleep your mother's head. Can a little girl sleeping for a night be the same as a big man like you sleeping for a night? Can't you have a little backbone? After all, you are also a proud talent of the human race. Are you worthy of the human race's nurturing towards you? Mo Huang looked at Li Chun uncomfortably for a while. Do you lack a spy, Lord? I can act as an insider to infiltrate the human race. We can disintegrate them from within. From now on, the demonic path will prosper. Mo Huang. Are you talking as if you are not part of the human race? Do you have any backbone at all? Can't you just be a little tough to satisfy my perverted mind? Lord, I have planned everything. When the time comes, I will say that I have found the human race's proud talent who was captured by the Lord. They will definitely send people to rescue him. We can ambush in advance, or directly attack their lair. By then, we can attack from inside and outside, surround them from both sides, and surely annihilate them all. Li Chen vividly explained to Mo Huang. Mo Huang, are you a demon or am I a demon? Are you so ruthless to your own people? It's a pity if you don't act like a demon. Mo Huang looked at Li Chen in frustration for a while. He really wanted to slap him to death, but he had no backbone at all, which deprived him of a lot of pleasure. And he even felt like what he said made sense. In this world, when you are cowardly, what's the point of not kneeling down and kowtowing? Dignity? How much is dignity worth? Only those who survive have dignity, and the dead are left with only respect. And they may not even respect the dead. Li Chen has always been unable to understand the protagonists in those novels, each one so tough, refusing to bend. What's the point of saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, they would have been buried that day. Anyway, Li Chen doesn't want to die, unless he really can't take it anymore. He has to be cowardly, preferring to kneel and live rather than stand and die. Of course, if he really falls for their beauty, that's another story. His bottom line is already very low, and if he keeps pushing it, he will only end up dead. Lord, what do you think? I can poison them. As long as the poison is strong enough, I can guarantee that they won't even survive like dogs. Li Chen said respectfully. Mo Huang, is this too ruthless? Lord, we are demons. No poison, no husband. Once the deed is done, thousands of bones will wither. Which strong person didn't climb to the top on a pile of corpses? If we poison all the water sources, we can kill hundreds of thousands of people in less than 3 days. By then, Mo Huang, good boy, a born troublemaker. Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Eat this. From now on, you will be mine. Mo Huang took out a black pill and said to Li Chen. Mo Huang is not a fool. He can't just listen to a few words. Even if he sends someone to infiltrate, he must ensure that this person is completely under his control. Li Chen's face stiffened slightly. This Mo Huang is not easy to fool. Lord, can I ask what this pill is? Decayed demon bone-piercing pill. If you eat this, you won't come back for 3 days. You will turn into a pool of thick blood. Don't think about finding someone to save you. There is no antidote for the decayed demon bone-piercing pill. Even I can only suppress the demonic energy. If you come back, I can help you suppress it, and you won't die as long as I'm alive. But if you don't come back, when the suppression of the demonic energy in the pill dissipates, not even a great Luo golden immortal can save you. Mo Huang said coldly. Lord, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and moon. It's just a small pill. I'll take it. Li Chen directly stuffed the pill into his mouth and then switched to the system space to exchange for a Mylisa pill to chew on. The system space was much more advanced than the storage ring. At least the demon emperor did not sense that he had swapped the pill. Oh, not bad. You are very good. From now on, you are mine. The demon emperor patted Li Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily. All right, you can go now. Inform me of any news in a timely manner. My lord. I have low strength. I'm afraid that when I lead them over, they will kill to silence us. I wonder if my lord can give me a life-saving treasure. You also know that I am afraid of death. As long as I can live well, I can do anything. The demon emperor thought for a moment and felt that what he said made some sense. He then took out a wrist guard and a small bottle from the storage ring and handed them to Li Chen. This wrist guard is called Demon God's Protection. It can form a special film on your body. Not only can it isolate toxins, but it can also withstand the full force of a master in the combined period. As for this bottle of poison, be careful with it. This is called Death God's Urge. Just a drop, even if it dissolves in the air, can kill everything within 100 miles. Use it well. Rest assured, the wrist guard I gave you can isolate all toxins. As long as you don't ingest it, you will be fine. You should understand what I mean. First, drip a few drops of this death god's urge into their regular water source, then lure out those masters. We will ambush them, even if some manage to escape. By then, there probably won't be many left from their sect, the demon emperor said with a sinister smile. Hearing this plan, Li Chen couldn't help but shudder. It's really ruthless, poisoning and ambushing, so sinister. No problem. But my lord, if only I escape back, won't it be too obvious? Can I bring back a captive, so I can explain better? Ha! But they should already know that you are my person, isn't that a problem? It's okay, my lord. The wise have their own ways. You there! Bring out the most beautiful girl for me, Li Chen said arrogantly. After showing the cage to the demon emperor's lackey, he went in and brought out the most beautiful female cultivator. He. Li Chen walked up to the female cultivator and gently lifted her chin. Pa! The female cultivator spat directly at Li Chen, who quickly dodged. Can she just spit randomly? Have you done a nucleic acid test? Smack! Li Chen slapped her and then drew a foot soldier's long knife, slashing at the woman's abdomen. Splurt! Blood gushed out, and in no time, the woman, whose cultivation was sealed, fainted. He had aimed accurately. This strike wouldn't kill her. My lord! This should be enough. I will say that I am a hero who saved her, and only managed to escape by luck. She won't wake up for a while, and when she does, I will give her another strike. Just one breath is enough, then I can gain trust. Even if she wakes up, it's fine, I can say that I am acting on your behalf, my lord. Just wait for my good news. Li Chen threw the knife in his hand and said to the demon emperor. After discussing the ambush location with the demon emperor, Li Chen left with the beautiful female cultivator on his back. My lord, should we really trust him? Humph, just an ant. Let's trust him for now. Even if he can't deceive those righteous masters, we won't lose anything, right? However, what he didn't notice was a number 5 sticking tightly to the sole of his shoe. The prince was not a product of cultivation, without a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. If you don't observe carefully, it is no different from an ordinary stone. The different systems caused the demon emperor to not notice Li Chen's actions. Flying with that beautiful girl for thousands of miles, Li Chen finally stopped, and then had the crown prince treat her injuries. He didn't want to bring anyone along, but he didn't know the way. Where could he find a human expert to help, and just wait a day to go home directly? Ridiculous. I've never suffered such a big loss in my life. If I don't retaliate, I'll feel like I've lost. Besides, maybe he could even go undercover among the humans. But this time he had to be prepared. If he got killed, it would be a big loss. The level of this world he came to this time is not small. Maybe he can make a big profit, earn some more. If I don't show my strength, do you really think I'm a good person? Relying on love to generate electricity. Li Chen treated the injuries of the female cultivator, while thinking about the next plan. This world is too dangerous. He still had to be cautious, but he had to take what he needed. Soon the beautiful female cultivator woke up. Seeing Li Chen approaching, she was about to slap him. But who is Li Chen? The body's reaction is faster than the brain. Before she could strike, Li Chen slapped her first. With a slap, the beautiful female cultivator instantly calmed down. Don't be afraid. I'm an undercover agent. How could I, a human, help the demon emperor? I've already placed a tracking device on him, so when the time comes, we can directly ambush him. Do you think I'm a fool? You traitor! You've already taken his elixir. You'll be controlled by him for the rest of your life. Is it really worth doing anything to stay alive? What's the point of such a desperate struggle? The beautiful female cultivator shouted at Li Chen with red eyes. Li Chen, why is this young girl so hot-tempered? She seems a bit like a radical. He has never controlled me. Who said that taking the elixir means obeying him? Isn't it? Without his help, you can only live for 3 days, right? Besides helping him, what else can you do? At least I still have 3 days, right? Instead of dying on the spot, at least I've fought for 3 days of time for myself. In these 3 days, I still have a chance to avenge myself, right? You think I'm afraid of death, but have you ever thought that maybe I never intended to live? Dignity means nothing to me, but it's meaningless for me to die for no reason. Li Chen looked at the female cultivator with a look of understanding life and death. The beautiful female cultivator was slightly stunned. She hadn't thought of this. If a person is not afraid of death, what else could they fear? Why should I believe you? What if you're lying to me? Do you dare to swear by the heavens? The beautiful female cultivator stared into Li Chen's eyes. Fine. I swear. I have never submitted to the demon emperor, My purpose in bringing you out is to find human experts and then ambush him." Li Chen swore directly to the heavens. The art of speaking is that even if you are clearly lying, the heavens can still prove you right. Swearing is not to be taken lightly, especially in this cultivation world. Once you break your oath, you will be punished by the heavens. But there is an art to speaking. He had indeed never submitted to the Demon Emperor, but that didn't stop him from being an undercover agent. He also wanted to make another profit from the Demon Emperor. He did indeed want to find human experts to ambush the Demon Emperor, but that didn't stop him from raiding the human expert's lair. The meaning of life is to constantly cross over. You really haven't submitted to the Demon Emperor. Of course. Can you tell me your name? Let's go find human experts together. You know the way, right? I don't know the way. My name is Lu Lingshan. I am the saintess of the Heavenly Dao Palace. I can ask my master to inform the heads of various sects. By then, we can rescue everyone together. Our Heavenly Dao Palace has many treasures. My master will surely be able to neutralize the poison fed to you by the Demon Emperor. The girl said firmly. It doesn't matter. I didn't plan to come back alive when I came into this world. Li Chen's face was full of righteousness, as if he were a warrior who faced death fearlessly. Lu Lingshan? How can this sentence be used like this? People who come into this world can still go back alive? Go back where? Back to the womb? Looking at the little girl who already had some admiration for herself, Li Chen felt that the effect was almost enough. After all, he couldn't always pretend to be someone he wasn't in front of one person. Good words should be saved for those sect elders, so that he could leave a good impression later. Lu Lingshan's cultivation was still sealed, so Li Chen had to carry her while flying. But with her guidance, Li Chen also knew the way. Half an hour later, the seal on Lu Lingshan's body automatically lifted, and now it was Lu Lingshan who carried Li Chen while flying, and surprisingly, Li Chen wasn't faster than her. After flying for nearly 2 hours, the two finally arrived not far from the Tiandao Palace, with just another 10 minutes journey left. It must be said that the world of cultivating immortals is vast and diverse. He's so damn far away? However, at this moment, an accident occurred. A man in black with a hood blocked the path of the two, holding a tang knife as if waiting for them. Li Chen's pupils contracted slightly. The man's attire was modern. He was a time traveler. He's back again. How many layers of strength do you have now? Can you still fight? Li Chen asked the girl beside him. I'm not in great shape, so I can probably only use about 50 to 60% of my strength now. But I can't see through the opponent's strength. Should we fight? However, before they could discuss the outcome, the opponent had already rushed towards them. A tang knife directly slashed out a brilliant blade of light towards the two. Lu Lingshan opened her mouth and a small sword appeared in her hand, meeting the blade of light with a strike of her own. Bang! Lu Lingshan was sent flying. Although she didn't suffer much damage, it was clear that her strength was inferior to the opponent's. Li Chen quickly drew his precious sword, with the words "No Taboos" shining brightly on the blade. Although he had grasped a bit of the sword light, his main weapon for now was still the sword. The sword energy could be unleashed with the sword, and the words "No Taboos" couldn't be invoked with a sword. Draw a prison on the ground. The blade emitted a fierce aura, turning into sharp blades that circled around the hooded man, trapping him inside a large circle. You go first. Go to the sect and find a master to come over. We might not be able to defeat him alone. Li Chen said with a hint of seriousness. This person had to die. Perhaps he couldn't beat him, but he might be able to use someone else to do it. As long as they could bring in a righteous person or a demon emperor, they could keep him here today. Can you hold on? Lu Lingshan asked Li Chen. Don't worry. I can't die. The demon emperor gave me a treasure. At least it's enough to save my life. Okay. Wait for me. I'll be right back. With that, Lu Lingshan turned and flew towards the Tiandao Palace. Li Chen liked this kind of easily deceived, not very bright girl the most, because when she had something to do, she really listened and didn't ask too many questions. No nonsense. Bang! The prison on the ground shattered, revealing a huge mecha behind the hooded man. Damn! Dragon God! The hooded man entered the mecha, and the eyes of the mecha lit up, immediately turning towards Li Chen. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Li Chen took out his own divine light staff. Come out, Ultraman. No response. The Dragon God mecha leaped towards Li Chen, and the difference in size was unavoidable. With Li Chen's current attack power, it was difficult to cause any damage to him. It seemed like he would have to steal a mecha in the future. This was too passive. You can't escape. Your fragments are inferior to mine. Your strength is also inferior to mine. You are not the first owner of the fragments I killed, and I believe you won't be the last. The huge dragon god stomped towards Li Chen. Bang! Li Chen dodged and a Gatling gun appeared in his hand, firing wildly at the dragon god. But ordinary weapons were still insignificant against this towering robot. Suddenly, Li Chen remembered a plot from Magic Phone 2, where Silly Girl and Lu Xiaoqian formed a giant composed of clones that could transform at will. Although Prince was not Silly Girl, its functions were identical, and even in terms of energy, Prince's energy was higher than Silly Girl's. Perhaps he could try this move too. Prince. Clones. Countless Li Chens instantly disintegrated into data-based clones, constantly changing around the main body, eventually forming a giant composed of clones. Not bad. But it ends here. The two giants collided, creating a fierce wind. Li Chen's giant was bombarded with countless information particles, showing that his giant was not as resilient as the opponent's. Bang! Damn! Dragon God is so powerful. Watch me blow you up. Bang! Li Chen exploded, countless clones scattered, and the entire giant body disintegrated instantly. Li Chen, how did I lose so quickly? At least let me have a few moves. At this time, the hooded man also emerged from the dragon god, looking very arrogant. Without their mechs, the two resorted to fighting with knives, but Li Chen was clearly no match, as he had not practiced with knives for long and had barely learned any techniques. His self-taught descending dragon sword technique was no match for the opponent's professionally trained skills. If he hadn't recently gained some insights from that sword technique, he might have been defeated instantly. You dare to show off such third-rate swordsmanship. You're truly a waste. A waste, possessing system fragments, is simply a waste of resources. The hooded man calmly flicked away the knife in Li Chen's hand. He had been cautious at first, striking and then retreating, fearing he might encounter a formidable opponent. But now it seemed he was the skilled one. Li Chen rubbed his wrist, picked up the long knife calmly, and saw the opponent's confidence. However, those who were overconfident often met their end swiftly. Knowing the opponent was no match, yet still boasting, was giving the opponent an opportunity, wasn't it? Thinking highly of oneself, Li Chen couldn't defeat him, but being killed by him was almost impossible. Not to mention the wrist guard given to him by the Demon Emperor, which he couldn't break through, and he didn't need to defeat the opponent. You lose. It seems today is your time to die. The hooded man raised his tang knife and pointed it at Li Chen. Li Chen, you've been silent all this time, making me think you're aloof. But as soon as you speak, you reveal your foolishness. Why pretend to be someone you're not? Haven't you heard the saying? Villains die from talking too much. I lose. Haven't you noticed your surroundings? Li Chen calmly put away the long knife and looked at him. Surroundings? The hooded man looked around in confusion, seeing only dry grass, nothing else. Idiot. It's summer now, where did the dry grass come from? I released my poison over 10 minutes ago, haven't you felt it yet? Your lips are turning purple, and you're still pretending. Take this, heavenly feathered dragon slaying dance. With that, Li Chen swung his sword, and 18 golden dragons turned into a tornado, sweeping towards the hooded man. Jokingly, was he the kind of person who would fight head-on with someone he knew he couldn't beat? If he couldn't win, what should he do? Of course, he would resort to sneak attacks, poisoning, and whatever it took to win. When Lu Lingshan left, Li Chen had already opened the death god's urging. There was no one within dozens of miles, so there was no need to worry about harming others. He had a wrist guard to isolate toxins, but what about you? It must be said that this hooded man still had some skills. He had been releasing the poison for so long, yet he didn't even feel it. His lips turned purple, and he didn't know if it was the poison acting like this, or if he was just too special. The poison of the death god's urging was extremely domineering, colorless and tasteless. Once touched, death followed. The poisoned person wouldn't feel anything at all. When they felt their body failing, it meant they were already close to death. However, Li Chen only released some volatile gas, so the hooded man could hold on until now. Otherwise, a drop would have killed him on the spot. At this moment, the hooded man also realized something was wrong. He slashed open Li Chen's tornado and directly injected himself with an antidote. However, the toxicity of the death god's urging was too domineering. It was fine not to inject it, but once injected, the death god's urging immediately took effect, and the hooded man's body began to rapidly deteriorate. Seeing the situation was not good, the hooded man leaped back and opened a portal, disappearing from the scene. Impressive. He couldn't even kill him like this. Seeing the hooded man escape calmly, Li Chen knew that the opponent couldn't be killed. This kind of poison probably couldn't kill him. Being able to traverse different time and space, the opponent must have some treasures in hand, an antidote should not be a problem. Leaving aside other things, just this poison alone might not even be able to kill Li Chen himself. Firstly, he had consumed too many precious materials from heaven and earth. Not to say he was immune to all poisons, but most poisons wouldn't affect him. Moreover, he also had the immortality pill given by the ruthless person, the medical function of the prince. If he was like this, then the opponent must be even stronger. Who knows what means they might have. In fact, Li Chen originally wanted to wait for the poison to take effect, but the key was that he couldn't hold on. He couldn't beat the opponent. If they continued fighting, all his secrets might be exposed. It was not worth it. He had to retreat for now and settle the score later. When I go back, I will poison all my weapons. Li Chen understood that only brutes fought, while the real cunning ones operated from the shadows. Isn't poisoning someone effective? No poison, no manliness. As long as I win, who cares what methods I use? You may call me despicable, but you're already dead. What else can you say to me? Poisoning, scheming, cursing, harming others, even investigating his relatives and friends, then kidnapping for ransom. Let's see how you can compete with me. While fighting the hooded man, Li Chen had already planned how to scheme against him. He hid a numerical symbol on him, which would fall off and lurk in his world when he returned. Although he couldn't pass through now, that symbol would continue to gather information for him. When the time comes, let's start by kidnapping his mother. I'll see how you can compete with me then. The prince couldn't operate across realms, but at the moment the spatial portal opened, it could still receive signals. He sent a data clone over, essentially marking the spot. When the spatial portal opened, he could receive information from the clone and also transmit information to it, allowing the clone to operate offline. Reality is not a novel. Some people always think the protagonist should be righteous and upright, that kidnapping, extortion, poisoning, and killing should not be done. But this is reality. He couldn't afford to lose. Life only gives one chance. He wouldn't intentionally harm anyone, but when dealing with enemies, what choice did he have? If you don't harm his family, maybe he will harm yours. Strike first, or suffer the consequences later. Isn't that how many novels are as well? A large family kidnapped the protagonist's parents to threaten the protagonist, but you have to consider how many people are in the large family, and how many people are in your family. If they kidnapped you, wouldn't you kidnap them back? Generally speaking, kidnapping parents is to fear the protagonist's strength, but if you already have the kind of strength that makes people fear you, why fear anything else? If the old ones can't beat you, they'll kidnap the young ones. If one is not enough, they'll kidnap two. If all else fails, they'll use poison. Poison half of a family with thousands of people first. Only when you are ruthless will others fear you. If you always fear others' strength, how can others fear you? As for revenge? Joking. If you dare to retaliate against me, I will dare to retaliate against you. Who is afraid of whom? Besides, you have already left many tricks with your parents. Trying to kidnap your mother is a joke. The Daluo Palace is not to be trifled with. Soon, Lu Lingshan returned with several elders. When Li Chen saw the people coming, he immediately spat out blood and fainted. He couldn't wake up at this time. If he woke up, he would definitely be questioned. It's better to faint and let Lu Lingshan explain. Sure enough, seeing Li Chen lying on the ground, the people couldn't ask anything, so they had to take Li Chen back to the sect first. 2 hours later, Li Chen woke up feeling a bit sore in his neck. Young master, you're awake. I'll go call senior sister Lingshan right away. A maid in a green dress saw Li Chen wake up and ran out excitedly. In a short while, Lu Lingshan came in with a group of elders. Young friend, you're awake. I heard from that girl Lingshan that you endured humiliation and risked your life to bring her out to deliver a message to me. Can you explain in detail? An elder with white hair said to Li Chen. Elder, it's like this. We were captured by the Demon Emperor. I knew I was doomed, so I pretended to join him, ate a poison pill from the Demon Emperor, and brought Sister Lingshan out under the pretext of luring the elders to save people. The Demon Emperor is too arrogant, not knowing that we cultivators are not afraid of death. To be able to bring this message to the elders for 3 days, the boy has no regrets. Li Chen said solemnly and heroically. Born in the mortal world to disperse, death returns to the underworld. What does it matter? Mortal world and underworld are similar, just drifting in a foreign land. Li Chen looked up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, his eyes shimmering, trying hard not to let tears fall. The elders were greatly shocked upon hearing this. What a sense of integrity. If it weren't for genuine emotions, it would be impossible to come up with such verses. But such heroic figures had to meet such a tragic end. It was truly lamentable. What a line. Death returns to the underworld. What does it matter? We cultivators should be like this. Come, let's go to the treasure vault. Today, even if I have to empty the treasure vault, I will detoxify you. An elder with a fiery temper was extremely excited, pulling Li Chen out, but unfortunately, Li Chen was not poisoned at all. No matter how many treasures they gave him, it was useless. They couldn't even detect the poison. Burp. Elders, I really can't eat anymore. Let's just forget it. Everyone is destined to die, whether it's lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount I. I have died as I should, so don't waste resources on me anymore," Li Chen said with a desolate look, while secretly sending a clone into the treasure vault to take things when they left. Alas! What a pity! Truly, the heavens are envious of heroes. Elders, let's discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor first. The elders didn't completely believe Li Chen, but they trusted Lu Lingshan more. Li Chen's words were just for reference. Even if they knew the Demon Emperor's location, they would definitely send their own people to investigate first. They couldn't just rely on Li Chen's words alone. As for the precious treasures given to Li Chen to eat, how could real treasures be given to an outsider, especially one who was near death? It was just for show. Even they can't figure out the poison, who can solve it? Just maintain the glorious image of the Tiandao Palace. Elders, I have planned it all out. When the Demon Emperor comes to the designated location to besiege us, we will coordinate inside and out, encircle from both sides, and we will definitely be able to trap the Demon Emperor to his death. We can also take advantage of their unpreparedness to attack their lair, and even turn the tables on them. I can go undercover and poison them. The Demon Emperor will never suspect that I am actually a spy. I have already put life and death aside, and I will definitely catch him off guard. And I have left a means on the Demon Emperor to pinpoint his location 100%. By then, we will he. Elders, this kid doesn't seem like a good person at all. At the same time, Li Chen's clone in the treasure pavilion was crazily stuffing treasures into the storage ring, not even bothering to look at them. I'm helping you deal with the Demon Emperor. What's wrong with taking some things? Besides, real treasures wouldn't be kept in the treasure pavilion. Good things are definitely kept for personal use, and what's in the treasure pavilion is probably just stuff for disciples, so it's totally fine for him to take a little. He can't possibly empty out such a huge treasure pavilion. After all, there are probably tons of spirit stones alone. After discussing the strategy, the elders also dispatched their subordinates to investigate. It's important to be cautious and not just believe Li Chen's words. At the same time, Li Chen also left the Tiandao Palace. He had already scraped enough benefits here, and it wouldn't be good for him to go to other sects. It's better to return to the Demon Emperor. If the Tiandao Palace has such a huge treasure pavilion, wouldn't the Demon Emperor have one too? In this way, Li Chen left the Tiandao Palace in the name of an undercover agent and headed to the Demon Emperor. Most people wouldn't dare to jump back and forth like this, because it's playing with their lives and it's meaningless. No matter what the outcome, Li Chen would definitely die in the end, but Li Chen is not originally from this world. He doesn't care about the outcome, he just cares about making money. When he's had enough, he'll leave. Anyway, a day has already passed, and he'll have to leave after giving the Demon Emperor another wave. They shared the location of the Demon Emperor with the human experts and planned the assassination. They would first attack the Demon Emperor's lair, then wait for the Demon Emperor to come back, ambush him on the way, and send another group to rescue people. Although each of these elders is not a match for the Demon Emperor, they have the advantage in numbers. They can split up into many groups, and even if they can't kill the Demon Emperor, they can at least rescue people. In fact, they never intended to kill the Demon Emperor because they couldn't defeat him. Their main goal was to harass him. With the location of the Demon Emperor, their actions went smoothly. Whether it was attacking the Demon Emperor's lair or rescuing people, they could cleverly avoid the Demon Emperor, and in the end, they could join forces to deal with the Demon Emperor. Now Li Chen is not thinking about fighting or winning or losing. It has nothing to do with him. He just wants to know where the Demon Emperor's treasure pavilion is. Sir, the humans asked me to pass on a message to you. They said that as long as you release those geniuses, they will spare your life. They also said they have a spy hidden by your side, and they have set up a formation in your treasure pavilion. If you persist, they will blow up your treasure pavilion and come after you together. Demon Emperor. Why does this sound like something they wouldn't say? Are you trying to fool me? Forget about anything else. This emperor doesn't have a treasure pavilion at all. All the treasures are carried on me. And a spy, by my side are all demons. Where would a spy come from? A red light flashed in the Demon Emperor's eyes. Just then, a demon soldier ran in. Report to Lord Demon Emperor, the Demon Palace has been attacked. Should we send reinforcements? Kid, don't you think you should explain to this emperor? You led them over there, didn't you? Humph. A bunch of nobodies. Do you really think they can outsmart me with their abilities? All schemes and tricks are futile in the face of absolute strength. A murderous intent flashed in the Demon Emperor's eyes. At this point, Li Chen also knew he had messed up, but that was normal, as he was not good at scheming, he was better at being resourceful. Lord, please listen to my explanation. This has nothing to do with me, Li Chen explained anxiously. Humph, fine, this emperor will give you a chance to explain. If you can't come up with a good explanation, then you can go talk to the King of Hell. The Demon Emperor said coldly, looking down at Li Chen. Lord, please listen to me. Li Chen said as he took out a small stool from his storage space, stood on it to match the Demon Emperor's height, and then slapped the Demon Emperor in the face with a big slap, not even sparing the treasure pavilion. I am your father, Demon Emperor? How dare you hit me? Smack! Try hitting me again. Smack smack. Bang! The Demon Emperor kicked Li Chen out, turning him into a bunch of mathematical information. Yes, it was another clone. Li Chen couldn't possibly do such a dangerous thing on his own. He didn't believe that in such a large force like the Demon Clan, there wouldn't be a single treasure. He followed the army to the Demon Palace, planning to search inside while chaos reigned. The Demon Emperor's face turned completely dark at this point. Being publicly slapped in the face was a complete loss of face for him, and the fact that he didn't even notice the kid's cloning technique was a lifelong shame for him. Let's go back to the Demon Palace with this Emperor. With a pair of demon wings spread out from behind him, the Demon Emperor flew directly towards the Demon Palace. His strength was undoubtedly the strongest on the entire continent, so he was not afraid of anyone. Even if he was surrounded, no one could possibly stop him. Meanwhile, Li Chen immediately informed everyone to retreat. The Demon Emperor was coming, so they needed to hurry to rescue people. Li Chen left a clone to search the Demon Palace and followed alone. He still needed to be cautious around the Demon Emperor. Unexpectedly, I've tracked you with a locator. I may not be able to beat you, but you can't catch me either. I'll fight your minions, I'll steal from you. What can you do to me? The people were soon rescued. After all, the Demon Emperor was the only one the Demon Clan could rely on for battle. He couldn't be guarding all the time, and Li Chen could fully grasp the Demon Emperor's movements, using diversion tactics and rescuing people in distress. Li Chen was satisfied as he looked down at the crowd below. He had gathered enough loot, and all his clones had returned with their storage rings. It was time for him to leave. However, at that moment, a hand grabbed him. It was Lu Lingshan. Can you tell me your name? Lu Lingshan asked shyly. If life only resembles the first meeting, why should autumn winds mourn the painted fan? Miss Lu, consider this just a game. My time has come. Perhaps we will never meet again. Actually, I've been lying to you all along. I was never poisoned, I was just a passing traveler. Forget about me. Goodbye. With that, Li Chen broke free from Lu Lingshan's grasp and placed a coin in her hand. There's nothing special to give you, keep this coin as a memento. If we meet again by fate, I hope you remember me. With that, Li Chen flew directly into the sky. He didn't know why he was flying up, but it was quite impressive. Flying in the air, Li Chen felt that he should recite a poem at this moment. He could definitely pretend to be very eloquent. Since experiencing Confucianism, he had worked very hard to learn some poetic phrases for pretending. 800 autumns since attaining the Tao, never have I flown my sword to take a life. The Jade Emperor has yet to bestow heavenly symbols, while the world is awash with black gold. Ah ha ha ha. Saying this, Li Chen even took out the gourd of the swallowing heaven and drank a sip of spiritual spring water. At this moment, even he himself felt very handsome. Lu Lingshan. Lu Lingshan held the coin in her hand, looking up at the sky where Li Chen gradually disappeared, lost in thought. Regardless, he had saved her life. I will find you. I, Lu Lingshan, never owe anyone a favor. Li Chen returned to reality. This time he really hit the jackpot. He had scraped the Heavenly Tao Palace once, and also searched the Demon Palace. If his storage ring had been bigger, he would have even considered scraping off a layer of land. As for whether they would go crazy when they found out things were missing, that was none of Li Chen's concern. He admitted he was not a good person, but those who lived well were often not good people. Don't talk about good deeds bringing good rewards. Never believe in things you can't see. Being practical is the way to go. Illusory things are all fake. The so-called good deeds bringing good rewards are similar to how bodhisattvas bless good people. Believe and you shall receive, don't believe and you won't. In the world of cultivating immortality, it's survival of the fittest. Whether stealing or robbing, it didn't really matter. In a world with laws, you must abide by them. But in a world without laws, following any laws is nonsense. The laws of another world can't control people from this world. Li Chen returned home and lay flat on the bed. He was really exhausted. It seemed like he needed to learn some skills related to creating clones in the future. The energy of the Crown Prince couldn't support a large number of clone battles. It was too dangerous for the original body to get involved. As for the owner of the system fragment, the next time he appeared, Li Chen should be able to take him down. As long as he dared to show up, Li Chen would immediately go after his family and friends. Killing was out of the question, but kidnapping was necessary. He didn't believe you could be that heartless. After resting for a while, Li Chen remembered that he hadn't retrieved his heaven-reliant sword yet. It had been left there for several days. With that in mind, he flew towards the island in the middle of the lake. Sure enough, the old man Dugu was still the same as before, with a villa full of beautiful women. It was truly the peak of life. But then again, with so many beautiful women, why didn't he have any children? Could it be that he had issues in that department? How pitiful. Master, I'm here. Li Chen dove down and landed directly in front of the old man. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, scattering leaves all over the old man's face. Bang! The heaven-reliant sword flew straight out of the house and landed in front of Li Chen. Take the sword and leave. Li Chen? I just got here. Master, don't call me master. I don't take disciples. Master, I got a good sword. I was planning to give it to you. Li Chen turned his head and was about to leave. Good sword. What good sword? Show it to me. When it came to swords, he was never tired. But first, tell me your name. It's inconvenient to curse someone without knowing their name. My name is Li Buping, but you can call me Duguchobai. Jin Young based the character Duguchobai on me, so many people also call me Duguchobai. But I don't care what you call me. Just show me the sword first. Li Buping said eagerly. He had two hobbies in life, good swords and beautiful women, with swords taking the top spot. That's why he became known as the Sword Demon. He used a sword all his life, undefeated for hundreds of years, whether in the mortal realm or the immortal realm. No one could match him in swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had reached an extreme level, making him unbeatable in the mortal realm. That's why he chose to live in seclusion, with his sword as his companion and livelihood. Li Chen glanced at him and acknowledged his skill, but found it hard to associate his demeanor with that of a master. Li Chen took out a magic sword from his storage ring, found in the magic palace. It was placed next to the throne, with a blood-red magic eye embedded in the hilt. Li Chen felt immense pressure just holding it, and the overwhelming magic power could erode his mind. The sword did not seem like a conventional one. Li Chen was speechless holding the living sword emitting a terrifying aura. It was powerful but impure, unable to unleash sword energy, only demonic energy. Despite its flaws, Li Chen recognized its quality and considered modifying it in the future. Li Chen asked about the move he had taught Li Chen, who modestly admitted to grasping only a bit of its essence. Li Chen criticized him for not making more progress after days of practice. Just then, a girl carrying a sword approached, presenting it to Li Chen. After a brief exchange, Li Chen gifted him some useless swords to build rapport. Li Chen returned home to contemplate his sword technique, feeling the need to enhance his attack power. Despite his proficiency in close combat and agility, he lacked a high-impact attack. He decided to use his two remaining time travel opportunities without delay. Instantly disappearing and reappearing in a vast laboratory, he seized several vials of potions before vanishing from that world. Li Chen returned home and casually threw the test tube on the bed, saying, "No one's crossing is perfect, and if there's no competition, can it still be called competition? There's no sense of achievement at all. Testing in progress. Testing complete. The potion comes from the world of biochemical crisis. It is a T-virus potion. Please handle with care." Hearing the voice of the prince, Li Chen was shocked. What is this? T-virus. What did I bring back? If this leaks out, the whole world will be in trouble. Li Chen quickly stored the test tube in the storage space. This thing is too dangerous. He is not even sure if he can be immune to it. If a zombie crisis breaks out, it will be a big problem. However, this thing can be used as a trump card. If he encounters the owner of system fragments who wants to kill him, he will have no choice but to retaliate. With a tube of T-virus in hand, who dares to touch him? If you dare to touch me, I will infect your world. By then, one world will be buried. Let's see if you can handle it. One must be ruthless. Don't talk about harming the innocent. If I'm dead, do I still care about innocence? If you don't target me, I will target you. If you want to play with someone stronger than yourself, the only way is to increase the stakes until they can't afford it. I may not win, but I can make both sides lose. Do you dare to play? Everything has value. When the cost of killing you is greater than letting you go, he will never kill you. Just like Li Chen now, if he places the T-virus somewhere in the world and it will break out if he dies, who dares to kill him? Is it worth killing one person at the expense of a world? Values are not equal, so no one will kill him no matter what. Therefore, a person with insufficient strength must bind something of high value to survive. A gambler may bet millions, but if I bet the national treasury, can he win? Of course not, because even if he wins, he can't take it away. I may not survive, but you will definitely not win. Li Chen is not a good person. There is no need to consider the well-being of the world. Only by being alive can one manage the well-being of the world. If you are invincible, the world will be peaceful. If someone threatens the well-being of the world, sorry, I am not capable of saving them. So, if you want to be a savior, first become invincible. Strength is the real capital. Without strength, being too saintly will only make you vulnerable to threats. Once you compromise, you will never win again. Therefore, Li Chen is not afraid of any threats. He has already given all the protective measures he can to his mother. If this is not enough to protect her, then he is powerless. At least he can still travel through the heavens and worlds to find resurrection items while he is alive. But if he dies, everything will be in vain. He doesn't think the enemy will generously spare his loved ones. Crossing. After storing the T-virus, Li Chen once again opened the crossing. He urgently needs to increase his strength, preferably with a powerful move, otherwise, it will be very difficult to fight against the owner of the system fragments. In a dark cave, lit by torches, a big black bear was holding a robe adorned with various gems, its eyes gleaming. Such a treasure! Such a treasure! The black bear rubbed the robe excitedly. Someone, go invite all the demon kings, tell them that this king is going to hold a Buddhist robe meeting, the black bear said to the guard demon. Yes, your majesty. However, at that moment, Li Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of the black bear. Black bear? Li Chen? What is this? How absurd! But Li Chen's reaction was much faster than the black bear's. While the black bear was still in a daze, Li Chen grabbed the robe. Come on, you! Li Chen grabbed the kasaya in one go. The black bear spirit had good strength, but unfortunately Li Chen caught him off guard, and also because of the sudden appearance that made him stunned for a moment, the result was that he hadn't reacted yet. The kasaya was snatched away by someone. Damn it! Bold thief! Give me back my kasaya! The black bear spirit was instantly furious, picked up his black tassel spear, intending to poke a hole in him, but just as he was about to act, Li Chen's figure had already disappeared. Report, report, report. Report to the king. There is a hairy-faced thundermouthed monk outside, claiming to be your grandfather. Black bear spirit. Back at home, Li Chen put on the kasaya. This was a precious treasure. Black bear spirit, kasaya, these two things together, Li Chen didn't need to think to know what it was. The kasaya of the golden silk. This is the treasure that Guanyin Bodhisattva gave to Tang Seng on behalf of the Buddha. Li Chen remembered how it was described at the time. This kasaya, with a dragon thread, avoids the calamity of the great rock devouring, with a crane thread, attains the subtlety of transcending the ordinary. Sitting, there are 10,000 gods bowing, in every movement, there are 7 Buddhas accompanying. And on top of this, there are wish-fulfilling pearls, mani pearls, dust-repelling pearls, and wind-calming pearls. There are also red agate, purple coral, relics, and various other treasures. It can be said that as long as you wear this kasaya, not to mention invincibility in the world, but it is definitely difficult for evil spirits to invade. The kasaya of the golden silk is impervious to water and fire, invulnerable to swords and spears, and has immeasurable Buddha light. It can also avoid reincarnation, escape calamities, transcend gods and save ghosts. To be honest, this kind of treasure is not inferior to Sun Wukong's golden hoopstaff. It may even be stronger. If I put on this kasaya, let's see who dares to mess with me. Impervious to water and fire, invulnerable to swords and spears, not to mention defense invincibility. I don't know why Tang Seng is hiding it. Why would a monk wear such expensive clothes? Monks are always concerned about these external things. How can it be allowed? Next time I'll snatch the 9-ring tin staff, all rich and oily. How can he still call himself a poor monk? At the same time, in the world of Journey to the West, Tang Seng sneezed. He had a somewhat bad premonition. His kasaya might not be found. He seemed to feel the deep malice of this world, which made him tighten his grip on the 9-ring tin staff in his hand. His sleeve slipped slightly, revealing a deep tooth mark. After lying down for a day, Li Chen saw the girl with a knife on her back again. The girl brought him a special ID card, so he was also registered with a special department. At the same time, the girl also considerately arranged a temporary one for the yellow weasel. Not to mention this little girl is really quite likable. She knows how to get things done. She even brought a bag of nuts for the hamster. It's clear the little girl really likes these cute little animals. Only Wang Kai looked on eagerly at everyone. So do dogs really have no rights? I'm cute too. I can wag my tail, can it? Just a little hamster. What else does it have besides being cute? With a disappointed look, Wang Kai walked to the edge of the pond and looked up at the sky. What an era of judging by appearance. When will I, Wang Kai, get ahead? Then Wang Kai saw the girl sprinkling some fish food in the pond. Even the fish got a share. Wang Kai the dog's eyes were filled with tears. It was already a big dog, so it wouldn't be jealous. Only children are greedy for those trivial gains. The owner always gives me spirit fruits to eat. I, Wang Kai, disdain such things. Humph. At this moment, Li Shufa also looked at Wang Kai. How could she forget such a big dog? She took out a huge bone nearly half a meter long from her backpack and handed it to Wangkai. Wangkai, Li Shuefei left, taking with her the goodwill of all the animals in Li Chen's yard. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh, no wonder you are a group of animals. A little bit of trivial gain confuses you, and then Li Chen took the special department phone given to him by Li Shuefei and entered the house. This kind of phone is specially made for communication with special individuals, with an exceptionally strong signal. Even in outer space, normal contact is possible. It is an official special edition, usually purchased by those in contact with the authorities. After all, ordinary phones may not be suitable for use in strange places such as space, oceans, or restricted areas where the signal is poor. A good phone is essential. Although the cost of making this phone is not high, the satellite is specially made, and each component is crafted by cultivators. It can be said that a lot of effort has been put into it. Without mentioning some formations, it can communicate normally even throughout the entire solar system. Generally, this kind of phone is bought by oneself, but who made this girl so good at socializing? She directly brought one over for Li Chen. To be honest, Li Chen quite liked this girl. She is sensible, articulate, and most importantly, she brings gifts, which is truly commendable. Li Chen approved of this friend. Time flies like water, and days of not being able to show off pass by in the blink of an eye, and it's already the next day. Crossing, rabbit fist, mule kick, lobster claw, cobra, oyster shell, crow riding a plane. Thank you for your guidance. Crow. An old man kicked a big red-haired man flying. Dad, have you been secretly practicing recently? Just riding a bike. One tiger kills 2 sheep. Electric eyes are intimidating. Boom. The entire bell tower shook violently as the group fought, especially the move electric eyes are intimidating, which split the bell tower in half. However, at that moment, Li Chen appeared. Seeing someone approaching, Afu went up with an intimidating electric eye, but Li Chen's reaction speed was so fast, he almost instantly dodged it. Damn! Red hair, you have no martial ethics. State your name, today I will teach you a lesson. I am Black Tiger Afu, are you ready to die? Electric eyes are intimidating. Come on. Although Black Tiger Afu's martial arts skills were good, he was still far behind Li Chen in terms of speed and strength. Even if he had a pig talisman, he was no match for Li Chen. Li Chen easily defeated him with one move and successfully snatched the pig talisman. However, Li Chen did not intend to leave immediately. He added 2 minutes because he remembered that there should be another talisman at this time. When the pig talisman appeared, it seemed that the old man also had a dog talisman. The pig talisman was not a big deal, but he must get the dog talisman, as its ability is immortality. If he gets the dog talisman, then he can do whatever he wants in the heavens and myriad worlds. Although the world of Jackie Chan's adventures is full of powerful talismans, the protagonist's strength is only so-so. Without the help of external forces, he is just a slightly stronger ordinary person. Li Chen didn't spend much effort at all to snatch the dog talisman. As for the other talismans, Li Chen didn't want to snatch them for now. His time was limited, and constantly adding time was a waste of temporal power. In fact, most of the talismans were not particularly useful to him. The ox talisman might give him a slight boost, but it was basically useless. The snake talisman's invisibility was not necessary as he could already turn invisible. He had no interest in the sheep talisman's soul projection. The rooster talisman's effects were also quite limited. The dragon's explosion and the pig's electric eyes didn't have much power. It mainly depended on the person. What he really wanted were the rat, rabbit, horse, monkey, tiger, and dog talismans. The other talismans were not very useful to him. But Li Chen hadn't collected all the timeline talismans he had crossed over to yet. There might be a few more in the 13 districts, but they were not easy to snatch. He wasn't a member of the Shadow Corps with hot weapons, and he was afraid. Especially in this world where hot weapons were quite advanced, there were even laser cannons. If he crossed over, he would definitely get hit by a shot, which was a minor issue. He was afraid someone would use a talisman against him. He couldn't remember all the talismans, but he was most afraid of the monkey and rabbit talismans now because these two could completely control him. The monkey talisman could turn him into an animal, and who knew if he could turn back. As for the rabbit talisman's speed, he definitely couldn't keep up, and he would end up being passively beaten. There were many good things in the adventures of Jackie Chan world, but he didn't have time to find them. What he really wanted was the mask of the Shadow Corps. Who wouldn't want to have a Shadow Corps at their beck and call? He didn't know if he could still summon the Shadow Corps in other worlds, but forget it. Having the dog and pig talismans was already good enough. Besides the talismans, everything else had some limitations, so he decided not to look for them anymore. It was a waste of time, and he didn't know if he could use them when he brought them back. With that, Li Chen directly clicked on the return to the city and instantly disappeared from the world of Jackie Chan's adventures. Crossing over. After returning, Li Chen immediately crossed over for the second time. With the dog talisman, he had nothing to fear. You little brat. It's you again. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Buddha's Fury Lotus. Xiaoyan saw Li Chen appear and without saying a word, he used the Buddha's Fury Lotus. He remembered clearly how Li Chen had tried to snatch his ring before. Back then, he was just a minor character, but now things were different. Where do you think you're running off to this time? Li Chen, oh no! Seeing the Buddha's Fury Lotus flying towards him, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim, knowing that he couldn't block this move. Did he have to use the dog talisman he had just obtained already? No, no, no. I am Li Chen, how can I die so easily? I can still try to save myself. I'll save the dog talisman for next time. Although the dog talisman can keep me from dying, it doesn't protect me from pain. And what if I end up disabled? Wait, Yen, I have something to say, calm down. I'll calm your mother. Die. Xiao Yan was furious when he saw Li Chen. If he had let you snatch the ring back then, he would have been in big trouble. Wait. Yen. Odd change, even unchanged. Boom. The Buddha's Fury Lotus almost grazed Li Chen as he flew out. Symbol. Symbolic limit. Xiao Yan looked shocked as Li Chen completed the second half of the sentence. Although he had almost forgotten his past life, it was still over 20 years of life. How could he not remember anything or not want to go back and see? After all, he had family. His parents were still alive. Yen. We are from the same hometown. Li Chen had a sudden inspiration and directly shouted the password. This phrase, odd change, even unchanged, symbolic limit, could be considered a universal code. How did you know this phrase? Xiao Yan looked at Li Chen in shock. It was the first time he had encountered another time traveler after so many years of crossing over. Brother Yen, we are from the same hometown. I also came from Earth. Do you know how to go back? After becoming the Emperor Do, I have tried many methods, but I still can't find the way back. Can you find Earth? Xiao Yan grabbed Li Chen excitedly and asked. Before crossing over, Xiao Yan was not alone. He had parents, relatives, and friends. Maybe he didn't do well on Earth, but it was still his home. Although the Do-Chi continent was his second home, how could he forget his biological parents? No matter how real this world was, with over 20 years of memories, he found it hard to replace Xiao Zhan as his father. He didn't belong in this world. Li Chen silently gave himself 2 minutes. He felt that Xiao Yan might have some tricks up his sleeve, and he might be able to get something out of him. Well, I can go back, but only by myself. Bringing others is not possible. And whether my world is your original world is uncertain. Although they are both called Earth, they may not be the same. Hearing Li Chen's words, Xiao Yan calmed down. Wait, you said you are from Earth, but how do you know me? I don't remember being famous on Earth. Brother Yen, it's a long story. Do you know a book called Battle Through the Heavens? Li Chen took out a copy of Battle Through the Heavens from his storage space. Because he was traveling through various worlds, he had prepared many novels and comics. What do you mean? The so-called Battle Through the Heavens is a novel about the time traveler Xiao Yan. In other words, this book is the story of your growth. In my world, you are just a character in a novel. You should also know novels. In my world, you are a character in a novel. With that said, Xiao Yan understood. Hasn't he heard of time travelers before? As a time traveler, he understood this almost as a certainty. So, he was not surprised to learn that he was the main character. However, he was curious about who could write his life as a novel. Was it him first, or was it the novel first? He and the author definitely didn't know each other, but for some reason, the author knew everything about him. Can I have this book? Of course. Just pay for it. Finally, Xiao Yan exchanged a complete set of Battle Through the Heavens for a piece of Qinglian Earth Heartfire, even asking for the comics. Although the Qinglian Earth Heartfire was precious, at his level, it was not a big deal. Unique fires were not limited to one plant. Fires like the Qinglian Earth Heartfire could appear as long as the conditions were met. Over the years, he had collected many unique fires, so giving one away was not a problem. Brother Yen, I also have Martial Universe and the Great Ruler here. Do you want various side stories related to you? You probably haven't ascended yet. These are all things you may experience in the future, and you can also sell these books to other main characters. I guarantee you won't lose out, and you won't be deceived. Buying them is a win. What are you here for? Can you have some dignity? Why didn't you say that earlier? In the end, Xiao Yan exchanged some martial arts techniques for these books. He was about to leave the Do-Chi continent, so it was necessary to understand a bit. Since the transaction is complete, I'll be going. Goodbye, Brother Yen. See you next time. Seeing that there was no more profit to be made, Li Chen decided to leave. The good things in the Doqi continent, apart from the different fire, were the incinerating decision. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to give him the incinerating decision, so even if he could obtain a different fire, it would be considered good enough. He estimated that there was nothing else worth pursuing. So, he should leave too. Every minute he stayed in this world, he was burning the power of time and space. Wait, can you go back and help me find someone named Xiao Shan? If you can find him, please take care of him. If you can't find him, then forget it. Li Chen made an okay gesture and disappeared from this world. This trait had to be said to be very pleasant. After all, he had always used force before. When he returned, Li Chen had the prince search for Xiao Shan and Xiao Yan. There were many people with the same name and surname, but most of them had no relation to the Xiao Yan of that world, proving that their worlds were indeed not the same. Back at home, Li Chen planned to first refine the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Although the process of refining the different fire was very dangerous, Li Chen was not worried at all. He had the dog talisman, so what was there to fear? As long as the refining was successful, his body would definitely be able to repair itself automatically. There was absolutely no risk. However, Li Chen managed to refine the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire in half a day. At the same time, he also practiced some of the martial arts techniques given to him by Xiao Yan. However, most of them could not be used due to the lack of Do Qi. But there was one martial art that he could use, which was the 3 profound changes of the heavenly fire. This technique could be used as long as there was a different fire. In addition, there were some martial arts techniques that could be used. Martial arts techniques focused more on skill, so even if Do Qi was not used, other types of energy could be used. Of course, some special martial arts techniques were an exception. Techniques like some measuring and boxing martial arts could be used casually, but some energy-based martial arts techniques could not be used. After all, there was a difference between Do Qi and other types of energy. Li Chen felt a little regretful without Do Qi. He still wanted to try transforming Do Qi into a horse. It was said that a Do Qi transformed horse could run very fast, even the Do Emperor might not be able to catch up. Today's number of crossings had been used up, so Li Chen began to practice. However, he found many things to be incomprehensible. The practice was actually very troublesome, and conflicts could easily arise when practicing multiple things. So he felt that he needed to find a solution. He practiced multiple systems simultaneously and had to consider compatibility. Although he was currently weak, there would definitely be problems in the future. But there were some things he could not give up. Like beast taming, he already had a melon seed, so how could he not practice beast taming power? Martial arts also needed to be practiced. Confucianism was also very useful, and he even wanted to practice immortality in the future, which would be very troublesome. After practicing all night, there was not much improvement in the various systems, but his beast taming power had increased by 1 level. It was relatively easy to practice this in the early stages, especially since he had consumed many spiritual medicines and fruits. Even if he did not practice, it would still increase. Now he was a 2nd level beast tamer, which meant he could contract another beast. With his beast taming power at the 2nd level, Li Chen could already sign a contract with a 2nd beast, but he had not found a good beast yet. Dragons, Kirins, Phoenixes, he did not have any of them. Even if he found them, he probably could not defeat them, let alone sign a contract with them. Finally, Li Chen looked at the yellow weasel. This yellow weasel seemed pretty good. Although its appearance was not great, it had already become a spirit, so it should have talent and potential. Ahem! That yellow brow. I wonder if you would like to become my beast. As long as you become my beast, I promise to take you to conquer the heavens and myriad worlds, defying gods and Buddhas. Damn idiot! The yellow weasel glanced at Li Chen and went to feed the chickens. Li Chen, do you know what you missed? You missed a great opportunity, do you know that? After looking at the dragon carp and the fish tank, they have grown a lot these days, but as Li Chen's beast, they are still too small. Li Chen directly poured them all into the pond, letting them evolve freely. If one day a dragon evolves, that would be awesome. After all, the nutrition of the dragon carp here is very rich. Maybe one day there will be a genetic mutation. Li Chen didn't have many good choices, so he looked at Wang Kai. At this time, Wang Kai was chasing its tail in circles, looking silly. Even if I never contract for a lifetime, I can't contract a dog as a beast. In the end, he still contracted Wang Kai. Although Wang Kai is a bit silly, its loyalty is guaranteed, and it has eaten too many treasures from heaven and earth, almost becoming clever now. It may not be able to fight lions and tigers on earth, but it should be close. Apart from being a dog, Wang Kai is actually not bad. After contracting Wang Kai, Li Chen also made some modifications to Wang Kai's beast power, making it stronger and awakening a few small skills. Skill 1, Provocation. Wang Kai provokes enemies by urinating, which can greatly attract hostility. Skill 2, Tracking. Wang Kai's sense of smell has been greatly enhanced to track from miles away. Skill 3, Fierce Dog Bark, can intimidate enemies to a certain extent. Skill 4, Making Friends Everywhere. Wang Kai can quickly become friends with any animal. Wang Kai's attributes are not exceptional, but its initial attributes are stronger than Guazi. At least its tracking and making friends skills are good, which may come in handy in the future. Li Chen patted Wang Kai's head and signaled it to step back. It was a new day. Li Chen stretched his neck and was ready to start his work for the day. Crossing. Come out. Ice Turtle Rock. Fierce Wolf Kneel. Rock Leopard Lijia. Aerial Eagle Gert. Humph. A bunch of little ghosts. What can you do against me? Fearful Dragon Sis. Duranki. Tupa. A black giant dragon appeared. Its powerful force was not something Rock Leopard Lijia and the others could resist, almost instantly defeating all the others. Even the best at defense, Ice Turtle Rock, couldn't hold on. Humph. You stay here. Come on. However, at this moment, Li Chen suddenly appeared and snatched Fearful Dragon Sis directly. It didn't matter if the other egg gods were taken or not, but Fearful Dragon Sis had to be taken, as it was the strongest. Even in the final battle, it took the combined power of all the egg gods to defeat Fearful Dragon Sis, making it the strongest individually. Now, Li Chen doesn't need to think about what world he is in. As long as it is related to the real world, the prince can directly explore it and transmit it to Li Chen almost instantly, keeping him prepared at all times. After obtaining Fearful Dragon Sis, Li Chen looked at the group of children, thought about it, and decided against it. How could Li Chen, a young man with thoughts, morals, and aspirations, bully children? Having Fearful Dragon Sis was enough to show off. But then he suddenly thought of his mother. This thing is also a weapon for self-defense. In case the enemy uses some dragon god's name again, these egg gods should be able to hold them back, so he should get one for his mother too. Li Chen went back and grabbed an ice turtle rock. What are the kids playing with egg gods for? Not focusing on their studies? Is saving the world what they should be doing? Li Chen didn't take them all. After all, if they all left, they would die here. It seems they still have to rely on egg gods to travel through time and space. He is not the same as he used to be. There is no need to take everything, at least give them a way out. Oh right. I have to remember this. Next time you go to the magical phone world, remember to save Yusuaway. There was no way not to grab them at the beginning, and I will save you next time. Anyway, time travel is just a matter of seconds. I won't make you wait too long. Li Chen said as he returned to the real world, holding a black and a green egg god in his hand, giving the ice turtle rock to his mother, and keeping the magic dragon Weiss for himself. Magic Dragon Weiss is a demon king with the ability to bewitch people's hearts. With Li Chen's current strength, Magic Dragon Weiss definitely cannot bewitch him, but it may not be the same for others, so Magic Dragon Weiss can only be used by himself. The power of time and space insight can also be absorbed, but now Li Chen is wealthy and doesn't care about a little bit of time and space power. After collecting the egg gods, Li Chen started his second crossing. It was another modern city, with people coming and going on the streets, showing no signs of anything special. But with Li Chen's appearance, a woman also appeared in front of him in an instant, standing there quietly as if waiting for Li Chen. The people around them ignored the two of them, with people coming and going on the street, but the two of them seemed unnoticed like air. The prince scanned this world for a moment, but before he could fully scan it, he was intercepted by an invisible force that even the prince's digital signal could not penetrate. When Li Chen appeared, he was also startled by the woman in front of him. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Someone was already waiting for him as soon as he arrived. Could it be another system fragment owner? Who are you? Seeing a woman staring at him so directly, Li Chen's heart also thumped. This time travel is too unreliable. Why do problems keep arising? At first glance, she was not a normal person, and he dared not rob her. You can call me Lucy, the woman said to Li Chen expressionlessly, as cold as a machine. Lucy? Who is Lucy? Li Chen was puzzled when he heard this name. He didn't seem to remember any big shot named Lucy. Could it be a system fragment owner after all? You don't belong here, Lucy said calmly. At this moment, time seemed to stand still around them. The world was eerie and silent, and even the prince could not take Li Chen back with him. Time was paused, and the return in 5 seconds was terminated. At this moment, Li Chen was certain of one thing, that Lucy was definitely not a system fragment owner, because a system fragment owner could not possibly be strong enough to control a spacetime to that extent. I'm just passing by that big shot. I'll leave right away. Right away. Li Chen was once again timid. He was still a little weak. How could he bear such pressure? I want to see your world. Lucy spoke at this moment. She was the deity of this world, the only deity. she knew everything in the world, and was everywhere. The moment Li Chen appeared, she sensed it. The name Lucy may be unfamiliar to you, but if we talk about the super body, maybe you should understand who I am. Lucy waved her hand, and the two of them instantly appeared in a coffee shop, with a steaming cup of coffee in front of Li Chen. Hearing this, Li Chen was shocked. Damn! Super body! That's a bug universe. He remembered that the female protagonist later became a god directly, almost omniscient and omnipotent, omnipresent. How the hell can you play this? It can be said that in this world, Lucy is an omnipotent existence. Even if Thanos came, he would probably have to take a slap before leaving, and even the Infinity Stones probably wouldn't work here. Trembling, Li Chen took a sip of the coffee. Damn, it's so bitter. It's not as good as my fat boy happy water. However, Li Chen still tried to maintain a calm expression, but in almost an instant, the coffee in his hand turned into a fatty happy water. Mind reading. It must be mind reading. But then again, what could Lucy possibly want from me? The system fragments are already bound, and Lucy cannot possibly bind system fragments. She has long transcended. One could say she is the will of this world. How could the will of a world possibly bind a system? Moreover, her human emotions should have long been gone. Actually, no. Being human, even if I lack a lot of emotions, as long as there is still wisdom, emotions will exist. I just possess absolute rationality, more akin to artificial intelligence. Lucy sipped her coffee lightly. Although Lucy has become a god, her thoughts remain. She is not a machine. As a sentient being, she naturally has emotions, but her emotions are so faint that they are almost imperceptible. I can see everything about you. I don't want your opportunities. I just want to leave this world and see other worlds. As the only god in this world, she is very lonely. No one can be her friend, nor can she be anyone's friend. She knows everything about this world. There are no secrets for her in this world. When all unknowns are no longer unknown, it becomes a joy to continue exploring. Lucy is not a machine. Even though she is a god, she still feels lonely. She wants to see beyond this world. I know what you are thinking. I can temporarily merge into your system and become the spirit of your system. I can bring you a great deal of temporal and computational power. The cultivation techniques you dream of, I can deduce them for you in seconds. All I want is to go to another world. Lucy said lightly, her emotions almost non-existent, her rationality terrifying. She may be a god, but she is more like a machine with thoughts. She knows what she wants, she understands emotions and loneliness, but she cannot express them. Do I have the right to refuse? Li Chen thought for a moment and then lay flat. Can he refuse such a big shot asking for help? Even if he refuses, he will probably be forced to help anyway. After all, he can't even run away now. So, do you need me to calculate the cultivation techniques you need now? Yes, calculate it. Sometimes, the one who truly understands oneself may not necessarily be oneself. If Li Chen were to create cultivation techniques himself, they might be very suitable for him. But to be 100% tailored is almost impossible. Li Chen is not a machine. Even the slightest difference in his body could affect the cultivation techniques. He cannot consider every cell in his body, but Lucy can. When Li Chen came to this world, he became transparent to Lucy. Lucy knows more about Li Chen's past than he does. She knows the structure of his body, every cell, every pore, even the DNA sequence. Lucy knows it all. The only thing she cannot see through is that system fragment. She can see the system fragment, but she cannot use it. Even if Li Chen dies, she cannot use it. Otherwise, when Li Chen came over, that fragment would already be hers. This fragment can only bind to intelligent life forms, and she no longer qualifies as a life form. Even if she forcefully binds this fragment, she might become nourishment for the fragment, become a part of the system, just like a prince. So, she can only temporarily become the spirit of the system, to traverse other worlds. A white light flashed in Lucy's eyes, and almost instantly, a set of martial arts techniques entered Li Chen's mind. As a super being, Lucy had the ability to simulate millions of outcomes in an instant. Even though Li Chen had not practiced, Lucy could already deduce the subsequent results. Therefore, this set of martial arts techniques was extremely tailored to Li Chen himself, and only he could practice it, as it was custom-made for him. The moment the martial arts entered his body, the energy in Li Chen's body began to flow, like rivers converging into the sea, all energies continuously merging into a new form of energy. This new energy was powerful and gentle, constantly strengthening Li Chen's body. It could also transform into any type of energy, solid as a diamond when concentrated, scattered like stars when dispersed, combining the strengths of many disciplines and compensating for their weaknesses. This was the profound aspect of this set of martial arts techniques. However, there were also shortcomings. This type of martial arts was too rigid, more of a product of science than metaphysics. Practicing it required following a strict regimen with limited room for flexibility. Because it was meticulously calculated, everything about it was transparent, with no unlimited growth potential. It had its limits, and its lack of flaws was its biggest flaw. Being too scientific, everything was predetermined, eliminating unexpected outcomes. This was the downside of science, avoiding all risks but also missing out on opportunities. Nevertheless, even so, this set of martial arts techniques was enough to allow Li Chen to reach a high level of proficiency. Li Chen had no intention of bringing Lucy back to his world. Bringing such a big shot back to his world would only make him uncomfortable. He planned to open a portal to another world directly, at least not causing trouble in his own territory. However, Lucy's departure from this world would likely greatly reduce her strength. The laws and rules of other worlds were beyond her control. She might even be like a ghost when she crossed over, a ghost with strong self-control. Lucy probably knew all this, but she didn't care. She was indifferent to life and death, as this world did not offer what she desired. Even if crossing over meant immediate death, she would not hesitate. Her emotions had reached their lowest point, and she was not afraid of death but of true loneliness. Lucy's body transformed into a light shadow and merged into Li Chen's body. The prince's abilities were greatly enhanced, thanks to Lucy temporarily possessing him. Her computational abilities expanded the prince's core processing power significantly, and her integration provided the prince with a wealth of data that would remain even after Lucy left. Li Chen opened a portal, his first time opening one in a different realm. He wasn't sure if he would return to this place or his original world. If he couldn't return, it would be embarrassing, but it shouldn't be the case. The spacetime here was fixed, so even if he returned, it should happen within 5 seconds. Passing through the portal, Li Chen arrived on an empty street with no one around. The sky was dark with no moonlight, creating a dead silent world without any sound, not even the chirping of insects. Is this another world? Lucy slowly emerged from Li Chen's body. Coming here had stripped her of her immense powers in the original world. The only thing that remained unchanged was her 100% brain capacity. She still had terrifying control over her body, with abilities like shapeshifting, mind reading, telekinesis, and more. Unfortunately, she had no physical form. No, this isn't the real world, this is a mental world, Lucy said with a slight frown at that moment. She looked at her body, and here she actually had her own body, but she could sense that it was not real enough here, as if it were a dream. Although she had lost her invincible abilities, her knowledge was still intact. Despite the different world system, it was still quite similar, so she immediately noticed that something was wrong in this world. ZZZ. However, at that moment, a metallic sound of iron skin slowly rang out, and a person wearing a black top hat and a red and green striped sweater slowly walked towards them, with long metallic nails on his hands, leaving sparks on the metal plate of the wall. Oh, look what I found. A clever lady. Freddy slowly took off his hat, revealing a burnt face. Freddy. Li Chen immediately recognized this classic look. This guy was like a sticky plaster, impossible to kill or drive away, and nearly invincible in dreams. This seemed a bit tricky. The key point was that they seemed to have crossed into the world of dreams. In the real world, Li Chen had no reason to fear him. As long as he didn't sleep, Freddy couldn't do anything to him, he would disappear in a day. But in this dream, it was different. Freddy was invincible, while he seemed not to be. Freddy suddenly disappeared from where he was standing and almost instantly appeared behind the two of them, his fierce metallic claws reaching directly towards them. Surprise! Freddy's hoarse voice sounded from behind them. Lucy's figure slowly faded and disappeared. In the dream, her abilities were greatly enhanced, and even Freddy couldn't easily kill her. Li Chen was not as elegant. He directly kicked out with a ruthless foot, and although Freddy was invincible, his own combat skills were not high, and his thinking also limited his abilities. He couldn't kill Li Chen. Bang! Freddy was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Of course, Li Chen didn't think that this would solve the problem with Freddy. In the dream, Freddy was invincible. Although he couldn't directly kill Li Chen and Lucy, he could wear them down. After all, Freddy was immortal, but they were not. Oh, sorry. Li Chen had a dog charm, so he was also immortal. The only one who might die there was Lucy. But even though he wouldn't die, Li Chen didn't want to be scratched by him. The charm only prevented him from dying, but it was not certain if it could prevent him from being dismembered and regenerated. If he ended up missing limbs, it would be a disaster. In fact, Lucy was not that easy to kill either. Her brain development was at 100%, and with her mental strength, if it weren't for Freddy being immortal, she could play him to death. In this dreamlike spiritual world, she was also in her element. As expected, a huge beam of light descended directly onto a rooftop. With Freddy's figure facing away from the two of them, exuding a sense of style. This Ghost King still had a sense of humor. It seems that two special friends have arrived. Looks like we're going to have some fun. Saying this, Freddy sat on the edge of the building. Then, the walls on both sides of the street quickly approached Li Chen and Lucy, with spikes growing out of the walls. Then, Li Chen and Lucy flew up directly. Freddy. This was getting a bit unscientific. Whose territory was this after all? Freddy casually pulled, and a ceiling appeared in the sky instantly, pressing down with spikes on it. It was clear that Freddy's tricks were limited to a few. The two looked at each other. Lucy used her telekinesis to throw Freddy onto the spikes, while Li Chen used a dazzling move to split the ceiling in half. Freddy is very strong, but as the saying goes, his thinking limits his abilities. Everything is in dreams, so using these things won't be enough for a high-end showdown. They can only handle ordinary people. They are really no match for them. At least you should summon a meteor shower, demon invasion, undead calamity, etc. Create a big scene, otherwise these moves won't be enough. The two of them easily pinned Freddy to the ground and rubbed him. But who is Freddy? He is the immortal Ghost King. Would he be afraid? Even if he is beaten to pieces, he can keep resurrecting. So he keeps resurrecting, then gets caught by the two again, and gets rubbed. Li Chen sits on the edge of the building, occasionally slapping Freddy, and once he disappears, he goes to grab him back and continues to slap him. Lucy sits beside him chatting casually. Although they came through a time-space portal, they haven't fully arrived. This is a dream. Who knows how it's calculated? Can a dream be considered a world? Li Chen crossed over with flesh and blood, so theoretically, they should be spiritual bodies in the dream, but he is physical. The time-space portal must have forcibly brought him in. But after all, a dream is just a dream. This world is too small and lacks vitality. It's like an illusory maze world, where you walk alone. Oh no. Freddy is chasing after you again. Li Chen slaps Freddy again, and this once formidable Ghost King is now completely convinced. He may have been cool for 5 seconds when he first appeared, but look at him now. Freddy is invincible in dreams, but that's only against ordinary people because he can't be killed and can control everything in the dream. If an ordinary person dies in a dream, they die for real, which makes him seem powerful. But, in fact, as long as a person has strong mental power in a dream, they can almost do anything. After all, dreams are illusions, and strength in dreams relies on imagination. If Freddy is really powerful, why would he need to wait for others to fall asleep to kill them? So his true strength lies in his immortality. His physical strength and speed are at the level of an ordinary person. The only impressive thing is killing in dreams. How are we going to get out of here? There's nothing here. Just a fool killing people everywhere. The key is we can't kill him. Li Chen gives Freddy a few slaps again, casually takes off his hat and puts it on his own head. Dreams are just an illusion. Perhaps when the dreamer wakes up, we can leave too, Lucy says calmly. Wait a minute. We should be newcomers, but what about the owner of this dream? She should also be in the dream. Li Chen and Lucy look at Freddy. Li Chen grabs Freddy by the collar and lifts him up. Where is the person? Cough, cough, cough. Freddy coughs violently. He's been beaten up badly. He may be immortal, but he still feels pain. Freddy points downwards with his hand. Li Chen looks down and sees a woman in pajamas, impaled on a wall full of spikes, her whole body riddled with holes, blood flowing everywhere. She's dead and can't die anymore. Li Chen. Dead? When did she die? How come I didn't know? Originally, the woman in pajamas in this dream was the protagonist, but Li Chen and the others suddenly crossed over, disrupting the dream. Freddy unleashed a powerful move. Spikes appeared on the ground, walls, and sky. Li Chen and the others could dodge them, but the woman in pajamas was doomed. This move directly killed her. It was a complete case of accidental killing. However, the protagonist is dead, but the dream continues. The two of them still can't leave. Li Chen is lucky that he can return to the city once a day, but Lucy can't. She has to stay here. This is no longer her original world, and she can't possess Li Chen again. Now, she may not even be Li Chen's opponent. Without the support of the world, Lucy is just a powerful ghost now. Maybe Li Chen could easily save her with a palm thunder. However, Li Chen is a man of integrity. There is nothing on her that he desires. Killing her would be a waste of effort. Li Chen then looked at Freddy. He remembered that Freddy seemed to be able to go to reality. Speak! Don't make me rude to you. Li Chen punched Freddy in the eye. Freddy, you sound like you're being polite. Let me do it. Lucy stood up and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a huge cross appeared behind Freddy, fixing him in place. Dreams are illusions, and powerful mental strength can completely influence dreams. With Lucy's meticulous control, even in someone else's dream, she is almost invincible. She then appeared with a thorned whip in her hand. Li Chen? Is this whip serious? Slap. Blood marks appeared on Freddy's body. He couldn't escape here. His mental strength was no match for Lucy's. Even though it was his home field in the dream, he couldn't beat Lucy. Freddy, I. Slap. Li Chen pulled out a long knife and stabbed Freddy in the stomach. Since he can't die anyway, stabbing him doesn't matter. Freddy, I'll talk. The whip stopped, and Li Chen pulled the knife out of his stomach. Speak. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare to play tricks, I'll use you as a tofu. I'll say. What should I say? You. Continue to hit. It seems his bones are tough. Li Chen took the whip and hit him a few times. Stop. Stop. I'll say everything. Ask quickly. Freddy couldn't bear it. He was immortal, but this was worse than death. He wanted to say that he surrendered after the first hit, but what the hell are you asking? Just hitting doesn't help. Even the Ghost King can't stand this torture. Li Chen? I didn't ask? Lucy, you didn't ask? Lucy. Slap. Li Chen hit him with 2 more whips. Sorry. I have OCD. I hit you 8 times just now. I have to hit you 2 more times to make it even. Freddy. I'm asking you if you know how to get to reality. We want to get out. Freddy fell into a deep sleep. Come to my house to beat me, and after beating me, I have to send you back home. So what are you here for? Just to beat me up. I can send you 2 out. No problem at all. Freddy showed a smile uglier than crying. Oh, West. You are a good citizen. By the way, you've been here for so many years. Do you have any special products or something? Li Chen gestured to Freddy with his right thumb and forefinger, believing that Freddy should understand his meaning. He has been considerate enough, you should reciprocate. Otherwise, it would be too rude. Freddy. Finally, Li Chen and Lucy arrived in a room where a girl in a nightgown full of holes was lying quietly on the bed, blood flowing all over, looking peaceful as if she had left peacefully. Lucy took a look at the girl's body, then possessed it directly. She was now in a soul state and just needed a body. Although this body was a bit damaged, she could easily repair it with her abilities. As she spoke, the girl on the bed suddenly opened her eyes, the holes on her body disappeared at a visible speed, her appearance began to change, and finally turned into Lucy's appearance. Lucy's control over her body was invincible. She could manipulate every cell in her body, making it completely versatile. Her brain was fully developed, possessing many extraordinary superpowers. Her soul was incredibly powerful, and while she might not be immortal, living for 1,000 or 800 years should not be a problem. Meanwhile, Li Chen was playing with a metal ghost claw, Freddy's treasure, which could tear open a passage between reality and dreams. He snatched it, knowing that Freddy could make more of these, so it wasn't a big deal for him. Freddy's power came from the devil's gift, and everything else was just accessories. Li Chen wanted to steal more, but Freddy was poor and didn't have many good things. People were afraid of ghosts, but Li Chen was not afraid, except for poor ghosts like Freddy. Li Chen adjusted the top hat on his head, also stolen from Freddy. It could make him invisible, although he could already do that himself. He thought he looked handsome with the hat, especially when he lowered his head to touch the brim, feeling like a western cowboy. Cool. Soon, Li Chen's time was up. He bid farewell to Lucy and teleported back home. However, as soon as Li Chen arrived home, he heard a loud explosion. A blade of light slashed through the air, splitting Li Chen's house in half. Outside the door, a man with a hood was holding a tang sword, facing off against a girl with a broad-bladed sword. At the same time, the weasel also revealed its sharp claws, its eyes glowing green as it looked at the hooded man. Unexpectedly, the opponent had found his way into his home. It seemed that his home's defenses were lacking. The weasel's combat power was too weak. If it weren't for the girl, it might have been in trouble. The girl was Li Shuefei, who had come to find Li Chen but encountered the hooded man instead. The hooded man was powerful, and if she hadn't trained in swordsmanship since childhood, she might have been killed. Even so, she could only barely hold her ground. Her skills were sufficient, but her strength and speed were lacking. Boom! Li Chen's dazzling move shot out, determined not to let the opponent escape this time. Taizi, did you receive the signal? Signal received. When the opponent arrived, a spatial gate would appear, and the signal of the digital avatar would be transmitted. Although it couldn't be controlled, the avatar would act when he left, and the information sent to the real network could be received instantly. Hee. You found your way here. What? Do you want to spar with me? Li Chen took out his sword and slung it over his shoulder. Kid, I won't be careless this time. Today, I'll take your life. The hooded man said calmly. Take my life? Why didn't you say so earlier? Do we really need to fight to the death? Li Chen kicked Wang Kai out. Take it. Wang Kai? Are you polite? So, a dog's life isn't really a life, huh? Humph. Smooth talker. No one can save you today. The hooded man was about to charge. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, Li Chen snapped his fingers, and a light screen appeared in front of the few people. On it were photos of several people. Although they were data avatars, they were still data. In the world of technology, he was completely at ease. Not to mention, the ancestors of the man in the hood could be traced back 8 generations. You should recognize these people. If you don't want them to get into trouble, you better be honest, Li Chen said lightly, squinting his eyes slightly. Seeing the photos, the man in the hood's expression changed drastically. Impossible. How could you find them? I've observed you. You don't have the ability to locate and travel. You can't reach my world. I'll give you 2 choices, surrender your weapons, or I'll kill one every minute. Li Chen lit a cigarette and said lightly, looking like a villain at that moment. It's important to strike first in everything. I guess you must be planning to kidnap my parents, so I'll kidnap yours first. What? You haven't done anything yet? Regardless of whether you have or not, I think you must have had that intention, so I have to be cautious. That's why I choose to strike first. In fact, Li Chen hadn't kidnapped anyone yet. The image sent over was just a picture. After all, it's not easy to kidnap someone when the man in the hood is present. When the man in the hood leaves, the portal will close, and even if a kidnapping occurs, the signal won't come through. So Li Chen is just trying to scare him now, and of course, the avatar on the other side must have taken action by now. The man in the hood squinted his eyes, then quickly drew his sword and grabbed Li Shuefei, holding a tang sword directly to her neck. She should be your friend. Now we both have hostages, let's release them together. Li Chen blew out a smoke ring. Ha! You kidnapped her, why should I release anyone? Veins popped on the man in the hood's head. Believe it or not, I'll kill her now. Shuefei, don't be afraid, it'll only take a second and won't hurt at all. Trust me, I'll definitely avenge you. Li Shuefei? Plop! A long knife stabbed directly out of the man in the hood's chest, and Li Chen's voice came from behind him. I said I would avenge you. Do it now! The Li Chen in front of the man in the hood slowly turned into particles of information and disappeared, while the Li Chen hidden behind the man in the hood slowly appeared, cutting the man in the hood in half with one stroke. Humph. This kind of trash, I really don't know how he survived until now. Threats only work the first time and the countless times after. Even if I really captured someone, I wouldn't let them go. If you had come at me directly, I might not have been so easy on you. A green flame rose slowly and burned the man in the hood's body to ashes, scattering his bones. Not satisfied, Li Chen took out a brocade kasaya, recited 2 passages of the Diamond Sutra. I bet you won't survive this. After the man in the hood's body and bones were completely destroyed, Li Chen. Wait a minute. Where are the system fragments? When a person dies, where do the fragments go? Damn it. It's over. This kid ran away. It's a fake body. In another world, a man lying in a coffin slowly woke up. He was the man in the hood who had been killed. His name was Long Tao. He was originally just an ordinary thug, but after obtaining the system fragments, he began to rise. The main function of the system fragments he obtained was chatting. It was a chat group established by the system of Myriad Realms, where he changed his name to a system called Little Transparent. He spied on screens every day and secretly grabbed red envelopes. In the system chat group were all big shots, the weakest being a system, each one a peak existence in the Myriad Realms. Just grabbing 1 or 2 red envelopes could bring him endless benefits. Among them, he grabbed many Myriad Realms travel vouchers, which were red envelopes sent by a system called the Myriad Realms Trading System, mainly used for inter-realm transactions for group members. Although everyone in the group was a system, there were still weaker systems. Not all systems can traverse the heavens in myriad worlds. Some entertainment systems, academic systems, and martial arts leader systems are small systems that can usually only stay in one world unless something unexpected happens. The interworld shuttle voucher is for such systems. Long Tao used the shuttle voucher to traverse the heavens in myriad worlds, gaining many treasures and greatly increasing his own strength. He even schemed against 2 owners of system fragments. With the shuttle voucher, he can traverse the heavens in myriad worlds, unlike other system fragment owners. He can also locate other fragments near him through the chat group. His system is incomplete, so the fragments are scattered. As long as he travels to a world with other fragments, he can locate them through the chat group. He is a small-time thug, so he is very afraid of death. Even though he gained powerful strength, he only ruled over the gangs in his neighborhood. He dared not attract attention in the system group because he feared being discovered by those powerful beings. Due to his cautious nature, he deliberately left a means of resurrection and external incarnation he crafted, usually buried underground. If he dies unexpectedly, this incarnation will instantly revive him. The first thing he does upon waking up is rush home to see how his family is doing. That damn brat doesn't follow any rules. Doesn't he know that trouble can affect his family? Although he also wants to do the same. but he couldn't find Li Chen's family. Yi Xinyun is in the Daluo Palace. Although the Daluo Palace is not considered a hidden sect, it is not easily discovered. There are basic formations, so how can he find a coordinate to locate it? In the end, he had to storm Li Chen's home, but he was killed in return. However, he had already locked onto Li Chen. No matter which world he traversed, he could find him. He had been thinking about obtaining such a fragment that could traverse the heavens in myriad worlds for a long time. Back home, he saw Li Chen sitting on the sofa waiting for him. This was Li Chen's clone. Although memories were not shared, the clone had already completed the task and was ready for the next one. You finally came back. I knew my main body couldn't keep you. 2 choices, the fragment or family. You must leave one behind. Saying this, Li Chen reached out and pulled out a group of people by a rope. Damn it! I don't want my family. With a wave of his hand, a tang knife appeared, and with a single slash, the entire villa turned to dust, with no one else escaping except Li Chen. At the same time, a family hundreds of miles away witnessed this scene through a camera. Yes, Li Chen did not actually bring them all over, at least not physically. After all, trouble should not affect the family. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not vent his anger on the other party's family. Bringing those ordinary people over could lead to their demise in a major battle. So Li Chen placed them in a safe place and arranged for surveillance, as he felt the other party seemed indifferent to their family, so he could easily sow discord. Although Li Chen wanted to stir up their relationship, he never expected the other party to be so decisive, directly wiping out his entire family with a single blow. Even if Li Chen wanted to kill, he couldn't do it himself. There are many things in the heavens and myriad worlds that can bring people back to life, so if necessary, there is no way to prevent the death of family members. One can only try to protect them from disgrace, but Li Chen could never bring himself to kill his own family. Die for me! Long Tao roared and charged towards Li Chen. That's going to have to wait a while. I have to pull you now. I really don't know what kind of hobby you have that you even want to poop. It's really embarrassing. Li Chen glanced at him with a look of disgust on his face. How old are you and you still like to play with poop? The key is that you dare to shout it out. Shouting "give me some poop" is not cool at all. Bang! Li Chen's figure was split in half by a knife. This was just a clone with limited abilities, just a program copied by the Crown Prince with Li Chen's thinking, without a power supply or any other enhancements. Even if it wasn't split, it wouldn't last long. The clone dissipated, but Li Chen was unaware. This was not directly related to Li Chen in terms of technology clone theory. Without the Crown Prince's connection, it couldn't receive any signals. It was completely offline operation, so dying was just dying. Meanwhile, Li Chen was setting up his own home, at least setting up the formation. He looted a lot of things from cultivators, including many formation manuals. Now he could also integrate cultivation techniques. The techniques Lucy tailored for him required constantly adding new cultivation systems in order to achieve the level of all rivers return to the sea returns to all rivers. At that time, he could switch to different cultivation systems in different worlds, and his energy could be freely converted. In other words, as long as he successfully cultivated any system, the energy level would become the same as all levels. It's a pity about their ancestral house that has been passed down for 3 generations. It probably needs to be rebuilt. He still has a few $1 million, but he wants to build a better one. It looks like he has to go to Daqing Mountain and sell some things. With Li Chen's current wealth, selling some things to raise a few $1 million is not a problem at all. This time, he must build a villa. Li Shuefei saw that Li Chen's house was damaged, so she took on the responsibility of building a new house. She could contact the best construction team in the country, but of course, money would have to be paid, and she didn't have that much money. Li Chen arrived at the cultivation market in Daqing Mountain that day. He wanted to sell some things, but just as he entered, he saw the figure of Chino. He didn't expect Chino to remember the way he brought him here and came to wander around. Just as Li Chen was about to go over, he suddenly saw a person in black clothes, masked, and wearing sunglasses walking towards Chino sneakily. Chino also wore a hat and a mask, waved to the person, and then the two walked towards an empty alley. Li Chen? What are they up to? Chino, did you bring the goods I wanted? Black-clothed person, don't worry. I'll take care of it. You can trust me. Do you have enough money? Chino, money is not a problem, but can you guarantee the quality of the goods? Black-clothed person, You also know that this batch of goods is hard to come by. It's strict now. I dare say that besides me, no one else can get it. And the most important thing for those who come out is integrity. Can I sell you fake goods? Chino, this stuff is not easy to handle. Let me see it first. Listening to the exchange between the two, Li Chen was completely confused. What are they doing here? Are they trading drugs here? Out of curiosity, Li Chen quietly sneaked up behind Chino. Chino, hurry up and take it out to sea. There are many people here, it's not good if we get exposed. Black-clothed person, don't worry. I've scouted it out early. People don't usually come here. To be honest, I rarely sell this kind of thing. If it weren't for you offering so much, I wouldn't take this risk. If this is exposed, my reputation will be ruined in an instant. Saying that, the black-clothed person took out a stack of discs from his windbreaker. What's this? The second spring collector's edition of Maria Ozawa. The Temptation photo collection of Yui Hatano. You could tell that each one was a fine piece. I'm telling you, these are internal discs, no codes. I took a big risk to bring you these things. If I get caught, I'll be in big trouble. Great stuff. I knew you had connections. These are all high-quality items. It's worth taking some risks for these things. Stop the nonsense, give me the money quickly, someone will come later. And so Chino and the man in black completed an adult transaction. Li Chen, acting like a gangster, and you end up buying a disc. You came all the way here to buy a disc, even though they sell everything here, selling this kind of thing is too much. You already have a girlfriend, yet you still look at these things. Are you being fair to your girlfriend? With that, Li Chen directly appeared, grabbed the disc, and slapped Chino on the ear. I lend you money and you use it for this. Are you being fair to your girlfriend? Li Chen grabbed the disc, yelled at Chino, and then calmly put the disc in his pocket. Chino, you are really worse than a beast. I misjudged you. Chino, why are you talking and snatching my disc? If you want, we can watch it together. I don't know who you are, and you even slapped me. I'm telling you, that 20,000 is gone. Li Chen, nonsense. Li, am not that kind of person. I have integrity. You can't miss a single penny of the 20,000. Can you lend me another 20,000? Chino asked Li Chen quietly. Are you kidding me? If you don't have money, use a loan. Understand Alipay. Li Chen put his arm around Chino's shoulder. Don't think I don't know, you have to pay back Alipay. Li Chen? So I don't have to pay back my money. Don't worry, my strength has improved a lot recently. I made a lot of money catching ghosts recently. I can transfer your 20,000 in a few days. By the way, how did you come here? Chino took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. I'm here to sell some things, planning to build a villa. Do you really think everyone is as poor as you? You can catch ghosts, but now you can't even earn 20,000. Chino was bitter in his heart. He had skills, but not enough reputation. Who would believe in him? Even if they did, no one would pay a high price. Those who sought him out were poor, and getting a few hundred was considered good. The wealthy went to see the masters, who would come to him. Chino's path of cultivation was also full of hardships. He had spiritual roots, but in terms of quality, it couldn't be said to be poor, just slightly better than nothing. Li Chen gave him a method of cultivation, but he hadn't achieved much. He was still at the stage of catching ghosts. After not chatting with Chino for long, Li Chen left. He still had things to sell. Chino let him go on his own. As for the disc, was it something a married man should be watching? At such a young age, he wasn't learning well. He had to take the disc back to study it himself, so as not to harm others. Time passed like water, and in the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Li Chen's account had gained billions in funds, and Li Shuefei had also arranged for a construction team to start work the same day. It had to be said that this young girl had strong business acumen. In just one day, not only were people arranged, but the house was also designed by Li Chen. Were official people so high profile now? With nothing to do for the day, it was time to continue exploring other worlds. Crossing. On this day, Jing Tian walked down the street holding half a jade pendant. He felt that this jade pendant was definitely an antique and could fetch a good price. However, at that moment, a figure in a black hood suddenly appeared and snatched his jade pendant. Give it to me. Li Xiaoyao shook the jade pendant in his hand, then took out a painting and threw it directly to Jing Tian. Kid, this is for you. This is the human world 300 days later. We are destined. However, at that moment, Li Chen suddenly appeared and instantly saw Li Xiaoyao wearing a black cloak with a hood. Damn it! Hooded man! Take this! Li Chen flew up and kicked Li Xiaoyao, snatching the jade pendant from him. Hee. Finally, I've met you. This time, I'll see where you can run. Li Chen immediately gave himself an extra half hour, shook the jade pendant menacingly, and said with a smirk, Snap! Jing Tian was shocked, his mouth wide open, dropping the painting without realizing it. Li Xiaoyao looked up at Li Chen. It's you again. Swordsmanship. He directly wielded his sword and attacked Li Chen, still remembering the humiliation he suffered years ago. Today, you dare to come again. Watch how I deal with you today. Li Chen? Damn it! I attacked the wrong person. Seeing Li Chen, Li Xiaoyao instantly remembered who he was. He would never forget that face, the one who taught him what it means to take this. He controlled his flying sword and charged towards Li Chen, determined to retrieve the jade pendant that was stolen from him. Li Chen was confused. Li Xiaoyao, why is it him? How did this unlucky kid end up wearing a black cloak? I thought he was the hooded man. Damn it! I wasted my temporal power for nothing. Seeing Li Xiaoyao catching up, Li Chen turned and ran. He had already wasted half an hour, and he couldn't afford to waste more time fighting him. The key was that he wasn't sure if he could win. What if he got too excited and made a fatal mistake? In the game Chinese Paladin, Li Xiaoyao was manageable, but here, he didn't know his strength. There were even rumors online that he could defeat the evil sword immortal alone. If he was as powerful as they said, it wouldn't be good. He didn't dare to take the risk. When in doubt, retreat is the best strategy. Where are you running? Stop right there. Li Xiaoyao's flying sword was incredibly fast, but Li Chen had acquired skills now, and his various escape techniques were equally impressive. For a moment, Li Xiaoyao couldn't catch up with Li Chen, but it would still take some effort for Li Chen to shake him off. Damn it! Why are you chasing me so closely? It's just a little theft, is it worth it? However, as he turned to look back, he didn't notice another person flying towards him and almost collided when he turned his head. Damn it! Who's that? Can't they see it's broad daylight? The person had black clothes, red hair, long horns on the head, 2 arm blades on the arms, and a blue long sword in hand, clearly not a good person. Damn it! Demon Lord Chonglu. Seeing this person, Li Chen immediately recognized him. He was too easy to identify. Before he could interact with the Demon Lord, a red blade aura was already slashing towards him. Behind the Demon Lord was an old man with white hair. Although the Demon Lord could defeat the old man, he didn't want to bother. Seeing the blade aura coming, Li Chen exclaimed, "Damn it!" He didn't expect the Demon Lord to be so ruthless. He quickly took out a wooden sword to defend himself, not wanting to use his precious sword. It might not withstand the Demon Lord's attacks. If it broke, it would be a disaster. He regretted letting Confucius write on the sword. Now the sword's hardness couldn't keep up, but Confucius' words were still useful. Although he can now transform his own strength into the Confucian aura, he is still a bit weaker than Confucius. His ink didn't provide any bonus. Li Chen was instantly sent flying after a head-on clash with the Demon Lord, showing how terrifying the Demon Lord's strength truly is. However, this should be the TV version of the Demon Lord, otherwise, he would probably be even stronger. After all, in the game, the Demon Lord can overpower the evil sword immortal, but in the TV series, the Demon Lord is the one being overpowered by the evil sword immortal. As they were delayed by the Demon Lord, the old man with white beard caught up, followed by Li Xiaoyao behind Li Chen. The four stood in the void, staring at each other, especially Li Xiaoyao, who looked completely puzzled. He also traveled through time and knew the Demon Lord Chonglu and Qingwei Daoist, who were considered the peak powerhouses of this era, yet he encountered them just like that. Demon Lord Chonglu. Qingwei stood in front of Demon Lord Chonglu, head of Shu Mountain. I'm not here to stop you, nor am I here to retrieve that demonic sword. Humph, you don't have the guts. I'm here to make a pact with you, a gentleman's agreement. I don't care about your matters with Faping, but there will be a major event concerning the world in 300 days. Humph, what does the human world's affairs have to do with me? But Shu Mountain needs General Faping's help. The deadline is 300 days. Fine. With that, the Demon Lord was about to leave, showing that he didn't care about Li Chen and Li Xiaoyao, or anyone else for that matter. Stop. Did I let you go? It's not that easy to kill someone and run away. Li Chen made a sword move, aiming directly at Demon Lord Chonglu. If you attack me, I have to strike back, especially since he had his eyes on that demonic sword for a long time. Especially the dragon Kuei inside it. Today, he must snatch that sword away. General Faping uses the demon sealing sword. Why are you taking my demonic sword? Seeking death. The Demon Lord was definitely not someone to mess with. How could anyone dare provoke him so casually? He wasn't a righteous immortal. Those who dared to provoke him ended up dead. Li Xiaoyao, why are you just standing there? Come help me. Li Chen shouted and charged forward. Li Xiaoyao? What's it got to do with me? You haven't returned my jade pendant yet. With that, Li Xiaoyao also rushed forward, intending to join forces against Li Chen, but the Demon Lord didn't fall for it. He fought against both of them, while Li Chen had a different plan. He wanted to sneakily take the demonic sword. Qingwei. As the head of Shu Mountain, he was quite powerful, but he couldn't understand why they were fighting each other. Li Chen's strength wasn't too strong. He couldn't beat the Demon Lord and Li Xiaoyao, but he had many flashy tricks up his sleeve. The two of them couldn't handle him for a while, but Demon Lord Chonlu noticed that Li Xiaoyao's strength seemed decent. As a martial fanatic, he enjoyed fighting against such opponents, exchanging blows just like he did with Fei Ping back in the day. So, he started fighting Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao? Weren't you supposed to kill him? Why are you fighting me now? Meanwhile, Li Chen took the opportunity to send out the hamster No to quietly approach the Demon Lord's waist, where the demonic sword hung. Although the hamster No hadn't appeared in a long time, its strength had greatly increased. The hamster No flew on two hamster wheels to the sword, then used its sharp front teeth to bite off the rope holding the sword. With a clap of its hands, a row of small flying wheels appeared, carrying the sword away. Hey hey hey! He's stealing your sword! Aren't you going to do something about it? Li Xiaoyao witnessed the scene and couldn't believe that while he was being attacked, the Demon Lord was losing his sword. Let's finish this first. Take this. The Demon Lord continued to attack Li Xiaoyao. This was how he craved battle, and wasn't wielding the demon sword just to fight Fei Ping? Now there was someone ready to fight, so why chase after the demon sword? Li Xiaoyao's strength was unquestionable. With his extraordinary talent, he could learn anything just by seeing it once. His own strength was absolutely not weak, especially his techniques. His astonishing learning ability allowed him to master martial arts from all over the world, and the Demon Lord admired precisely this kind of exquisite technique. The Demon Lord Zhengluo was a martial fanatic. In the three realms, only Fei Ping could spar with him, but that didn't mean the Demon Lord's strength was equal to Fei Ping's. A supreme figure of the demon realm against a general of the god realm, what was the point of mixing it up? Their comparison was only in martial arts, in techniques. If they were to use vast magical powers, the Demon Lord would be bullying the weak. He never stooped to such levels. Seeing Li Xiaoyao and the Demon Lord clash, Li Chen decided to lay low and make himself scarce. He had to leave. Xingwei Daoist, stop him for me. He took that jade pendant. That jade pendant is crucial for the great calamity 300 days from now. We can't let him take it. However, at that moment, Li Xiaoyao shouted. Xingwei Daoist immediately turned his gaze towards Li Chen. He definitely knew what the jade pendant was. The great calamity 300 days later was a major event concerning all living beings, and there couldn't be any mistakes. Young friend, you can take the demon sword, but not the jade pendant. Xingwei quietly intercepted Li Chen. Li Chen. Oh no, it's a mess. This is a disaster. Li Xiaoyao, the Demon Lord Zhengluo, and Xingwei are all entangled, and the worst part is they're fighting. What kind of luck is this? This old Xingwei isn't easy to deal with. Fighting him is completely thankless, especially since he doesn't have anything valuable on him. He might not even be able to snatch a tattered duster from him. After some thought, Li Chen decided to throw the jade pendant away. Having only half of it was useless. The demon sword was better. Not only was the sword powerful, but it also contained a sword spirit, Long Kuei, with explosive combat power. Blue Kuei was gentle, red Kuei was fiery. One could handle two opponents. I can't just throw away this sword. I will use the sword, and no one can stop me. After obtaining the jade pendant, Xingwei indeed did not make a move. But at this point, the Demon Lord Zhengluo was done, and Li Xiaoyao was defeated. Li Xiaoyao was the type to grow stronger with each battle. Perhaps after a few more fights, he could go head-to-head with the Demon Lord. But for now, he couldn't beat the Demon Lord. The Supreme of the Demon Realm had lived for who knows how long. Being able to exchange hundreds of moves with Li Xiaoyao at his age was already something to be proud of. Give me back the sword. The Demon Lord flew in front of Li Chen and said calmly, Li Chen, I think we can discuss this. Bang! The Demon Lord directly swung his sword, instantly cutting Li Chen in half, scattering countless digital information. Yes, it was another clone. The Demon Lord raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. Since the clone failed to delay, Li Chen hadn't run far yet. He was sensed by the Demon Lord, even if he was invisible. Damn! Discovered so quickly. Li Chen transformed into a stream of information and flew towards the distance. The Demon Lord turned into a red light and chased after Li Chen. He could let go of the demon sword, but if someone dared to snatch his things, they had to die. Rabosha! A black giant dragon flew out, heading straight for the Demon Lord Zhengluo. Let's see if the Demon King is more powerful or the Demon Lord. I have high hopes for you, Demon Dragon Wes. Don't embarrass me. The Demon Dragon Wes spewed black flames from its mouth, like an incarnated demon god, fierce and terrifying. Bang! The Demon Lord and the Demon Dragon collided. Instantly, a -100,000 appeared above the Demon Dragon Wes's head, and in the blink of an eye, the Demon Dragon Wes shattered, reverting back to its egg form. Useless! Is this the mighty Demon King? No choice. I can only bite the bullet. Li Chen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned and rushed towards the Demon Lord. Lord Demon, I was wrong. Here is the sword. I won't dare anymore. Li Chen directly knelt in front of the Demon Lord Zhonglo, offering the demon sword with both hands. Demon Lord Zhonglo. He had planned to wait for the Demon Lord to give the sword to Jing Tian before snatching it back. It was too difficult to snatch the sword directly from the Demon Lord. It was like an old man eating arsenic to seek death. Fight me. If you win, I will give you this sword. I humbly accept defeat. Joking. Why would I need to fight you? I can just bully Jing Tian. Demon Lord Zhonglo fell silent for a moment. He was a serious person and found it hard to converse with someone who talked so much nonsense. Who are you? Your energy system seems different from ours. Demon Lord Zhonglo said to Li Chen. You can have this back. As he spoke, Li Chen snatched the demon sword back again. Here you go. Time's up, buddy. Goodbye. If you had given the demon sword to Jing Tian earlier, I wouldn't have needed to snatch it from you, right? It's ridiculous for the supreme ruler of the demon realm to fight over a broken sword with me. How much older are you than me? Is it fun to bully a child? Li Chen handed the demon sword to the demon lord, but before he could grasp it firmly, he snatched it back. He decided not to look for Jing Tian anymore. He was running out of time. What if Long Kuei followed Jing Tian and left? It would be a loss. He had to snatch it back from the demon lord. What's wrong with the demon lord? I'm snatching from the demon lord. Anyway, I'm leaving. When the time comes, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. What can you do to me? Demon Lord Zhonglo. Li Xiaoyao. Qing Wei. Holding the demon sword, Li Chen returned to reality. Looking at the blue sword, the corners of Li Chen's mouth almost reached his ears. This was the sword a man should use. Li Chen even kissed the sword, as it was the weapon he wanted. Whether it was powerful or not was another matter, but it was definitely handsome. Smack! Li Chen kissed the demon sword, and the sword slapped him twice. You even hit the sword, you beast. Li Chen had forgotten that this sword seemed to move on its own. He wasn't sure if it was controlled by Long Kuei or had its own spirit, but Li Chen felt that it was more likely the sword had its own spirit because Long Kuei didn't seem that playful. He remembered that the demon sword seemed to imitate Jing Tian spinning around. This didn't seem like something Long Kuei could do, but Long Kuei was the soul of the demon sword, so she should still have an influence on it. Long Kuei. Long Kuei. What kind of brother do you like? Forget Long Yang. I am your true love. Li Chen had the sword now, but he couldn't summon Long Kuei. However, the sword seemed quite spirited. It seemed to have its own thoughts. It didn't seem to like Li Chen much. Maybe it was still wary. He didn't know if he could form a contract to make it a spirit beast. It would be fun if he could. He remembered he had a talent for combining with spirit beasts. Long Kuei. Cross over. As I wish, obey my will, quickly reveal yourself. Quickly reveal yourself. A snake demon was swaying with a Rui scepter in hand, and with a gentle blow, a cold wind swept through, freezing a little ghost with a gourd on its head in ice. Give it to me. Li Chen suddenly appeared with a cold laugh and snatched the Rui scepter. Snake demon? Boom! The ice exploded, and a red gourd doll jumped out, instantly growing in size, glaring angrily at the snake demon. Snake demon. The eldest doll lifted a small mountain over its head. Release my grandpa, and I'll spare your life. Snake demon, I release. I release. I'll release right away. Without Rui, her strength can be said to have dropped by a large margin. She can't win anymore. And the mechanisms here are all controlled by Rui. Without Rui, she can't even control the mechanisms. In terms of pure strength, she can't beat the Calabash brothers. Stubborn and unyielding. Since you won't let go, then die. Saying that, eldest brother directly threw down the small mountain, smashing the snake demon flat, and she died on the spot. You said to let go. Sorry, I thought you wouldn't let go. Eldest brother scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He threw it too early. Luckily, no one saw it. Eldest brother then looked towards the centipede demon. Centipede demon. Get lost. Eldest brother kicked the centipede demon flying out, and this time no one saw it. Grandpa, I'm here to save you. Li Chen returned holding a golden Rui, which was a precious treasure. However, it was a bit fragile and seemed to have been broken by a thunder from Fire Brother later on. This Rui not only can emit cold air to freeze everything, but also can produce fine wine, has hypnotic abilities, and even serves as the key to the snake demon's cave mechanisms. It can be said to have many functions. Holding the Rui, Li Chen decided to try it out and see if he could produce wine. Rui, obey my will, quickly show your power. Li Chen imitated the snake demon's movements, although chanting and movements were not really related. he felt it added a sense of ritual. Li Chen then blew towards the Rui, and suddenly a bowl of wine appeared in front of him. Honestly, creating something out of nothing like this, he didn't know the principle behind it. This was why he didn't need money anymore, otherwise he would just sell wine. Li Chen picked up the bowl and drank all the wine in one gulp. Then he got a bit tipsy. The wine was good, but Li Chen's tolerance seemed to be lacking, as this big bowl made him a bit dizzy. Bang! Li Chen directly threw the bowl on the ground. For some reason he felt like smashing it after drinking the wine. Ha ha, good wine! Today, I, Li Chen, will conquer the heavens, travel through time and space, conquer everything. Yeah, open the door for me. Saying that, a portal opened, and Li Chen, swaying, walked in. Hee. Are you ready, my fat lambs? Your great king Li Chen has arrived. Hee. Boom, a thunderous sound rang out, and a thunderbolt struck down directly. Oh damn! Fellow Taoist, we don't joke like this here. A Taoist next to Li Chen was instantly reduced to ashes by the thunderbolt, and Li Chen sobered up from the wine. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from, and where am I going? Li Chen was confused. He had just arrived. Why was he struck by lightning? He chuckled twice. It shouldn't be that bad to be struck by lightning. The key was that it was off target. Li Chen looked at the fallen comrade next to him and fell into contemplation. Fellow Taoist, don't just stand there. Help me block it. This is the 8th grade Ginseng tribulation. Why are you coming here when you have nothing to do? You're going to get us killed. Hold on, Shu Hang. A bald man holding a knife stood in front of everyone, bearing most of the pressure from the heavenly tribulation. But this was the Ginseng tribulation, and our friend Shu Hang was not yet a Ginseng. Li Chen, let me get this straight. The 8th grade Ginseng tribulation, friend Shu Hang, damn. Did I really travel to a cultivation world, and damn it, I ended up in the 8th grade Ginseng's tribulation? What kind of luck is this, just because I chuckled twice? I take back those chuckles, please send me back. Li Chen looked at the sky full of tribulations, feeling even more desolate. He swore that he would never chuckle again. This time he swore it was absolutely true. Watching the thunderstorm in the sky, Li Chen took out the wooden sword. Although Shu Hang seemed steady, Li Chen wasn't sure if Shu Hang would protect him on this journey. If Shu Hang says he doesn't know me and excludes me, then I'm done for. Shu Hang, hold on. Remember not to exclude me. I am the Copper Gua. Li Chen shouted quickly. Li Chen had no choice. He didn't know Shu Hang, and Shu Hang couldn't take care of him during the tribulation. But if he was the Copper Gua, then it would be fine. Since no one knew what the Copper Gua looked like, he decided to pretend to be him. Ah, Senior Copper Gua? How did you get in here too? Shu Hang looked puzzled. Don't worry about how I got in. Just hold off the tribulation. We're counting on you, Li Chen urged. Shu Hang? Senior Copper Gua, I can't hold on either. The tribulation just got several times stronger, and I can't take it anymore. A puppet behind Shu Hang was about to collapse, and the people behind him were struggling. In just a short time, only the two of them could still stand and talk. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly put on the Jinlan Kasaya. Although the Kasaya should withstand the tribulation, the first wave had already taken Li Chen's hair, so it was not effective. Helpless, Li Chen wielded the 6 harmony moving ruler with the wooden sword. This was a combat skill he learned from Xiao Yan, requiring practice in magma to move freely without relying on combat energy. When the 6 harmony moving ruler was not contaminated by magma, it would reach a higher level, becoming both offensive and defensive. No one of the same level could get close. Li Chen used the wooden sword to block most of the lightning, and the rest was blocked by the Kasaya. Now thinking about it, Li Chen was quite strong. He could withstand such a fierce tribulation. However, at that moment, missiles began to appear in the sky. Li Chen, I take back what I said earlier. I might really not be able to handle this. He retreated into the Kasaya, released the fearsome dragon Mo Longwei to help carry the burden, then added another layer of protection with the fire shield, boosted his strength with the heavenly fire 3 profound changes, and finally merged with Wang Kai. He then placed the demon god Armguard in front of him, feeling relieved as he shivered in the Kasaya holding the dog talisman. The 8th rank profound Saint Tribulation, who else besides our friend Shu Hang could go through it together? I wonder how Shu Hang's tribulation experience is going. I've already pretended to be the Copper Gua, he shouldn't abandon me, right? Thunder roared, missiles fell one by one, and who knew if there would be nuclear bombs next? This was probably Shu Hang's first time facing the 8th rank Thunder Tribulation. With him added, I wonder if Shu Hang can handle it. A golden light flashed behind Shu Hang, and a meritorious snake beauty emerged, holding a huge cannon aimed at the tribulation. Boom! 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 Truly the future overlord, even now, he remained strong. However, at that moment, a A scream rang out, and the meritorious snake beauty slowly fell down, dead. Li Chen. Shu Hang. Li Chen watched the fallen meritorious snake beauty and fell into deep thought. How did he manage to survive the 8th rank profound saint tribulation? It had been too long to remember. But with Shu Hang here, they should be fine against this mere tribulation. As the saying goes, who will bear the tribulation? With Shu Hang by my side, there is no tribulation we can't overcome. This is just an 8th rank tribulation, even a 9th rank tribulation can't stop our friend Shu Hang. Let's go! After looking at the row of people squatting behind Song Xiaoyu, Li Chen unconsciously moved over to squat with them. The only outsider had just been killed, so now he should be considered an insider. It should be fine to stick with them for protection. A nuclear missile launch silo appeared in the sky, which was clearly not a good sign. Li Chen didn't want to experience it at all. My precious Kasaya. You must hold on. As long as you can withstand it and let me become a monk, it's all good. Gongda Snake Beauty was holding the god-extinguishing cannon and fired at the sky, but this time it was useless. The cannon light disappeared before reaching the nuclear missile launch silo, as if it had been erased. Li Chen could see that Song Xiaoyu's expression was becoming more ferocious, indicating that he was getting anxious and might resort to cheating. Then he saw something resembling a hydrogen bomb falling from the sky, which scared Li Chen into quickly hiding under his kasaya in an ORZ posture. He had the dog talisman, so he shouldn't die easily as long as he didn't resist directly. And wasn't there still Ba Song around? Ba Song couldn't die, right? So Li Chen just wanted to avoid trouble. The sky instantly turned into a vast white expanse, as if the whole world had been cleansed. Song Xiaoyu seemed to be struggling, as cracks appeared in the protective shield behind him. However, at that moment, Li Chen saw him suddenly take out a flat crown and put it on his head. To be honest, a bald head wearing a flat crown was quite eye-catching, at least in Li Chen's opinion. Oh, this seems to be what the blanket spirit sold him. That's a good deal. The blanket spirit was known for selling anything, so maybe Li Chen could buy something from him later. There were plenty of good things in the world of cultivation, like resurrection artifacts and spirit ghosts, and he still needed to retrieve the Gongda Golden Light. He decided he must stay here for a few more days. Fortunately, this time it wasn't a 5-second time travel, so staying for 10 days or half a month wouldn't consume much time. Gongda Snake Beauty grabbed the flat crown from Song Xiaoyu's head and put it on her own, transforming into the Empress of Virtue mode and directly confronting the heavenly tribulation. She conjured a sword-like blade and slashed at the heavenly tribulation, cutting through the nuclear bomb and thunder tribulation, causing the tribulation to dissipate and the world of tribulation to collapse. The power of the tribulation turned into 5 streams and fell on Li Chen and the others, granting them the gifts of the tribulation. At the same time, the people behind Song Xiaoyu also received the gifts of the tribulation, with a layer of golden light appearing on them. Although their postures were not great, they were stable. Seeing the tribulation pass, Li Chen decisively stood up. He remembered that the people who were squatting were Tianya Zi Dao Chang, Shixing Fu Master, and Chang Yuanzi. Shixing Fu Master was the 2nd saint of 1,000 years, Chang Yuanzi was the 3rd saint of 1,000 years, and Tianya Zi was the 4th saint of 1,000 years. Li Chen estimated that he was the 5th saint of 1,000 years. It was time to show his saintly presence in front of others. Li Chen adjusted his kasaya, released the transformation of man and dog fusion, and as for the Dragon Lord Wheezes, he had already been struck back into the egg god by the tribulation. Li Chen was about to take out a comb to tidy his hair, but he realized he seemed to be bald. Being bald made him stronger, and it was said that being bald matched the kasaya better. Li Chen, draped in a brocade kasaya, was now a bald man, looking more like a venerable monk. Soon, the holy seal began to condense. Song Xiaoyu's holy seal was naturally Ba Song, while the others had their own holy seals, and it quickly arrived at Li Chen's side. Li Chen did not have a Taoist name, but for things like holy seals, any random name would do. So he wrote the word dad on his holy seal. However, before he could finish writing the 2 characters, they disappeared, as the Taoist name had already been registered. Damn! Who is shameless enough to steal even a holy seal like dad? Then he wrote grandpa on the holy seal, only to find out it was already registered. Damn it! There are really so many shameless people. After a long time of selection, Li Chen still couldn't find a suitable holy seal for himself. Everything he wanted had already been registered. Forget it, let's go with random. As he spoke, a row of characters appeared on the holy seal and kept changing. Bring, act dead, time travel, smells good, survive at all costs, cheap, arrogant, spare me. Li Chen? Something's not right. Something's not right. These characters are not right. Even if you break them apart and reassemble them, they won't form anything interesting. Li Chen regretted his decision to choose randomly. It's well known that things that come out randomly are not good. Soon, these characters were all mixed up, countless characters circulated on the Holy Seal, and finally slowly disappeared, leaving only 2 characters on the Holy Seal. Seeing these 2 characters, Li Chen's face turned black immediately. Forget this Holy Seal. With so many words to choose from, why did you pick these 2? Are you deliberately targeting me? Li Chen felt the malice of heaven towards him. He looked at Chang Yuanzi and Tianyazi. Their Holy Seals were normal. Is it my fault for not having a Taoist name? Can't you condense my name into a Holy Seal? After all the picking, he ended up with the 2 worst characters combined. Li Chen's Holy Seal boldly displayed 2 large characters. Die survive. Seeing the words die survive, Li Chen felt life was not worth living. This Holy Seal couldn't be changed. Song Hang, at least, was a respected Taoist friend, but here he was, a die survive friend. Is this the kind of Taoist name a person can come up with? At the same time, Taoist friends from various realms also saw them. Look, it's 2 great masters. Wow, the master in the back has such a cool robe. It's dazzling my eyes. Amat Ba. May Buddha be merciful. Buddhism is thriving. Every disciple of Buddhism was beaming with joy. Their Buddhism unexpectedly produced 2 Xianshangs, the first time in nearly 1,000 years. Next was the lecture by the Xianshangs. Song Heng took the lead, and Li Chen knew he was going to talk about the Taoist canon, but what was he going to talk about? He seemed to have nothing to talk about. How about sharing his experiences of messing around in the heavens and myriad realms these days? Teach them the ways of messing around? For example, my bring technique, if I teach them, it should definitely be able to enlighten sentient beings. Or maybe talk about his Diamond Sutra. Would the one brought by Yen Qixia be a bit low-key? And I don't even know if this world has a Diamond Sutra. Right. I can talk about Confucian classics. This world seems to lack Confucius, so I'll talk about the Analects, talk about the spring and autumn annals, and then make up a section myself. With a scream, the merit snake beauty of the Song Hang Taoist friend fell to the ground and died, and his lecture as a Xianshang also ended. Next were 3 fake Xianshangs. Well, I'm also a fake Xianshang. The 7th Life Talisman Mansion Master must have received help from a puppet and got a draft from Buddhism. He stood there pointing to the sky with his left hand and the ground with his right, talking confidently, with the shadow of Arhats faintly visible behind him. Wow! The bald man talks about the Tao, the Taoist talks about Buddhism, and later he will talk about Confucian classics. Leaving aside everything else, with his robe and shiny bald head, he looks like a venerable monk. I guess the cultivators of the myriad realms must be confused. Next was Chang Yuanzi's love-seeking lecture. He publicly played a song of seeking the phoenix, dealing a critical blow to all the single dogs in the heavens and myriad realms, and then there was no more, as the heart demon directly barbecued him. Then it was Tianya's experience in passing on skills. The 2 of them spoke quite quickly, and it was soon Li Chen's turn. Li Chen first shook his cassock, struck a pose, and then displayed his special effects. The Grand Xianshang must maintain his style when teaching. Li Chen slowly mobilized his internal energy, and the dragon subduing palm was displayed. 18 golden dragons circled around him, and with each step, he walked to the front. Then he secretly released the hamster signal, and the hamster flew into the sky on a flying wheel, holding a bamboo basket and continuously scattering petals below. Li Chen sat solemnly with a dignified expression, ready to start teaching. However, at that moment, he heard some voices coming from the heavens and myriad realms through the Holy Seal. Ha ha ha, Daigo. Master Daigo. You're killing me with laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Li Chen's face darkened. Laugh all you want. Is it necessary to mock me through the Holy Seal just because of a signal? Try laughing again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Daigo. Li Chen. Alright, no need to try. Next is Li Chen's teaching. He recorded many famous works through the prince, and the Confucian saint in this world is not Confucius. He can completely use Confucius's teachings, and he is even number 1 among Confucius's 3,000 disciples. He has read many Confucian classics. He may not remember them, but the prince definitely copied them down. He cited a passage from the Analects, elevating the style. Li Chen spoke confidently. These are all words spoken by Confucius. He doesn't know how Confucius in the normal world would say it, but the Confucius he knows said it this way. Confucian scholars? Confucian scholars were full of question marks. A big monk teaching Confucian classics is one thing, but what is this you're teaching, using bricks in a fight? Is this something from our Confucian tradition? Although the Confucius Li Chen knows is a bit violent, these Confucian classics do have many of his personal violent thoughts. But Confucius is still Confucius. You can say using bricks in a fight is vulgar, but he also has high-end teachings. At least the Confucian classics Li Chen taught can definitely rival the teachings of the immortal robber. Confucius is not just blowing hot air, at least the muscular old man he knows is definitely not inferior to their so-called saints. Initially, the group of Confucian scholars were skeptical, saying we are literati, why talk about using bricks in a fight, is this what literati should do? But as they listened further, they suddenly felt that there was some truth in it. Learning literature is to communicate well with you, learning martial arts is to enable you to communicate well with me, so it's not a big problem for us literati to hold a brick, right? It must be said that as the top leader of the Confucian world, Confucius's words are quite mesmerizing. Not to brainwash the heavens in myriad realms, but the Confucian people are definitely not going anywhere. Little did they know that after Li Chen's teaching, many Confucian people inscribed benevolence, virtue, and reason on their weapons. They learned to win people over with virtue and reason, that's how Confucianism should be. However, just as Li Chen was getting into the teaching, a white figure emerged from the void, and he angrily brushed a wave of rockets at Li Chen, causing his head to buzz, and he involuntarily started roaring in his teaching. But even so, he couldn't outroar the nuclear bomb of the heavenly tribulation that followed. And at this moment, the senior Bai was also coming to help Li Chen overcome the tribulation. I haven't finished speaking yet. Isn't this delaying things? I still have many thoughts to spread. My friends, everyone, thank you for the rockets that Bai Daoyu brushed. Today, I won't be giving a Dharma talk. I will be live streaming Senior Bai's Tribulation Crossing. If you like it, please give a thumbs up. If I don't see any merit at that time, then I won't stream anymore. Those who agree, please shout 666. Then Li Chen heard the holy seal from the heavens in myriad realms. 666. 666. This kind of voice from the heavens in myriad realms is not something that everyone can hear. It must be a unified shout of billions of people to be transmitted to Li Chen through the holy seal. Just like the laughter before, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, in order to be captured by the holy seal. The main point of the Dharma talk by the Xian Saint is to accumulate merit. How to accumulate merit? That is to benefit the heavens in myriad realms. As long as the cultivator can benefit the heavens in myriad realms, it doesn't matter what method is used. Is the handsome man strategy not working? If they want to see me, I will stream for them. I guarantee they will never regret it in their lifetime. Such a beautiful Senior Bai, how can you not give some merit? The fact proves that Senior Bai's popularity is still top-notch. Countless 666 came through the holy seal. Li Chen dares to guarantee that streaming Senior Bai will definitely earn more merit than giving a Dharma talk himself. Prince, connect the video call function to Senior Bai. Everyone, we are live connecting with Senior Bai. Remember to give a thumbs up. If the merit is given a lot today, next time I will stream for you guys again. Follow me. I am the Master Li Chen. A screen appeared in front of Li Chen, and he directly enlarged the screen to ensure that all the cultivators of the heavens and myriad realms could see it, and started a conversation with Senior Bai. Senior Bai, I am Tonghua. I am currently live streaming with the Holy Seal. Do you have anything to say to the cultivators of the heavens and myriad realms? Everyone, let's shout together that Master Li Chen is awesome. I will send your barrage to the screen later. Senior Bai, so handsome. Senior Bai is the best. Li Chen, heartless people, only thinking about Senior Bai, can you see without me? Saying this, he saw Senior Bai starting to receive tribulation missiles, directly sealing them one by one and handing them over to the Basong Xian Saint. Tonghua, I am sealing the tribulation missiles. Let's chat later. The nuclear bomb is coming. Shu Hang, help me take off the equipment and robe. Saying this, Senior Bai started to take off the robe. Wow! Omega, the cultivators of the heavens and myriad realms exclaimed in unison. However, at this moment, a big bald head blocked the screen. Due to the tribulation, Li Chen's video call was also a long shot, but his angle could be adjusted. Damn! Who is that bald guy? Why is he blocking the view? Damn! It seems to be the Ba Song Xian Saint. Ba Song Xian Saint, go to hell. We want to see Senior Bai. What does Senior Bai look like when taking off his clothes? Ba Song Xian Saint, go away. Dead Go Xian Saint, please help. Move the camera, we will be grateful. Li Chen. Let's not mention the dead Go, we are still good friends. Shout that Master Li Chen is awesome. I will change the angle for you, and I can adjust the focus. The high-definition picture quality is absolutely uncensored. Do you want it or not? If you want it, shout out loud. Come with me, Master Li Chen is awesome. Master Li Chen is awesome. Change the angle quickly. Master Li Chen is awesome. High definition, Master Li Chen is awesome. Uncensored and censored. In just a moment, Li Chen felt the shouts from the myriad realms. Saying this, he directly switched the camera to Senior Bai. The Shin Saint's Dharma talk cannot change the camera angle, but he can broadcast through the prince's screen, so there is no problem at all. Ha! Why is he still wearing clothes inside? Why is he still wearing inner clothes? What's the use of this high definition and censored? Seeing that Senior Bai was still wearing clothes inside, the cultivators of the heavens and myriad realms were disappointed for a moment. This uncensored is useless. Dead Go Shin Saint is unreliable. What are you thinking? Of course, there are clothes inside. Could it be that someone would cross the tribulation naked? What kind of thoughts do you all have? I, Li Mao, am ashamed to associate with you. Li Chen listened to the voice coming from the Holy Seal and spoke lightly. Boom! A heavenly tribulation nuclear bomb fell, instantly turning the world into a vast expanse of white, and at the same time, Li Chen's lecture on the profound sage also came to an end. Merit filled the sky, countless golden lights gathered behind Li Chen, and his live broadcast immediately received support from a large number of cultivators. The praise was overwhelming, and his merit naturally did not diminish. Moreover, the Confucian classics he spoke of were not counterfeit, so in terms of merit, he was no less than the hegemonic sage of the Song dynasty. Give me a merit beauty too. Merit beauty. Merit beauty. I want a humanoid too. Li Chen kept chanting. Seeing the merit snake beauty of the Song dynasty, he was envious. It didn't matter if it was pretty or not, the main thing was practicality. Soon, the golden light of merit behind Li Chen also condensed into a humanoid figure, vaguely resembling a woman. His wish was fulfilled. However, his merit golden light was only of this amount, still not comparable to the merit snake beauty, so his merit beauty was just a rudimentary form for now, just a matchstick figure with a chest. But that didn't matter, having a shape was enough. The rest could be supplemented later. At the same time, in a certain part of Li Chen's body, a special information particle slowly dispersed and merged into the golden light of merit. Perhaps even he himself did not know that there was such an unwelcome guest in his body, but now that she had merged into the light of merit, she could no longer harm Li Chen. The tribulation space began to slowly disappear, and Li Chen and the others were also sent out of the tribulation space. The tribulation was over. Several people appeared directly in a small courtyard. Of course, Chang Yuanzi did not come out, his death wish was too great, actually feeding the cultivators of the heavens and myriad worlds dog food, and now he was still being executed. At the same time, the Taoist of the Song dynasty also lost an arm and was taken by Senior Bai across the tribulation. By the way, Senior Copper Gua, how did you appear in the tribulation space? Weren't you taken away for breeding? Song Shuhang asked Li Chen. Did he really breed at that time? I almost forgot. It's good to breed. It's better for him not to be around so I can impersonate him. Didn't I run out? How can I, the dignified Copper Gua, be easily controlled by others? Who can stop me if I want to escape? Li Chen patted his chest. Prince, hurry up and help me steal Copper Gua's chat group number. Since he wanted to impersonate, he had to do it perfectly. He could inherit Copper Gua's style of chatting and help him out a bit. He thought that Senior Copper Gua should also be grateful to him amidst the breeding. Shu Hang, do you want this immortal to calculate a hexagram for you? Li Chen raised his bald eyebrows. Forget it. By the way, do you still have the Taoist profound lotus seed? Sell me some, I need it. And can you also teach me that hair growth technique? Being bald makes me feel insecure. Li Chen always felt like Tang Seng when wearing a kasaya. I can sell you the Taoist profound lotus seed, but for the hair growth technique, you'll have to find the king of natural creation. It's his spell, and I can only teach it with his permission. Song Jr. said candidly. Li Chen pretended to be Senior Copper Gua quite convincingly. After all, he had read some books. Although he couldn't remember some things clearly, he still had a general idea. Moreover, Copper Gua was a master of disguise, able to claim to be Copper Gua no matter what he looked like. After all, who would pretend to be Copper Gua for no reason? Not afraid of being beaten. Oh damn! It's easy to get beaten for pretending to be a black hexagram. I should pretend to be drunken star scholar next time. Copper Gua is not safe. Li Chen quickly separated from Song Shuhang. He had to make a trip to the Confucian school to obtain the lotus seeds of the gentleman's golden lotus. He also needed to find items that could be sold for anything, and he had to get a few resurrection artifacts. The grade of the resurrection artifacts could not be lower than 5th grade, otherwise, they would be useless. Although Li Chen's current strength was roughly equivalent to the peak of the Golden Core stage, he could still handle nascent Soul stage cultivators, spar with Deity Transformation stage cultivators, escape from Unity stage cultivators, and not be killed by Mahayana stage cultivators. Therefore, the grade of the resurrection artifacts had to be high. Before leaving, he had already inquired about the route to the Confucian school. He had a Master Kong there, and perhaps he could exchange some Confucian classics that were not available in this world for the lotus seeds. It should be no problem to exchange a few lotus seeds at that time. Stepping on the magic sword and wearing a kasaya, Master Li Chen officially came online. He was no longer pretending to be Bronze Gua, so he might as well directly assume the identity of Master Li Chen. He would wait to use the identity of Bronze Gua when the time came. After all, it was easy to get beaten up. His current appearance indeed matched the image of a master, and he could even recite a few passages of the Diamond Sutra. A bald head, kasaya, reciting sutras, wasn't this inappropriate? Perhaps he could also take some time to help wandering spirits accumulate merit. Otherwise, when would his merit turn into blessings? Namo Amitba. Li Chen chanted a Buddhist mantra and flew towards the direction of the Confucian school. The road to the Confucian school was still far, so he landed midway to have a meal and listen to the teachings of the Winter Melon Sage. It had to be said that the sage was quite knowledgeable. Although the Winter Melon Sage was only proficient in the way of defense, Li Chen gained many insights from him. Maybe I should get a shield too. As long as I am tough enough, no one can defeat me. Armor was not bad either. However, Li Chen preferred the way of the sword, but his understanding of sword intent was not high. On the other hand, he was more inclined towards the way of the blade. He had not reached the level of negative talent in swordsmanship like Senior Basong, so he could practice both the blade and the sword. He started by cultivating the blade intent with the Shin Lotus Seed, and he would look for a way to cultivate the sword intent later. Although in this world one could only cultivate one type of intent, he was not from this world. If he couldn't cultivate it here, he could always switch to another world. At the same time, Li Chen also opened the 9 Continents group. He secretly peeked at the screen with the Bronze Gua account and saw that Song Shuheng seemed to be testing the power of the Heavenly Tribulation missile in the group chat, asking if anyone wanted to join. The group chat was filled with responses. Li Chen also sent a message to join. He remembered that they had been sent to the Demon Tribulation world by Senior Baitu, where they experienced a bloodlocking mechanism. He wanted to go and see for himself, and maybe make some deals with Senior Baitu. He could tell jokes too, and he could also sell 2 bottles of Beast Awakening elixirs to Senior Baitu, who would surely like them. Damn it! Where are melon seeds in Wankai? It seems like the Winter Melon Sage didn't call them back after the sermon. At this moment, melon seeds were held in Song Shuhang's hand. Hamster number? Why are you here? Did Senior Baitu send you? Are you here to challenge me again? Melon seeds raised 2 small paws and gestured 2 middle fingers at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why aren't you talking? By the way, why did the 9 nether evil energy on your body disappear? Did Senior Baitu give you a shielding artifact? Squeak squeak. Although melon seeds had been abandoned by its unscrupulous owner, as a beast, it could be retrieved by Li Chen at any time into the beast space. So, it was not worried at all. It had barely met this Winter Melon Sage and its owner during the tribulation, so it decided to stick with them for now. It was too dangerous for a lone hamster to wander outside. On the other hand, Wang Kai had long disappeared. As a stray dog, it was not worried at all. To be honest, after being raised at home for so long, it also feels a bit eager for the outside sky, and it just saw a very beautiful husky. Woof woof woof. What's the name of the beauty? Woof 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 woof. Get lost. I'm a male dog. Wang Kai. A male, huh? Woof 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 woof. Where are you from? A dog running outside and not afraid of danger. Woof 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 woof. My owner forgot about me. How heartbreaking. Woof 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 woof. Do you want to join us and become a family organization of monsters united worldwide? Woof 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 woof. What a lousy name. Looks like a third-rate organization. Woof 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 woof. We are a large organization spread all over the world. If we didn't find you pleasing, we wouldn't have wanted you. A dog monster who can't even speak properly. Do you really think that all the monsters in the world unite to become a family and need you as a monster? Woof 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 woof. You can join, but if my owner comes to find me, I have to leave. Woof woof woof. Just hang a name, it's fine. The husky revealed a mischievous smile. The Worldwide Monster Alliance is a performance-based organization internally. Bringing a monster into the organization is rewarded. Otherwise, why would it bring in a low cultivation dog monster like this, just because they are of the same kind? Don't joke around, dogs and huskies are different. There are only 2 types of dogs in the world, one is a dog, and the other is a husky, so it is unique. And so, Wang Kai was brought into the Worldwide Monster Alliance to become a family. Li Chen felt that the 2 pet beasts mixed well through the contract, so he wasn't in a hurry to bring them back. Casting a wide net to catch more fish, dividing the forces into 3 routes, he believed that Guazi and Wang Kai would not return empty-handed. The pets he trained perfectly inherited his thieving nature, so they could bring back something no matter what. Wang Kai's skill of making friends was so good that it could perfectly blend into any group. Guazi was no longer the same as before, able to fly and escape underground, making it impossible for those below the 4th rank to catch it. Stepping on a flying sword, Li Chen flew directly into the Ru family's Baiyan city, but as soon as he entered, he was stopped by a disciple of the Ru family. "Friend, where is your flying sword license today? Driving without a license will result in penalty points." Li Chen. Flying sword license, how could I forget about that? Only the Ru family would care about such things. Please go down and get your license done quickly. Because it's your first offense, I won't punish you. Saying that, he brought Li Chen to the city gate of Baiyun City and had a disciple of the Ru family use a printer-like device to print a code on Li Chen's flying sword. Flat 250 Li Chen, this number doesn't seem very friendly. The magic sword shook twice, directly rubbing off the number and then giving Li Chen 2 big slaps, serving as a lesson for printing random things on its blade. Because of the magic sword's non-cooperation, in the end, Li Chen had to change to another sword. There was no choice. This sword had its own thoughts. Once inside the Ru family's territory, Li Chen quickly found Henghua Jinjuan. Although the lotus seeds of Junzi Jinlian were not many, there were still some. It might not be possible to exchange for 100 or 80, but 10 or 20 were still fine. After all, when the Ru family killed evil spirits in the past, they used this as a reward, so there should be quite a few left. Henghua Jinjuan might not be interested in other treasures, but the manuscripts of Kong Shang were no less than those of Ru Shang, and in some aspects, Kong Shang even surpassed Ru Shang. So, casually taking 2 manuscripts of Kong Shang, Li Chen exchanged them for 20 lotus seeds. After all, he couldn't understand what the old man Kong wrote, and he had plenty of these things. If it weren't for each person needing only 1 lotus seed, he would have wanted to exchange for more. Lotus seeds can awaken a supernatural power in people. Song Shuhang awakened the ability to spit out lotus flowers, but he didn't know what other ability he could awaken, so Li Chen immediately ate one. Soon, Li Chen felt his own supernatural power, named Thunder Sound, which could make his voice carry thunderous sound, possessing functions like intimidating sound waves and dispelling evil spirits. It should be considered pretty good. Other lotus seeds can be shared with family and friends, but this supernatural power can only be awakened once. Eating more will only increase proficiency, so it's better to practice slowly on your own. No need to exchange for too many that are not worth it. The Confucian side went smoothly. After all, they also needed their own things, so the trade was easily reached. But it's not easy to find someone who can buy everything. That guy is running around everywhere without a phone number. Where can he be found? Ding ding. Just then, the phone rang. It was the 9 provinces #1 group, and he always paid attention to the messages in the group using the Copper Gua number. Iron Gua Alchemy Immortal. Look, my chat account has been hacked. Lychee Fairy? Eastern 6 Immortal? Moon in the Pot Fairy? Yuruzi? North River True Monarch, you are Copper Gua. Poyang Ji Gua de, cute dog head expression. Poyang Ji Gua de, angrily rubs the dog head upstairs. Poyang Ji Gua de, so, Copper Gua, did you steal your disciple Iron Gua's account? Iron Gua Alchemy Immortal. How can it be called stealing between master and disciple? This is borrowing. I will return it. Li Chen. Look, how could I forget that Copper Gua and Iron Gua also have accounts? This is a complete mess. Can the Copper Gua account still be used? Otherwise, impersonating Drunken Sun Master is not possible. Apart from Drunken Star Master's own Taoist name that people can't remember, others can't impersonate it either. And who knows what Drunken Sky Master's Taoist name really is? Ah, I got it. Copper Gua Immortal. Actually, I am the Thunder Pig. North River True Monarch. Lychee Fairy. Poyang Ji Gua de, cute dog head expression. Phoenix Extinguishing Sun. Poyang Ji Gua de, angrily rubs the dog head upstairs. Poyang Ji Gua de, look. Phoenix Extinguishing, you actually stole my dog head building. Phoenix Extinguishing Sun? Iron Gua Alchemy Immortal, you're talking nonsense. She doesn't even have a phone. And she's on the island with no signal right now. Copper Gua Immortal, you'll know soon whether I have a signal or not. Li Chen looked at Copper Gua's message and fell into contemplation. Can't you just pretend not to know? Prince, cut off his signal for me. As he spoke, Iron Gua Alchemy Immortal's profile picture darkened, and Copper Gua lost the connection. Copper Gua Immortal, ahem. Sorry for the embarrassment, Li Chen said in the chat group. Li Chen then took out the real chat physical book again. He couldn't remember the specific plot, so he had to look it up to see where he was. He was about to go to the Demon Tribulation world to test a nuclear bomb, then he would get the Red Sky Sword, and after that, the Winter Melon Xian Shang would challenge Song Shuhang. Copper Gua even calculated a Gua for Song Shuhang. Where did he get the courage? After some thought, Li Chen posted in the 9 provinces #1 group, although the result would be the same whether he posted or not, but it was good to make Song Jr. nervous for a while. If others are unhappy, I am happy. Copper Gua immortal. By the way, just now, Copper Gua calculated a Gua for Song Jr. He said the Gua was very auspicious, and even said that Song Jr. could definitely beat Winter Melon Shin Shang, even press him to the ground and beat him up, making a name for himself in the entire cultivation world, completely establishing the title of the first saint of 1,000 years. North River True Monarch, look, isn't Song Jr. in trouble? Moon in the Pot Fairy, Yuruzi, is Senior Song going to be beaten in a fancy way? Lychee Fairy, at Pharmacist, reserve a bed for Song Jr. He should be able to use it soon. Poyang Ji Guode, cute dog head expression. Breaking the Sun Spear Guode, angrily rub the dog's head upstairs. Breaking the Sun Spear Guode, Song Xiaoyu will be immortal forever. Lychee Fairy, Song Xiaoyu will be immortal forever. Beihai Jinjuan, Song Xiaoyu will be immortal forever. Huangshan Xian is tired and wants to retire. Seeing the Song Xiaoyu will be immortal forever in the Jojo no. 1 group, Li Chen felt relieved. This is the correct way to open a chat group. Who chats seriously in a chat group? Of course, you have to talk nonsense. Look at the sky. They have actually started launching nuclear bombs. Through the feedback of the melon seed contract, Li Chen knew that Song Shuhang and the others had started launching nuclear bombs, but he seems unable to catch up now. Look at the sky. It's too late. Look at the sky. Why did I say look at the sky? I've been infected. It is well known that there are 2 serious illnesses in the repair chat. One is this kind of skywatching syndrome, which was started by Senior Turtle and will unconsciously turn skywatching into a mantra. After the condition worsens, one will involuntarily look up at the sky. Even the great powers of longevity cannot avoid this illness. The Northern Emperor is an example. The only consolation is that this illness has no negative impact. The second illness is the 3 waves disease, which was started by Crazy Knife 3 waves, extremely harmful, and the infected will involuntarily seek death. It gradually spread from the Jojo no. 1 group to the outside, with representative figures being Crazy Knife 3 waves, Young Kizi, and our Xiaoyu Shuhang, with a low death rate but extremely high disability rate. Obviously, Li Chen has now been infected with the skywatching syndrome, but fortunately, he has not been infected with the 3 waves disease, otherwise. Wait a minute. Look at the sky. It seems like I already had the 3 waves disease. Isn't seeking death my instinct? Realizing his true nature, Li Chen began to be more cautious, as the people he will encounter next may all be big shots. He must suppress his urge to seek death, or he will really die. At the same time, Song Xiaoyu and his friends were also transported to the Cataclysm world. Melon Seed, Omega, is this where I should be? Don't drag me into seeking death with you. I'm scared. Omega, just as they were transported to the Cataclysm world, Melon Seed was discovered. Senior by 2, what is this thing? Looks like a hamster, but fundamentally different from a hamster. Senior by 2 slowly appeared in front of Song Shuhang, but only he could see him. Senior by 2 poked Melon Seed's cheek, and 2 melon seeds popped out of Melon Seed's mouth. Melon Seed, Omega, being a beast, Melon Seed had no idea of the depth of the sky and earth, and faced with Senior by 2, it raised 2 middle fingers, full of provocation. Although Melon Seed is a hamster, it is different from an ordinary hamster. As a beast, it is inherently much stronger than an ordinary hamster. Although it looks like a hamster, its internal structure is quite different from a hamster, so Senior by 2 couldn't figure out what it was. Senior by, isn't it the hamster no? That followed me after I crossed the tribulation? Song Shuhang looked at Senior by 2 in confusion. No, I haven't seen this breed of hamster before, maybe I can study it. Senior by 2 pinched Melon Seed's ear. Melon Seed, Omega, as the hamster emperor, Melon Seed couldn't tolerate being teased by others like this, and it immediately got angry. Its 2 small paws instantly grasped 2 metal flying discs out of thin air. Damn it, take my hamster flying disc. Bang! The hamster flying disc hit Senior by 2's finger directly, and then bounced off with a bang. Melon Seed, degree Omega degree, hee. This little thing has quite a temper. The Senior by touched the little head of the Melon Seeds and said lightly, Song Shuhang. To be honest, he had never seen such a bold and daring rat before. This was the ruler of the 9 serenities. And just like that, the Melon Seeds were taken away by Senior by. It was obvious that he was a stingy person. Unlike the Melon Seeds, Wang Kai here was thriving. It had the skill to make friends easily, and could quickly get along with the animals, forming a family with all the monsters in the world. Here there were more animals than anything else. At this moment, Wang Kai was wearing a specially made dog leather jacket, with sunglasses on its head. dancing wildly on a stage with a little female dog. Woof! Brothers, keep playing, keep dancing. Follow my rhythm. Let's party. A chorus of dog monsters cheered. Wang Kai was already becoming a prominent figure at this gathering, even though it was just a dog monster that couldn't speak. But here, among the animals, the language of dogs was well received, so Wang Kai was thriving. It was Wang Kai's first time leaving home, so it was having a blast. And with its handsome appearance and sweet words, it quickly captured the heart of a little female dog. Husky, I shouldn't have brought it in. At this time, Li Chen also started looking for something to sell. This big shot wrapped in a blanket was very hard to find. He appeared randomly, even Senior Bai had a hard time catching him. However, Li Chen had a bold idea, which was to pay a visit to Senior Bai in reality. Maybe it would work. But that was definitely a sure thing. Senior Bai, comparable to the 7 Dragon Balls, was very effective. As long as he lit a few incense sticks, he would definitely find something to sell. But he had to wait until he finished his tribulation. He had to first find the Master of Fate. The hair growth technique had to be arranged first, otherwise he would look too bald. Even though he became bald, he didn't become stronger, so it was better not to be bald. At least my flowing hair still carried the fragrance of Head and Shoulders, which was my weapon to seduce unmarried girls. But now with this shiny bald head, I couldn't seduce any girls. It would only attract moths with phototaxis at night. Soon, Li Chen found the Master of Fate, who was relatively easy to find. Just by mentioning him in the 9 provinces #1 group, he could be found. But he couldn't use the account of the copper coin Immortal Master. So he stole the account of the drunken heavenly hermit in the group. No one would remember him. No one knew that I stole his account. So Li Chen arrived at the Master of Fate's place under the name of the drunken heavenly hermit. But as soon as he arrived, Li Chen was stunned. The Master of Fate was actually holding a concert. He didn't mention that in the group. If he had, I wouldn't have come. Looking at the message he had just sent on his phone, Li Chen fell into contemplation. Ha ha, Daoist Zhao Hua, I'm here. The one outside wearing a cassock is me. Li Chen looked around. It seemed like he was the only one wearing a cassock. When will the bright moon be back to retract a message? Master of Fate? Daoist, I see you. No need to retract. Saying that, a man with flowing hair rushed towards Li Chen. That Daoist. Actually, I'm not the drunken star hermit, I am. Ah, since I'm here, and your concert is about to start, come on in. Sit inside. Don't worry. After the concert, I promise to teach you the hair growth technique. A monk does not lie. The Master of Fate said, patting his chest. Li Chen, after the concert, is there more to come? And so Li Chen was dragged in by the Master of Fate. Whether it was good fortune or misfortune, misfortune could not be avoided. I just don't believe it. It's just a song. How bad could it be? With a brave attitude, Li Chen sat in the audience, trying to keep an open mind. It was just a song. At least he still had the dog talisman. Can't die. As the concert of the Fate King began, the disciples in the audience seats were trembling. Some had already started writing their wills. The audience seats were filled with disciples brought over by the Fate King. All of them came with a determination to die. Soon, the Fate King began to speak. A rolling sound wave swept over. With one roar, the audience seats were lying down. With the second roar, foam was already splashing. And with the third roar, it was quiet all around. Li Chen's resistance was a bit stronger. He tremblingly took out a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills and quickly took one for himself. Is this the charm of music? He thought to himself, Master, I want to learn this. King, don't speak. Master, I surrender. You take a break, I'll change places. Li Chen saw that the Fate King was about to speak again, and quickly made a gesture to stop him. Feeling that the dog charm could no longer protect him, this was simply worse than death. Ha ha, brother, you're not even close yet. I still have a 7-kill song. Wait for me to sing it to you. I believe you will definitely understand the charm of my singing. Kill, 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 kill. With that, the Fate King started singing, disregarding friend or foe. He avoided all the advantages of music and turned his singing voice into a weapon. In reality, in the Great Luo Palace, Long Tao slowly walked out from the spatial door. He. Finally, I found you. You made me alienated from my own people. Today I will let you taste the feeling of losing loved ones too. He pointed at his watch, a screen appeared, and instantly the figure of Yi Xingyun appeared on it. Although this was an overseas solitary island, and there were formations covering it, he still found it in the end. Aren't you the one who kidnapped my loved ones? Who wouldn't? I don't care now. I want to see if you care or not. With that, Long Tao rushed towards Yi Xingyun's villa. Boom! With a loud noise, Long Tao came out the same way he entered. A gust of wind passed by, a female phantom turned into a gust of wind, faintly visible above the villa, overlooking Long Tao. The Kuro card wind, the first extraordinary item that Li Chen gave to his mother, was always guarding Yi Xingyun. for the idealistic Kuro card, her power was terrifyingly great. Yi Xingyun also walked out of the villa, holding a magical long sword, staring firmly at Long Tao. Hee, not bad. But with just this, you can't stop me. Long Tao licked his lips and sneered. Boom! A covenant array lit up. A huge hexagram magic array appeared under Yi Xingyun's feet. A silver-white western dragon slowly crawled out from it, its fierce wings flapping continuously. Yi Xingyun stood on its head, the purple light flashing in the dragon's eyes was exceptionally fierce. At the same time, a green giant figure was floating behind Yi Xingyun. It was the ice turtle rock, holding two huge ice axes, roaring at Long Tao, as if guarding Yi Xingyun like a guardian spirit. Long Tao, seeing Yi Xingyun stepping on the dragon, surrounded by raging winds, with a green spirit-like figure floating behind him, Long Tao and his companions were all stunned. This, why does it feel stronger than that kid? Not to mention anything else, just this oppressive feeling alone. Are you scared or not? The dragon trembled slightly, its eyes flashing with a faint purple light. Roar! A roar that tore through the sky, shaking the entire Great Luo Island, frightening Long Tao even more. And in that instant, countless sword lights flew in from all directions. After all, they were from a sect. They couldn't possibly not produce a master. Long Tao's strength, if not for the props, was not that strong. After taking a glance at Yi Xingyun, she was dressed in divine attire, and Long Tao really had no confidence in capturing her. He decisively turned around and ran, but at this moment, a sky full of swords rained down towards him, and the elders of the Great Luo Palace had arrived. Damn! Is it necessary to protect so tightly? Dragon God's roar! Ding ding ding! Unable to block the attack, Long Tao decisively summoned the Dragon God's roar, and then drove the Dragon God's roar into the spacetime gate. Seeing Long Tao disappear, the giant dragon under Yi Xingyun's feet suddenly shrank, then it hugged Yi Xingyun's leg tightly, its two big purple eyes filled with tears. Mom! I'm scared! Wah! The little dragon kept crying and whimpering while hugging Yi Xingyun's leg, then it conveyed its words to Yi Xingyun through the contract. It was the dragon egg brought by Li Chen, just hatched 2 days ago. It was still a child. Although it looked mighty just now, its legs were shaking all alone. If Yi Xingyun wasn't standing on its head, it would have burst into tears in minutes. Its final roar was not a threat, it was a cry for help. Although it was a powerful giant dragon, it was timid and cowardly, completely losing face for the giant dragons. Its awakened skills were all defensive, without any attacking skills. The only slightly offensive ability was its true form as a giant dragon. After transforming into a giant dragon, its defense could increase several times, and its strength and speed would also greatly improve, allowing it to run faster when escaping for its life. Of course, if it had the courage to engage in close combat, it should still have decent attacking power, but it was a cowardly dragon, not only afraid of pain but also timid. Baby, don't cry. Mom will make delicious food for you later. Yi Xingyun gently patted the little dragon's head and picked it up. Li Chen still didn't know that he had gained a dragon sister. Through the contract, Yi Xingyun also learned the name of this dragon, the defense dragon, Acreas, also known as the gentle dragon, almost no attacking power, but extremely strong defense, with a timid and weak personality, like sunbathing, greedy, and sleepy. Although the little dragon had no attacking power, it was very cute. Especially in its infancy, it was so adorable, so Yi Xingyun took special care of the little dragon. He even gave it a nickname, calling it Baby. Poor Li Chen didn't even have a nickname. Ice Turtle Rock. I'm cute too, you know. A transforming turtle is super cool. I can transform too. Don't always keep me in the eggshell. I want hugs too. Wind Fairy smiled and touched Ice Turtle Rock's head, then turned into a card and flew into Yi Xingyun's pocket. The elders of the Great Luo Palace glanced at Yi Xingyun, knowing that she had a good son who sent her treasures every day, and now she somehow got a dragon from somewhere. This was too much. Dealing with dragons was one thing, but treating the Great Luo Palace like your own backyard, coming and going as you please, was too much. The fact proved that Li Chen was right. With his protection, Mom was stable. Not to mention, Ice Turtle Rock's strength was not something ordinary people could handle. Although it wasn't good at attacking, the power and size of the egg god were there, and it had strong defense, making it an excellent tank. With it in front, most attacks could definitely be withstood. Even if it couldn't stop them, Ice Turtle Rock would have to die first. Long Tao left with endless resentment. His progress was too slow. He couldn't keep up with Li Chen's pace, not because of his lack of strength, but because he didn't have enough props. He had the ability to travel through the myriad realms, but using it also required time. And it was wasteful. He wasn't a 5-second time traveler, grabbing and running. Then what was he doing there? He usually goes to collect some martial arts techniques, only taking action to seize them when he encounters suitable ones. Moreover, he is a straightforward snatcher, not like Li Chen who takes advantage of others' unpreparedness. After all, he is going to wander around in the alien world for a few rounds, so he cannot leave no way out. And the inter-world travel vouchers are not unlimited. He has to snatch quite a few red envelopes before he can get one or two. He doesn't have the capital to be as extravagant as Li Chen. Li Chen is still unaware of what is happening in the real world. He is currently enduring the torment of the Law King. The Song of the Soul Song King is simply not suitable for someone like him who is still alive. Seeing the audience seats lying empty, Li Chen also feels like lying down a bit, but his strong endurance always prevents him from passing out. He can only endure the impulse to kill the Law King and continue listening to the song. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. Li Chen kicked up and kicked the Law King who was singing, not realizing how terrible his singing was. Ahem. Daoist Zhao Hua. I think you're tired from singing. Why don't you take a break first? Li Chen took the microphone and coughed lightly twice. Law King? Am I not aware of my own fatigue? And even if I am tired, you don't have to kick me. Daoist. The Law King wanted to say something, but was instantly interrupted by Li Chen. Li Chen directly displayed the sacred seal, instantly intimidating Daoist Zhao Hua. The main functions of the sacred seal are 4, intimidation, sealing, absorbing spiritual energy, and decree. Among them, intimidation should be the most widely used. The other minor functions are not very useful. Dai Go Shen Shang. The Law King stammered. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. The function of the sacred seal is still good, but the sacred number he chose is really not good. The decree function in the sacred seal has the effect of words followed by law, but it can only use simple vocabulary and is not useful against people with higher strength. However, it can enhance the effect of Li Chen's Confucian words followed by law, making the effect more obvious. Law King, you've been singing for so long and must be tired. Let me sing a song for you next. Li Chen revealed a sinister smile. Who is the Soul Song King? You've tormented me, now let's see if you can withstand my torment. Ahem. Li Chen coughed twice and involuntarily used the thunder sound skill he had just acquired. I stand under the sky, step on the earth, the whole world worships me, my domineering, I am the legendary superstar, my style is also sharp. As soon as Li Chen started singing, the rolling sound waves rushed towards the Law King. His off-key singing voice combined with the thunder sound talent was even more terrifying than a calamity. The Law King's long hair suddenly floated behind him, and half of the audience on the ground began to roll their eyes. The microphone in my hand is gorgeous, whose fans are fascinated by me. I want to be handsome to the end, I want to be handsome to the end, I want to be handsome to the end. Boom! With Li Chen's singing, the entire hall collapsed instantly. The invisible sound waves spread outward, lingering for 3 days without dissipating. His thunder sound talent was fully unleashed with the greatest power. Crack! A goose foaming at the mouth fell from the sky and landed right in front of Li Chen. Even the fish in the nearby river turned belly up, slowly sinking to the riverbed with a gentle breeze blowing over. Wonderful! So, singing can be combined with sound wave techniques. Why didn't I think of that? My Buddhist sect also has the lion's roar. Maybe I can add a few more loudspeakers. The Law King slapped his thigh and stood up immediately. Your singing has given me great inspiration. This kind of captivating singing style is most suitable for me. How can we cultivators sing those soft and powerless songs? What's the use of singing without killing power? The King of Nature seems to have awakened to some new posture. I estimate that his singing will take a qualitative leap in these 2 days. Li Chen, truly a man who can sing those kinds of songs. He can even be immune to the noise I sing. I'm no match for him. Li Chen secretly decided that he must avoid the King of Nature in the future. Originally, he could barely withstand the King's singing, but now that the King has been sublimated, he doesn't know if he can handle it. What a disaster! Not only did I fail to harm the King, but I even gave him a boost? Lighting candles for the Taoist friends in the world of cultivation. If the King were to perform a sacred song in public, the entire world of cultivation would probably be in chaos. Too terrifying. Li Chen originally planned to stay in this world for a few more months because in a few months, Song Shuhang would probably have transcended. By establishing good relations early, he would definitely be able to obtain many good things later. However, the King of Nature made him change this plan. He quickly gathered what he could and left. There are plenty of good things, but there's only one life. Just the King of Nature's singing, he feels like listening to it for too long could give him psychological trauma. After learning the technique of increasing hair with the King of Nature, Li Chen left. He felt that his identity was about to be exposed. His identity in the 9 provinces number 1 group was originally stolen and impersonated. The identities mentioned by Song Shuhang and the King of Nature were also fake, fundamentally untenable. As long as they thought about it afterwards, they would probably be able to guess that he was fake. He just acted decisively and didn't give them time to think, so he was able to pass off as genuine. If Li Chen had continued to follow these people, he would probably have been exposed that day. But now they should have realized it by now. Now he had to go find Song Shuhang, who was the center of the world. Through him, Li Chen could almost find at least 10 or more big shots. Even Senior White was slightly inferior in this regard. Looking at Song Shuhang's life of challenging the heavens, the earth, and the big shots, although he was only just beginning to show his potential, there were countless big shots involved with him. If Li Chen wanted something, asking Song Shuhang was the right choice. However, he couldn't use the identity of Copper Trigram anymore. Copper Trigram was still in the breeding process, and Song Shuhang must have found out through the chat records that his fake identity had been exposed. Li Chen planned to meet him directly as Master Li Chen. By then, he would be honest. He hadn't done anything outrageous. Could Song Shuhang eat him up? At worst, I'll compensate him a bit, and it seems like I can also please 9 Serenities White through Song Shuhang. He must be interested in the beast-controlling potion. By then, I can even sell this novel of the world of cultivation to him. It should fetch a good price, Cough. Can't laugh like that. It's like inviting a thunderbolt from the heavens. I am righteous. I am righteous. Righteous people don't laugh like that. I am a good person. I can't laugh like that. I can contact Song Shuhang through the hamster number. Oh my god. What's wrong with my hamster number? In Li Chen's perception, the hamster number seemed to be contaminated, filled with the power of the 9 serenities, filthy and powerful. 6 metal flying discs surrounded the head of the sunflower, eyes constantly flashing red, and its claws became exceptionally sharp. Yes, it had been completely transformed by 9 serenities White. As a poor, weak, and helpless beast, the sunflower could not resist the dominion of the 9 serenities, and Senior White had a strong interest in the special physique of the hamster number. Fortunately, although it had undergone a series of studies, they were mostly positive. Although the sunflower had gained demonic abilities, it had not been completely transformed into a 9 serenities demon because of it. Li Chen could feel that the sunflower had become much stronger. Perhaps he could use this connection to get in touch with Senior White, who should also have many good things. Unfortunately, Senior Bai is still undergoing tribulation. Otherwise, if you pay your respects, you will have everything. This world is a treasure trove with so many good things. He already has the light of merit, but he also wants a spirit ghost, especially a cool one like he. Flying all the way, at this moment, Li Chen suddenly discovered heavy resentment surrounding a mountain in the distance. Many people must have died there, probably with a large number of resentful spirits. Normally, Li Chen wouldn't bother, but now he needs to accumulate the light of merit. At least he should manifest his face. Li Chen has many methods of salvation. Not to mention the Diamond Sutra, just his brocade kasaya can directly save many ghosts. Moreover, his thunder sound talent also has the effect of awe and salvation, so he is not lacking in methods of salvation. He now wants to directly save a few people who look unpleasant. It seems that as long as the souls are saved, regardless of whether they were killed by others or by oneself, it is promising to physically save them here. Wearing the brocade kasaya, Li Chen still plays the role of a high monk. Although he has gained the ability to grow hair, he is not in a hurry to grow long hair now. After all, the identity of a monk is easier to relax people's vigilance. Drink! Li Chen shouted angrily, and a sound of thunder sound shook out, with the blessing of the kasaya, directly saving a group of ordinary souls. Great dragon of mighty power, world-honored Ksitigarbha, all Buddhas, today I will make you reveal your true form. Great dragon of mighty power, great law mantra. Arriving at the mountain surrounded by resentment, Li Chen couldn't help but think of Fahai, a cool big monk with a dragon tattoo on his back, and he feels that he is now very similar to Fahai. He can also release dragons. After saving most of the resentful spirits, a demon cultivator walked out. With such strong resentment, there must be demons. The resentment surrounding this place is definitely not caused by just a few deaths. There must have been at least hundreds of deaths here. How did you know I am a monkey? Did that foreign monk tell you? An old monkey spirit stared at Li Chen. Foreign monk? Monks have national boundaries? Just then, a big monk with golden eyebrows and blue eyes walked out of the woods. Hey, senior, are you also here to save the resentful spirits? This old monkey has killed many people here, but I am powerless and cannot defeat this old monkey. So I can only do my best to save some resentful spirits around here to help them reach the Pure Land early. If senior is willing, please help me kill this troublemaker. With golden eyebrows and blue eyes, this is indeed a foreign monk, draped in a jade kasaya and holding a sword. Li Chen. It's fine if this monk is a foreigner, but why isn't he pure enough? Why use a sword instead of a Zen staff? This should be the foreign monk that Song Shuhang encountered, admiring Chinese martial arts, joining the Taoist sect but also studying Buddhism. It has to be said that this foreign monk is also talented. Although the foreign monk is only a second grade, his strength is not bad. Generally, a third grade would not be able to defeat him. Coupled with a set of magical tools, even this old monkey would find it difficult to catch him. Humph! Bald donkey! I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, this seat's fourth grade cultivation is not just for show. Great dragon of mighty power. Flying dragon in the sky. Just as the old monkey was about to say a few harsh words, Li Chen directly used the move Great Dragon of Mighty Power, Flying Dragon in the Sky. In fact, this is the 18 dragon subduing palms, but the name is not important. A golden dragon flew out and directly knocked the old monkey away with one palm. Bold beast, you dare to show off your meager skills, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, still acting recklessly there. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Show your true form quickly. The roaring thunder made the old ape dizzy for a moment, and the illusion on his body disappeared instantly, turning into an old ape standing upright, revealing its true form. The foreign monk saw this and his eyes lit up with excitement. This was what he wanted. This was the enlightened monk he had in mind. So cool! It has to be said that Li Chen's act was very well done in this wave. The key is that there is someone who appreciates it. The greatest loneliness in life is when no one sees you showing off. Seeing the foreign monk's eyes shining, Li Chen quickly imitated Fa Hai's gestures, then took out his magic sword and slashed the old ape with one stroke. Slashed? Slashed? The foreign monk was confused. The master he imagined was not like this. A master shouldn't use a sword. And that seemed to be a fierce sword. Where is your Zen staff, master? Where is your demon subduing staff? Where are your prayer beads? You were supposed to be an enlightened monk. In fact, Li Chen didn't have any other weapons either. Although he had a kasaya, it was a robe, not a weapon. He hadn't snatched any Buddhist artifacts, he couldn't just swing a halberd at it. A sword would be more appropriate. Who said an enlightened monk couldn't use a sword? Li Chen then flew into the sky and recited a few passages of the Diamond Sutra to save the souls here. The merit was not much, barely solidifying the matchstick figures behind him a bit. Master, I want to learn the dragon's roar technique. Can you teach me? I can trade with you, money is not a problem. The foreign monk said admiringly. He was a loyal supporter of the Buddhist sect, and now seeing this domineering master, he was immediately captivated. Wamito Buddha, calm down, calm down. It's just some trivial tricks, Li Chen said lightly. What does he know about the dragon's roar technique? It's just for show, but he can teach him the dragon subduing palm and let him play with the gestures himself. After all, both of them were fake monks. Whether this was something from the Buddhist sect, this foreign monk probably couldn't tell. Besides, he also recited a couple of Buddhist mantras. Didn't you see how awesome I am? After chatting with the foreign monk, Li Chen learned that he wanted to meet Song Shuhang. The foreign monk volunteered to guide Li Chen as he knew where Song Shuhang lived and had chatted about it in the chat group. He should still be in the Jiangnan area, and he was quite familiar with that area. Oh West, the young can be taught. Li Chen patted the foreign monk's shoulder and handed him the Dragon Subduing Palm manual, but he changed the name to the Dragon's Roar Palm, and also added a spell. Although it was just a martial arts manual, it was enough for the foreign monk who was only at the second rank. With the foreign monk guiding him, Li Chen's speed increased significantly. He knew the Jiangnan area, but he wasn't clear on the exact location, as he had only read about it in books. He relied on navigation all the way, but navigation wasn't that accurate due to flying. He even had to take a detour, so having someone guide him made it much easier. Flying all the way to the Jiangnan area, Li Chen bid farewell to the foreign monk and walked towards the medicine master's small building, where he saw a small hamster flying in. Niaobing Hang, come out and fight. The hamster demon stood at the threshold with a toothpick sword in hand, looking imposing. It was originally sent by the Nining White sect to deliver a small fox demon caught earlier to Song Shuhang, and also one of its own kind. A poor little hamster. The hamster demon felt sorry for its fellow, who had been modified by its owner into something neither a demon nor a hamster. It was hard to imagine what kind of crazy transformation it had gone through. How could its cute little fellow do such a thing? However, these have nothing to do with it. It is a hamster demon, devoid of emotions, and it won't despise its owner just because they are of the same kind. Its purpose in coming here is not only to deliver two animals, but also to challenge Song Shuhang. Its outer space flying demon technique has already reached perfection. Today, let it see what a sword from the west, the outer space flying demon, is like. Damn it! It's you, this annoying little hamster again. Today, nobody else should intervene. Let me personally teach it a lesson. Song Shuhang got angry when he saw this little hamster, and with the boundless majesty of the Holy Seal on him, he walked out. Pa! Li Chen also flew in because he seemed to have seen sunflower seeds and could sense that they were here. He could conveniently pick up the sunflower seeds. However, as soon as he entered, he felt like he stepped on something. Damn it! Are you blind? The hamster demon picked up a toothpick sword and stabbed Li Chen's foot. What the hell? Li Chen felt a prick on his foot and quickly lifted it. The hamster demon had a big footprint on its face, making the whole hamster swell up in anger. It had never been stepped on before, despite its large size. Can't you see such a big hamster? Ha? Sunflower seeds? No. Oh, I know, you are the hamster number, Ranjin. Li Chen remembered this hamster. It was the pet of 9 Serenities White, named Ranjin. However, its presence seemed even lower than that of Drunken Sun Hermit. It seemed like it had hardly appeared in the whole book. If it weren't for its demonic teachings, Song Shuhang might not even know it had a name. Ha? Do you know me? The hamster number floated slowly into the air to prevent being stepped on again by the toothpick sword and said, "Of course, you are the pet of that person," Li Chen said naturally. At this time, Song Shuhang also walked out. "It's you! Why are you pretending to be Senior Copper Gua?" Song Shuhang looked at Li Chen with the Ba sword in his hand. Li Chen unconsciously assessed the Ba sword in the hands of Song Shuhang. This sword seemed pretty good. No, I can't take this. Song has too many accessories on him. This is a dead end. Although Song Shuhang's current strength is low, he knows too many big shots. 9 Serenities White, Reality White, holding the red sky sword, Senior Turtle, able to summon Lord Chu, and a spiritual ghost Song Wooden Head, as well as the Spotted Dragon, Changlin, and other big shots with complicated relationships. How can Li Chen compete with him? It has to be said that Song Shuhang is really stable. Although he keeps risking his life and resurrecting, he mostly encounters the top players in this world. Do you believe that anyone below the 9th rank has killed Song Shuhang? Even though he hasn't reached his peak yet, he is not someone ordinary can mess with. Typically, a protagonist has one accessory, usually an old man or a system, but look at Song Shuhang. He is covered in accessories, with so many hanging items that can be pulled off him. What a fairy! What a pippy cultivation fairy! What a spiritual ghost you see. The Snake Beauty has a red sky sword senior inside her belly. The System White senior has also made something for him, and he even has his own world. Li Chen has every reason to believe that even if a time traveler with a system came, they might not be able to beat him. Ahem. Just self-defense. Why can Copper Gua impersonate others, but I can't impersonate Copper Gua? If I didn't say I was Copper Gua, could you have helped me withstand the robbery? Song Shuhang, you seem to know a lot about our 9 states group number 1. Song Shuhang looked at Li Chen and said lightly. He couldn't see through Li Chen at all, but the other party seemed to understand him very well, which made him feel very insecure. Ahem. Let's not talk about that for now. Song Jr., have you seen my pet hamster? It is my beloved pet. I seem to have left it behind when I left. Song Shuhang was slightly taken aback. A hamster? Wait. That hamster seems to have been taken away for research by Senior White. It couldn't have died during the research, right? I don't even know if it has an owner. A hamster? My master asked me to bring it over, and along with it, I brought the fox from the 33 Beasts God sect. The hamster heard the keyword hamster and immediately remembered its mission. It then went out and brought in a truck driver, gave him money, and had him unload a large box and a small bag from the truck. The large box contained a fox demon with a temporary seal that couldn't be opened, but the small bag could be opened, revealing a sleeping hamster inside. The hamster was poured out of the bag, rubbed its eyes, slowly woke up, and gained 2 new skills from the research this time. 9 Nether True Form, the hamster was completely demonized, greatly enhancing its physical qualities, possessing the 9 Nether Evil attribute, and able to corrupt the flesh of enemies. Hamster Ripping Claw, the hamster's claws were sharpened through modification and infused with an unknown existence, allowing it to learn a set of claw techniques. Li Chen took the hamster and looked at it. There weren't any major changes overall, just 2 new skills added, indicating an advancement. Friend, is this your pet? I'll return it to you now. However, before Song Shuhang could finish speaking, Li Chen signaled to the hamster, who understood instantly. The hamster immediately covered its neck, convulsed for a moment, let out a piercing scream, and then slowly fell into Li Chen's hands, even sticking out its tongue. Song Shuhang watched as the hamster slowly fell down and uttered the last word. The hamster demon was also stunned, quickly went to check. No breath, no heartbeat, really dead? This couldn't be true. How could my master have possibly researched a small hamster to death? The playing dead skill of the hamster was innate, with no heartbeat or breath, making it seem truly dead. With the hamster demon's mere 4th grade cultivation, how could it tell? Quasi, what's wrong with you? Without you, how can I live? Li Chen's sudden shout startled Song Shuhang and the hamster demon. Shuhang, what have you done to it? How could it end up like this? It's still a child. It's so small, how could you do this? Doesn't your conscience ache? Song Shuhang, hamster demon. Watching Guazi lying on the ground, Song Shuhang also felt a bit guilty. After all, it had indeed been researched by Senior White, and now that it had turned out like this, he couldn't deny his responsibility. Friend, how about I compensate you? How much? You should know that this is no ordinary hamster. Look at its quality. If you don't give me, ahem. Compensate what? Do you understand anything? It's my family, my friend, not something that can be measured with money. Leave, I will never forgive you. Song Shuhang, isn't this going a bit too far? Or maybe contact my master. My master must have a way to cure it, suggested the hamster demon. Ahem. Actually, it's not that complicated. For a hamster, it's normal to die a few times. Hamster demon? Actually, I came to find you this time to ask for Senior White's blessing. I've been looking for that big shot who can sell anything, but you know he's not easy to find, so I want Senior White to give me a blessing, and I can give you spirit stones. Senior White is still undergoing tribulation, so it's not possible to pay respects now, but he can still give a blessing. The effect is the same. May I ask Senior Bai? Ahem. I heard that Senior Bai is very interested in some strange things. I have a kind of beast taming potion here, which can make a contract with one or several monster beasts to become a beast tamer. The tamed beasts can be used in battles, awaken skills on their own, continuously grow stronger with their master, and even awaken an additional skill when taking the potion. This little hamster here is my tamed beast, and it's very powerful. As the hamster spoke, it suddenly leaped from Li Chen's hand like a carp. Sunflower seed? Seeing everyone staring at it intently, the sunflower seed let out a shrill scream and fainted again. This is too much. You've already woken up. Next, Li Chen demonstrated the function of the beast taming potion, and even fused with the hamster, creating a perfect combination. Can you sell me a dose of this potion? However, at that moment, a faint voice sounded from the void. It was Jodo Bai, who had been silently watching all along. No problem. Do you know the whereabouts of Beidanjing? I need to find him for something. Beidanjing? Are you talking about that walking treasure trove? I know him, but he's very fast, and it's hard to catch him. However, it seems like he has a disciple in Joyo now. Do you want him? If you do, I can bring him to you now. Joyo Bai said calmly. Everything can be sold, but Beidanjing runs too fast. Even Joyo Bai may not be able to catch him. However, his disciple is not as skilled, and conveniently, she is in Joyo now. A disciple? He has a disciple? Let me check. Li Chen took out his phone and opened an ebook to find the relevant information. Oh, found it. Pink-haired girl, everything from fairies to goods. This works too. It works. The disciple of a big shot can provide anything from fairies to goods, which is theoretically similar to Beidanjing. If she doesn't have something, she can find a way to obtain it. Her sources are also very rich. What did you find? Can you find out her identity? Joyo Bai asked calmly. The full version of the Xiao Liao, recording the past and future of Song Xiaoyu. I don't know if Senior Bai is interested. You also make an appearance. We can exchange, but I need to see its value first. I will give you something of equal value. Joyo Bai said calmly. Li Chen smiled slightly and took out a set of physical Xiaoliao books. Books? Joyo Bai was slightly surprised. He did not expect that this thing would turn out to be a set of ordinary books. With a quick scan, Joyo Bai almost instantly reviewed all the contents inside. Very valuable. However, the future is not fixed. When you appear, the future has already changed. I can teach you a technique. I see that you have strong vitality but weak physique, so I will teach you a body refining technique. At the same time, your body has some hidden dangers, which I can help you resolve. This set of books, although not a fixed future, is of great help to me. Consider it a favor owed to you. With that, a phantom figure emerged from the void and pointed at Li Chen's forehead, and a powerful body refining technique appeared in Li Chen's mind, alongside the technique given to him by Lucy. Lucy's technique mainly focused on merging and harmonizing energy, while the technique from Jodo Bai directly strengthened the body, and the two did not conflict. There is an extremely weak soul imprint in your body. She has separated memory and soul into two parts. Although I don't know why she did this, if the soul and memory merge, she will be resurrected. Jodo Bai said lightly, reaching out towards Li Chen at the same time. A golden light flashed behind Li Chen, and his merit light actually appeared, followed by an illusory figure being grabbed out by Jodo Bai. Lucy, how is it her? The one being grabbed out was indeed Lucy. Although she said it was impossible to possess Li Chen, everything is about methods. Li Chen cannot leave with a living being, so she separated her soul and memories, hiding them in corners of Li Chen's body. A soul without memories cannot be considered life, and memories without a soul are also not considered life. So she escaped the world's rules through this method. She originally wanted to enter Li Chen's stomach, but as a soul, no matter how judged, she cannot be considered food. So even if Li Chen ate her, she couldn't travel with him. She could only disassemble her life, hide it in various parts of Li Chen's body, and wait for the day of reassembly. Li Chen's merit light can evolve into a human form because of her soul, but because it has not merged with the memories hidden in Li Chen's body, she is still unconscious. Lucy is truly a very terrifying existence. In this way, fragments of Lucy's soul were separated by Joyo Bai. Without memories, she is just a pure soul force. Once stripped, she loses all value, and the weakened soul disperses with the wind. Lucy's memory information was directly separated and deleted by Joyo Bai. Memory and soul are important components of life. A person without memories is like a blank sheet of paper, and a person without a soul is dead. A soul without memories is somewhat similar to a newborn child, but different. A child has certain memories from birth, even if they are unaware, while a soul without memories is a blank slate, representing no life because it lacks all characteristics of life. In fact, Lucy only left a small contingency plan on Li Chen. For her, this was just a casual move. She wanted to go to other worlds, but she couldn't fully trust Li Chen, so leaving a backup was necessary. However, Lucy's limitations were too great. Although she was the master of her world, her power was greatly weakened in other worlds. When she encountered Joyo Bai here, she was immediately exposed. Joyo Bai then pulled out a pink-haired girl wrapped in a blanket from the void. She was the fairy who had all kinds of goods. At this moment, she looked confused as she was selling goods but was suddenly grabbed over. Master of Joyo. The girl's hair stood on end, as she had heard that Joyo's boss was capricious, but she was just a minor character. Why grab her? That fairy. I want to buy something. Li Chen spoke up at this moment. Buy something? What do you want to buy? I have all kinds of goods here. You can trust me, absolutely honest. Upon hearing about buying something, the fairy with all kinds of goods instantly perked up. This was a habit she developed with her master. She would immediately get into trading mode upon hearing about a deal. Do you have resurrection artifacts? Grade 5 or higher? Yes. Resurrection coins, resurrection crosses, resurrection keys, life-saving symbols, and more. We have grades 5 to 6, but grade 7 resurrection artifacts are hard to come by. If you want, I can ask my master to restock for you. Alright, grade 6 is enough. Give me 200 resurrection coins first. Put. 200. Are you planning to take a stroll in the underworld? Ahem. It's better to be prepared. Give me 50 resurrection crosses, 30 resurrection keys, and 10 life-saving symbols. The resurrection coin is the lowest level, although it can resurrect items of 5 or 6 grades. The resurrection time is long, and it requires a certain amount of luck. When a coin is thrown with the front side up, the resurrection occurs within 10 months. If the back side is up, the resurrection happens 10 years later, and if the coin lands vertically, the resurrection occurs within 10 minutes. It can be said to be quite tricky. Moreover, there is a certain period of weakness after resurrection, but it's cheap, so it's good to buy more as backup. Li Chen looted the treasure trove of the Tiandao Palace, and he has plenty of spirit stones. Although there are some differences between the spirit stones here and the ones he has, they are generally similar. Low-grade spirit stones have a spiritual energy content equivalent to 1 to 2 grades, mid-grade spirit stones are 3 to 4 grades, high-grade spirit stones are 5 to 6 grades, top-grade spirit stones are 7 to 8 grades, and spirit crystals are 9th grade. As for higher-level spirit stones, they are called immortal crystals. The lowest-grade spirit stones Li Chen looted are high-grade spirit stones. He has tons of spirit crystals, countless top-grade spirit stones, and even 2 immortal crystals, but he doesn't use them much. The Tiandao Palace is the highest-ranked human sect in that world, with a deep heritage. Even if Li Chen picks the best equipment, it's still not enough, as high-grade spirit stones are considered inferior. I can provide enough resurrection coins, but there are only 10 resurrection crosses, 3 resurrection keys, and only 1 life-saving talisman left. You know, advanced resurrection artifacts are not easy to make. I can make resurrection coins myself, so I have plenty of them, but I don't have much of the others. Also, resurrection artifacts have a cooldown period, so having too many is not useful. The cooldown time for resurrection coins is 10 days, while for others, it's over 100 days or even longer. Although it's a full recovery, it's impossible to use them again in a short period of time. Alright, I'll take as much as you have. Oh, do you have any spirit ghosts for sale? And the sword intent communication profound grass, and also show me some good quality treasure swords. Oh, do you accept goods here? I have some secret books from other systems, do you want them? Do you have any special martial arts secret books for me to check out? Li Chen said arrogantly. Are you here to buy things or to sell goods? Why do you want everything? And you even want to sell me things? Rarely catching such an opportunity, Li Chen naturally wouldn't let it go. He was determined to spend all the spirit stones and even sell the secret books. Keeping these items wouldn't benefit him, as they could be duplicated, and they were not related to his world. So, creating value was the truth. Although What Goods You Have Immortal didn't want to sell so many items, her trading spirit didn't allow her to refuse. As a result, she was almost emptied out in one go, with all the resurrection artifacts being taken. She might be out of stock for a long time because she couldn't find her master to restock. Who knows where he went? Omega. In this way, Li Chen received over a dozen spatial artifacts from What Goods You Have Immortal, and he was almost emptied out as well. There were hardly any spirit stones left, and all the secret books had been sold. It seemed like he needed to find a large sect to restock soon. Except for spirit ghosts, Li Chen bought almost everything he wanted this time. Spirit ghosts are too rare, and although What Goods You Have Immortal could find them, they couldn't be carried around, so Li Chen didn't buy them. With the light of merit, the spirit ghosts were no longer necessary. He bought a lot of things this time, including a hidden scent bedsheet, the sword intent communication profound grass for cultivating sword intent, a high-grade treasure sword, and gloves with space-moving ability, although this is just a replica with only an 8th grade level and a single function. Although it has the space-moving ability of a 9th grade level, the consumption is huge, and the distance is only 100 meters. In addition, Li Chen also bought some secret techniques, such as some knife techniques and sword techniques. Li Chen is relatively weak in this aspect, as he rarely practices. Even if he has sword and knife techniques, he probably won't practice them many times. He relies on the communication profound grass and communication profound lotus for his sword and knife intent. The only regret is that if the communication profound grass is not compatible with other herbs when consumed, it feels like being pierced by 1,000 swords. He was a bit flustered, so maybe he should focus on condensing knife intent. Anyway, it should work similarly. After the transaction was completed, Jodyobai grabbed whatever goods the fairy had and shook them, shaking out everything on her body and then putting it in his own pocket. Then he sent her back to the Joyo world. Li Chen, can it be done like this? So after I finished trading with her, the items still ended up in your hands. You just snatched them directly. As the predecessor of Joyo's dominator, Bai is actually considered incompetent. He is not evil enough. Although he has been trying hard to make himself look bad, he has been doing these embarrassing little things. Does the dignified dominator of Joyo need to snatch things? Your duty should be to attack the ruling world of the mortal realm, right? This is what the big villain should do. It's too embarrassing for the dominator of Joyo to engage in robbery, but it's just right for Li Chen to do it. The technique Joyo Bai passed on to him is the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. Song Shuhang also learned this technique, but his version was improved by Joyo Bai, which is somewhat different from the past versions, tailored for Li Chen. He has bought almost all the good things for cultivation, so he should leave. Although there are still many good things here, it's not easy for him to handle with his current strength. He'll come back later. When he becomes more powerful, he must come back. This place is a treasure trove. After all, there are not many worlds that produce resurrection artifacts, and the span of the entire world is not large. Song Shuhang may transcend in a few months. Having an acquaintance will make things easier when he returns. I should go. Alright, Song Jr., I have 3 strategies for you. Open them when you encounter a life-threatening crisis next time. They are guaranteed to be effective. In order to maintain a good relationship with Song Shuhang, Li Chen specially prepared 3 strategies, each corresponding to several tribulation crises that Song Shuhang will face in the future. He believes that when he comes back next time, Song Shuhang will be very enthusiastic. Jodyobai looked at the strategies given by Li Chen without saying a word. He had already read the entire book, so he knew the follow-up. However, he wouldn't say it. The future doesn't necessarily have to be changed. Sometimes, changing it might make things worse. The unknown is the most dangerous. Alright, melon seeds, let's go home, Li Chen said as he prepared to leave. Squeak squeak, the melon seeds squeaked twice. Dog? What dog? Oh my god, where's my dog? Wang Kai, come back quickly. We're leaving. At this moment, Wang Kai was dancing the crazy dog dance in a monster-exclusive bar where monsters from all over the world gathered to become a family. It held a highball glass in its paw and wore sunglasses on its dog face, looking very elegant. What's going on? Leaving? Oh my god. You're leaving without telling me. Hurry and summon me back. As Wang Kai spoke, a summoning array appeared under its feet. It blew a flying kiss to the little female dog it had just danced with, then disappeared on the spot. Wenkai thrived in the large organization where monsters from all over the world came together as a family, advancing one level and awakening two skills. Divine theft technique, it can always take something from others. Dog Eyes look down on people. Wenkai, because he is often looked down upon by others, harbors resentment and aspires to look down on the world from a higher position. By using this skill, Wenkai can transform into a 3-meter-tall monster dog. After bidding farewell to Song Shuhang and Jodo Bai, Li Chen left this world. He felt that he had laid a solid foundation in this world and would definitely be welcomed by Song Jr. when he returned next time. With Li Chen's departure, Song Jr.'s life returned to normal, but the peace did not last long. Soon, he encountered what he believed to be a life-threatening crisis, the 8th rank Profound Saint Demon Tribulation. His main magic weapon was still being refined, and he felt that he couldn't handle it at this moment. So he thought of the life-saving strategy of the Profound Saint of Death. He immediately opened one. Song Jr., if I'm not mistaken, you should have encountered a planet with long eyes by now. Don't be afraid at this time, just do this. Like this. And then like this. I guarantee you will pass through unscathed. Song Shuhang, damn it. Profound Saint of Death, you scoundrel. I had already passed that stage a long time ago. It wasn't even a life-threatening situation. With Senior White's help, I wasn't even worried. Saying this, Song Shuhang opened the second life-saving strategy. At this point, I guess you must have entered the Heavenly Dao Black Cell, feeling extremely desperate. But don't worry, you can let Senior White use Young Kizi's long hair to lure the disaster giant turtle, and then Senior White can create a one-time flying sword to break out of the Black Cell. By the way, if you refine Young Kizi's eye into a resurrection magic weapon, you will have to go through the tribulation with her. Be careful. Song Shuhang, you damn it. Get to the point. How do I go through the tribulation? What kind of life-saving strategy is this? Not a single useful tip. In the end, the tyrant Song Profound Saint relied on his resilience and the help of Joyo Sr. to overcome the 8th rank Profound Demon Tribulation, successfully ascending to the 5th rank Taoist tyrant. At the same time, Song Shuhan's resentment towards the Profound Saint of Death had reached an unbearable level. This damn life-saving strategy, if you couldn't predict it, just say it directly. Instead of writing it in a life-saving strategy, none of them were useful. Oh, there's one last life-saving strategy. If you are reading this life-saving strategy, I believe you must have been impressed by my abilities to be able to accurately describe the tribulations you have experienced. But don't thank me, it's what I should do. Next is the Feast of the Food Immortal, where your transparent state will be lifted, and all the big shots will come after you. But don't worry, first pack a few portions of the Feast of the Food Immortal for me to keep, then follow Senior White. Senior White's ability to avoid bad luck will definitely keep you safe. Song Shuhang. Listening to one's words is like listening to a speech. What are you going on about here? I don't know about following Senior White. And pack a few portions for you, where's your face? None of the life-saving strategies were useful, but the last one was somewhat useful. Although I had always planned to follow Senior White, there are times when mistakes can happen carelessly. After all, I didn't know there would be danger, but now that I know, I can definitely avoid it in advance. Damn it! Those big shots seem to be coming after me. Wherever I go, it's the same. Profound Saint of Death, don't let me see you again. Next time we meet, I will definitely make you experience the greatness of a mother's love. Oh, and I want you to experience my new skill, Embryo Gaze, to let you know what it means to not mess with me and stay alive. Li Chen returned, went straight to lie down. The gains from this repair chat were really not few, but there is still room for development, and I don't know when I can go back to repair chat next time. Repair chat world is truly a treasure trove. Took a stroll at home, glanced at the yellow weasel still feeding the chickens. This wild yellow weasel can now almost be considered completely domesticated. Originally, it had a few yellow weasel brothers, but because of raising chickens, the yellow weasel brothers couldn't control their desire to eat chickens, so they were all sent back home by it. It is no longer the youth it used to be, still remembering the year it ran under the sunset, that was its lost youth. Today there are 2 chances for a 5-second time travel, but Li Chen doesn't plan to use them, taking a day off. However, there is an important thing to do, which is to send a batch of resurrection coins to Mom first. This is very important, just like in movies, if life-saving things are not sent over immediately, there will be countless delays in the future, and by the time they are sent, it will be too late. So he must send it over the same day. After sending the resurrection coins to Mom, Li Chen also gave one to Qin Shou. Although they are brothers, sometimes brothers can help, but not excessively. Helping a little is brotherly, helping too much might turn into enmity. People's hearts can change, too much unearned gain can lead even a saint to fall, let alone Qin Shou. In fact, Li Chen has already helped Chino a lot. If he gives him too much, it would be excessive. So after this time, he doesn't plan to send him equipment anymore. He has some strength now, and he should be able to make a name for himself in reality. Brother Zhua, you don't know. Yesterday I went to catch ghosts, and the boss was so generous. He gave me 50,000. 50,000. I've never seen so much money stacked together in my life. Chino vividly told Li Chen he had already repaid the money he borrowed from Li Chen. Li Chen, did I overestimate him? Can he really make something of himself? You've lived a really failed life. You were sent off with 50,000? You went to catch ghosts. Such a dangerous job, you should ask for more. Poor people aside, even those rich people wouldn't consider 100 or 200,000 too much. Chino, Brother Zhua, I think we should do things with conscience. We shouldn't give up our conscience just for a little money. Money can be earned again, but if you lose your conscience, Li Chen, you can definitely earn more. Chino, you're not wrong in saying that. Chino's ideological awareness is still not enough. We can help poor people without taking a penny, but for a multi-millionaire, you ask for a few hundred or a few thousand, you're not embarrassed, but they might feel embarrassed. They might think you can't afford a master. Sometimes rich people really don't care about a few bucks, what they care more about is their image. If you don't have some real skills, you probably won't even get a chance. As the saying goes, the master is among the people, the clown is in the palace. Packaging and pricing are also important. For example, a folk artist paints a picture and sells it for $5. Some might say, is this art? A $5 piece of art? It's laughable, but what about those clowns? Dab a needle on paper randomly, ask for 500,000, what's that? That's art. But who can't tell who paints well and who doesn't? But a $5 item makes it hard to think of it as art. Those rich people looking at the needle dab thing are probably confused, but it's 500,000, saying that gives it prestige. You don't understand it, they don't understand it, isn't that art? Perhaps clowns are not real artists, but sometimes making money is also an art. All art must be done on a full stomach. Who would buy his needle painting if he was full and bloated? Looking at Chino's girlfriend, I have to say she is like a flower in cow dung. I say Guan Guan. You should encourage Chino, he is different from you. You are ambitious, you understand progress, you are cultured and refined, and you can persist in your efforts. Your future is promising. Chino, are you praising her or insulting me? I don't have any of those qualities you mentioned. We are no different, we both look up at the same sky when it's dark. Where am I lacking compared to Guan Guan? In fact, Chino is not rigid, it's just that he has been living a loser's life for too long, and his loser mentality is deeply ingrained. He can afford Zhonghua cigarettes, but he still prefers Hontishan, the one that costs 1 yuan per lighter. His clothes are all from street vendors because as a loser, he can't tell the difference between brand names and street goods. He feels they all look the same, so why should he buy the expensive ones? Since they look similar, who would notice if I wear the expensive ones or not? This deeply ingrained loser like Chino, even money can't corrupt him because he doesn't spend much money. The only big expense is his tutor, Wudwa, who teaches him. Here I have to mention Li Chen, he is very adaptable. He can manage in poverty, and when he has money, he dares to spend it. There's no such thing as saving for the future. If you can't make the most of every minute, what will you have left in the end? Li Chen left. Maybe he won't come to see his brother for a long time. After all, the fewer people around, the better. His mother's side is stable, but Chino can't protect him completely, so limiting contact is the best protection for him. Speaking of his mother, Li Chen feels a bit depressed. The dragon egg actually hatched, and it even calls his mother Mom. Did he really get a dragon sister? If he had known earlier, he would have hatched it himself. But it turned out to be a defensive dragon creature with no attack power, not suitable for him. It's better to keep it to protect his mother, who now has a companion. Ice Turtle Rock. So I can't be a pet. I work diligently too, you can't keep me in the egg forever. Let me come out and get some fresh air. I can be a pet too. I'm especially cute when I'm small. Are you saying a turtle really can't compare to a dragon? I used to chase after dinosaurs. T to the power of T.